House of Squibb presents the finest in motion picture entertainment, Academy Award. The House of Squibb, manufacturing chemist to the medical profession since 1858, brings you Academy Award. The pictures, the players, the techniques and skills which have won or have been nominated for the coveted awards granted each year by the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences, to each in his field for outstanding achievement. Each week, Squibb on the Air brings you only the finest in motion picture art. Squibb in your home brings you only the finest medicinal products, pure, effective, reliable. Squibb, a name you can trust. Tonight's picture is Jezebel. Tonight's star is the distinguished Warner Brothers player who has been nominated 7 times for awards, has won the prized Oscar twice. Past president of the Academy, Miss Bette Davis. With Miss Davis tonight appears another Academy Award winner, Miss Anne Revere, who won this year's Academy Award for Best Supporting Actress in National Velvet. And now, Miss Bette Davis.
Thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Miss Revere and I feel very honored to be on this first presentation of Academy Award. Those awards that mean so very much to all of us in the motion picture industry. Jezebel was written for radio by Frank Wilson, with an original musical score composed and conducted by Leith Stevens, and our producer-director is D. Engelbach.
Academy Award, starring Bette Davis in her 1938 award-winning role of Julie Marsden, with Anne Revere as Aunt Belle in Jezebel.
It seemed like the end of our world as General Bogardus and I stood in the street of New Orleans that dawn of 1851, listening to the depressing sound of the cannon as it was fired to dispel the fever which hung like a plague over the city. It seemed like the end of Julie's world, too, as we watched her slowly walk beside poor Preston Dillard as they carried him to the island of the dead.
Oh, come, my dear. You can't stay in this street. Dawn is breaking. The morning chill is penetrating. And in these dangerous days, Miss Belle, what are you thinking?
I'm thinking of a woman called Jezebel, who did evil in the sight of God. And yet I wonder. Child, you're out of your mind. You know you can't wear a red dress at an Olympus ball.
Can't I? This is 1850, Dumplin'. 1850, not the Dark Ages. Girls don't have to simp around in white just because they're not married.
You'd insult every woman on the floor. You can't be serious.
Never more serious in my life.
But think of Press.
That's just what I am thinking of. Mr. Preston Dillard, who thinks that he can let his own affairs come before me, his future wife.
That started it, Miss Belle. That damnable red dress.
But that wasn't Julie's fault.
Oh, if Preston Dillard had only taken my advice the night he came to call.
I remember. You said...
Your generation doesn't understand women, sir.
Why, maybe not, General Bogardus.
Nowadays, no proper respect for our southern womanhood. Think your father would have allowed the lady of his choice to have come surging to his place of business this morning?
Miss Julie didn't know I was presiding at a meeting, sir.
Of course not, Preston. But even if the lady upstairs is my ward, I feel you should know what your father would have done.
What would Father have done, sir?
Your father, sir, would have cut him a hickory, sir. He would have flailed the living daylights out of her, and then helped her put lard on the welts and brought her a diamond brooch. That's what he would have done, sir. And she'd have loved it.
Where is Miss Julie?
Why, she asked me to please excuse her, Press.
Is she ill?
Why, no, Press.
She's as sound as a nut.
You will pardon me a moment, please.
Take all the time you need, my boy.
I do believe Mr. Dillard is going up the stairs after Julie. He's taking his walking cane out.
Julie! It's Press. Open the door. I want to talk to you. Julie, why don't you answer? Look here, Julie. You and I got to straighten things out. Oh, there's no sense to all this. I'm here because I love you. And because you love me. But there are some things we've got to set straight. Darling, if you just open the door, I'm sure I could. Julie! Open up at once!
Who is it?
Open this door!
Why, Press. Banging at a lady's bedroom door. I'm scandalized at you. Well, did you come here just to stand there? I see you brought a stick. I'm waiting. When does the chastisement begin?
I came up here to... Oh, Julie, how long must we go on like this?
Like what, Press?
Fussing like a couple of children.
Why do you treat me like a child, then?
Oh, Julie, I love you. Spoiled child or not.
Press, in a lady's bedroom. Now you'll have to marry me.
Oh, look at me, darling. When I come in, I was going to beat you.
Really? Now would you like to see my new dress?
That's what I wanted to do all day.
Well, let me go then. There it is.
For the Olympus ball?
Yes, isn't it lovely?
But you can't wear red to the Olympus ball.
Why not?
Well, you never saw an unmarried girl in anything but white. You know that. It's the custom. It has certain significance.
Are you afraid I'll be taken for one of those girls from Gallatin Street?
Julie.
Oh, of course, I'm sorry. I'm not supposed to know about things like Gallatin Street. I'm just supposed to simp around in white.
So that's it. You're nursing your spite. Well, I'm not going to let you. For once, you're going to do as I say. Julie, I'm calling for you tomorrow night at 10, and you're going to be properly dressed for the ball in white. Good night.
Oh, Preston, you forgot your stick.
She must have been getting scared over wearing that dress after what Press said to her.
Yes, but her pride.
Confound her fiendish pride. You know that she tried to get Buck Cantrell to take her to the ball without telling Press?
Yes, I knew later. Poor drinking, dueling, easygoing Buck Cantrell. He loved her, too.
Thank heaven he refused her. He was a gentleman and an honorable man.
I told you she'd be ready on time. Julie, we're ready to go. Julie, you promised me not to.
So you wore it after all.
Isn't it obvious? Shall we go, Press?
Not until you're properly dressed.
Oh, why must everyone be so proper? Why don't you admit, Mr. Dillard, that you're afraid? Afraid someone will insult me and you'll find it necessary to defend me.
Julie.
You're wrapped, Miss Marsden. May I? You ready, Aunt Belle?
But Press, she can't.
She can. She will.
We are ready, sir. Miss Bell, my arm.
And yours, Mr. Dillard? Thank you.
My dear Miss Bell, have you noticed Preston's face? Looks more like his father than ever tonight. And I never saw Tom Dillard look like that without somebody got killed.
Theophilus, I'm just plain scared for her.
May I take your wrap, my dear?
It's, well, the ballroom seems a little cool.
I think we'll find it much warmer inside. Come. Gentlemen, you all have the pleasure of Miss Marsden's acquaintance, I think.
Gentlemen.
Good evening, Miss Marsden. Yonder comes my partner. You'll excuse me.
Of course, sir. You haven't a partner you have to meet, Cantrell?
Why, no. Came alone.
A pleasant evening, isn't it?
Mighty pleasant. Nice and cool.
Do you find it cool in here? I don't find it particularly cool. Do you, Julie?
Why, no.
I don't find it particularly cool. Miss Julie doesn't find it so. Perhaps it's something in the atmosphere that's peculiar to you.
Why, no, I reckon not. Now you speak of it, it's just about right.
It seems so to me.
Press, please take me out of here.
Well, my dear, we haven't danced yet, shall we?
No.
Oh, yes, we will.
Ted, you gotta take me off this floor.
I can't. It's my own brother dancing with her.
Everyone is leaving the floor. No respectable girl will dance while she's dancing. That dress is an insult. Take me off this instant. Press, I beg you, take me away from here. I can't endure it.
No, we came to dance. We shall go on
But
dancing.
we're alone on the floor.
So much the better.
Oh, Press, let go of me. If you don't let go of me.
It's a beautiful ball, don't you think so, Miss
Oh,
Marston?
take me away from here. Take me away.
Good night, Aunt Beryl. General Bogardus, sir.
You're not coming in, Press?
No, ma'am.
Good night.
Night.
Well,
Goodbye, Julie.
is that all you've got to say to me?
There's nothing more to say.
Even if I was wrong?
You couldn't be wrong. You're Julie Marsden.
Am I to go down on my knees?
It'd be interesting, but utterly useless.
Evidently, you've made up your mind.
No, Julie, you've made up my mind.
Well, then, goodbye, Press.
Goodbye, Julie.
Julie, don't let him go. Go after him.
Me? After him?
Yes, Julie, quickly. Oh, Julie, you're such a fool.
Not so big a fool. He'll come back.
Not this time, he won't. Believe me.
Wait and see. He'll come back. Yet tonight, I think. If he does, say I've retired. And tell him I'm sleeping late in the morning. Not to come round till tomorrow afternoon.
Julie.
Tell him. Tell him. Tell him.
Before we continue tonight's story of Jezebel, starring Miss Bette Davis and Miss Anne Revere, I would like to tell you about a doctor who lived during the period of this picture. A doctor so devoted to the cause of human health that his zeal still inspires those who carry on his work. His name was Edward R. Squibb. He was appalled by the dangerously inferior quality of drugs then available. He set out to supply the medical profession with drugs that could be relied upon. That's how the company he founded in 1858, the House of Squibb, first came to be known for medicinal products of purity, reliability, efficacy. And through the years, every member of the great family of Squibb products, from penicillin to dental cream, has been the result of painstaking study and research, of an endless quest for perfection. And that is why Squibb is a name you can trust. And now for part two of tonight's picture, Jezebel, starring the Academy Award winners Miss Bette Davis and Miss Anne Revere.
Dawn brought heavy mists, the persistent melancholy of the booming fever cannon, a chill which sank deep into our souls.
She lost him. She lost Preston Dillard through her own downright cussedness in flaunting herself in that red dress at the Olympus ball.
Theophilus, you must understand. She didn't know about Press. After all, he was away for over a year. All during that time, she hardly went out of the house save to ride that wild thoroughbred of hers.
Yes.
She got quiet and moody. She wouldn't even have tried to escape the plague here in the city if she hadn't heard that Press was coming back. If you could have heard what she told me.
He had to come to me, Annabelle. He couldn't help himself. You see, he wouldn't know how to fight as hard as I have to keep from going to him. We'll be married. I'm going to beg his forgiveness. I was vicious and mean and selfish, and I'm going to tell him I hated myself for being like that. I'll humble myself before him. All that ever stood between us will be gone when he takes me in his arms.
There, child.
Perhaps we'd better go to the plantation now that Press is coming. Of course, Auntie Belle is the place for our meeting. We'd better start packing. We'll give a party to celebrate.
And they came, all of them, the old friends. Buck Cantrell, Ted Dillard, Press's brother, Dr. Livingston. Everyone came to Halcyon, and Julie was walking on the clouds and dressed herself in the white dress that she was to have worn to the ball with Press. And Press, he came, and when the carriage stopped, my heart stopped too. For Julie...
Aunt Belle. Oh, it's wonderful to be back at Halcyon. I would have come even if I weren't invited.
My dear, dear Preston.
Aunt Belle, I have a surprise. This is Amy, my wife.
His wife, Press had married. I tried to get away to warn Julie, but I had to stay with our guests, and while I was upstairs, she found him as he was in the library of Halcyon.
Don't move, Press. Are you remembering the time you wanted me to wear white? Are you? Well, until now, I never have. Cat got your tongue, Press.
Julie.
Oh, Press, what fools we were.
Please, that's over, Julie.
Yes, of course. Press, I can't believe it's you here. I've dreamed it so long. A lifetime. No, longer than that.
But, Julie,
Oh, no, don't say it yet. I put on this white dress for you, to help me tell you how humbly I ask you to forgive me. See, Press, I'm kneeling to you.
Julie, don't.
I want to, Press. I must make you forgive me and love me as I love you.
Julie, get up, please.
I've been looking for you, Press.
Julie, this is Amy, my wife.
Julie, where are you?
Here, Aunt Belle. I was just about to congratulate Press on his marriage. I'm very happy, Mrs. Dillard, to welcome you to Halcyon.
Julie, child, I'm so sorry.
Oh, for heaven's sake, don't be gentle with me now. Do you think I want to be wept over? I've got to think, to plan.
Julie, you can't fight marriage.
Married to that little washed-out Yankee. Press is mine. He's always been mine, and I'm going to have him. Press, why did you do it?
We'd better join the others.
Why?
Because I love her.
No, you're not such a fool, not after you had my love. How much do you remember?
Everything you ever said or did. But it's past now. It's finished.
I ought to have come to you. I wanted to so terribly. So much that I couldn't. And you felt that way, too. That's what brought you back, Press. You had to come back to the country you know so well. Press, listen. The night noises. The moon through the cypresses. Can you taste the night on your tongue? It's part of you, Press. The mockingbirds and the magnolias. The blue haze on a spring morning when the air is so soft it presses you like a kiss. It's the river rolling forever. The country you were born to.
Julie, please don't do this.
It's part of you, Press, just as I'm part of you, and we'll never let you go. Press, put your arms around me.
Oh, Julie.
This is your country, Press. Amy couldn't understand it. She thinks there'd be snakes.
Yes. And she'd be right. You talk about belonging. Amy's put her life and happiness in my hands. And they're gonna be safe there. I think we'd better go in now.
She tried to win him back. And when she failed, she did the unforgivable thing. She set herself willfully to cause trouble.
Yes, Theophilus. She seemed possessed that night.
I hear Press had to go into the city.
Yes, they sent for him.
I hope he'll be all right. I had grave reports of conditions there. The plague is sweeping on despite all effort to check it.
Yeah, they posted the governor's militia guard through the parish. No one will be permitted to leave the city or to enter it now.
Oh, I'm so worried about Press.
A pity he had to leave now. But I suppose his bank comes first.
Oh, Press is devoted to the bank.
Rather unfortunately so.
You don't find that admirable, Miss Marston?
Well, it just seems to me that there are other things more interesting. I imagine Buck finds it so, too.
That's right, Miss Julie. I never go into a bank if I can help it.
Why, Buck?
Because it seems to me they're mostly always studying how they can get away something from somebody.
Well, I'm sure Buck doesn't mean that the way it sounds.
I'm sure Mr. Cantrell is capable of defending his own insinuations.
Why, Mistress Dillard, I didn't mean to offend. I was just talking.
Of course. Amy, he doesn't realize what he's saying. Doesn't even realize how Julie is using him.
Why, Buck, am I using you?
I'd be right happy if you'd explain that remark, sir.
I'll explain it. You're fool enough to defend what you don't even understand. That Julie's been egging you on. First against Press and now against his wife.
Well, that's pretty talk, isn't it, Buck?
Yes, Miss Julie. That's very impolite talk, very.
Let's put it this way, Mr. Cantrell. All evening I thought you coarse and not a gentleman.
Why, you insolent...
At your service, sir.
Ted, you can't do this.
I'm afraid, Mrs. Dillard, you don't understand our Southern customs.
Gentlemen, will you please take your places? Remember, gentlemen, you turn and fire at the count of 10. Are you ready?
Ready. Ready.
Very well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Buck's dead.
Julie, you she-devil.
Come on, Amy, we're getting out of here.
We're all going.
How do you propose to get through the guards? And there's yellow fever in the city. Surely my hospitality is better than the plague.
We'll get through. Good night, ma'am. I shall never speak to her again, even though she returned one day from the dead.
When she heard that he was stricken, she had to come to him, don't you understand? She went through the swamp, past the guards, risked her life to get to him.
His wife was at his side. She belonged there.
Julie belonged there, too. Amy understands that now.
She stole him away from Amy as he lay dying.
Theophilus, you must not judge.
Believe me, Mrs. Dillard, it's unthinkable that you go with him there. Armed guards are coming to take him to the Leper Island. It's the law. All who catch the fever must go.
When they come for him, I'm going with him.
No, you can't go, Amy. It is your right to go. You're his wife, but are you fit to go? Loving him isn't enough. If you gave him all your strength, would it be enough?
I'll make him live. I'll die with him.
Amy, do you know the Creole word for fever powder, for food, for water? Can you talk to a sullen, overworked black boy and make him fear you and help you? Press his life and yours will hang on words you can't say, and you'll both surely die.
I must go with him.
Listen, Amy, they're coming. Coming for him. Oh, Amy, it isn't a question of proving your love by laying down your life for Press. Nothing so easy. Have you the knowledge and the strength to fight for his life and your own? Amy, it's no longer you or I.
What do you mean?
I'll make him live. I will. You see, I know how to fight better than you.
I'll fight to the death itself.
Where is he?
Upstairs. Amy, you're the bravest woman I ever saw. I believe you even have the courage to save him by giving me the right to go in your place. Oh, you're not afraid to die. I know that. I boldly ask a greater sacrifice in Press's name, his life.
You love him even more than I believe was in your power.
Oh, let me prove myself worthy of the love I bear him.
Julie, tell me. Something which only you can tell me. Does Press still love you? He himself might know, but you would. Tell me.
Amy, what does it matter who Press loves? It's his life that matters.
Tell me.
We both know Press loves his wife. Whom else could Press love? Not me, surely. I've done so much against him. Had there been any love in his heart for me, I'd have taken him away from you. I tried and failed because he loves only you.
I'm grateful for you telling me, in your own way, what I had to know. Take care of him, Julie. I believe you've earned whatever right is mine. God protect you and Press. Go with him.
Amy, thank you. Press! Press, wait!
All right, let's get started. We've got to get him to the island.
Press. Press, I'm here. I'll always be here, Press. Press, darling. I'm here.
Come, Miss Bell. They've gone, and there's no turning back. Come, you cannot stay here in the street. Miss Bell, what are you thinking?
I'm thinking of a woman called Jezebel who did evil in the sight of God.
We are honored, ladies and gentlemen, on this first presentation of Academy Award to introduce a distinguished artist, known and loved by you on the air as Dr. Christian, President of the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences, Mr. Gene Hersholt.
Good evening. Miss Davis and Miss Revere, your performances were superb. Also, thank you, Miss Revere, for so brilliantly playing the role of Aunt Bell in place of Miss Fay Bainter, who is ill. And to you, Miss Bainter, our best wishes for a speedy recovery. The Academy appreciates the significance of this series of broadcasts. We are grateful to E.R. Squibb and Sons for their vision and support in sponsoring these programs. The Academy is dedicated to lifting the standards of motion pictures even higher. It values this platform of expression and views with deep satisfaction the determination to make this radio program, through a broad variety of great weekly broadcasts, an institution in the life of America.
Next week, another great picture. The House of Squibb will present Academy Award starring the beautiful and talented Miss Ginger Rogers in her Oscar-winning performance of Kitty Foyle. Next week, it is Academy Award starring Ginger Rogers in Kitty Foyle. Miss Bette Davis will soon be seen in A Stolen Life, produced by Warner Brothers, also producers of Devotion. Miss Anne Revere will soon be seen in the 20th Century Fox production, Dragonwing. This is Hugh Brundage bidding you good night until next week at the same time, when the House of Squibb invites you to join us for Academy Award. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Lux Radio Theater brings you Bette Davis and Paul Henry in Mr. Skeffington. Ladies and gentlemen, your guest producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Some years ago, I went to a graduation play at a dramatic school in New York City. The leading lady was a small but able miss named Bette Davis. A few days later, when we were casting for a new play, I suggested that Miss Davis be given what proved to be her first professional reading. The rest is history, for little Bette has since become the first lady of the films. One of her more recent successes is tonight's play, Warner Brothers' moving and distinguished drama, Mr. Skeffington. And co-starred in the title role tonight is Paul Henry, who has contributed so many star interpretations to the screen. The action of our play occurs between two world wars, a period during which women, like the lovely Mrs. Skeffington, discovered new freedom and leisure, largely through the medium of labor-saving methods and conveniences. One of the conveniences that rose to popularity throughout these years was Lux Flakes, and that popularity has steadily increased and spread to almost every country of the globe. In Paris, where I was a few months ago, a package of Lux Flakes was almost literally worth its weight in gold, proving that daintiness and grooming are a prime concern of women everywhere, and that, I feel, is as it should be. Now, on to our play, as the curtain rises on Act One of Mr. Skeffington, starring Bette Davis as Fanny and Paul Henry as Skeffington, with Marjorie Riordan as their daughter and Joseph Kearns as George.
I called this afternoon on my cousin, Mrs. Job Skeffington. It was late when I left, almost dark. In the little park across from the house, I saw him. I don't know how I came to recognize Job. So broken he was and shabby. His hands rested on his cane. He stared through the quiet dusk like a man in a dream.
Who is it? Job. Job, it's I, George Trellis, Fanny's cousin. George. For heaven's sake, Job. When did you get back in New York?
Yesterday. I escaped, George. At the age of 62, I escaped from a Nazi prison camp.
Job. Well, we didn't know what had happened. Are you going to see Fanny? Come on, I had just left her.
No, I had not planned to see her. The house, it's still there.
Oh, just as it's always been, Job. Nothing's changed.
Fanny's well?
Oh, yes, she's well.
And my little girl, little Fanny.
She's fine, Job. Oh, what a pity. She left New York this noon.
Gone?
On her way to Seattle to be married.
Married?
A fine boy. Oh, they're very much in love.
Married.
Job, come. We'll see Fanny.
No, later perhaps. I don't know.
Well, then come home with me. There's so much to talk about.
You said nothing has changed. No, I'd just like to sit here alone.
Yes, of course, Job.
Please, say nothing to Fanny about me. Not yet.
If you wish, Job. Good night.
I went directly home, and all night long I've sat here unable to get the picture of Job Skeffington out of my mind. Seems incredible that nearly 25 years have passed since Job first met Fanny. Oh, how well I remember that night.
Who is it? Edward? Don't you dare come in my room.
Since when am I Edward?
Then who is it?
George.
Which George?
How many Georges are there in your life?
Oh, 3 of... Cousin George. Georgie.
Fanny.
Oh, what a wonderful surprise.
Well, don't I get a kiss?
There.
Let me see. Yes, even after 2 years, you look rather nice.
Rather nice. That's all you ever said.
I'm sorry, but I just can't think of you as beautiful, even if you are. Oh, hello, Mamby.
Mr. George, how do you do?
Tell me, I saw 4 strange faces downstairs. Who are they, suitors?
An entirely new bat. She still has every man in New York at her feet, Mr. George.
And you're going out with the bat?
Out? Oh, no, it's a dinner party, and you may stay.
Oh, thank you, cousin.
Well, I thought I heard that voice.
Trippy!
Well, welcome back. How have you been?
Why, fine. How have you been?
Couldn't be better.
Don't fall down in a faint, Georgie, but my brother has a job. He's working.
No, I'm a customer's man. Skeffington and Company.
Skeffington and Company? The Jewish firm?
Yes.
You like working for him?
He's all right.
Well, he must pay awfully well. Here you are giving dinner parties, and I thought you were practically broke.
Well, the fact is, George, I made a little killing.
And I thought if I gave a dinner party, it might further arouse his killer's instinct.
George, you don't have to worry about us anymore.
I hope it's all true.
Why do you say that?
Because you still don't look anyone straight in the eye, Trippy.
Still picking on me, Georgie.
Now, Trippy, darling, you run along and finish dressing. You know you're always late. What is it, so?
I'm very sorry, miss. A gentleman to see Mr. Trellis, or Mr. Skeffington.
Skeffington?
You didn't invite him to dinner.
I most certainly did not. Tell him I'll see him in the morning.
Yes, sir. And, miss, your guests are beginning to arrive.
Thank you, Soames.
Soames, ask Mr. Skeffington to wait.
Yes.
Why?
Well, I think it'd be a nice gesture if you saw your employer. You'll get more work out of him in the long run.
He's got no right barging in here.
Darling, obviously he didn't come for a free dinner. It must be something important.
Well, get rid of him. I won't see him.
Well,
what do we tell him about Trippy?
Oh, I'll think of some lie or other. Trippy keeps me in practice. Let's get it over with, Georgie. And please, don't look so worried. I'm so sorry about Trippy, Mr. Skeffington. Unfortunately, he's in bed with a severe cold.
Both?
Well, it's quite possible the cold brought on the headache.
Yes, he'll be at his desk in the morning, Mr. Skeffington.
I hardly think so. Your cousin is no longer in my employ.
No longer? But if he's no longer in your employ, why hasn't he told me?
Well, a man with a cold is seldom very communicative. Well, if you'll excuse me now...
There's nothing you care to discuss with us?
Well, since your cousin avoided me tonight, as undoubtedly he will again in the morning, perhaps I'd better. It's a rather delicate matter, Miss Trellis.
I'm staying right here, Mr. Skeffington.
I'm on my way to see the district attorney.
I don't think I'm going to be able to take this standing up. Maybe we'd all better sit down.
Thank you.
Has Trippy done something awful?
Your brother has good many qualities, Miss Trellis.
This is going to be worse than I thought.
As a bond salesman, he made a brilliant start. His orders piled up until we discovered that these people he's been selling stock to don't even exist. You see, he threw in enough consolations to make the whole thing seem quite authentic. And then, well, there were here and there were some legitimate sales. But you had to look for them.
It wasn't very clever of him, was it?
He has a definite talent for picking odd names and addresses. But it's hardly worth $20,000 we've paid him in commissions.
He's stolen $20,000?
Yes, I'm afraid so.
Does Trippy know you know?
Yes.
You should have gone to the district attorney long ago.
Well, I was quite touched to discover he lost most of the money at the racetrack.
That touched you?
Yes, considering they were my horses he bet on, and I'd give him the tips.
Oh, Trippy. Trippy, no.
Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Trellis. Fortunately, it won't be any hardship for you to return the money.
No hardship.
Mr. Skeffington, you may as well know that Miss Trellis and her brother are stone broke.
I don't understand. The Trellis wealth was a legion.
Well, now it's a myth. It's been a myth for some time. Mr. Skeffington, Trippy could get another job and pay you back a little each week. You couldn't write him a reference, could you?
Well, I could. But my heart wouldn't be in it.
Well, all we can do then is to throw ourselves on your mercy.
Miss Trellis, it's not my money. It's the corporation's.
But the horses were yours and not the corporation's, weren't they?
Yes, that's true. But I'm not quite sure of the logic.
If you could just give us a little time, maybe there's something I could salvage.
Well, perhaps I can let it ride for a little while.
Oh, Mr. Skeffington, how can I thank you? How can I...
Please. Well, I seem I'm keeping you from your guests.
Won't you stay for dinner? After all, in a way, you're the host. It's your money.
I'm dining with the district attorney. Just a social call. Good night, Miss Trellis.
Good night, Mr. Skeffington.
Mr. Trellis?
Good night, sir. Oh, I'd like to wring Trippy's neck.
There's nothing to worry about, Georgie.
No?
No. There'll be 3 dozen roses in the morning.
3 dozen roses?
From Mr. Skeffington.
Oh, good morning, Miss.
Good morning, Mandy.
Just look, Miss. All these flowers.
What a beautiful basket. Oh, Mandy, which ones are from Mr. Skeffington?
No flowers came from Mr. Skeffington, Miss. These are Mr. Thatcher's and Mr. Conderly's.
Were there any calls, Mandy? I mean, other than Mr. Thatcher and Mr. Conderly?
The Reverend Dr. Parker. He wanted to know if you sold the bazaar tickets.
No, not a one. You're sure there were no other calls?
No, Miss.
Mamby, would you mind looking up the address of Skip? No, never mind. Mamby, I'm going downtown. If my brother or cousin should ask, I've gone shopping.
Miss Trellis, Well, please come in. I had no idea you'd be calling.
I knew you were busy, Mr. Skeffington. I didn't mind waiting, and I do want you to know I'm not here to talk about Trixie.
Good. It's a painful subject. Cigar? Oh, I'm terribly sorry. It's automatic. All my visitors are men.
I see. Mr. Skeffington, I came to ask if you'd buy some tickets for a bazaar. It's for the Children's Hospital or the Home for the Aged. I don't quite remember which. Anyway, it's printed on the ticket. They're $25 apiece.
Well, they're both very worthy causes. I'll take a dozen.
Oh, no, 2 is quite enough. You don't get a thing for your money. Or, are you used to that?
Excuse me. Hello? Yes. Yes? What is it now? All right. Buy 10,000 at 23.5. I'm sorry.
Mr. Skeffington, please forgive me for being so curious, but it sounds very important. 10,000 what?
10,000 shares of steel.
Oh, at $23.5 a share?
Why, yes.
Well, if you're that casual about money, I'll let you buy the dozen tickets after all. You know, Mr. Skeffington, I've never once seen the stock exchange.
I'd be glad to show you around sometime.
Well, that's very nice of you, but isn't it a little vague?
Can you make it right now?
Well, I have a luncheon engagement with Janie Clarkson, but we don't like each other very much, so she probably won't be there either.
Well, in that case, will you have lunch with me?
Oh, I'd be delighted. Then could I see the stock exchange afterwards?
If you'd like. Shall we go then to the...
Have you seen the ticker?
No, why?
Germany's just declared war on Russia.
Oh, excuse me, Miss Trellis. Get all our branch officers on the phone.
Yes, sir.
Keep a wire open to Washington. Hello, Casey. Keep me posted on wheat.
See you safe, Chief.
Yes, I know.
Steelers up 28. Should we buy?
No, sell. Sell all we own.
Yes, sir. Wheat's up 12.
What about Chicago? What from Chicago?
Foreign stock. Shall we call for margin?
There's Casey. Somebody get hold of Casey.
Mr. Skeffington, I've changed my mind. I'm having lunch with Janie Clarkson after all.
Boston wants an immediate answer.
Well, they won't get it. Miss Trellis. Where did she go? Miss Trellis!
Fanny's retreat from Skeffington's office was one of her very rare defeats, and it took the outbreak of the First World War to do it. Well, 2 days later, a strange thing happened. Paul Vanier, the famous painter, called. He said he had a commission to paint Fanny's portrait if she'd agree. She refused to divulge his patron's name. Fanny thought it quite a lark. Weeks later, when the portrait was completed, we went to Vanier's studio to look at it.
You know what happened yesterday, Georgie? Jim Conderly offered Mr. Vanier double his fee for the portrait.
That is quite true, Mr. Trellis.
Well, why didn't you accept?
Because my client is paying 4 times as much. The extra money is to keep me quiet.
Fanny, I simply don't understand. It's not like you to have to spend all these tiresome hours sitting for a portrait you won't own for a man you don't even know.
I think it's very romantic.
Romantic? What if we walk into a saloon someday and see you hanging over a bar?
Georgie, I doubt very much if I'll ever get that drunk. Anyway, whoever ordered the portrait is sending $1,000 to my favorite charity. Georgie, would it be charity if we used that money for Trippy?
$1,000 won't help, Fanny. So we may as well be honest. By the way, you've heard nothing from Skeffington?
Not a word.
Well, I must say he's been very decent. Sooner or later, though, we'll have to face him.
Well, Mr. Vanier, what happens to the portrait now?
The transfer men are waiting with the truck. It'll be delivered.
Oh, it will. Well, I think I'll be running along, Georgie. I have a date with Janie Clarkson.
You do?
Didn't I tell you? Thank you very much, Mr. Vanier. You may tell your client I hope he's pleased.
On the street, I saw Fanny getting into a taxicab. A taxicab parked directly behind a transfer truck. I should have known from the start. She'd find out who commissioned that portrait if it took her the rest of her life. Actually, it took about 30 minutes. The painting was delivered to the home of Job Skeffington. 2 days later, Fanny and Job Skeffington went off to New Jersey and were married. Coming back to New York, they took the ferry boat across the North River.
Joe,
Yes, Fanny.
where were you born?
Right there, New York, Cherry Street.
Cherry Street? Where's that?
In the slums.
Skeffington. That's a strange name for the son.
It's not my real name, you know. The immigration official wasn't a good speller. Skeffington was the closest he could get to Skevinskazaya.
Joe, do you realize I know next to nothing about you? Were you poor?
We have no idea how poor.
Well, then, how did you become so successful?
It's routine. Rags to riches. Of course, I sold newspapers. Of course, I was a messenger on Wall Street and went to school at night. Well, you can fill in the rest.
There's one difference. You didn't marry the boss's daughter.
No. But I married the woman everybody else wanted. That makes up for it.
Joe, what's going on over there, the music and all those people? Find out.
Attendant.
Yes, sir.
What's going on over there?
Oh, that's Philippe and Gus. They're playing for those kids. See? Those kids just got married. Sometimes they find somebody that just got married. That's what they look for. Good tips.
But how can they tell?
Oh, I don't know what they do. They ain't missed up on newlyweds for 10 years. Can you beat that?
Joe, could you tell they were just married?
I think I could. The way that girl's looking at that fellow, you couldn't miss.
I see what you mean. The way I'm looking at you.
No. Your look is cordial, but not connubial. I've married you, Fanny, but I haven't won you.
Joe.
So far, I've merely taken you away from all the others. Do you think that night when I broke into your dinner party was the first time I'd seen you? No. I'd seen you many times. Dining at Sherry's, dancing at the Waldorf, and so many young men. But you were never more beautiful than that night I came to see about Trippy. Never so unattainable. That's why I commissioned Vanier to paint your portrait. At least I'd have that.
Well, now you have both, the portrait and me.
I own both. It isn't quite the same thing.
Joe, look, the musicians are coming this way. Joe, why, they went right on past us.
You see? Just the point I was trying to make before. Fanny, why did you marry me?
Because you're good and kind, and your eyes are special in a St. Bernard sort of way. And although I've never seen you really smile, I always have the feeling you're laughing at me. And I find that very attractive. Besides, you're very rich. Joe, would you like to kiss me?
Our stars, Bette Davis and Paul Henreid, will return for Act Two of Mr. Skeffington in a moment. Contrary to what most people think, everyone in Hollywood isn't a movie star or extra. Hundreds of girls work in the studios as secretaries, typists, telephone operators, and live just like girls anywhere else in the country. Take Alice Deeg, who typed the script for Warner Brothers' new production, Mildred Pierce, starring Joan Crawford. Alice is just coming home from work.
Sue, where are you?
In the kitchen.
What's up?
Oh, Sue, it's wonderful. Bill's ship just came in.
Oh, Alice.
We're going to dinner at the Brown Derby and then to a preview of Mildred Pierce. That's Joan Crawford's new one. Oh, it's her first picture in almost 3 years, isn't it? Jack Carson and Zachary Scott are in it with her. And imagine, I'll see it with Bill. It just opened in New York and the critics raved about it. I understand it's considered an excellent candidate for an Academy Award.
Yes, a date like that calls for wearing something special.
I thought I'd wear my new suit and that sweet blouse I got for my birthday. Of course, I'll have to have a super slip because it's so sheer. Oh, Sue.
Now what?
I haven't any. I meant to buy a new slip today.
Well, what about the one you bought a couple of months ago with the lace on the bottom? You know, I bought one just like
Oh,
it.
you should see it. It's faded and the lace is torn and straps are frayed. I don't know what Sarah does to them.
Well, Sarah puts everything in the same wash. Sheets, towels, along with your undies. I've seen her. They can't take that hot water and strong soap and rough treatment.
You mean your slip is still good?
Of course. I always lux mine. Look, I'll show you.
Why, Sue, it looks as nice as new. Oh, Sue.
I know. I let myself in for it. You want to borrow it.
Sue, if you lend it to me this once.
Yes, Lux slips do stay lovely longer. In fact, 3 times as long. Actual washing tests show. Strong soap, too hot water, and rough treatment soon fade colors. Make slips and nighties look old and drab. Start tonight using thrifty Lux Care for undies. Here's William Keeley with our stars.
Our curtain rises on the second act of tonight's play, starring Bette Davis as Fanny and Paul Henry as Mr. Skeffington.
Yes, that was a long time ago, their marriage, 1914. And I wonder when I saw him a few hours ago, alone in the empty park, I wonder if Job, too, was thinking of what I am thinking now. Of how, after his marriage to Fanny, he had taken her across that park to her home. She wanted to see Trippy, her brother. Instead, she saw me.
Georgie, dear.
Congratulations, Fanny and Joe. Well, congratulations.
Thank you, George.
I, for one, am delighted.
Why do you say I for one?
Because all your beaux are here. Thatcher, Morrison, Conderly, even that idiot Chester. They're quite crushed. They're in the kitchen eating turkey sandwiches.
And Trippy?
Oh, Trippy's out. Fanny, I don't mind feeding your suitors, but you're going to have to console.
Well, Job, should we get it over with?
Well, I don't know if I'm quite up to it. They are full of turkey, and I'm not. But come on, I'm game.
Well, gentlemen, good evening. I rather expected you'd all be here to welcome me. I don't believe you've ever met Mr. Skeffington, have you? Joe, Mr. Conderly, Mr. Thatcher, Mr. Morrison, and Mr. Henry.
You didn't get married.
Chester, darling, there's cranberry on your chin. Could I get you all some dessert? I'm afraid the best I can offer is canned peaches. Georgie, would you bring...
Mr. and Mrs. Skeffington.
Trippy, darling. Then you've heard.
Everybody's heard. It's in the papers.
We're on the front page.
Not quite. You're listed under business transactions.
Trippy, you'd better go upstairs.
Shame on you, boys, letting yourselves be outbid.
That's about enough, Trippy.
Fanny, would you mind going inside?
Oh, so I'm going to be challenged. He's going to heave his checkbook in my face.
Trippy, you don't know what you're saying. You're drunk.
I'm the one who swindled you, Skeffington. Why did you have to put her in jail?
Why, you little swine, get out of here.
Yes, I'll get out. You make me sick to my stomach, all of you.
Would you please excuse me? No, Joe. No. Trippy, how could you? How could you?
How could you? I didn't even know you were seeing him.
But you're so wrong. Job has character, and he's very nice.
Oh, don't try to tell me you're in love with him. I'm not drunk enough to bear that.
I'll tell you this much. You're safe now. You don't have to worry about anything anymore.
That's why you married him. Because I owed him $20,000.
Trippy, I'm very fond of Job. But I love you. Now, Trippy, darling, go downstairs and apologize.
Apologize. I'll spit in his eye.
Trippy, when you get to know Job better...
I'm taking very good care that I don't get to know him better. I'm going to Europe.
Europe? Well, isn't there a war on there?
That's just why I'm going. I don't know who's going to get me, the French, the British. I'll toss a coin.
Oh, Trippy, you're out of your mind.
Yes, and humiliated and sick. I hate him. I hate myself.
Trippy, if you love me at all, you won't leave.
I love you very much. But I despise Mrs. Getty. Goodbye, Sam.
Trippy!
That was the last we saw of Trippy. I was with Job and Fanny on their first wedding anniversary. Before dinner, Job and I were alone in the study. Well,
Got we three for dinner, Job?
No, Ed Morrison, probably.
Morris?
He barged in. He's upstairs with her now.
Well, doesn't he know it's your anniversary?
He said he chose this night especially to ask her for my wife's hand in marriage.
Well, your marrying Fanny hasn't discouraged any of them, has it?
On the contrary, they seem to feel they have to rescue her. The trouble with Fanny is she's too kind to them, so gentle and considerate.
How has she been with you, Job?
Kind, gentle, and considerate. I'm a very patient man, Joe.
All right, Fanny. I'll leave. But remember, I haven't given up yet.
Well, apparently Morrison is not staying. He'll be back again in about 2 weeks.
Hello, Georgie.
Oh, hello, Fanny.
Good evening, Joe, dear. George, your flowers are beautiful.
Thanks.
You like my gown, Joe?
You look beautiful, Fanny. Beautiful. Fanny, I thought you might like this. It's, here. You open it.
A diamond bracelet. Job Skeffington. Oh, it's lovely. You know, George, I keep forgetting that Job can afford to give me things like this. How very sweet of you, Job. You know, I'm simply famished. Is dinner ready?
All ready. One thing about these proposals from Fanny's suitors, George.
Yes?
They certainly give her a whale of an appetite.
We went to the theater after dinner. Fanny was her usual sparkling self until we returned. And then suddenly she was ill. Before we knew it, she'd fallen to the floor.
Don't worry, Mr. Skeffington. She's perfectly all right.
Then why did she faint, Doctor?
I usually make a ceremony out of these things, but, well, you're going to be a father.
Why, thank you.
That's perfectly all right.
May I go in and see her?
I've given her a sedative, but you'll have about 5 minutes for the usual nonsense. Good night.
Good night, Doctor. Fanny, is there anything I can do?
No.
Would you like to be alone?
No.
Well, I think any child of ours has a far chance of being stupid.
You're laughing at me again, Joe. Oh, I suppose I'm just as fond of children as anybody else is. Well, it's just that babies grow up, and everybody expects you to grow up with them.
You are not afraid of growing old, are you, Fanny?
Yes, I am. Do I look puffy yet?
Oh. No, you look beautiful.
I don't know why. My face is all tear-stained. I wanted to keep on crying, but I didn't have the strength. Soon I'll be all puffy and ugly. I don't want anybody to see me like that. I couldn't bear it.
Fanny.
Joe, George is going to California soon. I want to go with him and have my baby there.
But I thought you loved this house.
Oh, of course I do, but it's too close to all my friends. I won't have them see me ugly.
You'll never be ugly, Fanny. A woman is beautiful when she's loved, and only then.
Nonsense. A woman is beautiful if she has 8 hours sleep and goes to the beauty parlor every day. And bone structure has a lot to do with it, too.
Fanny, aren't you really happy about having a baby?
Joe, I just can't seem to keep my eyes open any longer.
Yes, dear. I'll go now.
Annie's baby was born in California. A month later, she was back in New York, her devoted gentlemen flocking about her as fervently as ever. But Job was too enchanted with his little daughter to bother about them. A week before the child's second birthday, word came that Trippy had been killed in action. Fanny went completely to pieces in a frightening burst of hysteria.
Oh, no, it can't be, not Trippy. Oh, my poor darling Trippy, and I loved him so.
Fanny, please, get hold of yourself.
I told him not to go to war. I told him.
Fanny, let me say something, please.
Oh, leave me alone. Trippy's dead. Trippy's
George,
dead.
see what you can do. I'll get some brandy. Maybe that'll help.
Fanny, darling, now you must.
George, if it hadn't been for Joe, Trippy would never have gone to war at all. He killed Trippy. He killed my brother.
Fanny, you know that isn't
yes,
true.
He did. And I'll go on living with him for the rest of my life.
Fanny, please.
And for the rest of my life, he'll keep on looking at me with those puppy dog eyes of his. So good and so kind and so sickening.
Job loves you very much. You know
It's
that.
really funny. I married Job so I could take care of Trippy. And now Trippy's dead. And all I've got is Job. All I've got is...
I've brought you some brandy. Drink it down if you can. It will do you good.
I suppose whatever Fanny did from then on, she could justify because Trippy was dead. Very little changed over the years, least of all Fanny's youth and radiance. She simply refused to grow any older. During the speakeasy era, she became fashionably involved with a rum runner. And Job, quite openly, started to be seen with girls from his office. Just what was in his mind, I'll never know. Only one thing is certain. If he was trying to give Fanny grounds for divorce, he was highly successful.
Oh, hello, Georgie. All by yourself?
Uh-huh. Job's in the garden.
With Fanny?
Yes. How was it in court?
Dull as dishwater.
Fanny, tell me, does she know about the divorce, young Fanny?
It's quite impossible to keep anything from her.
She's 11 years old now.
You don't have to remind me.
Fanny, can't you find it possible to forgive Job?
5 secretaries in a row. I'm not that forgiving.
Well, the second secretary must have forgiven him for the first, all the way down the line. Can't you be as forgiving as the secretary?
Well, as a matter of fact, Georgie, I'm very grateful to Job. I must admit I was quite angry at first. Then suddenly I realized that the 5 secretaries were 5 gates of freedom.
Now you can live with your conscience.
Yes.
I hope the two of you are very happy.
George, is custody of the child always given to the mother?
Why, don't you want her?
Oh, of course. It's just that, well, poor little thing, I can't help but feel she'd so much rather be with Job.
Oh, hello, Fanny. Well, how did it go?
Very tiresome, Job. I napped now and then, so did the judge. Georgie, why don't you run out in the garden and amuse Fanny?
Of course. I'm in a highly amusing mood.
Well, Job, are you comfortable at the club?
I have a choice view of 47th Street.
Oh, I do want to thank you for your very generous settlement.
Well, 12 years with the wrong husband should be rewarded.
Well, of course, it was ridiculous of you to settle a fortune on me, but then it would have been ridiculous for me to refuse, wouldn't it?
I'm glad you're going to be so reasonable about it.
Still laughing at me, without moving a muscle.
I assure you, Fanny, it's no laughing matter.
Oh, I can't bear to look at you, Job. Your eyes have such a hurt expression.
And I repudiate my eyes. I've no right to feel hurt.
I'm sorry, Job. I'm really sorry I can't love you.
You can't really love anyone.
Well,
that's not meant as a reproach. It's just one of the facts of your life.
You know, Job, I'm very fond of you, and I might never have taken this step at all if I hadn't discovered. Well, after all, Job, 5 of them.
Oh, you mustn't think so harshly of my secretaries. They were very nice and understanding. When I came to the office after a hard day at home.
Job, really?
Oh, Fanny, I
Job, please don't beg.
Beg you, Fanny? I never begged you in my life.
Oh, I have a dreadful headache. This isn't what I wanted to discuss with you at all.
I'm sorry, but I have a headache, too. And I think mine precedes yours by quite a few years.
I find this all very distasteful.
All right. What is it you want to discuss?
Our daughter. She's not going to be very happy staying with me. She loves you so much more.
I'm no hypocrite. I'm glad she does.
Yes, but you see, the court says a child should stay with its mother.
Never mind what the court says. What do you say?
Well, I think that a child should. It's just that
Are you sure that she won't be a hindrance to you? After all, you're young and beautiful.
Don't be insulting. It isn't fair, Job. You know perfectly well that if Fanny is miserable, I shall be miserable, too.
Well, what do you want me to do?
Well, if you could talk to her, Job, and see how she feels about it.
All right. I'll be glad to.
Oh, thank you, Job. That's very sweet of you.
May I take her out to dinner?
That would be lovely.
Maybe she could wear her blue organdy. She reminds me of you. Darling, You haven't eaten hardly anything.
I'm not very hungry. You haven't eaten either, Daddy.
Oh, I had a big lunch.
It's a very nice orchestra, isn't it? Very nice.
Yes, darling. It is.
Daddy, aren't you coming home to live anymore?
I'm afraid not, Fanny. Besides, I'm going to Europe in a few weeks. I'll be gone a long time.
Oh, Daddy.
Hush now. The waiter's coming.
Oh, I'm sorry, Daddy.
Everything all right, sir?
Yes, thank you. But, well, we are not hungry.
Oh, would the young lady have some dessert?
No, thank you.
Oh, we have some very delicious creme glacée.
That means ice cream, Daddy.
Mm-hmm.
Vanilla, peppermint, strawberry?
No, thank you.
You can bring the young lady a tall glass of milk.
Yes, sir.
Fanny, dear, you'll see. You'll be very happy with your mother. Your mother loves you.
Yes, Daddy, but you love me too, don't you?
Yes.
Why wouldn't I be happy with you too?
Well, I don't know if I can explain this to you, Fanny. You see, your mother and I are of different faith.
You believe in God, don't you?
Certainly I do.
Well, so does Mommy. She told me so.
Well, Fanny, it's, you see, I'm Jewish. Your mother isn't. Now, if you stay with her, you will never know what it is to be a... Well, I mean, if you come to Europe with me, it's different there, and people may look upon you as, it's very difficult to explain to a child.
If you don't want me, Daddy, I suppose I can always live by myself.
Fanny.
Oh, Daddy, please take me with you, even to Europe. I won't be any trouble, I promise.
You do, will you? Well, let me see. You know, darling, there are wonderful schools in Switzerland.
And you'll speak to Mother? Oh, maybe she'll say yes.
Oh, she will, darling, she will.
Oh, Daddy.
Hush, now, hush. Here comes your milk.
I think I'll have some ice cream after all.
Yes, and, waiter, you can bring me a plate, too.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Who wants to know why Alexis Smith always wears a gold anklet?
Because her ankles are so slim?
Well, they are, but the reason's much more sentimental. The anklet's engraved with the date she and her husband met, and she hasn't had it off since they were married. Alexis' legs are lovely, but you can judge for yourself when you see her in Rhapsody in Blue, the big new musical based on the life of George Gershwin.
Girls off the screen as well as on the screen like to flatter their legs. Here's one important secret. Lux Flakes for stockings save their elasticity. They can give as you move, but spring back into shape, always keeping their flattering fit. Of course, Lux stockings last longer, too. In strain tests, Lux stockings lasted twice as long as those washed with strong soap or rubbed with cake soap. So, for better fit and better wear, give your stockings Lux Care. If your dealer is out of Lux Flakes right now, try again soon. More is on the way. Lux is worth waiting for. Back to William Keighley and our stars.
After the final curtain, we hope you'll join us for a brief chat with tonight's stars. And now, here's Act 3 of Mr. Skeffington, with Bette Davis as Fanny and Paul Henry as Job.
So Job Skeffington went to Europe, to Germany, and his daughter went with him. And there Job stayed. But as little Fanny grew up, she'd come to New York every summer. Too bad she picked that time of year. Her mother never seemed to be in town.
My darling daughter, where does time go? I thought surely I could see you this summer. I planned to be in New York in August. But that dreadful yacht at the Barnby broke down off Savannah. Dearest Fanny, to think so many years have passed and we still haven't seen each other. But Mother misses you very, very much. I am glad you liked your birthday gift. I don't remember
And so it went for 10 years. But this year, young Fanny failed to arrive in the summer. She came instead on an embarrassing October afternoon. Her mother was home having a cocktail with a young man. The older Fanny grew, the younger, it seemed, were her admirers.
Fanny, remember that day at the country club when I introduced myself?
Yes, Johnny.
Well, I'm finally going to say what I wanted to say to you then. I'm in love with you, Fanny.
You're really very sweet, Johnny.
Oh, that tolerant tone.
Johnny, if we're going sailing, we'd better get started.
Do we have to go sailing?
Oh, but I love sailing. And what is it, Clinton?
Excuse me, madam. A young lady to see you.
A young lady?
She says she's your...
Hello, Mother. Good heavens. Fanny. Fanny, darling. My darling, this is such a surprise.
Yes, I suppose it is, Mother.
You know, you're the last person I expected to see. Is, your father with you?
Oh, no, he's still in Berlin. He says the Nazis don't frighten him, but he thought I'd better come back here to you.
And here you are.
Here I am.
Oh, Johnny. Oh, forgive me. Fanny, this is Johnny Mitchell. Johnny, this is my, baby, Fanny.
How do you do?
Hello.
Fanny and I haven't seen each other for years, have we, darling? You know you're very tall for your age.
Really? Oh, but Mother, I'm nearly...
She's going to be a stunning woman, don't you think, Johnny?
Oh, yes. Yes, she's going to be.
Darling, Johnny and I are going to go sailing. When I get back, we can talk for days and days.
Oh, Fanny, do you think we ought to? It gets pretty chilly.
Chilly? You talk as if you were 40, 50 years old or something. Certainly we're going sailing.
Well, I'll see you later then.
Oh, yes. Hey, wait. I can't call you both, Fanny. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll call you young Fanny, and you... Well, I'll think of something.
Hello?
Fanny,
Yes?
this is Johnny Mitchell.
Yes?
Look, I don't want to alarm you, but, well, your mother, we were coming in when she just collapsed. She got pretty wet sailing. She must have gotten a chill or something.
Oh, where is she now?
I'm bringing her right home. You'd better call a doctor. Is your mother's maid around?
Mandy, yes?
Well, Mandy'll know who to call. I'll have her home in half an hour.
That night, Fanny was in the hospital with a raging fever, diphtheria. Doctors warned her she might not live. At her age, they said. At her age. Who'd ever thought of Fanny as old? The beautiful, dazzling Mrs. Skeffington. Well, Fanny didn't die. And in 10 days after she'd passed the crisis.
Yes, Mrs. Skeffington? Nurse. Did Dr. Melton say when I may have visitors?
Yes, Thursday morning. But only 1 or 2, please.
Ask him to please telephone my home. Under no circumstances do I want any visitors. No one must see me. No one.
Oh, hello, Cousin George.
Hello, dear. Well, did your mother get home?
10 minutes ago. We were just having some tea.
I would have to be out of town when all this happened. Well, did you two finally get acquainted?
Oh, I'm afraid we've hardly had the chance. The doctor wouldn't allow any visitors at the hospital, and when she went to the rest home, she told me not to come.
Oh, darling, you don't know your mother very well. She wouldn't want anyone to see her unless she was looking her absolute best. And they tell me diphtheria is no beauty.
Well, we have company already, Mother.
Georgie, what an unexpected pleasure.
How are you, Fanny?
Very well, thank you, even if I do look so dreadful.
You could never look anything but adorable.
You're lying, Georgie. I know perfectly well how I look. Have some tea, George. Wasn't it just like me to contract the child's disease? But it's the most dreadful nuisance. Handfuls of my hair came out. Henri simply saved my life.
Who's Henri?
My hairdresser, of course. I don't know what I would have done without him. But here I am, chattering on about myself. Annie, what have you been doing?
Oh, nothing very much, Mother.
Have you seen Johnny Mitchell?
Yes, I've seen him. He's fine.
Georgie, do you know who I've been seeing?
Oh, who?
Joe.
Joe?
Yes, he just sits around all day, staring at me with those soulful eyes of his.
Oh, you mean you've been having hallucinations?
Is that what it is? One day in the hospital, I shut my eyes, and he suddenly appeared. Now I don't even have to shut my eyes. He appears just the same. Fanny, I do wish you'd write your father and ask him to stop it. Have you heard from him lately?
No, not for weeks and weeks, and I'm terribly worried.
Well, he hasn't had time to write. He's been too busy staring at me. I detest women who go to psychoanalysts, Georgie, but what else am I to do? I'm seeing one next week, Dr. Tyler.
Wonderful.
Well, now I think I'll go to my room and rest. Georgie, would you help a decrepit old lady up the stairs?
Oh, Fanny, what nonsense.
Keep talking, Mrs. Skeffington.
I told you about the hallucinations, Dr. Tyler. What else is there to talk about?
How old are you?
45.
60.
Well, I didn't sleep very well last night.
Sleep is most important to a woman of your age, if you don't want to be an eyesore.
Eyesore? Are you suggesting I am an eyesore?
No, nor are you a Lillian Russell.
Dr. Tyler!
Sit down. My dear lady, your seeing your husband comes out of a subconscious desire to see him, a need for him.
That's ridiculous.
Nevertheless, that's where your husband comes in when your romantic days are over.
My romantic days are over.
Oh, my poor woman.
Oh, my poor doctor.
Listen to me. The only person who will stick to such a woman as you is your husband. Admirers, sweethearts, whatever you choose to call them, never mean what they say, and always end up by turning sour on the stomach.
You're revolting.
But my advice is sound. If you don't believe me, find out for yourself. See them, these gentlemen of your past. Ask the whole lot of them in for dinner. You can size them up, and they can size you up.
Shall I make you a waiter? If I wanted to, not that I do, but if I wanted to, all I would have to do is smile at one of them.
All right, why don't you try it?
Oh, you want me to prove it to you?
No, to yourself. I'm sorry to have to be so blunt, Mrs. Skeffington, but you're one of the vast army of silly women. Capital S, capital W. You're overdressed, overmade up, and you're most certainly overperfumed.
You are the rudest man I ever met.
Did you come here to consult a gentleman or a doctor?
I strongly suspect you are neither, and I'm not at all impressed with your manner.
You will be when you get my bill. Go back to your husband.
And you know where you can go.
Fanny must have known what the party would be like. But along with her false hair, she wore a false gaiety just as difficult to detect. They trooped in the stout-hearted gentlemen of her past, who now were merely stout. They brought their wives along, and it was all very dismal and somewhat heartbreaking. Fortunately, they left early, all but Edward Morrison. He took Fanny out on the terrace.
Fanny, oh, my darling.
The same Edward, romantic as ever. And just look at us. You're bald, and I'm dilapidated.
Well, that's ridiculous. We're both in the prime of life. I still want to marry you, Fanny.
Edward, you can't be serious.
Fanny, I love you. I love you, Fanny.
Edward, please.
Oh, Fanny, we'll have a glorious life together. We'll... No.
Yes, Edward?
I'm afraid I've disturbed your hair, dear. These curls.
What a nuisance. They're always falling off.
They're very pretty. May I pin them on for you?
No, Edward. Thank you. I think I'd better do it myself. They're very expensive, you know.
Oh, well, thank heaven you don't have to worry about things like that.
Oh,
huh?
but I do. Only keeps me practically broke.
They're broke?
Well, practically.
You can't mean that, Fanny.
If only I'd had a man to advise me. You should have returned a few years earlier, Edward.
Yes, I should have.
It's getting late,
Yes, don't bother seeing me to the door, Fanny.
I'll think over your proposal.
Oh, well, don't be too hasty. Marriage is a very serious step. Hmm?
Yes, it is, Edward. I'm so glad to have seen you.
Goodbye, Fanny. Oh, you don't happen to know of anyone interested in buying a
coffee plantation, do you?
No, but if I hear of anyone, I shall be very happy to let you know.
Thank you, Fanny. It's no good, but it's all I've got left.
Mother. Mother, may I speak to you? Of course, Fanny. Mother, I just left John. Johnny Mitchell? Yes. We're going to be married. But I had no idea, Fanny. You haven't known him very long. I've known him for several months. As long as I've known you. Don't you think you should have talked it over with your mother? Have I a mother? That's not very kind, Fanny. I've always loved you very much. Sort of a long-distance love. I never wanted you to leave me. It was just that you loved your father so much more. Oh, I know you had a difficult choice to make. You couldn't be both a beauty and a mother. Oh, Mother, I used to worry about my looks, too, when I was 13 and all arms and legs. But Father would always comfort me. A woman is beautiful only when she's loved, he'd say. Yes, he said that to me once, too. Fanny, do you suppose it's too late for me to be a mother to you now? I'd like to try. Oh, it wouldn't work out, Mother. I see. We're leaving for Seattle tonight. Johnny's opening a branch office there. Well, I suppose you wish me luck. Of course, Fanny. Thank you. Goodbye, Mother. Goodbye, darling. Manby. Manby, don't leave me.
Why, of course I won't.
You're the only one I have left.
I'll never leave you, never.
Manby, I'm alone. I'm all alone.
A few moments ago, Manby telephoned me. She wanted to know if I'd come over and see Fanny tomorrow. She thought I might cheer her up. Just now, the phone rang again. It was Job Skeffington. He said he wanted to say goodbye. He was going to leave New York, but I made him promise to see me first, in the morning.
Georgie, what are you doing here at 10 o'clock in the morning?
Oh, I thought I'd just drop by and see how you were. Well, it was nice seeing all your old friends at the party the other night, wasn't it?
It was pure vanity, George. What makes you so nervous?
Fanny, I'm worried. I've just seen Job.
Job? But you couldn't have. Job is in Germany.
No, he's right here in New York.
If he's here, why didn't he let his own daughter know?
When you see him, you'll understand. He's been in a concentration camp. You'll hardly recognize him. They took everything he had, Fanny. Job hasn't got a cent.
Job, poor. What do you think I ought to do?
It isn't a question of what you ought to do. Of course, you have no obligation. I think you should remember that this house, everything in it, every stitch you own is yours because of his generosity.
And it's unfair that I'm so well off and he's so poor.
Yes, exactly.
Very well. I'll send for the lawyers and see what we can do for him.
No, Fanny. No lawyers.
You mean I must see Job myself?
Yes. He's downstairs.
Downstairs? In this house now?
Go down and see him, Fanny.
Never. Look at me, Georgie. Just look at what's left of
But
me.
you'll always seem the same to Job. He still loves you.
No, Georgie. He loved only what I looked like.
Oh, that isn't true, and you know it.
Georgie, do you think I am mentally deficient? I've seen the others. They all love me, too. At the party the other night, one look at me, and they all recoiled. And I'm not going to add Job to the list. Despise me, Job. You didn't know what a really vain creature you'd been fond of all these years.
You've never loved anyone but yourself, have you, Fanny? Spent your life in front of a mirror, completely unaware of the people around you. Now, look, here's a chance for you to do something for someone else. A lot worse things in this world than losing one's beauty. Oh, go down, Fanny. You won't regret it. Go down and face him.
Very, Well, I'll go down. Joe,
Is it Fanny?
you don't know me, do you, Joe?
Oh, yes. Yes, I do. You're as beautiful as ever.
Still laughing at me, Joe.
Oh, no, Fanny, no. You see, I am...
Joe! Joe!
The
Joe,
chair.
are you hurt?
I thought I remembered where...
Oh, Joe. Die. Oh, no, Joe, my darling, you can't. They didn't, the Nazis. Oh, my poor darling. My poor dear Joe. And all the time I've been thinking only of myself. Joe. Joe, you're safe now. You're home with me. You're safe now.
Fanny.
Come, Joe. Here. Here's my arm. Here's your cane, Joe.
Thank you, Fanny.
Come along. Nancy! Nancy, Mr. Skeffington has come home. Oh, welcome home, Mr. Skeffington.
Thank you, Mandy.
Joe, here's George.
Fanny, I've never seen you look more beautiful.
A woman is beautiful only when she is loved. Isn't that right, Joe? Nancy, would you call Janie Clarkson? Tell her I can't possibly see her for lunch today.
Before we bring our stars back to the curtain call, we would like to make this important announcement. Starting today, your meat dealer will give you not 2, but 4 points and 4 cents for every pound of used fats you turn in. Fats and oils in most meats, except low grades, continue to be rationed. Used fats are urgently needed to speed up reconversion to peacetime goods.
I didn't know used fats were needed now that the shooting's over.
But they are more than ever. It takes grease and oil to help manufacture that new refrigerator you want, or a car, or a sewing machine, or a washer, or any of thousands of products you've been waiting for. And if there aren't enough fats and oils and greases to go around, some industry has to do with less. Soap, for instance.
But soap doesn't use heavy greases like industry does it.
No, but industry gets first claim so it can put men back to work. The more used fats you turn in, the more of the finer oils needed for soap making can be released.
Well, if the government thinks it's important enough to give me double the points for saving fats, I guess I'll start another can tonight with the drippings from the frying pan.
And save used fat from every meal. Roaster and broiler drippings, meat trimmings, and table scrapings, too. Remember, from now on, you get double the points. 4 for every pound of used fat you turn in. Think of the extra butter or bacon or meat you can buy with them. Here's William Keeley at our microphone.
I can assure you it's been a real pleasure to work with 2 such stars as Bette Davis and Paul Henry. And the result has been a play we'll long remember.
It's good to be back on Lux and back with you again, Bill.
Again? Have you 2 worked together before?
Oh, yes, Paul. I was dialogue director on the first picture in which Betty changed from innocent ingenue roles to,
Go ahead and say it.
Well, Betty, you know you have brought more misery to humanity than any other star in Hollywood. But only on the screen.
Thank you.
You know, Betty, when I was in Paris a few months ago, I stopped at the Paris canteen. They were hoping for a visit from you.
I had planned to go over, Bill, but the last minute couldn't and was very disappointed.
They couldn't spare Betty from the Hollywood canteen.
Well, Betty, you and your associates have done a really magnificent job at the canteen.
Well, my associates and I thank you, Bill. Matter of fact, after the canteen closes on Thanksgiving Day, I'll have to find something else to do.
Yes, and I hope that something else will include another picture for Warner's. As fine as your latest one, The Corner's Green.
Well, as long as we're patting people on the back, Bill, save a pat for Paul.
Well, I was just coming to that. I was lucky enough to see a preview of Paul's next picture.
This is ChestertonRadio.com.
International Silver Company presents The Silver Theater, starring Bette Davis in Broken Prelude, directed by Conrad Nagel. Brought to you on behalf of two of the greatest names in silverware, International Sterling, world-famous solid silver, and 1847 Rogers Brothers, America's finest silver plate. Tonight, we welcome you to the 11th of the new series of Silver Theater dramatic productions. Among the many excellent dramas you will hear in future weeks will be David Goth's Red Book magazine story, Challenge for Three, in which the lovely Ida Lupino will be co-starred with Conrad Nagel, whom we know you'll be glad to hear once again in a dramatic role. He's with us today in his usual capacity of director, so I'll let him tell you about this afternoon's play. Conrad Nagel.
Thank you, John Conte. Today's drama, Broken Prelude, was written especially for Bette Davis in the Silver Theater by Grover Jones and True Boardman. Miss Davis has chosen as her leading man Carlton Cadell, well-known radio actor. An important role will be played also by a very young lady about whom I think Miss Davis would like to tell you something. Right, Betty?
Yes, Conrad. The young lady is a protege of mine, Pamela Cavanis. She plays the part of Nina Maloff, a girl of her own age, 15 years. Today marks Pamela's first public appearance, and I hope the Silver Theater audience received as much pleasure from her performance as I did when I first heard her sing and saw her act. I want to wish her luck on her debut and to thank Silver Theater for giving me this opportunity to present her.
Thank you, Betty. And now the lights are being dimmed and the silver curtain is rising on the first act of Broken Prelude, starring Bette Davis as Julia Connors. Our scene, the women's quarters of a penitentiary. Along the narrow corridor between the rows of cells moves a solitary figure, chief matron of the prison. Before one door, she stops.
Connors? Connors, come along. You're wanted in the warden's office. Oh, don't let me rush you, dearie. I've got all day. Come along.
Hey, Connors is going out. She's got a date with a horse.
Give her my love, Connors. Give her my love. Yeah. Come on, Connors. Move along. Shut up, the rest of you. All right, Connors. Here she is, Mr. Parkman.
Oh, yes. Come in, Connors. You, know Mr. Thomas here.
Julia.
I told you it was a waste of time.
I don't think so, sir.
Mr. Thomas has just come from the parole board, Connors. He's convinced them that considering the circumstances of your conviction, you should be paroled in his custody. So, you're going out today. I tell you frankly, Connors, he got the board to release you only against my recommendation. I'll have to admit that in many ways you've been a model prisoner, but...
Warden.
Oh, yes, yes. Mr. Thomas has asked permission to talk to you alone, and, well, come, matron.
Julia. Julia.
Paroled in your custody.
Julia, listen to me. We've got to get this straight, you and I, now, before you go out of here. You can't see what these 3 years have done to you. You're not the Julia Connors who stood up and pled guilty in that courtroom. You're a different person. Someone I don't even know.
Is that all you have to say?
No. Julia, you can't do it. I know what's in your mind. Marcia Wallace. You think that Marcia Wallace framed you, and because of that...
I know she framed me.
All right, you know it then. And from the moment that you found it out, you've lived for just one thing. To get out of here and find Marcia Wallace again. That's true, isn't it? Julia, answer me.
Yes, it's true, and I will find her. There's nothing you can do to stop me. A model prisoner, sure I was. Because I was out to cut down the sentence that you wished on me, Mr. Public Prosecutor. 6 months. That's what you'd get me off with. But I must plead guilty. You said the cards were stacked against me, and I was sure to be convicted. But just by a plea of guilty, you could fix it. Maybe even get me off.
Julia.
5 years. That's what your friend, the judge, said. 5 years. And I was innocent.
I've tried to tell you 100 times there was no other way. The evidence was there to convict you, and
And evidence was all that mattered. A girl scared and desperate and swearing that she was innocent. That didn't mean anything to you. Well, I'm not scared now, Paul Thomas. I'm not desperate. If anyone ever knew what the score is, a girl named Julia Connors does. The state and Marcia Wallace owe me 3 years. 3 years, and I'm going to collect from both of them.
Julia, you can't. You'll bring yourself right back to this place.
Sure, I'll be back. And next time I won't be innocent.
Oh, listen to me.
No, I tried that once before. And as for that little joke of me being under parole to you, we'll both forget it now.
Will we?
Warden, matron.
Yes, what is it?
Suppose I go out at 4 o'clock, don't I?
Well, that's customary, yes. But as long as Mr. Thomas came all
Then
over...
I'll go back to my cell and wait till 4. And when I go out, I'll go alone.
All right, matron.
Come on, Connors.
What is this? My cell's the other way.
You're not going to your cell. Why she should want to see you beats me. But as long as she does want to, you're getting no chance to refuse.
What are you talking about?
You'll find out in here.
In the hospital ward, but... Hey, matron, how's about stopping that phonograph?
Yeah, that song's driving us nuts.
Turn the thing off, can't you?
Shut up! Shut up, all of you! Shut up! Maloff wants that record playing, and she's going to have it.
Hey, if it's Maloff sent for me, I won't see her. What's Maloff to me? Just because we're in the same cell for 2 years.
Say, listen, this ought to mean something even to you, Connors. Maloff's dying. That's why those screens are around her bed. The doctor don't give her 2 days.
Oh, well, why'd she have to ask for me?
Well, that's something I can't figure out either. But she did. And you're seeing her. Now.
Oh, I won't do it. That record of hers. While I was in the cell with her, she played it 10,000 times. Even if she is sick, there's nothing that I can... Oh, all right.
Go on. You can move that screen, but don't make a noise. The nurse said she wasn't to be excited.
Okay. Anna?
Julia.
Hello, Anna.
Listen. That's me, Julia.
I know.
Anna Maloff. Soloist with the Chicago Symphony. The Anna Maloff. It is not bad, Julia.
Oh, no, it's good, Anna. It's wonderful.
She can be proud of that anyway. Can't she, Julia? Oh, that can make up to her for other things,
Make up to? Oh, Anna, you must be quiet and rest. You're not...
I know what you think. That because I am sick, I see crazy things. Like out of my head. Oh, no. No, this is not like that. I know, Julia. I know what I'm saying.
The record, I'll turn it off.
No, again, Julia. Play it again. The others maybe then they do not hear what I tell you. Oh, no, they must not know, Julia. Only you. You go out today and you are different. I know. You can understand. Oh, the record again, Julia.
Sure, Anna. Now, come on, tell me. What is it, Anna? I'm going out. It's true. I've been paroled.
Then you go see her, Julia. Oh, you got to go. I can ask nobody else.
Going to see who, Anna?
Nina.
Nina?
My daughter.
You're
15 she is, Julia. 15 last month. Oh, Julia, believe me, there is a greatness in my girl. I know it. You should hear her sing. Oh, but she must have a chance. You see that, Julia?
Yes, Anna, and she will have. If your Nina can sing...
but not with him. No, not with him. She can have no chance with him. He hates her. Because she is my child, he hates her. He told her I'm here, Julia. I begged him that she should never know, no. And yet he told her. She wrote to me and told me that she knew.
Shh, Anna, hush. You mean her father told her?
Oh, no. Her stepfather, he is. Joe Renato is his name, and...
Oh, Julia, tell me you're going to see her. There is nothing you can do, maybe, but you can see her. You can tell her I have said that always she must sing. That what has become of me must make no difference. Oh, say you will go, Julia. Look here. The address I have written down. 135 Cornelia Street. 135 Cornelia. Julia. Oh, Julia. You do not say you will go.
Oh, I'll go, Anna. 135 Cornelia Street. Sure, I'll go. Goodbye, Anna.
Goodbye, Julia. Oh, it not matter so much now what happens to me. Just so you see her and tell her what I say. Goodbye, Julia.
Matron, take me out of here. All right, this way. And to think that of everybody in the place she chooses you to tell.
Yeah, well,
I wish to God she hadn't. And you were lying, weren't you? You'll never go see that kid. Connors, you were lying.
Sure I was. Sure I was lying.
Why shouldn't I? Why should you pick me to tell a sob story to? I've got my own business to attend to. Business that nobody's going to interfere with. And what's Molly's kid to me? So she can sing. Oh, that's great. I suppose I should look her up and maybe have her sing for me. Maybe that song I've already heard 1,000 times before. Julia Connors, ex-convict turning good Samaritan, rescuing 15-year-old singers in distress. Oh, that's rich. It's wonderful. It's the funniest thing I've ever heard.
Just heard Act One of Broken Prelude starring Bette Davis. Before we continue with Act Two, here's a man with a few words about Christmas. Not a white Christmas or a gray Christmas, but a silver Christmas. John Conte.
The stores are bright with holly, and on every face you see there's an air of expectancy and excitement as that day of days draws closer. And what a truly memorable Christmas it will be for someone you love, if it's a sterling silver Christmas. For here is a gift that will endure for generations. The gift of solid silver of imperishable beauty, proudly created by International Sterling. If she already owns International Sterling Silver, make this Christmas the occasion to complete her sterling service by adding salad forks or other matching pieces. She'll be proud of your taste and thoughtfulness in giving sterling silver, and proud of your cleverness at knowing just the right pattern and the right pieces. Or if she's a woman who has always longed for solid silver but never had it, here is your chance to start a service for her. Give International Sterling's lovely Me to You set. This is a place setting for one person. 6 lustrous pieces of solid silver in the Enchantress pattern, costing only $16.75. Your silverware dealer will welcome the opportunity to help you select the right gift and the right pattern. So go there tomorrow. Find out about the budget payment plan. For this is indeed the Christmas to give solid silver by International Sterling.
Once again, the lights are dimmed and the silver curtain is rising on Act Two of Broken Prelude starring Bette Davis as Julia Connors. 4 o'clock has come and gone. Through the door which marks the boundary between freedom and imprisonment has walked the figure of Julia Connors alone. Early the same evening finds her in that crossroads of humanity that is New York's Grand Central Station.
Excuse me, miss, is something wrong? I mean, you look as if...
All those people, they're all free. All of them, aren't they? Just going anywhere they want to. It's funny.
Funny?
Oh, don't mind me. I just want a taxi.
Oh, yes, I'm right out here.
Thanks.
Taxi here. Get a yellow cab. Taxi lady?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Where to?
507 East 54th Street. And hurry.
Young lady's wrong, driver.
Paul.
We want to go to 576 West 49th Street.
Huh? Okay.
See, Julia, Marshal Wallace doesn't live at that address anymore. You're only wasting your time looking for him.
So, you've been following me ever since I left up there, haven't you?
Suppose we put it that I happened to come down on the same train.
I told you I wanted to be left alone.
Julia, there's one thing you overlook. You are under parole to me. And it depends on me whether or not you go back to serve those other 2 years.
Oh, I see. And you'd send me back, wouldn't you? You'd love to send me back.
It's the one thing I don't want to do. And you're not going to force me to. That's why you're coming with me now. Well, how do you like it?
I'm more used to apartments that have bars in the windows.
Here, let me take your coat.
Oh, that won't be necessary. See, I'm not staying.
But you are.
Uh-huh. I get it now. Excuse me. I evidently didn't understand what being paroled in someone's custody was supposed to mean.
This is your apartment, Julia. I happen to be paying for it, yes, but only until we found you a job so that you can support yourself.
Accepting nothing from you, Paul Thomas. Why should I?
I'll tell you why. It's a simple story, Julia. A lawyer who happens to be a deputy district attorney. A case is turned over to him to prosecute. A blackmail case involving a girl of whom he is very fond. There's just one thing he can do. He weighs all the evidence, gives that girl his best advice, promises her his help.
Oh, you're wasting time. I know all...
But his advice proves wrong. His help is anything but that. And the girl he wanted to protect suffers more because of him. That's why, Julia. Because that man realizes there's nothing he could do for that girl to make up for his mistake. But he can try. Say that you'll stay here, Julia.
No.
You know, Julia, it's really not such a bad apartment. There's a swell view of the river from the kitchen window.
I said I wasn't staying.
And in case you feel like music, a combination radio and phonograph. I just guessed at the records. Listen, I'll play one.
Oh, let's cut the little comedy, Paul. I told you before where I was going and what I was going to do to find Marcia. I told you, too, that... Turn that off.
All right.
You know.
The matron told me.
No, I think I see another answer. The whole thing was framed, wasn't it? A little idea of yours, even having Maloff tell me that tale about...
No, Julia. It wasn't framed. You see, Anna Maloff got out of prison today, too. Just before you did. Only in a different way.
Oh, did she?
What are you going to do?
Well, that's my business.
She died believing you'd keep your word to her.
Oh, but why should I? What's Anna Maloff to me?
I phoned down for a report on the stepfather. And Joe Renardo is anything but a new name at headquarters. That address on Cornelia Street is a so-called club that he operates as a front for gambling. A swell place for that 15-year-old daughter of Anna's.
Oh, will you shut up? I'm getting out of here. Getting out, do you understand? I told you what I was going to do, and parole or not, you can't stop me. I'm going to find Marcia Wallace.
Who, ma'am?
Marcia Wallace. Is she here?
Miss Wallace? No, ma'am. She ain't lived here for more than 2 years. Last I knowed, Miss Wallace was at the Chelsea, ma'am.
You go see Nina, Julia. Oh, you got
Chelsea.
to go. I can ask
Chelsea.
nobody else.
Is that all you wanted, ma'am?
Yes, the Chelsea, you say. I'll find her, thanks.
She was only here a month, but you could probably find her through Chorus Equity.
Oh, Chorus Equity, yes. Yes, I should have thought of that.
The others must not know. No, only you, Julia. You go out today.
Equity.
You are different. You understand.
Oh, no. No. What did you say? Oh, nothing. It's just that I'm having trouble finding Marcia. Thanks, I'll try Equity.
Marcia Wallace? Why, yes, she's dancing at the Green Slipper up on the Post Road.
You got to go, Julia. There is nothing you can do, maybe, but you got to go see her. 135 Cornelia Street. Oh, you got to go, Julia.
Stop it!
Huh?
So hot. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just a little upset. The Green Slipper on the Post Road, you say. Well, thank you. I've been looking for Marcia for a long time, and I'm glad I found her. I'm glad.
Yes, miss, where to?
What?
Hey, are you all right? I'm
all right. Take me to,
Yeah?
Take me to 135 Cornelius Street. Here, driver.
Thanks. And say, miss, it's none of my business, but you're not going in that place alone, are you?
You're right, it is none of your business.
Well, I can only try.
The driver was right, Julia.
Paul.
And you're not going in there alone.
So you're waiting for me. You were that sure.
I wasn't sure, Julia. But this was our one hope. If you hadn't come here tonight, I'd have known that you...
Oh, you are wonderful. You think you've had your way, don't you? Well, you haven't. I came here tonight, yes. Well, because I said I would. But nothing else has changed. After I've seen the girl, I'll go right on from where I left off. Oh, and in case you're interested, I found Marcia.
Julia.
I'm going in now and get this over. You can come or not. It makes no difference to me.
It does to me. And perhaps to you, Julia. Have you thought how you'll get to see the girl? It probably won't be enough just to tell her stepfather that you came from Anna.
Oh, I hadn't thought of that.
Well, I have. Come, we'll go in. I'd suggest you let me do the talking.
Check your hat, sir?
Oh, thanks. Is Joe Renardo around?
Yes, sir. Right over there. I'll get it.
Paul, you said some kind of a club. This is just an ordinary bar.
A front for the club inside, and the club in turn is a front for the gambling room upstairs. A little complicated, but Renardo's found it practical.
Good evening. You wanted to see me?
Oh, Renardo? Oh, yes. Tony Morelli suggested that we drop in and see you.
Glad to have you.
Oh, excuse me. Miss Connors, Mr. Renardo.
Hello.
Oh, yeah.
And incidentally, Joe, suppose I said I felt lucky tonight. Think the place could do something about it?
You can go right up to the rooms now if you want. But if you take my tip, you'll come back to the club room first. The kid's just started her number, and she's worth hearing.
The kid?
My daughter. Didn't Tony tell you about her? I got her singing now. Does all right, too.
What do you say, Julia? Like to hear the girl?
Sure, why not?
Then you'll go in now?
Yes, show Miss Connors to a table, will you, Renardo? I've got a phone call to make. I'll be right in.
Sure. Come along, Miss Connors.
There would be nothing.
Here you are. Swell table.
In all my dreams of you.
Well,
That my love
what do you think? Kid's not so bad, is she?
No, she's not.
Well, the waiter will take your order when you're ready, Miss Connors. I'll see you later.
I can't erase your beautiful face before me.
Well, Julia, what do you think now?
Paul, let's get out of here.
Get out of here?
Why not? I've seen the kid, and she's all right, and that's all I said.
You said you'd talk to her.
Oh, I won't. Why don't you keep out of this?
You're not leaving already?
Yes,
I've just been persuading Miss Connors to stay, Renardo, and I think another number from that daughter of yours might do the trick.
Oh, Paul.
But I think Miss Connors agrees with me that with a voice like hers, the girl ought to sing a different kind of song. Can she do None But the Lonely Heart?
Paul, no.
None but the... Well, I don't know, but I'll ask her.
Is this more of what you call humor?
Listen, Julia. You're to stay here with the girl. Do you understand? Whatever happens.
No, I don't understand, and I want you to keep out of this. You can't run my life, Paul Thomas. You tried that once, and I...
Listen. That girl, Julia. That kid in this kind of a place.
Shut up.
And that voice singing for Joe Renardo's customer.
Shut up.
It's a raid! Out the back door, everybody, quick! Nobody leaves this room!
Oh, well, that was why you phoned.
I had them waiting. It's the one sure way to get rid of Renardo. Remember, you're to stay here. Whatever happens, you're to stay here with the girl.
Okay, Mr. Thomas, they're all loaded. You say you're coming down to see about booking them?
Yes.
The lady here ain't to go, huh?
No.
And that young kid's in the next room. What about her?
Oh, I'll bring her out here.
Okay.
Now, listen, Paul, I tell you, I'm not...
Come in here, kid.
Are you going to take me, too?
No, Nina, we're not. It's just that Miss Connors here wants to talk to you. She's a friend of your mother's.
Of my mother's?
I've got to go. Come, officer.
Paul! Why are you laughing? And what is all this?
Oh, you heard him say...
Why didn't they take us, too?
You heard him say, why, Nina? Because I'm a friend of your mother's.
Oh. You mean from a long time ago? You sang in the same company with her or something?
No, I didn't sing with her.
Well, Mother's away now, you know. On business. She'll be gone quite a while, so if you...
I saw your mother this morning, Nina.
This morning? Oh, then you're from...
Yes. Yes, I got out this afternoon.
Oh. How is my mother?
She sent you a message.
A message?
Yeah, she wants you to keep on singing.
Well, I've been doing that. Joe wouldn't let me stop if I wanted to. He says it's good for his business to have me sing. But, of course, that's not the kind of singing she wants me to do. Did you ever hear my mother sing?
Yes. I heard her.
She's one of the greatest contraltos of our day. An opera critic said that in a review. I read it in her scrapbook. She wants me to sing an opera, too. Later on, I mean.
Yeah, I'm sure she does.
But you haven't told me anything about her. How she looks and everything. You see, after I found out, I wanted to go up and see her right away. You know, to tell her I didn't care. I mean that I understand. You know.
Yeah, I know.
But Joe wouldn't let me. Of course, I wrote to her, but that's not the same thing. I told her I hated staying with Joe, but it'd be okay till she got out. But she hasn't answered yet. Do you know how soon her sentence is over? Why are you so funny? Why don't you answer me?
Nina, listen to me. Your mother...
Yeah?
Nina, you've got to give up the idea of going up to see your mother or of her getting out.
What do you mean?
Well, you have to know sometime, I suppose. Your mother died, Nina, this afternoon. It's better for her, Nina, and she wanted it this way, believe me. Oh, I'm the last person she talked to, and she told me she didn't care. She didn't care, except for you. As long as you're all right, that's all that mattered to her. Oh, and she's happier now. She's better off. Don't you see that, Nina?
Sure. I guess I do.
And like I said, she wants you to keep on singing.
But I can't. Not for her. I mean, like she wanted me to. When Joe comes back, oh, why did she have to die?
Nina, stop it. You've got to. And don't you worry about Joe. You're going away from here. Now, listen to me. You must have some other relatives, aunts or uncles, somebody you could go to.
I haven't, though. I'll have to stay with Joe.
Well, you won't. No, that's one thing you won't do. You're leaving here tonight.
Leaving here?
Sure. With me.
You mean to stay?
Oh, it's crazy. It'll mess everything, but you are leaving. You're right. Your mother did want you to sing different songs, and you're going to sing them, and I'm going to see that you do.
We'll tell you something about next week's episode of Broken Prelude. But first, here's a man who'd like to help the men in our audience with their Christmas lists. John Conte.
If you'd like to see the eyes of the woman you love shine with a new light this Christmas morning, make your gift to her America's finest silver plate. For here indeed is a gift to cherish a lifetime. Gleaming silver plate by 1847 Rogers Brothers. The name 1847 Rogers Brothers first won recognition 91 years ago, when in a little New England town, a small company of silversmiths distinguished themselves by creating the finest silver plate this country had ever seen. The painstaking skill of those early craftsmen, the patient, loving devotion to the ideals of beauty and quality have endured to this day, reaching even greater heights with the creation of their latest pattern, First Love. For the first love ornament is deeply etched and richly raised in a perfection of craftsmanship formerly found only in sterling silver. And this loveliest of silver plate can be yours at special savings this Christmas. For example, the Silver Theater set, a magnificent 62-piece service in a handsome rosewood finish cabinet, costs only $59.75, $14 less than open stock price. Visit your silverware dealer tomorrow and see this stunning service in the First Love pattern, and in other beautiful 1847 Rogers Brothers patterns also. Learn on what easy, convenient terms you can get America's finest silver plate, 1847 Rogers Brothers.
Next Sunday on Silver Theater, we'll conclude the story of Broken Prelude, starring Bette Davis as Julia Connors and featuring Carlton Cadell as Paul Thomas, and Miss Davis's own protege, 15-year-old Pamela Cavanis, as Nina Maloff.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is Chesterton Radio, your home for podcasts of works by G.K. Chesterton, plus drama, comedy, mystery, science fiction, big bands, and much more. The soundtrack to your Chesterton day at chestertonradio.com.
International Silver Company presents The Silver Theater, starring Bette Davis in Broken Prelude, directed by Conrad Nagel. Brought to you in behalf of two of the greatest names in silverware, International Sterling, world-famous solid silver, and 1847 Rogers Brothers, America's finest silver plate. We welcome you to the 12th of the new series of Silver Theater dramatic productions. Next Sunday and the Sunday following, you will hear Ida Lupino and Conrad Nagel in David Garth's Red Book magazine story, Challenge for Three. And in weeks to come, many more great stars and a score of thrilling and entertaining stories. And here is our director, Conrad Nagel, to tell you about today's play.
Today, Silver Theater presents the second and concluding episode of Broken Prelude, an original drama by True Boardman and Grover Jones, starring Bette Davis as Julia Connors, and Carlton Cadell as Paul Thomas, and Miss Davis's 15-year-old protege, Pamela Cavanis, as Nina Maloff. And now for our play. The lights are being dimmed and the silver curtain is rising on the first act of the concluding episode of Broken Prelude. 3 months have passed since Julia Connors was released from prison, and on that very day took young Nina Maloff away from the gambling club operated by her stepfather, Joe Renardo. They've been months filled with problems for Julia, for the girl Nina, and no less for Paul Thomas, young deputy district attorney in whose custody Julia is paroled. As our curtain rises, Julia and Paul are discussing the problem of Nina with Judge Ernest Gordon, chief jurist of our juvenile court.
I ask you here because I want you to understand my position in this case. I'm sure you both realize Nina Maloff is technically a ward of the court, while you, Miss Connors, well, to be frank...
To be frank, I've got a record. I'm a convict on parole, and you don't think I'm the proper person to care for Nina. That's it, isn't it?
Julia, Your Honor, there are other factors I don't think you consider. For one thing, the care Miss Connors has been taking of Nina these last 3 months. The things she has done to start the child in her career.
Paul.
Julia got a job 3 days after she was released as a salesgirl in a music store, because then she could take operatic records home at night for Nina to hear. And there was the matter of lessons.
Never mind, Paul. I can fight my own battles.
Judge Gordon, do you know who the child's teacher is? Martucci.
Martucci? But, Miss Connors, how could you afford...
She can't. That's the point. Julia laid personal siege to Martucci's studio and practically browbeat him into accepting Nina as a pupil. And for about 1/10 his usual price.
I tell you, all this has nothing to do with it, Paul.
On the contrary, it may have a great deal to do with it. The fact that you've been making certain sacrifices with the child...
Sacrifice is nothing. Nina's mother was my cellmate for 2 years. The day I was leaving, Anna sent for me. She was dying, and she begged me to look her kid up and see that she was taken care of. And that's all I'm interested in.
But as I recall, this department has suggested 3 different couples as possible foster parents for Nina. And each time you found some objection to them.
Well, they weren't the right ones. Oh, the kid's got talent. Her mother thought she could be a great singer. And And maybe she can. So if anybody's going to adopt her, it should be somebody who can help her.
I see. Then if this court proposed the girl's adoption by someone who could further the child's musical career, you'd be perfectly agreeable.
Sure, why not? Why should I want to keep her? I've got my own life to live.
But there's still the problem as to whether I can allow you to continue caring for Nina in the meantime.
Why not? She's doing all right.
Why not? Miss Connors, what was your profession before you went to prison?
I was entertainer in a cabaret.
So I understand. I also understand that working with you was a girl named Marcia Wallace.
So what about her?
Just this. Did you or did you not say before you left prison that you'd get revenge on Marcia Wallace because, as you put it, she framed you? Well, Miss Connors?
Yes, I said that.
Miss Connors, if I allow you to keep Nina for the present, have I your word that you will forego whatever action you intended against this Marcia Wallace?
I've got to be going.
Julia, wait. You haven't...
Nina's at home alone, and I've got to take her someplace at 5 o'clock. It's important. I can't wait here. Goodbye.
Julia. Your Honor, I'm sorry. But it's as I told you. Julia...
I'm sorry, too, Thomas. I know how you feel about Miss Connors, and I wanted to try to help you. But under the circumstances, I'm afraid I'm going to have to take definite action.
Here's the theater, miss. We made it 2 minutes to 5.
Fine. Come on, Nina. Here, driver.
Thanks.
We go in here, Nina.
But what is all this, Julia? Why are you so excited? Why don't you tell me?
Nina, inside there, waiting for us, or rather for you, is a man named Charles Renison.
Renison?
Yes, the manager of the San Marco Opera Company. For 6 weeks I've been hounding him to give you an audition, and you're getting it. Today.
Julia!
Now, don't Julia me. Come on.
Yes, miss. Well, you're looking...
We had an appointment with... Oh, Mr. Renison, I hope we're not late.
Oh, not at all. Boris, hold it a moment, will you?
This is Nina Maloff. Nina, Mr. Renison.
How do you do?
Hello, Miss Marlowe. What would you like to sing?
Anything you say.
Well, that covers a pretty broad field. The orchestra's been rehearsing some of the music for La Traviata. Know anything from that?
How about Darfo C'est Lui?
Sure you want to try that?
I'd just as soon.
All right. Boris!
Yes, Mr. Renison?
Boris, the young lady's going to... Miss Marlowe, Mr. Boris Coleman.
How do you do?
It is an honor, Miss Marlowe. I was a friend of your mother.
I'm glad.
Miss Marlowe's going to sing the Darfo C'est Lui.
Ah, good. Splendid. Come along, miss.
Yes, and we'll listen from out front. Coming, Miss Connors?
Just a minute, please. Nina.
Yeah?
Good luck, darling. You're not afraid?
Guess I can't be, can I? This has got to be good for both our sakes.
You're right. Now go on up there and sing.
Julia?
Yes?
Kiss me for luck, will you?
Why? Sure, Nina.
Thanks.
Now beat it.
All right, Julia. I'm ready, Mr. Coleman.
All right.
Okay, Anna Maloff. Your daughter's got her chance. Now maybe you'd better start helping her. Oh, it's got to be good. It's got to be good.
Bravo.
Nina! Julia, was it all right? Julia, you're crying.
Oh, you're crazy. What is there to cry about?
Very fine, Nina. Excellent. All right, Miss Connors, I'm sold. Come back in the morning. We'll talk it over.
Oh, thank you.
You'll find him there on the stage, Mrs. Anderson.
Thank you, Steve. Charles, darling, did you forget we had an appointment?
Oh, I'm glad you're here, my dear. Nina Maloff, Miss Connors, I'd like to have you meet my wife.
Your wife? How do you... Julia. Marcia Wallace.
And so ends Act One of Broken Prelude, starring Bette Davis. Before we continue with the second act, here's a man with a Christmas thought. John Conte.
By this time next week, the suspense will be all over. You'll know exactly what was in even the most curious-shaped Christmas package. And many of you, I hope, will find this Christmas a particularly happy one, because it brings you the gleaming loveliness of 1847 Rogers Brothers silver plate. Silver plate in the glamorous pattern First Love. For this is the new and sensational pattern that brings to silver plate for the first time the miracle of sterling silver craftsmanship. Craftsmanship which etches the rich floral ornament more deeply, raises it higher, gives it beauty and elegance undreamed of before. Craftsmanship possible only to a house rooted in tradition, a house of 91 years' supremacy in silver plate design, the famous house of 1847 Rogers Brothers. This Christmas, 1847 Rogers Brothers offer their glorious silver plate at special savings. The Silver Theater set, a beautiful 62-piece service in a stunning rosewood finish cabinet, costs only $59.75, a saving of more than $14 over open stock price. It comes not only in the First Love pattern, but in other attractive 1847 Rogers Brothers patterns also. Visit your silverware dealer tomorrow. Find out what easy, convenient payment terms can be arranged, and make your Christmas a silver Christmas with America's finest silver plate, 1847 Rogers Brothers.
Once again, the lights are being dimmed and the silver curtain is rising on the final act of Broken Prelude. Several weeks have passed. Nina is under contract to Marcia Wallace's husband, Charles Renison. And after long and arduous rehearsal, the night of Nina's debut has come at last. Then on the following morning, there's cause for celebration as over the breakfast table, Julia and Nina read reviews of the performance.
Youthful and flawless voice brought a freshness and vitality to the character that gave primary importance to this usually minor role. There is little doubt but that the young newcomer is assured a brilliant future. Well, there you are. That's all of them.
Oh, Julia, aren't they swell?
Swell? They're a bunch of lies, and you know it. Drink your milk.
A bunch of lies?
Nina Maloff's flawless voice. Humbug. You were flat 6 times in the second act.
Julia, I wasn't.
Well, once anyway, I think.
I know what you mean, Julia. You're afraid maybe that those things in the paper will make a difference. They won't, Julia. Honest. I know that part of those things are just because I'm a kid.
Well, if you realize that, maybe there's some hope for you. Pass the toast.
Julia, I just thought of something. Now you can quit your store job, you know it? I need you with me at the theater, I mean. You know, be sure I look all right. Check on my singing and everything.
Oh, no. If there's one thing I can't stand, it's a typical stage mother. When it comes to a career, I always say a mother's place is...
Mother. Julie, do you know what you said?
Well, suppose I did. Maybe it's not such a bad idea.
Oh, Julia, I'm so happy. I didn't think I could be so happy.
Come to think of it, neither did I. Hey, come on now. You get on to your practicing.
I'll go. Hello, Paul.
Hello, Nina.
Paul, have you seen the reviews?
Yes, Julia.
Oh, and thank you for the flower store.
What did you try to do, buy out a flower store? I thought Nina was going to... What's wrong?
Well, Nina, you better go in the other room.
Paul?
But what is it? I want to know.
Go on, Nina. You don't need to say anything. Your friend Judge Gordon is going to take her away from me.
Yes, Julia.
Oh, he would wait for a time like this.
If you'll remember, you told him you wanted to be rid of her. You also said that you'd make no objection to Nina's being adopted, provided the right family wanted her.
Oh, but a career.
In this case, if anything, her career would be helped.
Oh, well, I guess that's that then. If it means a good home for her and all the other things she needs, well, that's swell. That's all I was worried about.
Down in your heart, you want that girl, Julia. You could fight to keep her.
Maybe I've fought too long. Maybe I'm tired of it.
All right, Julia. But there's one thing I think you ought to know. The people that want to adopt Nina are Charles and Marcia Renison.
Marcia?
Yes, Julia.
Marcia Wallace adopting Nina. Marcia taking that kid away from me now. Oh, that's wonderful. And I'll bet you think she's going to get away with it.
Julia, then you will fight it. You won't let them take her.
Fight? Oh, you've never even seen me start, Paul Thomas. There's nothing I wouldn't do to stop Marcia Wallace from getting that child. Nothing. Do you understand?
We'll take it to court. And I'll back you, Julia. I'll back you.
Court? Oh, no, we won't take it to court. Because I'll settle this before it ever gets to court. A long time before. And I'm starting now. All right, I admit it, Your Honor. I did go to Marcia Renison's house, and I did mean to harm her. If that was necessary to keep her from taking Nina. That's what their lawyer has been trying to prove to you in this hearing, Your Honor. Well, he can save his breath, I admit it.
Well, that's very considerate of Miss Connors. May I continue, Your Honor?
Yes. Go ahead, Mr. Morrow.
I submit, Your Honor, that this action Miss Connors has just confessed, considered by the sight of her previous record as a convicted felon, shows her unfit to be guaranteed permanent custody of the child Nina Maloff. While, on the other hand, the fitness of my clients, Mr. and Mrs. Renison, is self-evident. I believe that's all that need be said.
Mr. Renison,
Your Honor.
You are fully aware of the responsibility that this adoption entails?
Fully, Your Honor.
And you, Mrs. Renison?
Your Honor, I haven't had a chance to see much of Nina, but even from the little I have seen of her, I'm genuinely fond of the child. You have my word that I'd like to do my best to take her mother's place.
Take her mother's place?
Miss Connors, please. Mrs. Renison.
That's all, Your Honor. Except that I can't understand Julia feeling the way she does.
Now, Mr. Thomas.
Your Honor.
I think it would be well if you would bring in the child herself.
Yes, Your Honor. Well, Nina.
Yes,
You're to
Paul?
come in now.
Come in, Nina. Come in and sit down.
Yes, sir.
Nina, you probably know the purpose of this hearing.
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Thomas.
Now, Nina, don't be frightened and just answer the questions we ask you. First of all, do you feel that Julia has taken good care of you? I mean, have you been comfortable and well fed?
You know I have, Paul.
But in this case, the judge wants to know. Now about your music. Did Julia make you practice regularly?
2 hours a day and 3 on Saturdays.
She was strict?
I'll say she was. She said I couldn't stay with her if I didn't work.
All right, Your Honor.
Mr. Morrow, have you any questions to ask the child?
Thank you, Your Honor. Nina, you say Miss Connors took such good care of you. What kind of hours did you keep? I mean, what time did you usually go to bed?
Oh, about 11 or sometimes 12.
You stayed up till 12 o'clock regularly.
I said 11 or 12. Besides, it was only because she brought records home for me to hear and she had to take them back the next day.
Nina, did you ever hear Miss Connors mention the name of Marcia Wallace?
Paul, do I have to answer that?
Yes, Nina.
Well, yes.
What did she say about Marcia Wallace?
That she had framed her, and when she got rid of me, she was going to get even, but she didn't mean that. I know she didn't.
One more question, Nina. Did either Miss Connors or Mr. Thomas prompt you what to say at this hearing?
Yes, they both did.
Oh, they prompted you. And what did they tell you to say, Nina?
They told me to tell the truth.
Is that all, Mr. Morrow?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, Nina, I have to ask your opinion about something very important.
I know what you're going to ask me, and I can tell you the answer now, Judge. I want to stay with Julia. Please, Judge. You don't understand about things. Julia needs me, and I guess I need her, but Mr. Renison's all right, and his wife, too, but they can adopt somebody else. I belong to Julia now. Don't you see?
That's what we're here to decide, Nina. You'd better go out again for a few minutes.
Julia, do I have to?
Go on, Nina.
Okay.
And now, Miss Connors, Mr. and Mrs. Renison have each spoken in their own behalf. It's only fair that you should have the same privilege. Well?
I have nothing to say.
Julia,
What's the use? It's all decided. It was decided before it started. It was decided 3 years ago when a jury of 12 infallible men and women said that Julia Connors was guilty as charged. I'm not a fit person to take care of Nina. I'm a convict. This court says so. And there's not the slightest chance in the world that this court could be wrong.
Julia.
All right, take the kid. Take her and see if I care. Because I don't, do you understand? I don't care. I'm glad she's out of my way.
Julia. Your Honor, she doesn't know what she's saying. Give me 1 minute, please. I'll bring her back. Julia.
I'm getting out of here.
And I say you're not.
Julia, what is it? What's happened?
Now, Julia, listen to me. Listen.
Let go of me.
Paul, you're hurting her.
Go on back in there. Listen to Marcia's speeches. They're much prettier than I can make and funnier.
Julia, you're a fool. Do you understand that? A blind, stubborn, childish fool. I've been fighting with you through all of this, but now if I have to, I'm fighting against you.
Paul.
And it's a fight for more than keeping Nina. It's a fight for you yourself, Julia, and for our love. You're going back in there.
I won't.
I'm not asking you. You're going back in that courtroom. You're going to stop being blinded by your hatred for Marcia Wallace and tell the truth. You're going to let Judge Gordon see the Julia Connors that is deserving of being Nina's mother. The Julia Connors that I knew and fell in love with before all of this happened. You're going to break through this wall you built around yourself and let Judge Gordon know the things that even you won't admit are in your heart. It's the one chance, Julia. The only chance.
Oh, I don't know. I don't think I can, Paul. You see, there's so many things between.
You've got to try, Julia, and you're going to.
Julia, please do what Paul says. Please.
Well, Julia?
All right.
You better wait here, Nina.
I will.
Your Honor, Miss Connors is ready now.
Very well.
Judge Gordon, I'm sorry for a minute ago, and what I said was a lie. I do want Nina. Paul has just told me that my only chance in this hearing is to tell you the absolute truth. All right. Then, first of all, I was innocent of the crime I went to prison for. Marcia, in your heart, you know that's true. She does, Your Honor. But she won't tell you so. And you won't believe me. Oh, but you can believe this. I love that child, and I need her. You see, Your Honor, during the 3 years of my sentence, there was something that died inside me, and Nina Maloff brought it to life again. I don't know any clearer way to tell you than that. A long time ago, I gave up asking for things and started fighting. I'm not fighting now. I'm begging you to let me keep Nina Maloff.
Thank you, Miss Connors. All of the parties concerned having been heard, it is the duty of this court to make its decision. I want you to realize that I have tried to be influenced neither by emotion nor by personal feeling. But I have considered only the ultimate welfare of the child. Therefore, it is the decision of this court that permanent custody of Nina Maloff be granted to Charles and Marcia Renison.
Julia. Thank you, Your Honor.
Charles, let's get out of here.
Marcia.
I tell you, I can't stand it. Take me out of here.
Mr. Thomas, Miss Connors, I'm sorry. With a prison record, there was nothing else I could do. I'm sorry.
Julia. Julia, you mustn't take it like this.
You please go. Just leave me alone.
But, Julia, my darling.
I just want to be left alone.
Julia. You go find my Nina, Julia. Oh, you got to go. You can help her, Julia. I can ask nobody else. Believe me, there is a greatness in my daughter, but she must have a chance. Oh, you see that, Julia?
Stop it.
You can help my girl, Julia. And she needs you. Say you go find her, Julia.
Oh, stop it.
Julia, please don't cry.
Nina, darling, go along. You've got to go with the others.
But I don't. Julia, look.
Marcia. All right, Julia. You win. I win. As long as you fought me, hated me, I could do it. But not now. I can't. Not any longer.
Marcia, my dear, you...
Charles, you won't stop me. Julia, for 3 years I've lived in a kind of hell.
because I let you go to prison for a crime that I committed. I was afraid, and so I lied. But I'm telling the truth now. To the judge, to everyone if necessary. You'll have Nina. You deserve her, and you're going to have her. I'm not sure what they'll do to me. I don't even care. At least I'll know some kind of peace again.
Marcia.
That's all. I'm going now.
Marcia. Yes? Maybe it won't be necessary to tell too many people. You see, whatever crime there was 3 years ago, well, I think it's already been pretty well paid for.
Oh, Julia.
Come, Marcia, my dear.
Julia, then it's all right. Everything, I mean. I can stay with you.
Yes, Nina. Everything's all right.
Hey, you're crying. But why should you cry now?
Nonsense, I'm laughing. Oh, Nina.
Oh, pardon me, you two, but remember me?
Paul.
Or should I go, too?
Go?
Well, at a moment like this, I hesitate to intrude on the family.
But you're part of the family, Paul.
Why, Nina.
Julia?
Well, this seems to be the day for truth coming out, doesn't it?
Oh, Julia.
Paul, darling.
Hey, remember me?
In just a few seconds, Bette Davis will come back to greet you in person. First, we'd like to remind you that while there are only 6 more shopping days before Christmas, there is something you can do about it. If you will, please, John.
Ladies and gentlemen, there is still time to give your wife or mother or sweetheart the grandest Christmas gift of her life. Lustrous solid silver by International Sterling. Your silverware dealer has services in many sizes and a wide variety of exquisite patterns, which can be yours on easy, convenient payment terms. If the one you're giving to already owns International Sterling Silver, find out the name of her pattern and make your Christmas gift extra salad forks or other pieces in the matching pattern. For remember, any woman can be a more gracious and charming hostess if her silverware is beautiful and adequate. But perhaps you'd like to start a sterling service for someone instead. You can very easily indeed by giving one of International Sterling's lovely Me to You sets. This is a place setting for one person created in the rich loveliness of the Enchantress pattern and costs only $16.75. $75. Visit your silverware dealer tomorrow and 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 on that day of days, watch her face when she opens your package, when she sees the proud mark of International Sterling on every lovely piece, when she realizes that here is solid silver through and through, silver that will gleam as gloriously a full generation from now as it does this Christmas morning. International Sterling Silver. And now we return to Conrad Nagel, who is coming to the center of our silver stage with Bette Davis, star of our play tonight, and of the forthcoming Warner Brothers production, Dark Victory.
Thank you very much.
Betty, if I ever write my memoirs, I'll have 2 stories to tell. The first will be about a time, 6 years or so ago, when a young unknown actress named Bette Davis made her first screen appearance in a picture of mine. And the other will be about this program, when a very young lady named Pamela Kavanagh started on what I'm certain will be another remarkable career.
Oh, thank you, Conrad, for both Pam and me. And I'd like to thank Carlton Cadell for being such a patient Paul to such an impatient Julia.
Thank you, Betty. It's been grand working with you.
Well, you're certainly an industrious girl these days, Betty, making pictures like Dark Victory, appearing on radio shows like ours, and coaching Pam.
Yes, and right now I'm taking over another job. Yours.
Huh?
Ladies and gentlemen, next week on Silver Theater, Mr. Conrad Nagel will star with Ida Lupino in Challenge for 3.
Well, it's my turn to say thank you. And thanks a lot for being with us these past 2 weeks, Betty, and come again.
Hey, remember me?
Yeah, you bet we do, Pam. We'll remember you for a delightful performance and some lovely songs.
I'd like to thank you and Betty for giving me a chance to sing them. Good night.
Good night, Pam.
Good night.
Good night, Betty.
Remember, if you want solid silver, you want International Sterling. If you want silver plate, you want 1847 Rogers Brothers, both proudly created by International Silver Company. All the characters and events in today's drama were purely fictional. John Conte speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is Chesterton Radio, the true, good, and beautiful at chestertonradio.com.
A Woman's Face, starring Bette Davis, Conrad Veidt, Osa Masson, and Warren Williams.
The Gulf Screen Guild Theater. And now, here is your host, the director of the Star's own theater, Roger Pryor.
Good evening, everyone. The Gulf Oil Companies and your neighborhood good Gulf dealer welcome you to the Gulf Screen Guild Theater. Tonight, we're bringing you a most unusual story. Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's brilliant success, A Woman's Face. Our stars, Bette Davis, Osa Masson, Conrad Veidt, and Warren Williams. Now, in just a minute, Oscar Bradley's music will signal the beginning of our play. Meanwhile, a man in your own neighborhood, right in your own home community, offers this helpful suggestion.
Your good Gulf dealer suggests that you drop by tomorrow and let him help you make your car last longer. He can do it through his economical car saver services. He can help prevent excessive engine wear by flushing the dirty, worn oil from your crankcase and refilling it with the proper seasonal grade of oil. He can replace gear lubricants with fresh, new lubricants. He can give your chassis and body the thorough protection of a Gulflex registered lubrication job. Yes, you can rely on your Gulf dealer's experience and upon his interest in helping keep a neighbor's car rolling. You can depend on the fine Gulf products he sells. So stop tomorrow at the good Gulf dealers in your own neighborhood. Care for your car, for your country.
And now, A Woman's Face, starring Bette Davis as Anna Holm, Osa Masson as Very Sigurd, Conrad Veidt as Torsten Baring, and Warren Williams as Dr. Gustav Sigurd. The scene is a crowded courtroom in Scandinavia. All eyes are fastened on the defendant, a strikingly beautiful woman. The charge is murder. The magistrate summons the prisoner to stand before the bar of justice.
Will the prisoner now give her testimony? You may tell your story, Anna Holm.
I was born in the north. We were very poor. My mother died when I was 3, so my recollections of her are very dim. I remember my father better. He drank a great deal. One night when I was 5, he was too drunk to know that he had set fire to the curtains in my room. When I recovered consciousness, I was in a hospital. I heard a voice cold and terrifying.
Nothing more can be done. The child's face will be hideously scarred all her life. How much better it would be if she had died.
Yes, it would have been better if I had died that night. For always after that, I had to live with my horrible, grotesque face. Well, the years passed, and the time came when I must support myself. I applied everywhere.
Miss Holmes, I don't know why you'd even think we'd give you a job here. Your face. Well, it must be obvious that your appearance would distress our customers. You are one of the unemployables, Miss Holmes. And the sooner you resign yourself, the better.
On my 20th birthday, I came to a decision. The world was against me. I would be against the world. I took a small legacy just left me by my uncle and came here. Opened a small roadhouse on the edge of town. The roadhouse was merely a blind, of course. My real business was blackmail. Yes, pretty little wives are silly little fools. They even sold their jewels to pay me for their indiscretions. After a while, I had enough money to buy anything I wanted, anything except love.
And knowing that no man would ever look at me with any feeling stronger than pity, I hated men. Then I met Thorsten Baring. He had been entertaining a small party of guests at my roadhouse. There was some trouble about the check, and I was summoned to my office.
How do you do? You are the proprietor?
Yes,
I'm Thorsten Baring.
I have heard the name. It is a most notorious one.
Oh, I too have heard of Anna Home. But no matter. Your manager tells me that my name does not entitle me to credit here.
I am not operating this place for the benefit of names, even the name of Baring.
Why do you hold your hand to your face?
That has nothing to do with the business of the moment.
You have something in your eye, perhaps. Come here, under the light, and let me look.
No.
But I insist.
Please, there is nothing.
There, now take your hand away. Come, let me see.
Very well, Mr. Baring, since you insist. And since I have heard you are a great connoisseur of beauty, look at my face. Take a good look.
Thank you. Now hold very still, Miss Holmes.
Now you know why I cover my face.
Oh, yes, even the smallest particle of dust in one's eye can be very painful.
You are laughing at me.
I'll have it out in just a moment. This is a trick I learned from a friend of mine. She, too, has beautiful eyes.
Beautiful.
There we are. Does it feel better?
Stop pretending. You know there was nothing in my eye. I hate pity.
You're proud and beautiful, Anna Home. And perhaps the answer of some kindly deity to my prayer. Yes, together we might accomplish great things. There I hope that we may be friends, perhaps more than friends, if you will accept my sincere admiration. Oh, how nice. Do come in.
Mr. Baring, no one saw me come here.
That's a pity. It would have added to my reputation.
As what?
As a most fortunate man. Please, your coat.
I'll keep it on if you don't mind.
But I do mind. Last night you were the proprietor. Tonight you are a guest. And we Barings have a reputation for chivalry toward our guests. Do sit down.
Thank you. Now, what sort of dirty work do you want me to do for you?
But, my dear Miss Holmes.
You sent me your invitation this morning for only one purpose. I see no reason for pretending any other.
Might we not argue about that? Perhaps over a glass of liqueur?
No, I don't drink anymore. It's too dangerous in my vocation.
Tell me, have you ever read this book? The Love Letters of Chopin and George Sand?
Yes. I've read every love letter that was ever published. And that's what I think of love letters.
I like you, Anna Home.
Do you?
Yes. Because we are kindred souls. Two proud, yet wretched people. By the way, Anna, if you're interested in love letters, you might be interested in these. They were written by a Mrs. Seagate. I think she would give a great deal to have them back. Might I suggest you call on Mrs. Seagate tonight?
Silence in the court. All right, Mr. Prosecutor.
Miss Holmes, isn't it true that you were madly, insanely infatuated with Thorsten Baring?
I loved him.
You loved him because he was the first man who ever told you that you were beautiful, even though you knew he was lying.
Yes. Yes, but don't you understand?
Just a moment, Mr. Prosecutor. Now, let's get on with the trial, Miss Holmes. When was it you made the acquaintance of Dr. Gustav Seegert?
It was that night after my meeting with Mr. Baring. I took the letters written by Vera Seegert.
And you went to the doctor's house to return them?
Yes. I had decided that a suitable reward for their return would be 10,000 kroner. You see, they were quite incriminating. Mrs. Seegert received me in the drawing room.
But I haven't that much money, Miss Holmes. I couldn't possibly give you 10,000 kroner.
You have jewelry worth much more, Mrs. Seegert.
You wouldn't take my jewelry.
It's from my husband, whom I love more than anything in the world.
That is not the way you described him in these letters to another man.
Give me those letters.
I don't believe I would try to snatch them if I were you. Such silly letters. What do you know about love in that miserable soul of yours? Can you imagine loving a man so completely that you surrender everything you have just to be near him, just to have him near you? That is love as I know it.
Love as you know it. How could anyone ever love you? You are ugly, horrible, loathsome.
Now, get me your jewels. Hurry up. I've wasted quite enough time. Where are you?
Vera, darling, I'm back.
Who is that?
My husband. Quick, please. He mustn't find you here. Hide in the reception room.
All right, but don't you try any tricks.
I won't. I promise you I won't. Hurry. Close the door.
He's coming. See that you don't forget.
Where are you, Vera?
In here, Gustav.
Oh. Well, I got back from the hospital much sooner than I expected. A very interesting case, but really quite simple when I got to the operation.
Oh, you must be very tired.
No, not really.
Oh, why don't you go up to bed? And I'll bring you up some hot chocolate.
Nonsense. In the first place, I'm not sleepy, and in the second place... Listen, what's that?
Oh, what was what, Gustav?
That noise.
I didn't hear anything.
Then you're deaf as a post. It was in there, in the reception room. Let's have a look.
Oh, no, Gustav. Oh, don't go in there. It might be thieves.
Who's in there? Speak up.
Gustav, please.
Where's that light switch? There we are. Well, we do have a visitor. A lady snake thief who's had the misfortune to knock over that pedestal in the dark. I advise you not to move, miss.
I can't move, Dr. Seegert. If that's any comfort to you. I twisted my ankle as I fell.
Call the police, Vera.
The police?
Yes, the police.
Oh, but darling, she seems so miserable. And we are so happy, you and I. Why couldn't we let her go?
Really, dear, you do get sentimental at times.
I know it, darling, but maybe it's just because next week is our anniversary. Please, for me, why don't you bandage her ankle and send her away?
Well, I'll see. You get the bandages, and I'll think it over.
Oh, thank you, Gustav. I'll get them right away.
Now, Miss Sneak Thief, let's turn on this lamp and have a look at that ankle. Hello, what's this?
Take that light off my face.
When did that happen?
Mind your own business.
My dear young woman, didn't you know that is my business? I'm a plastic surgeon.
Keep your hands away from my face.
You know, it would be a shame to send a scar like that to jail. This happened when you were a child, I imagine. A rather beautiful child. Such a pity.
You're breaking my heart.
You're not nearly as tough as you make out. Here, I want to show you something. Take a look at this book of photographs. It's full of interesting people. This one. How do you like it?
What?
Not very pretty, is he? The scars are as deep as yours. Quite hopeless, wouldn't you say? Now turn the next page. The next picture. Turn it. There. What do you think of him?
Why, he's very handsome.
The very same man, but completely restored. I performed that little miracle last March. I could perform another one on you.
You couldn't, Doctor.
No?
Not my face.
No? What's your name?
Anna Holm.
All right, Miss Holm. I'm going to let you choose your own punishment and possible regeneration.
What do you mean?
The choice is yours. Will you go to jail and sit behind bars and think about your sins? Or will you go to my hospital and my operating table to be released half a year hence, inwardly the same, but outwardly completely transformed?
You don't mean I might be beautiful.
I warn you, it'll mean pain, agony, weeks and months.
Months are nothing. I've endured pain and agony for years. Why do you want me to do this?
Why? Because I'm obsessed by a great and consuming curiosity, Miss Holm. I want to make an experiment. You are quite obviously a wicked woman. I want to find out if that wickedness is in your face or in your soul. I want to see if my knife will create a beautiful woman with a human heart or a lovely Frankenstein. Come, what do you say? I warn you, if the operation isn't a success, you may be worse off.
Worse off than what? There are no shadings of misery when a woman has a face as revolting as mine. You give me my choice, Dr. Seegert. There is no choice for me. take me to your hospital and do what you will. Oh, I would offer my faith, my heart, and even my soul to your knife. Just to have one man look at me and say, I love you.
And so the curtain falls on the first act of A Woman's Face. And in this brief intermission, we'd like to tell you about a great new program that Gulf brings to the people of America starting next Sunday evening. It's the famous program, We the People. But it's a new We the People, more important, more thrilling, more inspiring than ever before, because today, America is at war. This new Gulf show tells the fascinating and varied story of We the People at war. Through this program, you'll meet the men of the United States Navy, of the Air Force. You'll hear from men who fought side by side with MacArthur, and from your own neighbors. Next week, for instance, you'll learn of a woman who gladly turned her home into a miniature arsenal of democracy, where she works side by side with her husband at a power lathe. You'll meet a factory worker from Cleveland, Ohio, whose personal sacrifice is one answer to the question we're all asking, how can I help? Don't miss this new series offered by Gulf as a service to you and as an additional contribution to our war effort. Starting next Sunday, We the People will speak of great sacrifices, of heroic and adventurous deeds, of ways in which we can all work together toward victory. Be sure to tune in when Gulf brings you another new frontier of radio, another great program, the story of We the People at war. Now the curtain of the Gulf Screen Guild Theater is ready to rise on the second act of A Woman's Face, adapted for radio by Charles Tazwell, and starring Bette Davis as Anna Holm, Warren William as Dr. Gustav Siegert, Conrad Veidt as Torsten Baring, and Osa Masson as Vera Siegert. The scene is again the courtroom, where Anna is on trial for murder.
According to the sworn testimony of the defendant, she met Dr. Gustav Siegert, who offered by means of plastic surgery to transform her scarred face into a thing of beauty. Her appearance here on the witness stand is a testimony to Dr. Siegert's skill. Now, suppose... Yes, Mr. Prosecutor.
I wish to ask Miss Holm a question, please.
Yes?
Did you, Miss Holm, at any time during the 6 months spent in his hospital, did you realize that Dr. Siegert had fallen in love with you?
No, I did not know.
Didn't you know that he divorced his wife?
Yes, but not on account of me. He had learned of her indiscretions with other men.
And it was you who told him about her?
No, he found out for himself.
Oh, indeed. Permit me to say...
One moment, Mr. Prosecutor. Let us get on with the witness testimony. Tell us, Miss Holm, what happened when you left Dr. Siegert's hospital?
I went to Torsten Baring's apartment. I wanted him to be the first to see me. The look in his eyes was worth all the months of pain in Dr. Siegert's hospital. The hours passed. We talked of this and that as lovers do. And as the light faded, we sat in the dusk and Torsten played for me.
This is called Vavavat Mal, an old weaving song. It's supposed to represent the movement of the shuttle. I heard it first up at my dear uncle's estate at Forza.
It's nice, Torsten.
So is my dear uncle.
Rich?
Oh, very.
Who gets it when he dies?
My uncle has a grandson, aged 4. A charming little brat. Rather frail. If the child lives, he inherits everything. And if the child doesn't live, I'll be a rich man, Anna. Anna?
Yes?
There are falls on my uncle's estate. Very swift. Very dangerous. I had a letter from my uncle this morning, asking me to recommend a new governess for the boy. You don't know anybody, do you?
No.
But yes, I think you do, my partner.
No, I said no, Thorsten.
And I said yes. Yes, my darling. Yes.
Thorsten had his way, and I went to force her to be the boy's governess. The child's name was Lars Erik. He was a nice little boy, and I tried hard to steel my heart against him.
Susanna, have you gone?
No, Lars Erik, I'm right here. What do you want?
You forgot to hear me say my prayers.
You can say them without me, can't you?
Sometimes I forget the words. Please.
Well, all right.
Now I lay me down to sleep. I pray the Lord my what, Miss Anna?
My soul to keep.
Oh, yes. If I should die before I wake.
The weeks slipped by. I found myself kissing the child good night every night when I tucked him into his bed. Thorsten wrote me often, but I had nothing to report to him. When he arrived in Forza for his uncle's birthday party, he was very angry. There was a dance that evening, and I found that one of the guests was Dr. Chesterton.
Pardon me, may I have this dance?
Doctor?
May I?
Why, of course.
Thank you. Well, you can't imagine how relieved I am.
Relieved?
Yes. I've been looking fearfully in the papers each morning, expecting to read of some outrageous crime committed by a beautiful brunette. And now I find...
You find what?
Perhaps you could tell me.
Oh, no, you're the expert. Turn on your lights, Doctor.
Unfortunately for humanity, the light hasn't been invented which would let us look into that interesting heart of yours. But I can, perhaps, issue a preliminary, encouraging bulletin.
Encouraging?
Yes. Let's say, tentatively, let's say that the patient has had the intelligence to hide herself in a place where her past life can't tempt her, and the courage to go where she can start a new life.
Your diagnosis is wrong, Doctor. I'm not on the side of the saints, not yet.
You've made a good start. Grandfather Baring thinks you quite a wonderful person, and he tells me that little Lars Erik loves you.
Shall we talk about something else?
What, for instance?
Well, about you, Doctor.
But how can I talk about me without talking about you? You see, ever since those months you were in my hospital, I've thought about us.
Dr. Stickett, please.
Anna, what's the matter?
No, nothing, only see, they're starting the weaving dance. We must join in or Grandfather Baring will be disappointed. Come, Doctor. At this moment I knew that Dr. Stickett loved me. And somehow I knew that all the while I had loved him. I left the party and went up to the tower room. It was there Thorsten Baring found me. He had seen me go up the stairs and had followed.
So you crawled off to hide, did you? The handsome Dr. Seeger has changed my eagle into a dove.
Let go my arm, Thorsten. You're hurting me.
You don't know me, Anna. No one knows me. The time is at hand. And I shall be greater than any man has ever been or ever will be.
You are insane.
Am I? Do you think I let a child stand between me and all that wealth? Wealth is power. And I know how to use that power.
Let me go.
The world belongs to the devil, Anna. And I know how to serve him.
Thorsten, please.
But you are no use to me. All the hard, shining brightness of you has gone. I don't need you. I can do it myself. Yes, do you hear? I can do it myself.
Thorsten! Thorsten! And so it was I learned that Thorsten Baring was stark, staring mad. I hurried after him. I stopped at the gun room for a pistol I had seen there. Then I ran down the stairs to the great entrance hall. Suddenly I heard the shrill peal of sleigh bells and the beat of racing hoofs. I saw a sleigh flash down the drive. It was driven by Thorsten, and he had Lars Erik with him. Another sleigh was at the door, and I set off in pursuit. It seemed like hours, although it was only minutes until I saw the sleigh I was following. And even over the bells I could hear the roar of the falls. Faster, faster. And up ahead was Torsten, laughing like a demon and lashing his horses to a frenzy. I saw then that I would be too late, that Torsten would reach the falls ahead of me. I took out my pistol and held it ready. A moment later, he pulled up his horses at the brink of the falls.
Come, Lars Eric, close to the edge of the cliff and see the rapids.
I'm afraid, Uncle Torsten.
There's nothing to hurt you. See, I'll stand just behind you and hold you tight.
Torsten! Lars Eric!
Look, Uncle Torsten, there's Miss Anna.
Never mind, Lars Eric. Look, see how far down it is to the water.
Torsten, let the child go.
She's got a gun, Uncle Torsten. What's the matter with her?
I said let the child go, Torsten.
Put that gun away, Anna! You don't dare! Shoot!
Uncle Torsten! Uncle Torsten! Miss Anna, you killed Uncle Torsten! You killed him!
Order.
That is how Torsten Baring died. It was my hand that killed him. The prosecuting attorney says it was murder. But may it please the court, I'm glad I did it. I'm glad.
I don't think we'll have to wait much longer for a verdict, Anna.
But, Gustav, listen to me. You can't love me. You're crazy. You're a romantic fool. I haven't changed from what I was. You couldn't marry me.
Have I asked you to marry me?
No, and you mustn't.
Why not?
Because I want to get married. I want to have a home and children and go to market and cheat the grocer and fight the landlord.
Oh. Well, in that case, it's very simple. There's a wonderful market just round the corner from where we're going to live. It has a grocer who likes to be cheated. And I guarantee our future landlord will fight at the drop of a hat.
Gustav, you're making it very difficult for me.
Because I love you, Anna.
You do, don't you? You know you're the first man who ever said that to me and really meant it. You have made a great mistake, Gustav. I'm going to be one of those silly wives who keep asking you to say it over and over again all the days of our life.
Thank you, Bette Davis, Osa Masson, Conrad Veidt, and Warren William for your superb performances. And to Oscar Bradley for a great score. You brought our Gulf Screen Guild season to a brilliant conclusion. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Gene Herschel, president of the Motion Picture Relief Fund, has asked Bette Davis to say a few words.
Roger. Ladies and gentlemen, in Hollywood we are proud of our long and happy association with Gulf, and we sincerely hope that this association will continue for many years. We have always sort of considered the Screen Gull Theater our own theater. And in return for our performances on the stage, Gulf has contributed generously to our Motion Picture Relief Fund. This fund has made possible a home to provide for the less fortunate members of our industry who can no longer take care of themselves. A few years ago, that home was just a dream. Now it is a reality, nearing completion in the beautiful San Fernando Valley. So, on behalf of the motion picture industry, our sincere thanks to the Gulf people who've made all this possible.
Thank you, Betty. It's been swell working with all of you this season. You've helped to make this one of the best series we've ever had. And speaking for Gulf, I'd like to thank you. And so, until we meet again, ladies and gentlemen, this is Roger Pryor speaking for your neighborhood good Gulf dealer and saying, good night, everyone.
Don't forget, next Sunday, same time, same station, Gulf brings you the fascinating new program telling the story of We the People at War. Tune in to the first of this inspiring series, showing that this is everybody's war. Meet the men from the Army, from the Navy, the men and women of the home front, courageous Americans who are making sure that when we the people speak, our enemies around the world will heed them. Don't miss this new Gulf series featuring Oscar Bradley and his music. Beginning next Sunday, same time and station, listen for We the People. be seen in This Our Life, a Warner Brothers picture. Conrad Veidt in Not the Agent, a Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer production. Warren Williams' latest is The Lone Wolf in Scotland Yard, a Columbia picture, and Osa Masson will soon appear in 20th Century Fox's Iceland. Bud Easton speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
California, the Lux Radio Theater presents Bette Davis and Joel McCrea in Forsaking All Others.
Lux presents Hollywood. We're always glad, ladies and gentlemen, to hear how you like our program. We enjoy your letters, and when you tell us of your purchases of Lux toilet soap as an indication of your appreciation, we're delighted. It is your enthusiasm for our products that makes this program possible. Starred tonight are Bette Davis, Joel McCrea, Anderson Lawler, and Leona Miracle. Miss Kathleen Coghlan of Paramount Studios is also here to tell us about fan magazines and the stars. Louis Silvers conducts our orchestra. And opening our program is your host and producer. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Her mother called her Ruth Elizabeth. Her childhood companions called her clothes hanger, and the world calls her Bette, but should call her Bette Davis. One of the most engaging and talented dramatic actresses in pictures, she has large blue eyes, blonde hair, and weighs 105 pounds. She likes to knit, and has been a wizard in the kitchen ever since she won first prize for her coconut cookies in a contest sponsored by the New York Public Schools. Given her first opportunity on the stage, she almost ruined her chances by catching measles. But Hollywood sent for her in haste and dropped her in haste. Then, when she was actually leaving for New York, recalled her and gave her another chance. For Warner Brothers, she made one of the oddest screen tests on record. She had to show the studio how she could handle a fervent kissing scene, but they wouldn't furnish a man for demonstration purposes. So she kissed the air with such sincerity that it won her the part. She's played a Southern girl before, on both stage and screen, but she learned the accent all over again, this time with the Louisiana flavor, for her new film, Jezebel, in which, for the first time in pictures, she sings. To her, a good part is more important than a sympathetic one. Tonight we present this distinguished young actress in another fine role, that of Mary Clay in Forsaking All Others, the stage and screen hit by Edward Roberts and Frank Cavett. Co-starred with Miss Davis is Joel McCrea, whose latest hit is the current Paramount picture, Wells Fargo. In the film, Joel rides the mail. In real life, he rides the range. Joel's home is far out in the San Fernando Valley, a 1,000-acre tract where, with his wife, Frances D., he spends his time between pictures raising cattle and horses. Joel is no pseudo-cowboy. Drive by his ranch, and you'll see him in dusty overalls, rounding up the dogies with as much precision as the sombreroed horsemen who call him boss. Joel lays aside his chaps and spurs, however, and comes to us tonight in the role of Jefferson Tingle. Anderson Lawler, who created the part on Broadway, is Dylan Todd, and Leona Miracle plays Constance Barnes. Now for the play. The Lux Radio Theater presents Bette Davis and Joel McCrea in Forsaking All Others. Park Avenue in New York City. A taxicab darts in and out of the afternoon traffic, clicks hubcaps with a parked limousine, and swerves to a screeching stop in front of a red light. Jeff Tingle, in the back seat of the taxicab, leans forward and taps politely on the window.
Oh, driver.
Yeah?
You know, I didn't think you were going to make that.
I didn't need it for a minute. Pretty good brakes on each of your cabs, though.
They always work, I suppose.
Oh, sure. Hey, you ain't know if I saw you.
Oh, no, I wouldn't care for myself.
But there's a lady back here who's going to be married tomorrow. If it's all the same to you, she'd like to be married without splints.
I get it. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Very neatly put, Mr. Tingle.
I thought so myself.
I'm sure the driver thinks it's you I'm marrying.
No.
Of course he does.
Maybe I'd better tell him.
Do you think he could stand it?
I don't know. Probably better than I can.
Jeff, you haven't a secret sorrow, have you? Tell me about it.
Well, I'm the old-fashioned type, I guess, but I don't believe in the groom's best friend going shopping with the bride-to-be. You know, I've always felt that the best man shouldn't even see the bride until they meet at the altar.
Is that all? I thought you were going to confess you've been hiding a secret love for me.
No, I couldn't do that.
Have a secret love for me?
That's a leading question I refuse to answer.
I'm disappointed. Think how dramatic it would be. Mary, I have been silent long enough, but now on the eve of your wedding to Dylan Todd, I must tell you, I love you.
And I hope you'll be very, very happy.
Oh, Jeff Tingle, why didn't you speak sooner?
I couldn't. I had laryngitis. You're happy, aren't you, Mary?
Very.
Good girl. Well, this is it.
You're coming up, aren't you?
Well, I thought I might get back to the office.
Oh, come on. Everybody will be there. I invited the whole crowd.
All right, go ahead. I'll see you upstairs.
I'll leave the door open for you.
What's the tariff, Chief?
It's $1.20. Lady sure looks happy, don't she?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, great stuff, this here marriage business. I got 2 kids myself.
Oh, is that so?
Yeah, you sure got a nice girl.
Well, that's nice of you to say so. Lonesome Tingle, they call me. Always a best man, but never a groom.
What's it, huh?
You can keep the change.
What is the nice school?
Hello? Hello, is this? Oh, hello, Miss Kramer. This is Mr. Tingle. Everything all right down at the office? Ah, it's fine. Say, did anybody I know buy or sell anything today? Oh, well. Thanks, Miss Kramer. I don't know what I'd do without you.
Jeff.
Just a minute, Paula.
Did you take care of the flowers?
What? All right, Miss Kramer. Goodbye. What's the matter, Paula?
What about the flowers for the church?
It's all attended to. You worry too much.
Well, I can't help it. No one else around here seems to bother about a thing. I was a friend of Mary's mother. I'm just trying to do my duty to her as if she were my own little girl.
Who, Mary's mother?
Why not? Oh, some people, Jeff Tingle, make a wedding very difficult to manage.
Well, personally, I like the way Mary's managing her wedding. I think I'll let her manage mine.
Jeff, look at this.
Hello, Dottie.
In the newspaper, look. It's Constance Barnes. What?
What about it? Anything wrong? What's the matter, Dottie?
Constance Barnes. She's back from Europe. Listen. Also included in the first cabin list were the so-and-sos, the Umtipum, and Miss Constance Barnes. She docked this morning. Well, the woman has a right to come and go. You needn't get so excited about Constance Barnes. Mary might. Mary knows all about her.
Who is she? Nobody. Take my word for it.
She's somebody. Take my word for it. Well, hardly a person to consider at this particular time. Everybody knows that little story is ended. Ended happily with no hard feelings. Now, I think we needn't say anything to Mary about it. Say what, Paula? Well, nothing, Mary. No, nothing. She'll probably find out anyway. Oh, Dottie Winters, I'll wring your neck. How'll I find out? What you talking about, Jeff?
Connie Barnes is back.
Got in today. It's in the paper. My rival. The dark lady in Dylan Todd's life. Well, I don't think it's so funny. Oh, Paula, you poor dear. Why, I'm very proud of her. Oh, you're not fooling me, Mary. You don't like her, you can't. I don't know her. But she is a definite proof of Dill's importance. If Dill had to be led around by his distinguished nose for a while, I'm glad the lady was as elegant as she is. Now, you make Dill toe the line. And no more nonsense about admiring women who steal other women's husbands. I hope you men see what weak, miserable creatures you are.
Yeah, I'm beginning to. How about you, Jeff?
Oh, I always knew.
Miss Mary, these flowers just arrived for you.
2 boxes at once. Thank you, Dent.
Yes, Miss Mary.
Open one, will you, Shep?
Sure.
Look, Jeff. Orchids.
Orchids. A fortune in weeds just to cover up a lady's collarbone.
What's in the other one, Shep?
I don't know. Here, what do you call them?
Oh, they're cornflowers. How sweet of Dill to remember.
Shep, you and I are intruding on a sacred moment. Cornflowers must have a special meaning for
they're my favorite. Do you mind if I'm a little sentimental? He did remember, you know.
Uh-huh.
Wear one for me. Here, Shep.
Oh, thanks.
You're welcome. And one for you, Mr. Tingle.
No. Too bad, Mary, but flowers wither on me in an instant.
I know. Just one brief, blinding flame.
That's it.
Hello, everybody.
Behold the bridegroom.
Hello, Mary.
Dill, you finally got here?
Miss me?
Terribly.
Hello, Jeff. How are you?
Hi. Say, Shep, aren't you hungry?
Not me.
It's all right, Jeff.
They have swell food in the pantry. Come on, let's get some.
I just said I wasn't hungry.
Then haven't you any tact? Come on.
Yeah, I get it.
Oh, don't bother, Shep. We're leaving ourselves. Come on, Dill. I want to speak to you.
See you later, Jeff.
Uh-huh.
Alone at last.
I love you, Dill.
Swell. I wish it were this time tomorrow.
Darling, if you'd rather, we'll get married by a policeman tonight.
Oh, no. We'll do it right and proper. Excited, darling?
A little.
What?
A lot.
You know, the first time I ever kissed you was in this room. Wasn't it?
Was it?
Well, good Lord, I thought it was. Maybe it wasn't.
Well, I don't remember either, but I love you for trying to remember.
I do remember. Everywhere I look, I seem to see a Mary doing something or other.
Sort of like spots in front of your eyes.
Mm-hmm. Mary, age 15, making everything about Latin very clear.
Well, I couldn't do it now.
Mary is Juliet, age 17.
16? Paula made me be Juliet. I think I would have been much better as Queen Elizabeth.
Still, I rather like Juliet, especially in the solarium, sneaking a cigarette.
Oh, Dill, thanks for the flowers.
They got here all right?
Especially the cornflowers.
I didn't send any cornflowers.
I wouldn't admit it either if I were you.
Admit what?
Jeff will hound you to your dying day, sending your bride cornflowers.
I thought I sent orchids. I give up.
Hello.
Connie,
How are you, Dill? Dolly said I'd find you in here.
I thought you were in Paris, Connie.
Yes, I was a week ago.
Oh, yes.
Well, I can't keep you in the dark any longer, Miss Barnes. I'm Mary Clay.
I knew you were the minute I looked at you. I must apologize for breaking in like this.
Oh, no, we're delighted. It's open house. Besides, I feel Dill owes many of his friends an apology. You know, for marrying a strange woman they know nothing about. Won't you take off your things?
Oh, I can only stay a minute. I've so wanted to meet you, Miss Clay, but it seems as though you travel as much as I do.
Well, I've come and gone. I returned last month for my wedding.
Yes, I heard about it in Paris. You're a clever girl, Miss Clay, for putting Dill through his paces. He always said he hated big weddings. The experience will do him good.
Oh, it's just me, dear. Only 2 bridesmaids and Paula, my maid of honor.
Well, can I do anything to help?
Yes, come and see it tomorrow. Well, will you two excuse me a minute?
Certainly. Well, Dill, here we are.
When did you get back, Connie?
This morning. Perfectly heavenly crossing. I think we broke a record or something.
Staying a while?
Oh, perhaps. I haven't made any real plans. I just decided all of a sudden to sail, so I sailed. How are you, Dill?
You shouldn't have come here, Connie. You know that.
I came because I wanted to see you. To get, shall I say, one last glimpse. And I thought there might be a bare chance that you would like to see me.
Well, I don't want to see you.
Why, Dill, you're cruel.
Stop it. It doesn't matter to you. Nothing has ever mattered to you.
You did, Dill.
You never meant it. Any of it.
Not even Sorrento?
Not even Sorrento.
Dill.
Yes?
I did mean it at Sorrento. And in Switzerland, too. Remember that divine little village in the Alps?
I really think you'd better go.
Just as you say. Dill,
Yes?
are you in love?
Utterly?
Happy?
For the first time in my life.
Honeymooning?
Of course.
Continent?
No, London.
Oh, Dill, but why London? It's so cold and so gray.
I like London. Mary likes London.
Well, I guess it's London. But if you should happen to get over to Italy...
We won't.
But just in case London does seem a little too gray and too cold, and you wanted to see what sunshine was like, and you suddenly found yourself in Italy, would you do something for me?
What?
Would you look across that beautiful bay and up at the smoke plumes of Vesuvius and think of me? Of you? Of us? Just once?
But we are not going to Sorrento.
Well, that's that. Goodbye, Dill. No hard feelings and bon voyage.
Goodbye, Connie.
Must you go so soon, Miss Bond?
Oh, I'm sorry. I really can't stay. And you must have at least a dozen things to do.
At least. But they can wait.
Oh, no, I've really got to run. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, dear, why don't you drop Miss Bonds off?
Oh, no, I wouldn't think of it. I'll be all right. Goodbye, Dill.
Well, that was a little unexpected. Do you mind?
Why, of course I don't, darling. Why should I?
Oh, Mary.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Come on in, Jeff.
I just wanted to tell you that everybody's gone. I'm on my way now.
Oh, don't go. Let's sit around and talk. The 3 of us.
No, I can't, Mary. I don't know about you, but I've got a big day ahead of me tomorrow.
Oh.
Well, see you in church, Miss Clay.
See you in church, Mr. Tingle. Rain. Wouldn't you just know it? Rain for a wedding. Oh, stop crying, Paula. Rain's lucky for me. The side door driver.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, look at the crowd going in the church. All for me. Oh, Paula, in all my life, I've never had such a fuss made over me. I love it. Hurry up, driver. Hello, everybody.
Oh, Mary, we thought you'd never arrive. It's a fine way to treat your bride.
Calm down, darlings. Take your cue from Mary. Hello, Jeff.
Oh, you're here.
What's the matter? Wasn't I supposed to come today? How's Dill feeling?
Well, I don't know.
What? The best man doesn't
Just
know?
don't get excited. I'll be right back.
What's wrong with him? Well, why don't we start? What is that woman singing for? They ought to be playing the wedding march. The sweetest story ever told. Paula, did you tell that soprano to sing the sweetest story ever told?
No, dear.
Well, neither did I, and I loathe it.
Oh, this hat. May I sit down?
No. Quick, everybody. Who goes Paula? Paula, am I all right? Do I look all right? Listen.
Well, here we go.
I'm weak. My knees are buckling.
Isn't it?
Starty, start. Goodbye, everybody.
Wait. Mary, don't go out there yet.
Why, Jeff, are you crazy?
Mary, Who told him to start that thing? Tell him to stop. Stop the music.
Why, Jeff, is it Dill? Is he sick?
No, he's married.
What? Did you say married? Jeff?
Yes, Mary.
Married to whom?
Connie Barnes.
To Connie Barnes?
Yes.
Oh, shut up, everybody.
Well,
Jeff,
steady, Mary.
Oh, it's all right. I'm not going to faint. Tell me.
It's true, Mary. Dill wired my house. The boy just brought it. I had the woman sing to store for time.
The sweetest story ever told.
Mary.
It said he was sorry, didn't it?
Oh, yes.
You poor darling. Oh, yes, I'm sure he's sorry. So am I. It's one of those things you'd like to see happen to somebody else. Like a fat lady on a banana peeling.
Oh, Mary, I'm so sorry for you.
Well, we're leaving at once. Tell the papers that. Tell them that Mary Clay decided at the last minute she didn't wish to marry. Jeff, put these lilies in water for me. I might want to get married again sometime. Will someone get Jeff a pitcher or a bucket? There's plenty of water outdoors.
Let's go, Mary. They're sending the crowd away. Let's get ahead of it.
Wait. The benediction. Hold open the door so I can hear.
No, please.
Well, then I'll hold it open myself.
And the ceremony will be indefinitely postponed. Miss Mary Clay will not be married to Mr. Dylan Todd today.
Miss Mary Clay will not be married to Mr. Dylan Todd today. Sounds funny, doesn't it? And I always thought that rain was lucky for me.
That ends Act One of tonight's Lux Radio Theater play, Forsaking All Others, with Bette Davis and Joel McCrea. We go on to Act Two in a moment. Meanwhile, during our intermission, we have a new game we'd like you to play with us. It's called Last Word Up. Here's how it's played. We've asked a young lady to read a piece to you. The game is that you pick out the last word in every sentence she reads, like this.
I am very anxious to stay beautiful.
The last word in that sentence was beautiful. Remember, pick out the last word in every sentence. Place them together in the order in which they appear, and you'll find they themselves make a complete sentence. See what that sentence is. Ready? Let's go. Sentence 1.
You will notice the most popular girls are always dainty.
Sentence 2.
Daintiness, the most appealing charm of all, should be on the beauty program of all girls.
Sentence 3.
It's a charm they all can have, and one they can keep through the years. In fact, always.
Sentence 4.
It's romance women really want, and the girls who are dainty usually win.
Sentence 5.
But remember, the girl who neglects this charm loses out.
And that's all. Now let's see if we have the right last words up. My little pad reads, dainty girls always win out. Famous screen stars will tell you that's the truth. For instance, here's what the lovely Loretta Young says. No smart girl neglects daintiness. Unless a girl has it, no other charm counts. Use Lux toilet soap as a beauty bath. Its active lather leaves skin really fresh and sweet, delicately fragrant, too. It's the best way I know to ensure daintiness. You'll love it. And thousands of girls everywhere have found from experience that what Loretta Young says is true. It pays to be exquisitely dainty with gentle, fragrant Lux toilet soap. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille. We continue with Forsaking All Others, starring Bette Davis and Joel McCrea. It's the following afternoon. Trying bravely to hide her real feelings, Mary is entertaining again at her home. passing the whole affair off as a joke on herself. But there's desperation in her bravery and bitterness in her laughter. Jeff Tingle has just arrived at the house. Still wearing his coat, he stands at the telephone, speaking to his secretary.
Hello. Miss Kramer? Mr. Tingle. Is everything all right down there? That's fine. Now, just between you and me, is there any use in my coming down to the office today? Or tomorrow? I didn't think so either. Goodbye. Oh, Dent.
Yes, sir?
When that gentleman arrives,
I'll show him to the library.
Good.
Yes, sir. Shall I take your coat, sir? Miss Clay is in the sitting room.
Thanks.
Jeff, Doc, come and join the party. We're celebrating my sudden release from matrimony.
You're looking very lovely, Mary.
Thank you. The frock is from my trousseau. I had it fumigated. Sit down.
I called you late last night. Why didn't you answer?
Because I wanted to unpack my trunks and get settled. Oh, then I was tired, so I went to bed after writing a few checks for the monthly bills, and I read myself to sleep on a book that Dill and I received as a wedding present. Being very careful about finger marks, of course, since back it goes. Finally, I put the book down and went to sleep.
Did you have a good sleep?
Best in years.
Must have been a good book.
It was rather nice. I'm going to buy it someday.
I'd like to speak to you, Mary. May I?
Of course. We can go in the library. My ambassadors of goodwill in there, Jeff. They all came to see what a jilted lady looks like.
You're putting on a good show.
Thanks.
Well, they're married, all right.
How romantic.
Justice of the peace, 11 o'clock yesterday
Oh,
morning.
don't spare a thing, Jefferson. What did the bride wear?
I don't know, but knowing Connie Barnes, I'd say something clinging and trailing.
Yes, I imagine so. Oh, Jeff, why did he do it?
I don't know. I've been trying to figure it out.
I have too, all night, all morning.
You're doing swell, Mary.
Jeff, do you hate being told to move on? If you're in some place that you think is all right for you to be, and somebody comes up very roughly and tells you to move on, that's how I feel. Ordered to take my little picnic basket in hand and get out of somebody's private property. I want to go away. I want to go away and hide. But I'm not going to. I'm going to stay and have a big time as if nothing had happened. Jeff, never again as long as I live will I laugh when the gentleman kicks the lady comedian. What is it, Dent?
For Mr. Tingle, Miss Mary.
The gentleman. Oh, all right, then. Thank you.
Yes, sir?
What was that all about?
Mary, Bill's here.
What?
You've got to see him.
Who says so?
I do.
What does he want?
I'll let him tell you. I only spoke to him on the phone, but I promised I'd fix it so you'd see him. Your whole life may depend on this.
How can it possibly?
Please, Mary, for me. I'll send him in.
All right, Bill. Go ahead. Yes, thanks. Mary,
Yes, I'm still Mary. Remember me?
it's hard to explain what I did, but
Why do you try? What makes you think I want an explanation?
I must make some attempt to...
Justify what you did.
No, that isn't possible.
Or perhaps you want to be forgiven. All right, I forgive you. So what?
Jeff said you'd see me. Allow me to talk.
Well, you're talking. Go on.
Mary, you've always been a reasonable person.
Have I?
You've always been fair and just.
And generous. That's a good word, too.
Please, these aren't just words. Believe me, I know. I appreciate what I've done. I played you the meanest trick. I know all that. I only want to tell you it was my loss, too.
Two? Who else has lost? Have I? Oh, I was humiliated, embarrassed, naturally. But think what I escaped. Why, I almost married you. Oh, that's something to be grateful for. You know, like missing a train that was wrecked.
You don't mean that.
Don't I?
You can't, no matter what I've done. I know, and you may laugh at me for saying so, but I love you. I've never stopped loving you.
Love? All right, maybe you do love me. What's that got to do with it? Perhaps I love you, too. Yes, I think I do. I think I am in love with you. That doesn't mean I want to be. If I stay in a dark room and do as the doctor says and take plenty of nourishment, I'll get over it.
Mary, listen to me. I haven't slept. All night long I've walked the streets. I don't want... Oh, I know this is a rotten thing to say, but I need you. It's you I want, not Connie.
Oh, Dill. Can't you be loyal with anyone?
What do you mean?
Well, you're married to her, aren't you? Now I think you'd better go.
All right. All right, Mary.
Doesn't want Connie. What's a fine time to think of that? Keeping me waiting at a church all day and... Oh, no.
Mary. Here, have a cigarette. Light?
Thanks. Well, why don't you ask me what happened?
I don't have to. I saw Dill's face on the way out.
You know, Jefferson, I can almost tolerate myself again. I've said things that I didn't know I could. Horrible, mean things. And it felt so good. And you know, you're going to take me out to dinner tonight, Jefferson. I want a good dinner and I want to dance.
Dinner?
Mm-hmm. With you and Shep and Paula and anyone else who'd like to come.
I see. I'm Papa.
I'll wear my new white evening dress.
Who are you trying to make jealous?
Oh, Jefferson, now girls don't do that sort of thing anymore. But you can send me flowers if you like. Heaps and heaps of them.
No. Nothing doing. I sent them already.
Jefferson Tingle, you never sent me flowers in all your born days.
No? Well, it so happens that the day before yesterday I sent you some cornflowers. But you've probably forgotten. Well, I'll see you tonight.
Why, Jefferson Tingle.
I tried to get her to come. I said, Mary wants you to come, Paula. But she said she was just too upset.
There, what do you think of that, Jeff? I'm jilted at the altar, and Paula is so upset she can't come.
Iron nerves, Mary. What do you say we have something to eat? I'm hungry.
Don't be common, Mr. Tingle.
What about a steak all around?
And what else do they have?
Steak.
I'll have a steak, please, Mr. Tingle.
Very good, Miss Clay. Anything else you'd like?
Yes, a smile, Mr. Tingle.
A smile? How's this?
Gruesome.
Well, I'm sorry, but that's the best I can do.
So what's the matter with you, Jeff? We're supposed to be on a party.
Yes, whoopee! We ought to have noisemakers.
Mary, you're beautiful tonight.
Thank you, sir.
If you ask me, Mr. Dillon Todd is a dope.
Who asked you?
Well, don't you think he was a dope?
I try never to think about anything.
Yeah, well, that's nice. That's loyalty.
Yeah, well,
I still think he's a dope.
Stop it! I won't have you men quarreling over Carlotta, the dance hall girl. She isn't good enough.
Well, I'll have my steak rare. What about you, Mary?
That guy is hopeless, Mary. That's all. He's hopeless.
Good evening, Miss Barnes.
Oh, good evening, Alfred.
We haven't seen you for a long time, Miss Barnes.
I've been away. Is Mr. Todd here tonight?
No, I haven't seen him, but will you wait?
Yes, give me a table, please. A quiet one, Alfred.
Right this way, Miss Barnes.
Shep, you're marvelous. I'm glad you brought him, Jeff.
I'm just Papa, that's all.
Look.
What's the matter, Mary?
Am I hysterical, or is that really Connie Barnes coming through that door?
It's Connie, all right.
Connie Barnes. She's heading right for us.
Oh, let's get out of here. I don't want to see her.
We can go upstairs. Come on.
No, I won't. I haven't done a thing to be ashamed of. Sit tight, Mary.
Mary, if I were you, I wouldn't go looking for trouble.
Why, Connie, how do you do?
Oh, good evening.
Well, hello, Connie.
Hello, Connie.
Hello, I was looking for... I told Dill I'd meet him here.
We've just ordered. Won't you join us?
Why...
Oh, we'd love to have you, wouldn't we, Jeff?
What? Oh, yes, delighted.
We're celebrating. Paula couldn't come, so you can have Shep, Connie.
Well, thank you. That's very sweet.
Sit down, won't you? Sit down, Shep. Sit down, Jeff. You're not going to stand up all evening, are you?
We'll clear the ring when we hear the gong.
Oh, shut up. Sit down.
Well, if you think it's safe, have a seat near the door, Shep. Thanks.
I know what you all must be thinking.
Yeah? You're good.
Jeff, please.
Miss Clay, I'm glad we had this chance meeting. I feel there's some sort of explanation, do you?
Explanation?
Yes, it was really unfortunate. I mean that our marriage should have to be at such a time.
Yes, it was a bit inopportuno.
I'm so sorry. I really blame Dill. He knew how it was with us.
And just forgot for a time.
Yes. And you are attractive, Mary. May I call you Mary? I can imagine Dill found you hard to resist.
Hard, but not impossible.
But it's not Dill I'm concerned about.
No.
After all, you're the one who
lost.
Well, it amounts to just that, doesn't it?
Really? You're not flattering me, Mrs. Todd.
That's it, Shep. Outside the ropes.
Let's go.
Can't we look at this thing impersonally?
Oh, of course. I'll be Exhibit A.
I like your saying that. To carry out the idea, I'll be Exhibit B.
And Dill, Exhibit C.
It's the new World's Fair, Shep. I'll sell you the popcorn concession.
Oh, Jeff.
I know you grew up with Dill. You were taking your marriage as a matter of course, just one of those things.
A love match.
I don't doubt your sincerity, Mary. But I should have married Dill a year ago.
Oh, what's a year, more or less?
When I heard he was going to marry you, I knew suddenly that I had to see Dill again. To know once and for all if he was important to me. Any woman would have done the same.
But not so successfully.
Do I detect a note of sarcasm?
Oh, not a bit. Oh, you have my best wishes. And so has the bridegroom.
Thank you. I wish you'd say that to Dill yourself. Heaven knows I want you to be friends with Dill. I know you can be. I think you're good for certain things in his disposition. Dill is accustomed to going to you. He needs you.
Well, he said he needed me.
Yes?
Yes, he said he needed me this afternoon.
This afternoon? Dill saw you this afternoon?
Yes, for the very thing you said, because he needed me.
Well, you two had a lot to talk about if Dill went to you.
Oh, I think he stopped by the church first to see if she was still waiting.
I see. It's not pleasant to be left waiting.
You should know, Mrs. Todd.
Really, should I?
When did you see Dill last?
Well, what do you mean?
Well, shortly after the wedding, wasn't it? Nearly 2 days. It's a long time for a bride of 2 hours.
How do you know that?
Dill told me.
You've seen? You know where he is? Where is he?
My house.
Where's that?
I've moved.
Answer me. Jeff, what have you planned, all of you? What have you planned?
It's not pleasant to be kept waiting.
Are you insinuating that
Connie, Jeff, please now don't quarrel for my sake. Fighting in a restaurant, it's vulgar.
What have you and Dylan planned?
Nothing.
Good. Because Dill and I understand each other. Why, this will all blow over. I know all about your childhood sweetheart. But now he's mine.
He's nobody's. He belongs to himself like any decent human being.
I think I can speak for Dill in that matter.
I resent that. I resent it for Dill.
You might ask him how much he resented what I said night before last.
Oh, you can't hurt me, Connie. Tell me what you said. Or shall I tell you? She'll make you such a good wife. That's what you said. A sweet girl. Go on, marry her, Dill. Forget me and better not think of the things that might have been. That's what you said, Connie. Well, probably not as plain as that, but with the same meaning. Hail and farewell, you said. No, don't kiss me, Dill. Remember Mary, poor dear Mary. And you swept him in with your tenderness. Oh, how beautifully you do it. And once again, the world was lost for love.
And it always will be. You'd better learn that.
Rose or pink at your wedding, Connie? Which did you wear? Or blue or green or black or white?
Whatever I wore, it suited the occasion. A grown-up occasion and not for little girls. Good night, Miss Clay.
And good night to you, Mrs. Todd.
Well, you won.
Yes. Yes, I won. But for some reason it tasted a little bitter. Shall we dance, Mr. Tingle?
Delighted, Miss Clay. Excuse us, will you, Chef?
Have a good time, children.
Jeff, tell me, is it true what you said before she hasn't seen Dill?
Not since
He told you?
he went to my house when he left you.
Then at least he meant what he said to me.
Oh, he's been miserable, Mary.
Oh, has he? Are you going to tell me that-
Nothing. He deserves it.
Oh, let's stop, shall we? I don't feel like dancing.
Come on back to the table.
I'm sorry, Jeff. I guess I'm just all over.
Mary.
Dill, what are you doing here?
Mary, I couldn't stay away. I've got to speak to you.
Did you tell him to come here, Jeff?
Well, I told him you'd be here.
Why?
Well, he asked me and I told him, that's all.
Well, I guess I'd better wait outside.
No, Shep, stay where you are. You too, Jeff. He can talk as much as he likes. Well,
Thanks. I won't take long, and I'll try not to embarrass anybody. It's just that I've got to say this.
yes.
It started a year ago.
With Connie?
Yes, in Europe. I saw her for months. Then as suddenly as she came into my life, she went out of it. I felt disloyal to you even then. You see, I'd never thought of anyone but you since I was a kid. But something happened to me. I was fascinated, I guess. When I left for home, I promised her that... Mary, try to understand me. I was insanely in love with her. It didn't last. When I saw you again, my love for her seemed... well, it was unreal. That's all.
That's all. Is that the story you wanted to tell?
Wait a minute, Jeff.
She called me the night before our wedding. She was a little hysterical. She said she had to see me right away. I said I couldn't see her, that I wouldn't. Then I got to worrying. I thought I'd better go. Finally, I took her for a long drive up the Hudson. We talked and talked until morning. Just at dawn, we stopped and watched the sun come up from the Palisades. She told me she loved me over and over again. She was crying a little. I was confused and bewildered. And having her so near, well, I lost my head. I'm not asking you to forgive me, Mary, but I had to tell you the truth.
Well, your truth comes a little late, doesn't it?
Jeff.
You lost your head, huh? Getting married's a pretty deliberate action.
Jeff, this is my affair.
Take it easy, Jeff.
We did get married. Then for the first time, I realized what I'd done. We left the Justice of the Peace office, and it seemed to me like I was just coming out of a dream. I left her.
You left her? Then?
Yes, in the car. I took the train. I was crazy, Mary.
You left her. Then?
Mary, you do believe me, don't you? Say you do, please. I can't spend another night like last night.
You can't? Well, what about her?
Never mind about me.
Never mind you. Good Lord, Mary, there's a limit.
Yes, and there's a limit to what I can stand. He's sorry, isn't he? You heard him say that.
Yes, I know.
Well, that's enough. I don't care what he's done. I love him, do you hear? And he loves me.
I do, Mary. Believe
What if he
me.
did let me down?
I'm sorry, Mary.
Oh, I'm sorry, too. I love you, Dill. I love you.
Oh, Mary.
Well, that's that. Shep, may I have the honor of this dance?
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. We have finished the second act of Forsaking All Others. And now, before going into Act 3, we observe our custom of bringing you one of the backstage personalities of motion pictures. Among other things, Hollywood is noted for providing more strange occupations than any other town in the world. On our payroll are cobweb spinners, echo testers, fly chasers, professional screamers, and telephone cord untwisters. We meet one of these odd jobbers now. Her name is Kathleen Coghlan, and we call her our fan magazine contact. Kathleen gets paid for digging up unusual facts and ideas about the stars to be used in various screen magazines.
In other words, Mr. DeMille, my job is to find new angles on Paramount personalities, new slants that are news.
From the women's point of view?
Oh, no, from the men's point of view, too. Almost half our fan mail comes from men. That's why the fan magazines print so many success stories. That's the type the men like to read. And then there are those which appeal to both men and women, stories with what we call a problem slant. For example, the personal handicaps which many stars have had to overcome.
Meaning whom, Miss Coghlan?
Meaning Fred McMurray. To see Fred today on the set of Coconut Grove, you would never suspect that he used to be so shy he'd go into a panic every time he had to meet people. He cured himself by centering his attention on other people and so developed his present easy manner. How he did it furnishes an interesting story.
Still, I presume that today, as since the dawn of time, the type of story that interests a woman is a love story.
Correct. But she's interested in the love stories of the stars for much more than a curiosity angle. You see, that woman has a Robert Taylor or a Clark Gable or a Tyrone Power of her own, someone she wants to fascinate and keep enchanted. And so we found that a reader's main interest in the love story of an actress is to learn the means by which that actress succeeded in her Hollywood romance. Hollywood, you see, has become a school, teaching a widely diversified list of subjects, and with all the world as its pupils. It's become a sort of national proving grounds, and that's why I think the sponsors of this program are to be congratulated on their product. The fact that Lux toilet soap is so popular with the stars can be taken by every girl as adequate proof that it must be about the finest complexion care obtainable. I've seen Lux soap in the dressing rooms and homes of any number of stars, actresses who could afford to spend almost any amount of money.
Thanks for telling us that, Kathleen. But your job is to get good ideas for fan magazines. The 14 of them that appear every month have a combined circulation of 10 million. Each one prints about 10 articles, which means that out of somewhere must arise 140 ideas every 30 days. Where do they come from?
Well, take that recent article called The Story of Claudette Colbert's Second Honeymoon, which appeared in Photoplay magazine while Claudette was making Bluebeard's eighth wife. In reality, that story outlines her plans for a trip she's now on in Europe. That in itself wouldn't make what we'd call hot copy, but it suddenly became warm when Miss Colbert dropped a stray remark that she hadn't had a honeymoon because she'd been so busy making pictures. Then and there we had the basis for an article that would interest thousands, again because it could be applied to themselves. All brides, of course, don't have to hurry back home to make motion pictures, but all of them in their hearts want the romance of a honeymoon.
even if it's only a 2-week vacation. That's why such a story is so successful.
But do our leading stars welcome interviews of that nature?
Every star will give a good interview if the conditions are right. Conditions are right for Fred McMurray when he comes into my office, drops down in my chair, and props his feet up on the desk. Carol Lombard is highly conversational in a noisy atmosphere and talks most on the set between scenes. Irene Dunn prefers to wait until her picture is finished and then will entertain graciously at home for the interviewer. Gary Cooper is most uncomfortable when an interview has been planned for him. He's much more helpful if you can arrange to just bump into him. In fact, Gary gave the finest interview of his career, basking in the sun on a pile of old lumber. There's a little tip for the next time Gary appears in the Lux Radio Theater. Thanks, Mr. DeMille, for interviewing an interviewer.
Thanks for the starlight, Kathleen. Betty Davis and Joel McRae return to us in Forsaking All Others. One month has passed, and Dylan Todd is in Mexico to free himself from Connie. Jeff, always the good friend, has gone along to keep him company and stands by the window of their hotel room, looking across the little town.
Well, tomorrow's the day. Hey, Jeff. I said tomorrow's the day.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Are you sure?
That lawyer said positively. Final papers and everything. Lord, I'll be glad to get out of here.
Why, it's not such a bad place.
What are you talking about? You've been beefing about it for a month. Now we're going home, you suddenly take a liking to it. Just the same, we're catching that train tomorrow afternoon.
Well, I'll tell you what, dear. Would you mind very much if you went alone? I think I'd like to stay on here for a while.
What for?
Well, just for a few weeks. I think I'd like it.
You're crazy. Why, if you stay... You won't even make the wedding. Mary would kill you.
No, I'll make it all right.
You'd better. You're still best man, you know.
No, I don't know. Yeah, I thought maybe you'd pick Shep.
What's the matter? Don't you want to be best man?
Well, if it's all the same to you, Dill, I think everything ought to be, different. You mind?
No. No, of course not. I guess I know what you mean. It will be different, too.
Sure it will.
Well, I think I'll shoot an airmail to Mary. Shall I give her your love?
Oh, yes, do that, will you? Hello, Dent.
Mr. Tingle, welcome back, sir.
Thanks. Am I expected?
Oh, yes, sir. I heard Mr. Todd say you'd probably be here today.
Jeff!
Hello, Mary.
Jeff, you finally got here. I was ready to kill you. Do you know I'm getting married tomorrow?
Same place, same piano, same crowd, same wedding.
Same Jeff.
It's good to be back.
Come on, I want to speak to you. Now tell me all about yourself.
Oh, there's nothing much to tell.
How was Mexico? How are you?
Feeble.
Let me look at you. Jeff, you're thinner.
No, I got too much sleep down there.
Well, you didn't dare sleep before you reported here.
No, I tried to, but I couldn't, so I leapt out of bed and fixed myself up cute and rushed right over.
Oh, you did? Well, you can go right back home again. Oh, I got your wretched little postcard.
Did I send you a postcard?
Just too sweet for words. Where is it? Oh, yes. Yes, here it is. A whole month away in one postcard. At least I had the sense not to write to you.
Oh, I read your letters to Dill. It's good the judge didn't know he was getting letters from a giddy young girl. Is that my postcard you're tearing up? The pretty picture of the lake?
That's what I think of your pretty picture?
Well, at least you waited until I got here.
Just for the stamp.
Oh, well, I've got something to tear up, too.
What's that?
Your last letter to Dill. He gave it to me for my stamp collection. Too bad I hadn't read it yet.
Jefferson Tingle, I ought to slap your insufferable face.
Well, you better not. I've been down in a country where a slap in the face means business. Say, where's Dill?
Oh, he's around. We're both trying not to look self-conscious, so we steer clear of each other in front of company. Oh, it's good to see you, Jeff. It makes me feel good.
Dr. Tingle at your service. How are you, really?
Feeble, Moss Tingle, feeble.
No, I don't believe it. What'd you do while I was away?
Well, I caught up with my classical reading. I went shopping and didn't buy anything. Shep and I tore up the town. We became famous far and wide. That pale, interesting woman and that very young-looking boy.
Is he the best man?
Yes.
Too bad I won't be here.
What?
Well, now, don't yell. I've got to eat. I've got a job, and the boss suggests I work at it a bit now and then. He's sending me out of town tonight.
We'll delay the wedding.
I'm flattered, but you won't.
Oh, but I won't seem married unless you're there.
Oh, I'm a jinx. If I stay away, everything will go all right.
Will it?
I wonder.
What's the matter?
Are you good at diagnosis, Dr. Tingle?
Very. What are your symptoms?
A sort of unsatisfactory few weeks I've had. I've straightened out every dresser drawer and every closet in this house. I don't suppose that means anything to you, does it?
Well, certainly you're a neat woman. Go on. You probably counted the linen, too.
Oh, a lot of the good old stuff Mother had was mildewed. I was so mad I cried.
And then one rainy day up in the attic.
You'd be mortified to know that I did spend such an afternoon. I sat in the middle of my ancestral trunks and bawled.
Oh, what over?
Just told you. Over the fact that life was far from satisfactory.
Didn't you feel better afterward?
No.
Well, what's the sticker, Mary?
Whether or not I should marry Dill.
What? Well, have you said anything to Dill?
No, what is there to say until I've made up my mind one way or another?
Well, you haven't much time, less than 24 hours. Make up your mind. Either you are or you aren't. You ought to know.
Yes, Papa.
Say, are you one of these women who worry themselves into a fever trying to decide between pink and green? Haven't you got enough strength of character to know what it is you want and ask for it for a loud, clear voice?
A loud, clear voice. That's easy to say. Because you know what to ask for and I don't. That's the difference, Jefferson. Your life seems very simple to me.
Well, that's because I'm a very complex person. I see more than floats on the surface. I've practiced holding my breath for 3 minutes and walking around on the bottom with my eyes open. And you can do it, too. I've always considered you a person who knew the passwords. I've watched you out of the corner of my eye. You're shocked by the right things, stupidity and glitter and cheap sophistication. But this marriage business has you all mixed up. One of your little pet illusions cracked up about a month ago, and it's got you down. Well, you've got to patch it up again. You've got to keep your pet illusions, and you've got to make them shatterproof.
Wait till I get my copybook, and I'll write all this down.
No. Either you know it or you don't. You don't get it by writing it down, and you don't get it out of books either.
Then how is a poor girl to get it?
Listen, you know what I'm talking about, and if you didn't, you wouldn't be trying to joke about it. You'd be cussing me out because you'd think I was saying you weren't sophisticated. And in this day and age, to say that to a person is to insult him to his non-existent soul.
Well, I know the truly wise are simple. But it doesn't necessarily follow that the simple are truly wise.
You're not being simple now. You've got to make up your mind. Do you want Dill or don't you?
I told you I don't know.
Mary, what is this? You're not trying to get even with Dill.
I thought you knew me better than that.
Oh, I do. You're above that.
Thanks. If I weren't and I found out that I didn't love him, the best way to get even would be to marry him, wouldn't it?
No, but you wouldn't do that.
Of course I wouldn't.
Mary, I don't know what this is all about.
Neither do I. I told you I didn't.
Well, have you spoken to anyone else?
Oh, I couldn't. Still, I can speak about it to you. It's funny, isn't it?
Well, we're old friends.
Oh, that must be it.
Well,
what's
your problem, Mary? And it's a big one. You haven't much time to decide.
The minister's coming in a few minutes to make the final arrangement.
Well, whatever you do decide, it'll be right. I know that.
Thank you, Jeff.
Goodbye, Mary.
Bye.
Well, where to now?
Go around the park again.
Okay. Well, that makes 4 trips around.
Go on. You're getting paid for it. I got all day and all week, and I'm not in a hurry.
Okay, Lonesome.
What?
Remember me? I remember you.
Oh, you do, huh?
Yeah, Lonesome Dingle. All the time a best man. I picked you up on Park Avenue once, remember?
Oh, yes.
Lonesome Dingle. That killed me. I thought you were screwed.
I wouldn't be a bit surprised. Turn around.
Huh?
Go back to the house where you picked me up and step on it.
But I thought you said about...
Go on.
Okay.
Oh, why, Mr. Tingle.
Oh, where's Miss Mary, Dent?
She's in the library.
Thanks. Mary.
Well, glad to see you back, Mr. Tingle. We've got your old room ready for you.
Oh, well, thanks. The conductor said 30 minutes for lunch, so I thought I'd get off and talk to the pretty waitress.
That's nice. Sit down.
Listen, Mary, I've been thinking, and I want to ask you something. Well, if you want to laugh at me when it's all over, I'll laugh with you, because maybe it's hilarious, only I don't think so now.
Go on.
Well, when I left here before, I realized I'd turn tail and run from the most important thing I'd ever had to make up my mind about.
Is it made up now?
Yes, it is. The taxi driver did it. He called me Lonesome Dingo, and that's what I am. And you know why. Because I never took my own advice. I never yelled out for what I wanted in a loud, clear voice. Well, I'm doing it now. Listen, Mary, if you do change your mind about Dill, if you aren't going to marry him, sometime after a decent interval, Only I hope the interval won't be too long or too decent. Would it ever occur to you to marry me?
Yes, Jefferson, it would.
Of course it would. Why not? Jefferson Tingle, that charming old fellow. Wouldn't it be amusing to think of being married to him at some time or other? Well, all right, Mary. Let me know. My office will give you my address any time in the next 3 weeks.
So you didn't mean it?
Did you?
Yes.
I did mean it.
So did I.
Mary,
Jeff.
what's happened?
I don't know. Have I always loved you? I must have.
Oh, we've got to find Dill and tell him.
He's still here. We'll tell him together.
Wait. Let me have a look at you. That Tingle chap fell into a pretty good thing.
So did that Clay girl.
Mary, where in heaven's name have you been?
Here, dear, why?
Well, you might have let me know. Your friend Paula's been on my trail all day, bawling me out for I don't know what. What is this mysterious thing known as my duty to you? Just what have you suffered that I don't know about? Don't you think I've had a little private suffering of my own?
Well, I didn't sick Paula onto you, dear. You know how she loves to manage destinies. I thought you knew it was best to seem devoutly grateful and then go your own little way. You haven't any duty to me, and I've forgotten that I've ever had a single pang.
Well, all right, Mary. You mustn't mind my getting all steamed up. Sorry to let you in for all this, Jeff, but after all, you were in from the start, and you have a right to be in at the finish. Please excuse me, Mary.
And you must try to excuse me. Dill, I don't know how to put it, except that I'm not going to marry you tomorrow.
What? Oh, well, that's all right, Mary. If you want to wait a little while, I understand.
No, Dill, I'm not going to marry you at all.
Why not? Why not, Mary?
Dill, Mary's going to marry me.
You and... All right, children.
It's
all
not
right.
a joke.
Not one of Jeff's ideas?
It's both our ideas.
I don't believe it. I'll never believe it. You're kidding.
Wait a minute, Dill.
Cut it out, Jeff. Do you mean it, Mary?
Yes, Dill.
Then I am a complete fool. Congratulations on making me one.
Oh, Dill, I'm sorry.
Oh, don't say that. You can't be sorry. Not if you're marrying that fine chap, that true friend, Jefferson Tingle. What I can't understand, Jeff, is why you went all the way to Mexico to get me free.
Wait a minute, Dill. This has happened to Jeff and me in the last half hour. We haven't had time to tell you.
Yes, but you were going to tell me. How considerate. Perhaps you can tell me something I can tell my friends.
Oh, Dill, don't say such things. We've always had so much fun together. Dill, that's it. We were getting married on the strength of a past.
So I'm just a friend. Is that it? Just a friend that stuck his hand in the buzzsaw for you to find out if it was sharp. So you want to marry Jeff Tingle instead of me. Is that it?
That's it, Dill.
All right. But promise me this. Don't ever talk about me. And give me time to get out of town.
There goes Dylan Todd.
I'm sorry. You know, Jeff, he didn't think of me at all. I'm glad of that.
Why?
Because then I won't have to sit up nights worrying about him.
I think he took it nobly.
Don't you think I took it kind of nobly when he let me down?
As far as I'm concerned, I think you take everything nobly.
Jeff, you're not going to start complimenting me at this late date.
Well, Miss Clay, my position is slightly altered. As a bridegroom, I hardly know what to say.
Darling.
Miss Mary, Reverend Duncan is calling about plans for tomorrow.
Oh, the minister. Jeff, kiss me.
Good afternoon, Miss Clay.
Good afternoon, Reverend Duncan.
And this is Mr. Dylan Todd?
Well, not exactly.
What?
I mean, there's been a slight substitution. Mr. Tingle for Mr. Todd.
We take leave of our play, forsaking all others, and devote the next 2 or 3 moments to a meeting with our stars, Bette Davis and Joel McCrea. A couple of weeks ago, Miss Davis, the Hollywood columnist Jimmy Starr reported on this microphone that you've just moved into your new home.
Good work, C.B., but don't stop there.
Don't whisper, Joel. Speak up if there's anything on your mind.
Oh, no, not a thing.
Well, you know, Joel here is in the cattle business, and after all, Betty, what is home without a cow?
Now, Mr. DeMille, what would I want with a cow?
I'm sure I don't know, Betty. I'm only trying to help Joel out. He said that if...
Well, Betty, a cow... Well, you see, a cow is... Why, well, anyway, they're swell. They're quiet and restful, and they have big brown eyes, and I'm sure if you saw the one
Joel, I don't wish to buy a cow.
Oh, you don't wish to buy a cow?
No.
Oh. Well, how about a horse?
No.
Well, can I at least sell you a load of hay?
It's very good hay, Betty.
You two aren't partners by any chance.
No, not exactly. You see, I own a herd of deer.
But I don't want any deer either.
No, but they eat so much hay that Joel said he'd give me all I need if I helped him sell you a cow.
Oh. I see. Just a couple of boys in the movie business.
Maybe we'd better change the subject, Mr. DeMille.
No, wait a minute, Joel. Since you and I have formed a sort of mutual admiration society for our friend Willie Weiler, why don't you send a cow to him as a token of your esteem?
Excuse me, Betty, but Mr. Weiler has interrupted his picture directing and is now in Sun Valley, Idaho.
Yes, far, far away from Hollywood with nothing to do but ski and ice skate and toboggan. Poor, poor man. That's why I think a cow might be just the thing to keep his spirits up.
Tell me, Betty, is it true that after directing you in Jezebel, poor Mr. Weiler had to go away for a rest?
Oh, don't be silly, Joel. I'm the one who had to have the rest. You've worked with Willie, you should know.
My secret agents informed me, Betty, that the real reason you worked night and day was to enable your co-star, Henry Fonda, to dash to New York and be there at the time he became a papa.
That's quite true. And in appreciation of our efforts, Henry promised to name the baby Jezebel. But he double-crossed us and named her Jane Seymour Fonda instead. I don't know, I suppose that's better. Jane's really kind of nicer than Jezzy.
By the way, didn't Henry play in Forsaking All Others on Broadway?
That's right, Joel. He was hardly more than an extra then. And now, 5 short years later, he's right up among our leading men. But getting back to you. Now, just what is all this about your ranch?
Well, the best way to find out is to come up and have a look for yourself.
A real ranchman? Corrals and roundups and wooden bathtubs, too, I suppose.
Well, not quite that authentic, Betty. I'll own up to one small swimming pool.
Well, speaking of bathtubs...
And goodness knows you're the one to speak of bathtubs, Mr. DeMille.
Well, anyway, I was about to remark that the first bathtub in this country almost caused a minor revolution. Its presence in the home of a Cincinnati gentleman in the 1840s brought forth a storm of protest from politicians, newspapers, and the medical profession. It was denounced as an Epicurean innovation designed to corrupt the democratic simplicity of the Republic. Not long after, the Philadelphia Common Council went into a turmoil over a proposed ordinance prohibiting bathing between November 1st and March 15th. It failed to become a law by only 2 votes.
That's lucky for you, sir. This is the 20th century. Lux Soap would have found it rather rough sledding back there in the unscrubbed 40s. And lucky for us, too. I'm very happy to say that Lux Soap is the soap in our new home.
Thank you, Betty.
And thank you, sir, for inviting me here to play Forsaking All Others. Many of you will remember the stage production with Miss Tallulah Bankhead, whose performance is one I know I shall never forget. And now, good night.
Good night, C.B.
Good night, Betty. So long, cowboy. And now I have some wonderful news for you. Next week, we bring you the great W.C. Fields. The old guard that never surrenders. Beneath the magnificent flaming canopy that is his nose, there beats the heart of a Don Quixote. He's the ghost of the old family album, come back to shake the world with laughter. He's the last stand of old-fashioned chivalry and wisteria-draped sentiment. His speech gushes with 18-carat invective and 18th century elegance. He's the minstrel boy in top hat and velvet collar, slightly frayed. He's that glorious charlatan, W.C. Fields. We dispatched an invitation to Mr. Fields to be with us next Monday night. And by carrier pigeon, Mr. Fields has sent his acceptance and will reenact his great screen success, Poppy, assisted by Anne Shirley, Skeets Gallagher, and John Payne. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents W.C. Fields in Poppy with Anne Shirley, Skeets Gallagher, and John Payne. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood. During the play appeared the courtesy of Samuel Goldwyn and Louis Silvers, new 20th Century Fox Studios, where he directed music for the new film Sally, Irene, and Mary. Heard during tonight's program was Sweet Someone from Love and Hisses. Your announcer has been Melville Ruick.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Hollywood, California, Monday, May 17th. The Lux Radio Theater presents Bette Davis and Fred McMurray in another language with John Beale and May Robeson. Lux presents Hollywood. This program comes to you through the makers of Lux Flakes as a means of showing their appreciation of your pronounced preference for these remarkable soap flakes. Our stars tonight are Bette Davis, Fred McMurray, John Beale, May Robeson, Margaret Hamilton, and Hal K. Dawson. Our guests, Mrs. James Roosevelt, mother of our president, and Miss Janet Henley, one of Hollywood's foremost wardrobe authorities. Our producer, Cecil B. DeMille. Our conductor, Louis Silvers, all of whom join me in saying, welcome to the Lux Radio Theater. Before going ahead with our play, Another Language, I want to tell you about a little club in Paterson, New Jersey. Miss Laura Brock, the secretary, writes,
We are a group of girls who meet every Monday night. Wanting a name for our club, we have taken the liberty of calling ourselves the Lux Time Girls. One of our bylaws reads as follows. Any member getting a run in her stocking during the course of any meeting must pay a fine of 10 cents. Our treasury hasn't been increased by a single dime so far because all the girls are Lux-wise. And as a matter of fact, we very seldom get runs at all anymore.
They know that Lux cuts down runs because it saves the elasticity. The letter continues.
We thank you for the splendid entertainment of the Lux Radio Theater, and we wish you continued success.
And we thank you, Miss Brock, for your letter. We hope all of your club members are listening in tonight to hear Bette Davis, Fred McMurray, and John Beale in another language. And now, our producer, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Some years ago, Mrs. Rose Franken, a housewife and mother of 3 children, surprised her friends by writing a play. Several people promised to produce it, but when nothing happened, Mrs. Franken became so provoked she wrote another. It fooled everyone. Another Language ran 344 performances and was promptly sold to pictures. Bette Davis, who commands the stage tonight in the role of Stella Hallam, earned her first money waiting on tables in school. Facing the camera for her screen test in New York, she fainted but passed, only to spend many weary months in Hollywood playing fill-in parts in screen tests for other hopefuls. As far as I know, her record of making love to 36 men in one day before the camera is still unchallenged. While Bette was eating lunch one day, Pandro S. Berman passed by, stared at her for a few moments, and informed her she would play opposite Leslie Howard in Of Human Bondage. Starred from then on, she won the Academy Award for Dangerous and is next seen in the Warner Brothers film, That Certain Woman. Fred McMurray's Paramount Pictures, his 2 previous performances in the Lux Radio Theater, and his many other air appearances find us greeting him as an old friend. He's heard tonight as Vicky Hallam and will be on the screen shortly in Exclusive. John Beale, who created the role on Broadway and in pictures, is again Jerry Hallam. John took to the footlights right after graduating from the University of Pennsylvania, dropping his original aim of becoming an illustrator. He's just completed Border Cafe for RKO. And I'm especially pleased to welcome one of my oldest friends of stage and screen, that distinguished character actress, Miss May Robeson, in the role of Mother Hallam. The parts of Grace and Walter will be filled by Margaret Hamilton and Hal K. Dawson, who played them so skillfully in the theater and film. Curtain time, ladies and gentlemen. Our stars make their entrance, and the Lux Radio Theater presentation of Another Language, starring Bette Davis,
Fred McMurray, John Beale, and May Robeson is on the air. Our scene is a tiny studio apartment in downtown New York, the unpretentious but charmingly furnished home of Vicky and Stella Hallam. It's early Monday morning, and we find Vicky at the telephone. He seems to be having a little difficulty making himself understood.
Now listen, is this the Center Art Institute or isn't it? All right. Now, what? I don't care if you're only the cleaner. I don't care if you're the president. All I want to know is Mrs. Hallam's still there. Mrs. Victor Hallam. Yeah, she's one of the students in the art class. Well, there must be somebody there. Well, run up and take a look, will you? It's important. I said run up and take a look.
Hello, Vicky.
Oh, never mind.
How are you, darling?
I'm all right. Do you know what time it is?
Yes, I'm terribly sorry.
It's nearly 8 o'clock. I've been trying to get you on the phone.
I know it's awful of me, but I couldn't stop before. I was right in the middle of the new piece. But it's done now. It's in the cast, and, oh, Vicky, I think it's going to be all right.
That's good.
You must be starved. I'll get you something right away.
Well, wait a minute. Maybe you don't remember what night this is.
Why, it's Monday.
Yeah, and we were supposed to be at my mother's at 7 o'clock sharp.
Oh, Vicky. Oh, Vicky, darling.
Well, that's all right. It's not the first time you've forgotten it.
Are you angry with me, Vicky?
Well, I'm not exactly happy.
I'm sorry. I know how sacred these Monday night family meetings are.
They're not sacred, but I think we could make a little effort to get there once in a while. Walter manages it, and so does Paul. And their wives are there every time.
Yes. Has it ever occurred to you, Vicky, that maybe your brother's wives are a little more welcome than I am?
What do you mean by that?
I don't know, but sometimes I feel I can't help it. I feel they resent me.
Oh, don't be ridiculous. Why should my family resent you?
I don't know. But I think they do, Vicky. All except Papa. He's a dear.
And the rest of them are a lot of palookas, I suppose.
I didn't say that.
Well, that's what you meant.
I didn't mean that at all. I like them, Vicky. I only wish I could make them like me, that's all.
Well, maybe you don't try. Maybe if we went up there a little more often, you'd get to know them better. It's not their fault, Stella.
I know that.
It's just that they don't understand you, all this art school stuff.
Oh, but you understand it. You do, don't you, Vicky?
Well, sure, I do.
Then give me a kiss, darling, and tell me that you're not mad anymore because I'm late.
Oh, but why did you have to pick the night of all nights to hold things up, Stella?
I couldn't help it, darling. Honestly, I couldn't. This bust of you was the first thing I've done that I thought was really good. And I feel like shouting. Probably it's because the subject was so grand.
Crazy.
Don't spoil it, Vicky. Kiss me and make it perfect.
Now hurry up and get ready.
I'll only be a minute.
Oh, Walter and Grace are going to stop by for us.
Are they?
Yeah, I told them you'd be late, so they're taking their time.
When Walter comes, make sure you don't smoke one of his cigars.
Huh?
If I remember, the last one you smoked flew up.
Oh, Walter's all right.
Of course he is.
Blow up, will you, Walter? My feet are killing me.
Which apartment is it, Grace?
12.
Boy, what a joint. What did Vicky ever want to live down in this part of town for, anyway?
Stella, you mean?
Yeah.
She's got him wound round her little finger. Ring the bell.
All right.
Guess she thinks living down here makes her arty or something.
Hello, Walter. Hello, Grace.
Hiya, Vicky boy. How's the kid?
Fine, thanks.
Well, step right in, Gracie. Make ourselves to home.
That's right, Walter. Well, Grace, it's been a long time. How are you?
All right.
Oh, Grace is dying. She says her feet are killing her. Hoof and mouth disease, that's what she's got. Guess we'll have to shoot her, eh?
Ha-ha.
Where's the little woman, Vicky? Putting on the war paint?
She'll be ready in a minute.
Give her the gun, boy. Give her the gun. You know what I do to Gracie when she keeps me waiting? I give her the icy clutch.
Now, Walter, you stop it.
You know, you sneak up behind him, Vicky, and get him by the nape of the neck like this.
Crazy fool.
The icy clutch, Vicky. Get it?
Hello, Grace. Hello, Stella.
How are you still, old girl? How's the kid?
Fine, Walter. How are you?
Well, I'm like the weather. Everybody complains about me, but nobody does anything.
Oh, shut up.
Say, we'd better get going. Mom will be waiting for us.
I'm ready.
I'll run down and hail a cab.
Oh, don't be foolish, Vicky.
Oh, we've got to, Grace. We're late already, and it's my fault. I'll turn out the lights.
No sooner said than done.
Oh, Walter, not all of them.
I can't
break
see
our
my hand
necks.
before my face.
Ooh, boogie, 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 boogie.
Stop it now, Walter.
The icy clutch.
Oh!
Mama. Come on. Open up.
Stop it, Walter.
Hello, Mama.
Hello, Victor. Hello, dear. Come in. Oh.
Well, Mama, how's my best girl?
Oh, I'm fine, my boy. You know, I was afraid you were not coming. Oh, how do you do, Stella? Well, this is a surprise.
Hello, Mother. I'm awfully glad to see you. How are you?
Pretty well, thanks. Oh, these flowers for me? Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. But you shouldn't, you know.
Ooh.
Walter, my boy, I knew I could count on you. How are the children, Grace?
Johnny's got a sniffle. Everybody here tonight, Grandma?
My sons never forget Monday nights.
Listen, what's the matter with your son's wives?
I always say my sons' wives are very good to me also. All except Stella. You know, I'm afraid we are not quite high-toned enough for Stella.
Oh, Mother, you know that isn't true. You don't understand.
I understand perfectly, my dear. Well, come in. Don't stand here in the hall. They're all inside waiting.
Hello, everybody. Hello, Etta.
Well, hello. You're a stranger.
I know. I'm really ashamed.
I feel as if we ought to be introduced.
Oh, Etta, it isn't as bad as all that.
Stella, my child, I knew you'd come.
Hello, Father.
Hello, Stella.
Paul, how are you, Paul?
Say, aren't those chrysanthemums beauties? Those are beauties, Stella. Aren't the beauties, everybody? They must have cost something, all right.
Yes, they're very lovely. It's too bad we haven't anything to put them in.
Gee, you blew yourself. Hard times didn't seem to hit you, Vicky. They're wonderful, beautiful.
Yes, but Stella, you know, you shouldn't let your husband spend so much money for nothing. How's your new maid, Grace?
How is she? She ate 3 eggs for breakfast this morning. That's how is she.
That's nerve. Do you know it?
I'll say it's nerve.
Oh, I wouldn't keep her.
I'm not.
Hi, yet, old kid.
Stop that, Walter Hallam. Grace, that husband of yours is too fresh entirely.
Well, you know, Walter has to have his little joke.
Walter, did you see the new brooch Paul gave Etta?
No, let's see. Say, not bad.
I like that center diamond, Etta.
It's a marquis.
Never met him. My acquaintance begins and ends with a chip.
Oh, Paul, where's Jerry? Everybody's here now but Jerry.
He said he'd drop in later if he could.
Well, that's right. You know, you're not firm enough. You're not firm enough with your son, Etta. You know, Monday nights ought to begin to mean something to him. Now Jerry's quite old enough.
That's true, Mama. Etta, you ought to talk to him.
You know, I don't think I've seen Jerry since...
You know how long? I'll tell you. Not since your wedding. That shows how often you visit us, Stella.
But that's not possible.
You wouldn't know him now, Stella.
Yes, he's a grown-up man all of a sudden. Oh, I can't believe it myself.
He reminds me a lot of the way Vicky used to look.
Oh, there's a strong resemblance between all the boys. I said to Grandma the other day, Vicky's getting to be the image of Paul, now that he's putting on weight.
Who's putting on weight?
You.
Oh, you're crazy.
Oh, Vicky, you big fat thing. You know you gained 11 pounds in the last year.
Victor gained 11 pounds? Why, that's wonderful.
You don't seem to think it's so wonderful, Stella.
What? Stella, you're not happy that your husband's putting on flesh?
I want him to stay young and handsome.
Oh, nonsense. People should eat plenty. Never mind how they look.
That's right, Mama. You tell that to Stella. She's positively starving me.
Oh, Vicky, Mother actually believes it.
No, she's pretty good to me, my wife is.
And I guess you're pretty good to her. All my boys are good husbands.
Good, but not romantic.
What have we got to be romantic, huh?
Yeah.
Well, sit down, Stella. Sit down. Don't act like company.
Oh, I'm not. Really, I'm not.
Well, you don't even take your hat off. That's not very nice, you know.
She knows it's becoming.
Why, it's so light I didn't even know it was on.
Well, take it off. We all saw it.
Oh, here's Jerry now.
Come on in, Jerry. The door's open. Fine time to be coming. Hello, everybody.
Hello, Jerry.
Hello, Grandma.
You've been forgetting your old grandmother.
Oh, no, I haven't, Grandma, but you know how it is.
Hello, Jerry.
Oh.
Jerry, this is your Aunt Stella, for goodness sakes. You remember your Aunt Stella. Say, how'd you do? Where's your tongue?
Oh, he does remind me of the way Vicky used to be.
Sure, I remember Aunt Stella. How'd do, Aunt Stella?
Aunt Stella? That makes me feel so old.
Well, if I don't call you Aunt, I can't kiss you. And besides, you're not a bit like an aunt. I mean, well, you're not a bit old.
Hey, go on,
no,
Jerry.
He even puts his foot in it the way Vicky used to.
His ways are a lot like Vicky's, but I don't notice the resemblance so much.
Etta means Vicky was never so good looking.
Oh, yes, he was.
You're a businessman now, Jerry.
Yeah, Dad decided last week he couldn't get along without me.
Oh, so we're not going to have an architect in the family, huh?
Well, it doesn't look like it.
Jerry, did you really want to study architecture?
I was crazy to. I guess I still want to about more than anything else in the world.
Well, come on in, everyone. There's lots to eat.
That's the best news I've had since breakfast.
Come along, Vicky. We'll show that pretty little wife of yours how a boy should be fed.
Yeah, let me at it.
What's that you're playing, Aunt Stella?
Debussy.
It's swell. Oh, listen to them in there. I bet they'll sit over that table till 12 o'clock.
They're enjoying themselves, Jerry.
You know, Aunt Stella, you don't seem to belong to these Monday evenings. Aren't they awful? You have to sit around all night and jaw over things that aren't important and eat a lot of things you don't want. I hate to come here.
I know how you feel, Jerry.
Do you? Is it true you're an artist, too, Aunt Stella? I mean, do you paint and sculpt?
I used to before I was married. I'm beginning again.
Well, good for you. You know, when I was a kid, well, when I was about 18, I used to love to design buildings and theaters and things like that.
Oh, but that's wonderful, Jerry.
Dad couldn't see it, though. Nobody could. They seem to think that anything that has to do with drawing isn't business. I wanted to go abroad and really study. At first, Dad said he'd think it over, and then the family, I don't know, sort of got him out of the idea.
Oh, that's too bad, Jerry.
Well, what are you two hobnobbing about?
The two artists. You think they were long-lost friends.
Well, I only hope Stella's not putting ideas in his head.
Well, what do you mean? Can't anybody even sit
Careful,
together?
son. You're talking to your mother.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean anything.
No, of course you didn't. Jerry's a good boy.
Come on, Stella, get hot. How about a little swinger? Let's hear you go to town.
Walter, I'm afraid I'm not up to it. Why don't you?
Sure, shove over. I'll show you how to tickle the ivories.
He does it all by ear.
Never took a lesson in my life.
Aunt Stella, I'd like to see you sometime when we could talk by ourselves. I would like to talk to you about paintings and things. There's nobody much around here I can talk to.
Why, of course, Jerry, anytime. Listen, wait a minute. Vicky, dear.
Yeah?
Vicky, why couldn't everyone come down to our place next Monday evening?
Oh, that's an idea. Hey, how about it, everybody? All come over to our place next Monday.
Oh, no. That's too big a trip for an old lady like me. Perhaps if you lived a little nearer.
Oh,
yes.
come on, Mama. Just this once won't tire you. It's a swell idea.
Then you will come, all of you?
I'm willing if the rest are.
Okay by me.
Fine, then it's settled. Our place next Monday.
No. You know, I'm an old lady. It's much better for you young people to come to me.
Oh, no, Mama, dear. I'll blow you to a taxi.
Yeah, how about a bicycle, Mama?
Well, Aunt Stella, I meant to talk to you alone, not with the whole gang around.
Why, then, anytime, Jerry. Just drop in and have dinner with us.
Thank you.
Oh, gosh. I'm dying for sleep. We ought to be going, Walter.
Me, too. I can't keep my eyes open, hardly.
I ought to wash my hair.
Come on, Stale. Get your duds on. Here's your coat. Catch.
Here, let me help you on with it, Aunt Stella.
Thank you, Jerry.
Here, let me help, too.
You got you that time.
That's a fool trick. You want to watch out what you're doing, do you hear?
Jerry. What's gotten into you? Talking to your Uncle Walter that way.
Apologize to your uncle this instant.
Go on, Jerry. Say, excuse me, Uncle Walter. You were very fresh, really.
I apologize, Uncle Walter.
Oh, don't mention him, my boy. I know your business troubles make you irritable.
Jerry, don't mind them. You will come to see me, won't you?
Stell, are you ready? Stell.
Yes, Vicky. I'm ready.
Before going on with our play, let's stop at the home of one of our friends. 14-year-old Margie is out in the kitchen with her mother. They're doing the dishes together. Margie is drying them.
Mother, how many years have you been washing dishes?
Oh, a long time. It'll be 16 years this month since we started keeping house.
You don't look it.
Thank you, darling. What makes you say that?
Why, Mother, your hands are so pretty and white.
Not at all dishpanny looking.
Well, they probably would be if I hadn't been washing my dishes in Lux ever since I was married. And before, too.
Really?
Mm-hmm. I used to help Grandmother when I was a girl, just as you're helping me now. Only I usually washed and Gran dried. She always kept a package of Lux on that shelf between the windows in her kitchen, remember?
Uh-huh.
And we never used anything else for dishes. Actually, I have tried other soaps a few times, but they always hurt my hands. So I went right back to Lux. And good old Lux seems to get the dishes clean faster. If anybody ever asks you, you can tell them your mother thinks Lux is just about perfect.
Once again, Mr. DeMille.
Back now to another language, starring Bette Davis, Fred McMurray, John Beale, and May Robeson. 1 week has passed. Since their meeting at Mother Hallam's, Stella has been seeing Jerry occasionally, trying to bolster up his spirits. It's Monday morning, and Vicky is sitting at the breakfast table as Stella comes from the living room.
Who's that on the phone?
It's Jerry.
What, again?
Yes, he sounded a little upset about something. He wants me to have tea with him this afternoon at the Ardmore Hotel. Said he wanted to talk to me.
No, 10 to 1 he wants to beef about something.
Oh, but they're all so against him. We're the only ones who can help him. We can't close him off, Vicky.
Well, I'm not going to close him off exactly, but I'm certainly going to mind my own business. And you do the same. Paul wants him over at the factory, and that's all there is to it.
But Paul has enough money to let the boy at least try to find himself.
And waste the best years of his life trying.
But it wouldn't be waste. Putting him in business now when there's so much in him that wants to come out. That's waste. You should have seen his face at the art exhibition. It was like a new world to him.
A kid like that, a kid that age oughtn't to be hanging around art galleries. It's a lot of bunk, if you ask me.
Vicky, when you talk like that, I could just shake you. It's so awfully typical of the...
Typical of what?
Well, of the kind of mentality that ridicules what it doesn't understand.
Oh, so I've got that kind of mentality, eh?
I never thought you had.
But you do now, is that it?
I don't know what to think of you anymore, Vicky.
Oh, you don't?
Sometimes, if I close my eyes, I think it's Paul or Walter.
Now, look here, Stella. I've warned you often enough to leave your opinion of my family out of our conversation.
But it isn't the family, it's you. If you're so blind you can't see that Jerry ought to get away to find himself, then... Well, then something in you that's always been very dear and precious to me has died without my knowing it.
Well, you're certainly taking the kid's troubles to heart.
Because he's so much the way you used to be, Vicky. Maybe that's why I'm so fond of him.
Well, I'm glad you like somebody in my family.
I could like them all if they'd only let me.
That's a laugh.
No, it isn't. I've never fooled myself about the way they feel toward me. They resent me terribly.
Well, if they do, it's because you high-hat them. Try to make yourself somebody miles above them.
That isn't true, and you know it. If I were someone miles above them, I could understand their hatred. But I'm not. I just want more out of life than waking up in the morning and going to bed at night. Oh, I want a great deal more than that, Vicky. And I want a great deal more of marriage than the mere routine of a man and woman living together. Because that doesn't have to happen. It shouldn't happen. Especially when two people began by loving each other the way we did.
Well, that's a funny thing to say. What's the matter with me?
Nothing, Vicky.
You used to think I was pretty good. You used to even love me a little.
I still do. More than anything else in the world.
Like fun you do. You know what's the matter with you, don't you? You're just plain garden variety romantic.
Oh, you can't name it with a word, Vicky.
You want a honeymoon to last forever. But good Lord, Stella, you can't expect that. It's bound to wear off, and well, something a lot better comes in its place.
What comes in its place, Vicky?
Well, you know as well as I do.
I know this, Vicky. Nothing can ever take the place of tenderness and respect and chivalry. You just stand still without them. Or you keep going down and down and down.
Oh, that's bunk, Stella. Honestly, bunk. I'm going to call you Romantic Susie. Come on, kiss me, Romantic Susie.
Oh, Vicky, be serious. We need a talk, you and I. Believe me, we do.
Nonsense. I understand you a great deal better than you think I do.
But you don't know what it means to be lonely.
Oh, what have you got to be lonely about? Afraid I don't love you anymore? Come here. You little fool.
No, Vicky, please.
Oh, Stell, I do love you.
Vicky, every night I pray this prayer. Dear God, bless Vicky, whom I love. And all my dear in-laws.
Hey.
Like it?
It's lovely, Jerry. You know, your Uncle Vicky and I used to come here sometime to dance. Oh, that seems a long time ago now. It was such fun.
Stella.
What's that they're playing? I love it, don't you?
Stella, please don't keep putting me off.
Well, what is it, Jerry?
Oh, I feel like a fool now. You didn't act this way on Saturday.
Well, I remember that we went to the exhibition.
Was that all?
Why, yes.
Well, I remember more than that. I remember every word you said and the way you looked when you said it.
Jerry, this is dreadful.
No.
You know, you sound like a detective.
No, I'm not fooling. Being with you that day made everything different and wonderful. But all it meant to you was going to an exhibition, I guess.
Oh, no, it didn't. It meant more than that, Jerry. Because, you see, I enjoyed seeing the pictures with you. It was nice being with someone for a change. It was awfully nice.
Oh, well, I see. Sure. I'm just crazy, I guess. Forget it, will you, Stella? I was just sort of crazy when I called you and asked you to come here, that's all. We'd better have our tea. Waiter! Waiter!
Yes, sir?
Tea for the lady.
Yes, sir. Anything else?
Stella?
Just the tea, I think. I have to hurry home to dinner.
And for you, the same, sir?
No, brandy.
Yes, sir.
Jerry.
Oh, I'm just a fool, that's all. Go on, laugh at me. I don't blame you. But Saturday when we were going around together, I was walking on clouds all the time. And you were happy, too. I could see it in your face. Because you were with me and away from Vicky.
Jerry.
I can see the way he treats you. As if you were a piece of furniture. Something that's in the house when you go to work and you're sure it'll be there when you get back.
Jerry, don't be silly. Uncle Vicky and I love each other very dearly. We're not romantic anymore. Romance doesn't mean anything. Wears off and something much better comes to take its place.
I don't believe that. And you don't believe it either. It's just that he doesn't know how to make you happy.
I am happy.
Well, then Saturday was all a dream. I mean, then I guess I only imagined it.
No, you didn't imagine it, Jerry. It was wonderful. I did love it. You know, it was just as if I were under a spell. As if time had gone back 7 years. But it wasn't you I was happy with, Jerry. It was Uncle Vicky. Don't you see?
Well, then there isn't any place for me at all.
No, Jerry. Jerry, listen to me. You're not in love with me the way you think.
Stella.
Oh, no, you're not. I'm just taking the place of the girl you'll love someday. Now you're lonely, I guess. And you're dazzled by the experience of talking to someone who understands the things you want to say.
Would that make me suffer the way I'm suffering now?
I think so.
Would that make you suffer the way you're suffering?
Jerry, stop it.
I won't stop. I know what you're doing. You're treating me like a child because you're afraid. You're afraid of yourself and you're afraid of me.
Jerry.
Oh, Stella, there's nothing wrong about it, Stella. We didn't ask it to come. It just happened. Like something natural and beautiful.
Jerry, don't. You mustn't. Jerry.
Right over here.
Here's your Uncle Vicky.
Vicky? You told him we were going to be here?
Of course, why not? He's going to take me home.
Waiter.
Jerry.
Waiter, take the check out of this and keep the
Oh,
change.
Jerry, you mustn't run off like this.
Hello there. Hey, Jerry. What's the matter with him? Hey, Jerry.
Let him go, Vicky. He's just upset, that's all.
What's eating him now?
I don't know. Oh, Vicky, you wouldn't understand.
He went out in an awful hurry. What's it this time?
Vicky, I wish you'd do something for me.
What?
Speak to Paul. Ask him to let Jerry go abroad. For my sake.
Nothing doing. That's none of our business.
All right.
Now, let's get going, shall we, if we're going to entertain the family tonight?
There they are now, Vicky. Hurry, I'll go and let them in.
I'll be out in a minute.
Oh, Jerry, it's you.
Yeah, it's me.
Come in, Jerry.
I want to apologize for acting the way I did this afternoon, Stella.
Oh, but you needn't.
I guess I just sort of lost my head there. I went back to the office, and I wasn't even going to come up here tonight. Then I got to thinking about it and realized what a sap I was.
Oh, but I understood it, Jerry. You mustn't feel badly about it.
Well, I do. Oh, gee, this room's beautiful at night, with the candles and everything. I've never seen it like this before. Where's Uncle Vicky?
In the bedroom, changing his clothes.
I brought you something.
You did?
Here.
Oh, Jerry, how nice. Shall I open it now?
Sure, if you want to.
Oh, it's soft.
Go ahead, see what it is.
Oh, the little toy dog.
Do you remember it?
Of course I remember it. We were walking across 57th Street after the exhibition. It was in a shop window.
And you were like a little kid the way you stopped and laughed at it.
I've always had a weakness for toy stores.
And you said, "Oh, Jerry, look at that puppy. Isn't it adorable?" And I knew right then and there I'd have to buy it and surprise you with it.
But you shouldn't have done it, Jerry.
Well, don't you like it?
I love it. It's one of the sweetest things that ever happened to me. You're surprising me this way. But it won't do. You see, it just won't do.
Wait, you're crying.
Nonsense. Why should I cry over a funny little dog?
I don't know.
Neither do I.
Do you really mean you won't keep it? Stella, you're not angry.
Jerry, no, dear. Only I don't want you to spend your money on me. It must have been expensive.
Oh, that's not the reason. You're just making that up.
Well, then I'm your aunt. Little boys oughtn't to buy things for their aunts. It ought to be the other way around, if anything.
Well, here we are. Oh, hello, Jerry. Thought you were the family. Say, what was the idea of that disappearing act you pulled this afternoon?
No, I had to get back to the office.
Busy man these days, huh, Jerry?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, where'd the dog come from? Gosh, they certainly can make stuff these days.
Jerry bought it for his girl. He opened it for me to see, Vicky.
Oh, so there's a girl in this, too. Well, women like this kind of nonsense. Say, didn't I buy you something like that when we were first married, Stella?
Yes, I think you did, Vicky.
Yeah, it was some kind of a stuffed animal, a pig or a rabbit.
It was a kitten with a blue ribbon around its neck.
Oh, that's right. I threw away $5 on it without batting an eyelash.
You didn't throw it away, Vicky, because I still have the kitten on a top shelf in a box.
You still have it? Gosh, women are nuts, all right. Hey, careful, Jerry. You better go easy. What's her name?
There isn't any girl the way you mean.
Don't tease him, Vicky, please.
Oh, it's all right, old man. You're not the first one to fall, you know. How old is she?
Let him alone, Vicky. It's unkind.
Oh, say, Jerry, you're in soft with your Aunt Stella. Do you know it? Oh, there they are. Come on, Jerry, cheer up. You'll only upset Grandma carrying around a face like that.
Hello, Vicky.
Hello, Vicky. I gotta get out of here. I can't stand it.
Jerry, please don't. Hello, everybody. I'm so glad you're here. Come in. It's wonderful to have you here at last, Mother.
Oh, thank you.
Say, Mama, where's Paul?
Yes, where are Paul and Etta?
Well, they'll be here later. Didn't Jerry tell you?
Don't you know what happened?
No, did Jerry tell you, Stella? I forgot.
Oh, that's not a very nice thing to forget, Jerry.
Etta's sister got appendicitis. They rushed her to the hospital.
No.
Really?
Yeah, they operated right away.
For heaven's sakes, Jerry, how on earth did you happen to forget to tell Aunt Stella?
Yeah, how come you forgot?
Oh, lay off the kid. He couldn't help it. He's in love.
What?
But
so that's it, huh?
What nonsense. He's much too young for that.
That's it. Puppy love. That's what it is. Got any dog biscuits, Stella?
Shut up, will you?
Jerry, don't. All right, everybody, give me your coats, will you?
Come on, folks. The evening's young. Let joy reign unconfined.
Gosh, I'm so full of food I can't move.
Nice work there, Stell. Those sandwiches were swell. Not big, but swell.
Thanks, Walter.
Oh, I do like that record, Vicky. It is a nice phonograph, isn't it?
Come on, Grace, let's dance. We'll show 'em a thing or two.
Oh, Walter, I'm rotten at the new dances, and you know it.
Oh, now just keep in time and follow me. Atta boy.
Nice work, Walter.
Walter, I can't. Let me stop, Walter. I'm busy.
Whee! How's this, folks?
Look at Walter. Walter's good.
That ought to take you down around the hips, Grace. Come, Vicky. Why aren't you dancing? Oh, come along now. Dance with your wife.
Yes, Vicky and Stella.
Oh, I'm no good.
Go on, Vicky, dance.
Well, come on, Stella.
I'd love to, Vicky.
Ah, now that's right. That's right.
Give out with that stuff, Vicky.
Yeah, if I don't give out myself. Well, who's leading, Stella, you or me?
You, darling.
Oh, let's stop. I guess we're just rotten.
Well, you used to dance good together, you two.
When did you ever see us dance?
You danced at your wedding. And you held her tight, all right.
Come along, Jerry. Now, what's the matter with you? You must dance. Go along. Dance with one of your aunts.
I'd rather not, Grandma.
Oh, come on. Show us some new steps, Jerry. This is getting to be a real party.
That's right. Forget your troubles, Jerry, old man, and tread the light fantastic.
Hey, that's a good idea. Here, you can have my wife as a partner.
Yeah.
Jerry and Stella. Ah, now we're going to see something.
Yes, the two youngsters ought to be able to give a good performance.
Please, no.
Go on, Stella. Don't be silly.
Oh, come along, Jerry. Ask the lady, please.
No, I'm tired.
Oh, dear. Stella's always tired.
Oh, be a sport, Stella. Why do you have to spoil the fun all the time?
Vicky's right. Go on, Jerry. Just make her dance.
All right, Stella.
All right, Jerry.
There. see how beautifully they do it.
Say, that Jerry's quite a snake. Attaboy, kid.
Look how they do it, so smooth. Why can't you and me do like that, Walter? You think they dance together all their lives?
Well, looks like they win the dance contest, all right. Hey, well, what do you say, folks? Hey, break. Hey, you win. Come on, break. Do you hear me, Jerry? Break.
I'm sorry.
They ought to get a loving cup.
No, not a loving cup. I know the bust. The plaster bust over there on the table. Here, give it to me.
Oh, that's great.
Sure, because it's hollow, just like Vicky's head. Mr. Jerry Hallam and Mrs. Victor Hallam, on behalf of the management and in recognition of your swell elegant exhibition of terpsichorean art, permit me to...
You fools, you! You fools! All of you!
Come back, Jerry.
He broke the statue.
This is the second time he's done that to me.
Well, he can't get away with it. I'll get him back.
Oh, no, Vicky, no, please let him go. I don't mind his breaking the bust. It was just practice work. I don't care, really.
You don't care, but I do. Just because he's got a grouch in the world, he can't go around smashing things up in my house.
Oh, but, Vicky, he didn't know what he was doing. He's terribly unhappy.
That's no excuse for this. He's just a sore pup because he can't get his own way.
What's eating him?
Oh, you know, he's dissatisfied over at the factory.
Carrying on for that. Imagine.
He ought to be walloped.
I should say he should.
Oh, you are fools. You blind idiots.
I thought so. Stella has been encouraging him for all she is worth.
And if I have, is it any worse than what you've done?
What are you saying?
1 minute, Vicky. I would really like to hear what it is that we have done.
If you really want to know, I'll tell you. You're all so sure of yourselves. You're trying to mold Jerry's life to fit your own, and it's wrong. I know what I'm talking about, because you've done the same thing to Vicky and me, and you mustn't. You've got to let the three of us alone. You've got to let Vicky and me keep our marriage the way it started out. It's the only thing that'll save us.
Stop.
I did.
Stop, please. I've heard enough.
Vicky, I think your wife's lost her mind.
Oh.
Grace, get some water for Mom. She's going to faint again.
Vicky, you know what I'm driving at. You know I'm right. Make them see it.
Shut up, can't you? Make some excuse for your actions, Stella.
No.
Oh, I'm going home.
Oh, no, Mama, wait.
No, Vicky. Vicky, don't stop me. I can't stay after such insults. I'm going home.
We're all going home.
Oh, no,
Come
wait a
on,
minute,
Grace.
You can come out now. Stella.
Don't use that tone to me, Vicky.
Oh, so that's going to be your line. Why, you ought to be glad I even give you the chance to explain.
There's nothing to explain. I needed you. But you didn't love me enough to know about it.
Love you enough? When it comes to love, I wouldn't talk. The only single thing I've asked of you in our married life is to be decent to my folks. And what do? The first time they've all been to my home in over 2 years, you insult them so they have to leave.
I wish it hadn't happened that way this evening. Maybe it's just as well for all of us to know just where we're at.
Yes, and I'll tell you where you're at. Tonight was the turning point between you and me, if anyone should happen to ask you. And I'll leave you to think that over.
Where are you going?
If you want to know, I'm going up to the folks.
Vicky, if you go up there now, we'll never get back to where we were.
You've got the cart before the horse, Stella. It's up to you to make the first move to get back to where we were. My slate's clean. I've been as good a husband as any man could be to a woman.
Have you, Vicky?
Well, haven't I? I ask you. Haven't I given you everything you've ever wanted? Now, who's that? Oh, hello, Jerry.
Where's Aunt Stella? I got to speak to Aunt Stella.
Look here, kid. It's a pretty rotten thing you did, losing your temper.
I know it. That's why I came back.
You've got to learn to control yourself. When it comes right down to it, though, I blame your Aunt Stella more than I blame you.
You don't know what you're saying. She didn't have anything to do with it.
Oh, Jerry, keep quiet. Go away, please. I don't want you here.
You stay exactly where you are, Jerry. And listen, Stella, if my nephew has the decency to come back here and say he's sorry, you at least have the decency to hear him out. I've stood as much insult to the members of my family as I'm going to stand.
But Jerry and I have nothing more to say to each other. He has nothing to do with what's happened between us. It's you and I who need to talk.
No, we don't. I told you I've had my say. I'm through until you come to your senses.
Gee, Uncle Vic, you can't do this to Aunt Stella.
That's all right, Jerry. Your aunt and I understand each other perfectly. Good night.
I'm going to get him back. He's crazy.
No, Jerry. Let him go. You go, too. I want to be alone.
But you oughtn't to be alone now. The way they all walk out on you. And it's their fault, too.
Don't worry about it, Jerry. Just go home.
Oh, but, gee, Stella, I can't leave you like this. I just want to do anything for you. I don't care what it is. I want to do something to take that look out of your eyes.
Then go home, Jerry. Go home and forget everything you've seen and heard tonight. I only wish I could forget it, too.
But you can't forget it. And I can't either. I love you, Stella.
Jerry, don't. Please don't.
You see, I'm too tired to scold you the way I ought to.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
KMX, Los Angeles, the voice of Hollywood.
Bette Davis, Fred McMurray, John Beale, and May Robeson continue Another Language in just a moment. As you listen to the Lux Radio Theater tonight, doubtless you're struck by the attitude of one particular character. I speak of Mother Hallam. Through her own words and through the influence she exerts on her children, you probably resent her type of motherhood. Fortunately, most mothers speak another language, the language of great and understanding hearts. Such a mother talks to us tonight. She's sitting at this moment in the study of her home on East 65th Street in New York City. On the desk nearby is a photograph of her son, Franklin Delano Roosevelt. Ladies and gentlemen, speaking to us from New York, the mother of the President of the United States, Mrs. James Roosevelt.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille, for your invitation to take part in a program from your splendid Lux Radio Theater. It's a pleasure also to hear Miss Davis, whom I remember as a charming young lady when I met her in Washington. I think tonight that you're doing something even more important than entertainment. For through Mother Hallam, you're showing, it seems to me, many other mothers what not to be and why. Early in the second act of the play, there was one line that has stayed with me. Stella was speaking, and she said, "Let the boy at least try to find himself." That phrase might well be the watchword of every mother and father, too. A selfish, over-possessive mother so often means unhappy children. Unhappy because they are not free. Of course, I don't mean that a child should not be guided, but the child's own identity should never be smothered under that guidance. A boy or a girl may be your child, but at the same time he is an individual. And perhaps first on the list of his training should be teaching that child to find himself. I get so impatient with mothers who say, "Oh, my boy never could do that." And when I hear it, I always want to say, "You mean you never let him do it." I remember in my own experience it was hard for me always to see that, especially when my son wanted to climb tall trees or go hunting or other such hazardous expeditions. But my husband would always say to me, "Teach him how to do it right, and then let him go ahead." And when your child grows up, that's another time, when a mother must recognize her child as an individual in his own right. No matter how much you want your boy to be a lawyer, if he wants to be a painter, let him do it. If you don't, he will be unhappy as a lawyer and probably a very poor one. But with a sympathetic understanding, he may become a great artist. A final word to mothers now. Remember, your child's father may have some very good ideas, and his influence and cooperation are very important. You all know what happens when you say no and your child answers, "But Daddy says I may." Help your son develop a character of his own. Let him find himself. You'll be a very happy mother when you can point to your child's achievements and say he did it all himself.
Our thanks, Mrs. Roosevelt, for honoring us with your presence. It's inspiring to hear from you, and I know mothers throughout America will cherish your words. We're back in Hollywood now, where Bette Davis, Fred McMurray, John Beale, and May Robeson are ready to continue Another Language. It's the following morning. With Vicky at his mother's house, Stella has had a chance to think things out for herself, and she's come to a decision. Vicky has called saying Mrs. Hallam has been taken ill, and Stella has gone to her mother-in-law's home. She's calm, almost too calm, as Vicky greets her at the door.
Hello, Stella. Come in. Guess I ought to say thanks for coming over.
Why? I'm doing this for myself, Vicky.
Oh, I kind of thought you were doing it for me.
No. I didn't want to hurt Mother, and if it'll make her feel any better for me to say so, it would be stupid to stay away.
Well, that's talking.
May I go up to her now?
Walter and Grace are with her. Say, do you know you haven't said good morning to me yet?
Haven't I?
Well,
Look here, Stella. Are you still mad or what?
Why should I be mad? You act a certain way because you're you. I act a certain way because I'm me. And that's all there is to it.
All right, let's forget it. You did wrong last night, but you can't do any more than say you're sorry. I did wrong maybe by leaving you alone, and I'm sorry. It was what you needed, though, young lady. Come on now, wasn't it?
No, Vicky, it wasn't.
Did you get the woozies being by yourself? I couldn't sleep a wink.
I wasn't by myself very long.
Huh?
Jerry didn't leave until almost 3.
Oh, Jerry. What did he do, talk your ear off? You should have pitched him out. You're too soft with him, Stell.
I wasn't soft with him, Vicky.
Did you talk some sense into him?
I hope so.
Good. Now let's kiss and make up, huh?
I wish it were as simple as that, but it isn't. There's no use in our kissing and making up. It'll only be the same thing over again.
What do you want me to do? Bring a pound of candy and a bunch of roses home tonight?
I won't be there, Vicky.
Well, where do you think you're going?
I don't know yet.
Listen, are you after a separation or something?
Nothing quite as spectacular as that. At least not yet. I just want to be alone for a little while to think things through. Think things through, too, Vicky. It's high time.
Oh, listen, Stell, this is a lot of hysterical nonsense. You're not going.
I don't know what you're going to do about it, Vicky.
I'm going to do this about it. Here I am all ready to take you in my arms, and I can't find you. That's the way I sort of feel.
And it's the loneliest feeling in the world, isn't it, Vicky?
Hello.
Oh.
Hello, Grace.
Sorry to interrupt the love scene, but Grandma knows you're here.
I'll go up then.
Tell her I'll be up to say goodbye, Stell.
Everything hunky-dory?
Huh?
I said everything hunky-dory between the lovebirds.
Oh, sure. Yeah, sure.
Who's that coming down the areaway?
Oh, it looks like Etta.
Paul, too. My Lord, Grandma bats an eyelash and the whole gang comes trooping in. I'll go. Hello.
Is Jerry here?
Is he here, Vicky? Is he here?
No, what's the matter?
He didn't come home all night.
Didn't come home. Oh, that's funny.
We came over to find out if he'd left your place with the others.
No, he didn't.
Oh, Paul, I know something's happened to him.
Oh, nonsense. He probably went off in a bat somewhere.
Oh, no, not Jerry. Oh, God, don't let anything happen to him. He's all I've got.
Come on now, Etta, control yourself.
Well, I can't. He's in some hospital somewhere.
Oh, listen, Etta, you would have heard in case of accident.
Well, that's easy to say, but I'd be half out of my mind if I was Etta, especially the mood he was in last night. Lord knows what he's up to.
What mood?
Oh, the kid was upset. The family sort of got his goat, I guess.
Oh, I know it was that. I know he's not happy down there in that business. I've said it all along.
Nonsense. If the boy can't adjust himself, he'll have to learn to.
He's in love. That might explain a lot.
That's right. We were teasing him about it.
Etta, do you know anything about this?
Not a word.
Vicky, how do you know about it?
He told Stella.
Did he tell you who the girl is?
No, but Stella's funny that way. She wouldn't if the kid asked her not to.
Well, I'm going to get to the bottom of this if I have to.
Wait a minute. Here's the kid big as life. See him? He's coming down the areaway steps.
Thank God.
He'll give an accounting of himself, all right.
Now, Paul, please don't lose your temper with him. You don't know what's happened. Oh, Jerry, where have you been? How could you frighten me like this?
I'll attend to this. Well, young man, suppose you explain yourself. Since when do you take to staying out all night?
I'm not a child. Leave me alone. I came over here to tell you I was home. If you're going to start hounding me, I'll leave.
I'm asking you where you spent the night, and I want the truth. Do you understand?
Walking. Most of it.
Most of it. And where'd you spend the rest of it?
Well, what's it to you?
Oh, look here, Jerry. Come out with it. You don't need to be ashamed.
Leave me alone.
There's a woman in this, isn't there?
What do you mean?
Who is she?
Oh, leave me alone. Why can't you?
Oh, Jerry, don't act this way. If you're in love with a girl, that's all right. Papa's not angry at that part of it.
Yes, I'm in love.
Jerry. Well, I think that's fine, Jerry. Congratulations.
Yeah, it's swell.
Come on, boy. Who is she?
I can't tell you.
Is she someone you'd be ashamed to let your mother meet?
No, she isn't. She's the most wonderful person in the world.
Then why can't you bring her around? That's what I want to know. And I'll know it before I'm through with you.
Well, she's married.
Oh, Jerry. Married?
Oh, so that's it.
Where did you pick her up?
In heaven, that's why.
Yes, we know all about that. One more question, and I want the truth out of you, or I'll...
Paul, let him alone, can't you?
Let him alone when he's mixed up with some tramp.
You use a word about her, and I'll kill you.
I'll call her by her right name, and that'll be a whole
lay
lot
off
worse.
him, Paul, will you, I tell you?
Let me manage this, Vicky, will you?
Well, this is no place for a scene with Mama sick upstairs. What's the matter with you?
Yeah, here comes Stella now. I'll bet anything Grandma wants to know what's doing.
Stella.
Jerry. Jerry, why do you look that way? What's the matter?
I'll tell you what's the matter. He's running around with a married woman. That's what's the matter. For all I know, she's trying to frame something on him.
Paul, she's not framing anything on him.
How much of this do you know?
Everything.
Come on, out with this, Stella. Tell us what you know.
No, Stella, don't. They wouldn't understand. Don't tell them.
I don't know whether you know it or not, but he didn't come home all night, this young fool.
I didn't know it.
What time did he leave your house?
I can tell you that. 3:00.
Who told you, Uncle Vicky?
Stella?
What else did she tell you?
What else was it to tell me, Jerry?
Nothing.
All right, let's stop beating around the bush. I want to know where you went after you left Stella's. Who's the girl? And how long have you been carrying on with her?
Oh, come on, Stella. Let's get out of here.
Stay where you are, Jerry. There's no reason to run away.
I don't want to run away. I'd like to tell him. I'm proud of loving you, Stella.
You get that, all of you? I'm proud of loving her.
Watch this. Stella. Why, you...
Stop it. I've heard enough.
Vicky, you poor deluded fool. No wonder you've heard enough. So this is the sort of stuff she does behind your back.
Who says it's behind my back? What do you take me for? Don't you suppose I've known it all along? Didn't you hear me say I knew he'd been down at her apartment until 3 o'clock? Does that look like Stella was doing anything behind my back?
Well, what are you made of? Blood or water?
Common sense. What was the use of making a fuss about it? I knew the kid would get over it and Stella'd handle him. How could anybody take it seriously, a tempest in a teapot?
When did this begin with him?
I guess it began that night at the folks last week. We got home and Stella said, I think I made a hit with your nephew. We laughed ourselves sick over it.
Oh, Vicky.
Stella, you laughed.
Jerry, no.
What did you think we'd do, kid? Sit down and bust out crying over it?
You laughed.
Jerry, no, of course I didn't.
It's a lucky thing for you we did take it as a joke.
Why, the idea, big boy like you making such a spectacle of yourself. You go right over and say, I apologize, Aunt Stella.
I apologize, Aunt Stella.
No, Jerry, don't believe it. Come back.
Let him go.
But you can't let him go that way. He believed it. Oh, Vicky, you don't know what you're doing to him.
Now, listen, just calm down. I'm his father, and I'll take the responsibility.
That boy loves me. And if it's the last decent thing I do, I won't let you destroy something that's been beautiful to both of us.
To both of you, eh?
Pretty late to talk that way, Stella. After you've been making fun of him all along.
I haven't been making fun of him. Vicky lied when he told you that. He didn't know anything about Jerry and me until now.
I thought there was something phony. Vicky's been lying to save your face.
I'd rather think that, Paul, than anything else in the world. But it isn't so. Vicky lied to save the family. Oh, you made a gesture for me, Vicky, I admit it. But it wasn't good enough. Fear, that's all it was. You were afraid for them to know that I was the tramp they were talking about. So you made a joke of it and hid behind it like a coward. And you didn't care what they did to Jerry as long as you were safe.
That's a good story.
She's telling the truth. Don't you know it when you hear it? She's right. I didn't have the guts to face the truth before the family because for 7 years you've been waiting to say I told you so. Now go ahead and say it.
And you're going to let her get away with it?
No, I'm not going to let her get away with it because I don't have to. Stella, when you came in here this morning, you said you wanted to go away. Well, you listen to what I have to say first, and then if you want to go, I won't keep you. I'm not even going to ask you if there's anything between you and Jerry. I'm going to tell you there isn't. Do you understand that? There isn't. I know there isn't because I know it.
Oh, Vicky, do you really?
Children. Excitement again.
Mama shouldn't be up.
Oh, excitement. I couldn't rest.
I'm sorry, Mother.
Oh, where did Jerry go?
Jerry,
Yes, he was down here. I heard him. Why couldn't he come up to see his old grandmother after last night? What is the matter with him? Victor, I asked you something. What is wrong with Jerry now?
There's nothing wrong with him, Mom. Poor kid needs a break, that's all. Maybe I can help him get it. Maybe he ought to be an architect if he wants to. And if I can help him, I will.
Thank you, Vicky.
You're siding with Jerry against your whole family?
Yes, I am. And if it isn't too late, with Stella. And now, if you'll excuse us, Stella and I, we're going home. Are you ready, Stella?
I'm ready. And Vicky, darling, it isn't too late.
A little later, Bette Davis, Fred McMurray, and John Beale report back to the microphone. But now some facts about clothes and the care of clothes from Janet Henley. Miss Henley, after 10 years as head of women's wardrobe at Columbia Studios, knows clothes from A for apron to Z for zipper. She had charge of this department for recent hits like Lost Horizon and When You're in Love, and is now concerned with the next pictures to be made by Irene Dunn and Grace Moore. Ladies and gentlemen, one of Hollywood's foremost dress authorities, Miss Janet Henley. First, Miss Henley, congratulations on your excellent work in Lost Horizon.
Thanks. It was one of my most interesting assignments. Interesting because it featured so many unusual costumes. Take, for example, those affairs worn by the native women. In the back, from the waist to the ankle, was a very heavy piece of cloth covered with shells, coins, and semi-precious stones representing prayers. Each woman had 108 braids of hair which reached to the waist and were tied to the top of this piece of cloth. In keeping with the styles of Tibet, But I imagine you're having plenty to think about, too, Mr. DeMille, in costuming your new picture.
The Buccaneer. Well, there'll be lots of variety, Miss Henley. For the story takes place during the War of 1812. That means costumes for frontiersmen and the beautiful Creole ladies of New Orleans, for Frenchmen and Spaniards, for sailors and pirates, and for the armies of England and the United States. I expect to keep my stars, Frederick March and Francesca Gall, so busy that I'm having wax figures made on which their costumes will be fitted without calling them from the set.
Every star, ladies and gentlemen, has a wardrobe assistant whose duty it is to keep her costumes in perfect condition. This means that every night all washable garments are laundered and made ready for the next day before the camera. We use Lux Flakes entirely, simply because nothing else does the job so well and so economically. We found that clothes last so much longer when we take care of them in Lux. We have pieces of lingerie, for example, that have been used in pictures for as long as 7 years and still look just as fresh and new as ever. I recommend Lux most heartily to all women who want to look their best, and particularly if they have to watch their budgets.
Well, let's take a girl who doesn't earn a great deal of money, say about $25 a week. What kind of a wardrobe would you recommend for her?
Well, any girl with a small income should buy conservative clothes that will look well on almost any occasion. I'd suggest that she have one good suit with a separate skirt to go with it, and 2 or 3 blouses for variety. Also, one simple black and white dress that will do for dinner and theater as well as the office. In selecting such a dress, get one that can be worn without a collar or with different colors or costume jewelry. This also for the variety. I'd get one navy and white outfit, one dinner dress, and 2 or 3 simple prints. When you think of the coats and shoes and hats to go with them, this is about all a girl could afford on $25 a week. But it's all she needs. Take care of everything washable in Lux Flakes and iron your clothes carefully, and you'll find you'll be as well dressed as most women are, who have a great deal more to spend. I hope I've been of a little help. Thank you.
Thank you. That was Miss Janet Henley, ladies and gentlemen. And here's Fred McMurray.
And for a very good purpose, Mr. DeMille. On behalf of Betty Davis, John Beale, and myself, I want to say how fortunate we've been to have appeared tonight with such a splendid cast. There's May Robeson, who played Mother Hallam. Miss Robeson's been acting for more than 50 years, and I wish I knew just a little of what she's forgotten about characterization. Thanks also to Margaret Hamilton and Hal K. Dawson, who played Grace and Walter, and to all the others. Edward Keene as Paul Hallam, Myra Marsh as Etta Hallam, and Sam Flint as Mr. Hallam.
On behalf of the cast, Fred, thank you. And now, John Beale.
Well, I'm sure the audience would rather hear from Betty Davis than from me, so I'll be very brief. I'll pick up where Fred left off, Mr. DeMille, and speak not as an actor, but as one of your regular fans. I think the Lux Radio Theater is the most worthwhile hour on the air, and I say that because I mean it. All right, Betty, where are you?
Right behind you, John. Mr. DeMille, I do want to say how impressed I was by Mrs. Roosevelt's talk from New York. It makes me very proud to have appeared on the same program with a woman of such keen understanding and sincerity. As for the part I played tonight, it's one I've wanted to do for a long time. I saw Dorothy Stickney do it on the stage and Helen Hayes on the screen, each with such distinction. I tried to make Stella live as believably as they did. Thank you, Mr. DeMille, and good night to you all.
We'll look for you soon again, Betty.
Thank you, Betty Davis, Fred McMurray, and John Beale. This is your announcer, ladies and gentlemen, Melville Ruick. Next week's stars and play will be made known in just a moment by Mr. DeMille. Miss Davis, currently seen in Kid Galahad, appeared through courtesy of Warner Brothers. Mr. McMurray and Mr. DeMille, Paramount. John Beale, RKO. May Robeson, Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, and Louis Silvers, 20th Century Fox, where he supervised music for the new film Café Metropole. And now, back to our producer.
Next Monday night, we take you to the far boundaries of civilization, to northern Africa, savage land of scorching sand, home of perilous adventure and daring romance, and Inferno patrolled by a handful of glorious troops flying the colors of the French Foreign Legion. Of all tales born of this background, none has attained the perennial popularity of Under Two Flags. First favored in novel form, it ran for generations as a play and was 3 times a motion picture. We bring it to you next Monday night, starring Herbert Marshall as Corporal Victor, Olivia de Havilland as Lady Venetia, Lupe Valdez as Cigarette, and Lionel Atwell as Major Doyle. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Under Two Flags with Herbert Marshall, Olivia de Havilland, Lupe Valdez, and Lionel Atwell. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is ChestertonRadio.com.
This is Chesterton Radio, your home for podcasts of works by G.K. Chesterton, plus drama, comedy, mystery, science fiction, big bands, and much more. The soundtrack to your Chesterton day at ChestertonRadio.com.
Suspense. Prolight and its 96,000 dealers present Miss Bette Davis in Goodnight, Mrs. Russell, a suspense play produced and edited by William Spear.
Say, Harlow, what's the idea? Why do you stand there so stiffly and keep banging your hand on your forehead?
I'm saluting, Hap.
Saluting?
Yeah.
Oh, I get it. Saluting Autolite resistor spark plugs.
No. Not that those wonder-working wide-gap whizzes don't warrant a whale of a whack on the welkin. They do. But tonight, I'm saluting the truckers of America, the nifty nonpareil purveyors of conveyors who are holding their annual get-together in Gabfest in Boston, Massachusetts, starting tomorrow.
Oh, you mean the American Trucking Association?
The same. Why, they've got millions of accident-free miles to their credit. Seldom, if ever, make a mistake on the road.
How do they do it?
I'm not sure, but I think Autolite resistor spark plugs must be behind it. Because you're always right with Autolite.
And now, with Goodnight, Mrs. Russell, starring Miss Bette Davis with Elliott Reed, Autolite hopes once again to keep you in suspense.
There's no escaping now. He hasn't said a word for 10 minutes. I know he's turning over in his mind how he's going to kill me. Argument and reasoning are useless. Almost dawn now. In a little while, the milkman and the paper boys will be making their rounds. I'll be dead. The cafe was just half a block away from where I worked. It was a small, pleasant little place, spotlessly clean, with a large plate glass window in the sidewalk. And there was always a beautiful-looking roast turkey and a juicy baked ham in the window, and you could watch Henry carve off succulent pieces of meat and arrange them into neat sandwiches with an olive and a dab of potato salad on the plate. Every noon, all of us who worked in the Hilmar building would go there for lunch. We crowded in on the high stools and jabbered, as women do, while Henry patiently served us and put up with our female chatter. He was always the only one there.
How are you today, ma'am?
Fine, thank you, Henry. How about some of your nice baked ham?
Yes, ma'am. Coming up.
He was always especially nice to me. I suppose that was because I'm, well, a little older than the others. Other girls are all very young, very cute. Henry always seemed uncomfortable a little with them.
Yes, ma'am. Coffee?
Please. And I believe I'll have some of your cherry pie. You're an excellent cook, Henry.
Well, thank you, ma'am. I'm glad you think so. 20 and 15's 35, and...
Henry's been right in the middle of adding up my checks, and he stopped and stood very still and looked out of the corner of his eye with his head cocked on one side as though he was listening to something. His expression was a little horrified. I thought maybe he'd heard a sound that meant something to him, you know, like the refrigerator out of order or something. And then all of a sudden he shook his head and brushed away whatever it was he'd heard.
20 and 15's 35 and 45. You should try one of my dinners sometime, ma'am.
Yeah. Henry, how about some service?
Oh, excuse me, ma'am.
That was Henry. Oh, one other thing. Funny, but Henry never smiled. Perhaps I should have realized about him because of that. But I didn't. He was so nice and clean and polite, I rather liked him. As a rule, I make my own dinner in the apartment, but one night I had to work quite late at the office, and I decided to stop by Henry's and get a little bite before catching the streetcar home. Ever since my husband's death, I felt just a little uneasy on the streets alone at night. I was glad to see the bright light in Henry's little cafe down the block. Henry was alone inside, and I could see him fussing around, cleaning up the place. He didn't hear me approaching.
What's that? Oh, you frightened me, ma'am. I didn't hear you coming.
I just thought I'd try one of your dinners tonight, Henry. You mentioned it.
Yes, I know. Sit down, won't you, ma'am?
You weren't closing or anything?
No, not at all. What would you like?
Oh, I'll try your number 4 dinner.
Number 4. Yes, ma'am.
You seemed frightened about something or suspicious. Yes, that was he seemed suspicious about something, I thought. I wanted to help him somehow, but I didn't want to butt in.
This is the first time you've ever been by here at night, ma'am.
Yes, I had to work late tonight, Henry. Didn't want to go home without dinner, you know.
I see.
Is something wrong, Henry?
No. I'll get the rest of your dinner.
Delicious soup.
Thank you, ma'am. You don't often work late, do you?
No, I don't. This is the first time, in fact. My boss asked me to stay late to type some letters.
I know. You work in the Hillmar building.
Why, yes, I do. How did you...
I know lots of things, ma'am.
This is a good dinner, Henry. I guess I'm not as hungry as I thought I was. I'm afraid I'm going to have to leave some of it.
I thought you liked my cooking. You said so just the other day.
Oh, I do. I think you're a fine cook, Henry. I'm just not hungry tonight. I waited too long to eat, I guess.
You don't have to make excuses, ma'am. If you didn't like it, just say so.
Oh, no, I mean it. Your food is wonderful, Henry. If it weren't, I wouldn't have come here.
Wouldn't you?
No. Now, could I have my check, please?
85 cents, ma'am.
All right. There you are, Henry. You may keep the change.
I'd rather not, ma'am. Here.
Very well. Good night, Henry.
Good night. And, ma'am.
Yes.
Next time you come, I'll have something you like.
But I did like. Oh, good night, Henry.
Good night, Mrs. Russell.
It was good food, but I felt ill at ease in there for some reason. That's why I couldn't eat. I decided not to go back there alone. It was hard to talk to Henry. And I didn't go back alone. That is, not for 3 weeks. Had to work late, and again, and for the last time, I went to Henry. Hello, Henry.
Ah, you decided to try me again, I see.
Why, Henry, I've been eating here every day.
Not at night.
What's the difference?
Well, in the daytime, you're always with your friends.
I like to eat with my friends. Now, come on, let's have no more of this silly talk. How about one of your wonderful dinners, Henry? I promise to eat all of it tonight.
All right, ma'am. Which one?
I'll try the number 4 again, please. I think that's the way I can convince you I really like it.
Why?
Why? Oh, because I think 4 is lucky, don't you?
All right, ma'am. It's all ready.
You don't have many customers at night, do you, Henry?
No, ma'am.
Not many.
I'm surprised you stay open.
Are you? There you are. I hope...
Henry, what is it? You seem to be listening for something. Is there...
Are you enjoying your dinner?
I hate to sound like I'm prying. I know it isn't my business at all, but I do think something's bothering you.
Do you?
Yes. Is there some way I can help you?
Nothing's bothering me, ma'am.
Yes. You know, I had a son like you.
Did you?
He was in the army, killed in the war. He was very much like you.
I see.
That left me all alone in the world. My husband Leonard died 4 years ago.
Yes?
He was a wonderful man. Everyone admired him. Contractor, you know.
I see.
You noticed that as I talked away about my family and everything, he became very quiet. He sat down on the cooler back of the counter and just watched me, his face absolutely blank. Couldn't tell what he was thinking. When I'd ask him a question, he just answered with, I see, or yes, or no. Sometimes he wouldn't answer at all, just stare at me. I was getting uneasy again. I just about decided to make up an excuse to pay my bill and leave. It was getting quite late when my head began to feel heavy, and I began to feel sick. Henry, I feel ill. Henry, I'm awfully dizzy. I don't think I can. Henry, can't you hear me? I believe I'm going to faint. Perhaps you'd better help. Did you do something?
Good night, Mrs. Russell.
Autolite is bringing you Miss Bette Davis in Goodnight, Mrs. Russell, tonight's production in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Say, Harlow, how'd you stain your tie?
Oh, that's from the alphabet soup we had at dinner. Boy, do I love that soup.
Crazy about it, huh?
Yeah. We have a special alphabet, too. Only the letters A-L-R-S-P.
A-L-R-S-P?
Mm-hmm. Stand for Autolite Resistor Spark Plugs.
Oh, brother. Say, when you eat it, do you make noises that sound like A-L-R-S-P?
Noise? No, sir. Everything's smooth with Autolite Resistor Spark Plugs because only Autolite Resistor Spark Plugs have the built-in 10,000-ohm resistor that makes practical their wider gap setting and results in
1.
200% longer electrode life. 2. Quicker starts in cold temperature. 3. Better engine performance on leaner gas mixtures. Gas saving. 4. Less spark plug interference with radio and television from passing cars and trucks. Autolite resistor spark plugs are backed by the engineering know-how of Autolite, leader in resistor spark plugs. Millions are in use today, so get yourself a set of Autolite resistor spark plugs. Remember, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage our star Bette Davis with Elliott Reed in Goodnight, Mrs. Russell, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
I don't know how long I was unconscious. It seemed just for a moment, the moment crowded with horrible nightmares and dreadful sounds. I remember hearing a woman screaming and crying horribly. It was ghastly. I must have been unconscious several hours. And when I opened my eyes, it was dark, pitch dark. A clock was ticking somewhere, and I realized that the screaming woman had been me. Is anyone here? Where? I'm tied up. Who's there? Can anyone hear me? Help! Help! where was he? The room was black as night. I could see nothing. What was I doing here? Why was I tied up? How did I get here? I remembered nothing after feeling dizzy. So that was it. You put something in my food, didn't you, Henry?
Yes, I did, Mrs. Russell. I didn't want to kill you at the cafe, you see.
You?
Yes, Mrs. Russell. Kill you. Dead.
Why, Henry? Why?
Because you're my enemy. You and all the others.
Your enemy? I like you, Henry. I've always liked you.
Don't lie, Mrs. Russell. You thought I didn't know, didn't you? You thought I didn't know what you were up to.
What I was up to?
Planning to kill me. Night after night, I've heard you, all of you, outside my window, whispering, talking about how you were going to kill me. Didn't you know I could hear you?
I'm saying...
Oh, no, I'm smart, Mrs. Russell. And you know it. That's why all of you planned to kill me, get rid of me. Oh, it's just lucky I found out you were one of them. You'll be the first to die, Mrs. Russell. And you're going to die slowly, in the dark. How do you like that, Mrs. Russell? Be quiet, Mrs. Russell, or I'll have to beat you up before I kill you.
I remembered you're supposed to humor people like Henry. I tried to control myself.
No one can hear you. No one even knows you're here. And I'm not going to untie you either. Not until you're dead.
Henry, I'm only an...
You'll lie here in the dark and listen to the clock for half an hour. Just half an hour, Mrs. Russell. And then I'll kill you. You see, I want you to suffer like you've made me suffer.
Henry, I'm just an ordinary woman.
Oh, I'm smart enough to see through those remarks you made.
Remarks?
Always talking about what a good cook I was. As if you felt I wasn't a man. I know what you were thinking.
Henry, I didn't mean anything of the sort. I really...
And then rubbing it in about your precious son in the army. Rubbing it in, torturing him.
Henry, that's wrong.
And always ordering number 4 dinner. Oh, I'm smart, you see, Mrs. Russell. I can figure things out. Number 4 is lucky, you said. 4 for 4F, you meant.
Henry, all those things that were your imagination, I didn't mean them that way at all. I didn't know about the army.
Weak excuses, Mrs. Russell. Oh, you're like all the rest. I'm too smart for you, and you know it. So you want to kill me. I'm a dangerous enemy, Mrs. Russell.
Oh. How long have I got to live, Henry?
Oh, a half hour. I don't know. The alarm will ring, and then I'll kill you.
I was resigned to it then. Seemed so hopeless. Then I thought if I could just get him to turn on the light, I might see a way out. It was a forlorn hope, but I tried it. Henry? Henry? How do you know you set the clock right? Henry!
I heard you.
No, you didn't answer. I thought...
You thought you could get me to turn on the light. Sorry, Mrs. Russell.
Henry? You're torturing yourself more than you are me, Henry. Do you know that?
What do you mean?
Well, you don't know when the alarm's going to ring either. You must be sitting on the edge of your seat waiting to hear it. Aren't you? You see, when it rings, I know that I'll have to die, but you know that you have to commit a terrible crime. Murder, Henry.
Shut up.
It is true, then, isn't it?
You can't trick me into turning on the light. I'm too smart for that. Oh, you're going to suffer in the dark. As I have. decided to turn on the light, Mrs. Russell?
At first I was blind to having been in the dark so long. Those hands, they were long, slim and brown. Blue veins stood out on the backs of them. I looked up at him. He was glaring at me from beneath his bulging forehead. Then he picked up the alarm clock and looked at it. Henry, I see it's 10 minutes to 3.
Yes, Mrs. Russell. You have 10 minutes to live. Can you wait?
Tiny, neat living room. I was on a couch. The shades were down. There was no phone. The front door might be unlocked. It might be. I can wait, Henry. 8 minutes. Somehow with the lights on, I felt more optimistic, though the hands were racing each other around the face of the clock. I could just get untied now. There'd be a test. I'd have to be careful, but quick.
5 minutes, Mrs. Russell.
Henry, what are those things strapped to that board over there on the wall?
Huh? Oh, that's my collection.
A collection?
Match folders.
Oh, do you collect match folders?
Oh, yes. I'll show them to you.
I held my breath as he took them down off the wall. If that clock would only stand still for 5 minutes.
Here. See? I have folders from all the famous night spots. Here's Ciro's and the Stork Club and 21. I bet you didn't think I'd been to all those places, did you?
Oh, I know. Have you, Henry?
Oh, sure. Lots of times. People would never believe me. That's why I have these.
They're lovely, Henry. Henry, my arms and legs are numb from being tied up like this. Could you?
No. I warned you not to get tricky, Mrs. Russell.
I just wanted you to loosen my hands so I could look at your collection.
Well, just your hands.
Forgotten about everything. His collection's the most. But that alarm would go any second and I would remind him. As he untied my hands, my eyes fell on a large jade bookend beside the couch.
There. Now, be careful, Mrs. Russell. You just wanted to see my collection, remember?
Yes, Henry, show it to me.
Now. Oh, see this one? That's from the Coconut Grove.
Yes,
and,
Henry. I let my
one.
hand steal along the couch toward the bookend.
Isn't that beautiful?
Yes, it is, Henry. I had it in my hand.
You're not paying attention.
Oh, yes, I am, Henry. I don't remember doing it. Somehow I'd gotten the bindings off my feet, and I was outside in the night. He'd been telling the truth. His house was completely isolated on one block. I ran down the block as hard as I could. I didn't even think about direction, just ran. I knew he'd come through in a minute, and I had to get out of sight. I'm not used to this exercise, and my heart was pounding so hard it ached. In the middle of the next block, I stopped for a moment and leaned against a tree to breathe. And I looked back, and I saw him. I could see him beneath the street lamp. He'd stopped, not knowing which way I'd gone. He was wild. His mouth was hanging open loosely. I shrank back further in the shadows and prayed he'd go the other way. He didn't. He started walking rapidly again in my direction. There was a house in this block, a big rambling place. It was after 3 a.m. and the people would be asleep, but I knew I could run no further. Help! Help! Let me in, please! Please open the door! Open! And then I saw the note pinned to the door. It said no milk for 10 days. I could hear Henry's footsteps down the street, and I knew he must have heard me. My heart felt as though it would burst. The street was deserted. And then I heard a car approaching. He was a block away. I ran out of the street and waved my arms. Help! Help me! Stop, please! Please stop!
escaping now. He hasn't said a word for 10 minutes. I know he's turning over in his mind how he's going to kill me. It's almost dawn now. In a little while, the milkman and paper boys will be making their rounds. I'll be dead.
You shouldn't have tried to get away, Mrs. Russell. You made me very mad.
I know.
You shouldn't have hit me either. You were even smarter than I thought, Mrs. Russell. You almost made it. But you weren't smart enough. Were you?
If you're going to kill me, Henry, please do it. Haven't you tortured me enough?
You see, it just didn't do you any good to be my enemy, did it? Oh, I don't like to kill you, but I have to. It's the only way I can protect myself.
Don't you see you're not well, Henry? Please try to listen to me.
I'll have to kill all the others, too. If I don't, they'll kill me.
The others?
Oh, don't pretend you don't know, Mrs. Russell. Oh, I've heard them whispering about me. You must have heard them, too. The voices.
The voices?
All the time. Just like I told you. When I'm at work and even here at home, I hear them plotting. They don't know I know.
Henry, there's no one. It's all an illusion. Don't you see?
Just like you are. They're afraid of me because they know I can outsmart them. I'm too clever for them, and they know it. That's why they want to kill me. That's why you want to kill me, isn't it, Mrs. Russell?
I don't want to kill you, Henry. If only
I sort of got to like you, Mrs. Russell. If you weren't dangerous to me, I might let you live.
I'm not dangerous to you, Henry.
Oh, yes, you are. I've decided to choke you. If you close your eyes, it will happen very quickly. You'll hardly know it. Are you ready, Mrs. Russell? Please don't struggle. It'll be much easier for both of us. Aren't you going to close your eyes?
No.
What's that?
What?
Listen. You can hear them. Don't you hear them? The voices.
The voice. The voice.
Don't you hear them?
Yes, I hear them, Henry.
See? Now you believe me, don't you? You hear what they're saying?
Yes. Yes, it's just as you said, Henry.
They must be right near.
Yes, right near.
Oh, there are a lot of them. Too many.
You'd better hide, Henry.
Yes. Yes, but where? They sound louder all the time.
They're getting closer. Have you a closet?
Yes, that's it. The closet. Over here.
Shall I help you, Henry?
Yes, yes. But be quick. This closet. I'll hide in here.
All right, Henry. I'll protect you. There. A good place to hide.
What if they find me here?
I'll lock the door, Henry.
No. I don't want to be locked in.
They're getting closer, Henry.
You'll unlock the door when they're gone?
Yes, Henry.
Lock the door, Mrs. Russell.
You'll be safe now. Good night, Henry.
Suspense, presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Miss Bette Davis, with Elliot Reed.
You know, Harlow, it's really marvelous how safely and courteously American truckmen drive.
You said it, Hap, and Autolite cooperates regularly with the American trucking associations in their excellent highway safety programs.
Say that swell, Harlow.
Swell? Say, that reminds me. We haven't said anything about the more than 400 products Autolite makes for cars, trucks, planes, and boats in 28 plants, coast to coast. They're swell, too. And Autolite makes complete electrical systems for many of America's finest cars. Batteries, spark plugs, generators, starting motors, coils, distributors, all engineered to fit together perfectly, work together perfectly because they're a perfect team. So, folks, don't accept electrical parts that are supposed to be as good. Ask for and insist on Autolite original factory parts, your neighborhood service station, car dealer, garage, or repair shop. Remember, you're always right with Autolite. Next Thursday for Suspense, Victor Mature will be our star. The play is called Momentum. And it is, as we say,
a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Tonight's suspense play was produced and edited by William Spear and directed by Norman MacDonald. Music for Suspense is composed by Lucien Morawek and conducted by Lud Gluskin. Good Night, Mrs. Russell was an original radio play written by Ben S. Hunter. Bette Davis will soon be seen in the Warner Brothers production Beyond the Forest.
You can buy Autolite resistor spark plugs, Autolite stateful batteries, Autolite electrical parts at your neighborhood Autolite dealers. Switch to Autolite. Good night.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is Chesterton Radio, your home for podcasts of works by G.K. Chesterton, plus drama, comedy, mystery, science fiction, big bands, and much more. The soundtrack to your Chesterton day at chestertonradio.com.
Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Flakes, bring you the Lux Radio Theater, starring Bette Davis, Ann Baxter, Reginald Gardner, and Gary Merrill in All About Eve. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. While I was directing plays on the New York stage, I had a first-hand opportunity to watch the frantic struggle of young actresses to attain stardom in the theater. But I'm happy to say that none of them used the tactics of the young woman in our play tonight, All About Eve. I first read of Eve's unorthodox behavior in a magazine story by Mary Orr entitled The Wisdom of Eve. And I was delighted to see 20th Century Fox turn it into the Academy Award-winning picture of 1950. A portion of this honor may be attributed to the unforgettable performances of Bette Davis, Ann Baxter, and Gary Merrill. We're very gratified to present them tonight in their original roles, starring with Reginald Gardner as the malicious critic. And I'm sure if we really knew all about Eve, we'd discover Lux Flakes in her household. Lux Flakes are a must for all discriminating women who demand gentle, safer washing care. Now, All About Eve, starring Bette Davis as Margot, Ann Baxter as Eve, Reginald Gardner as Addison DeWitt, and Gary Merrill as Bill. To those of the New York theater, no other tribute, critical acclaim, or glorification can approach the heights of recognition represented in the Sarah Siddons Award for Distinguished Achievement. A moment ago, in the venerable hall of the Sarah Siddons Society, this most cherished honor came to a young actress named Eve Harrington. Among the many eminent personalities present is the noted critic Addison DeWitt.
This is Eve's hour. Beautiful, radiant, poised, she's about to make her speech of acceptance. The hall rings with applause and bravos. Everyone is looking at Eve. All except Karen Richards. Karen's made a little pile of crumbs on the tablecloth. She's patting it with a spoon, staring at it absently. I wonder what Karen Richards is thinking about.
Eve Harrington. It seemed a lifetime ago, that rainy night in October. I hurried down the alley to the stage door. But where was she? Strange. I'd become so accustomed to seeing her here night after night, I found myself looking for a girl I'd never spoken to, wondering where
Richards.
Oh, there you are. Well, it seemed odd suddenly you're not being here. After all, 6 nights a week for weeks, watching Margot Channing enter and leave a theater.
I hope you don't mind my speaking to you. It took every bit of courage I could raise.
To speak to a playwright's wife? I'm the lowest form of celebrity.
You're Margot Channing's best friend. You and your husband are always with her.
Tell me, what do you do in between the time Margot goes in the theater and comes out? Just huddle and wait?
Oh, no. I see the play.
See the play? You mean you've seen every performance?
Yes.
Well, apart from everything else, don't you find it expensive?
Standing room doesn't cost much. I manage.
You're coming with me, young lady. I'm going to take you to Margot.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes, she's got to meet you.
Oh, no, I'd be imposing on her. I'd be just another tongue-tied, gushing fan.
There isn't another like you. There couldn't be. Oh, by the way, what's your name?
Eve Harrington.
Margot was in her dressing room. Lloyd, my husband, was with her, and, of course, Bertie, Margot's maid.
Good morning, Karen. Margot's just been interviewed by a lady reporter from the South.
And the minute it gets printed, they're going to fire on Gettysburg all over again.
It was Fort Sumter they fired on. Bertie, where's my cold cream? Lloyd, honey, be a playwright with guts. Write me a play about a nice, normal woman who just shoots her husband.
I find these wisecracks increasingly less funny, Margot. Aged in Wood happens to be a fine and distinguished play.
That's my loyal little woman.
Oh, relax, kid. It's just me and my big mouth.
Well, it's just that you get me so mad sometimes. Of all the women in the world with nothing to complain about.
Ain't it the truth?
Yes, it is. You're talented, famous, wealthy. People waiting around night after night just to see you, even in the rain.
Autograph fiends, little beasts.
They're your fans, your audience.
They're nobody's audience. They never see a play or a movie, even. They're never indoors long enough.
Well, there's one indoors right now. I brought her back to see you.
You've what?
She's just outside the door.
Bertie.
Yeah?
The heave-ho.
Now, you can't put her out, Margot. She worships you. You must have spotted her by now. She's always there.
Oh, I know. The mousy one with the trench coat and the funny hat.
Yes.
Oh, how could I miss her every night, every matinee?
Oh, come in, Eve. Margot, this is Eve Harrington.
How do you do, my dear?
Oh, brother.
Hello, Miss Channing.
My husband.
Hello, Miss Harrington.
How do you do, Mr. Richards?
And this is my dear friend and companion, Miss Bertie Coonan.
Oh, brother.
Miss Coonan?
Oh, brother, what?
When she gets like this, all of a sudden she's playing Hamlet's mother.
I'm sure you must have things to do in the bathroom, Bertie, dear.
If I haven't, I'll find something till you get normal.
Dear Bertie.
I was just telling Margot and Lloyd how often you've seen the play.
Yes, every performance.
Well, then, am I safe in assuming that you like it?
I'd like anything Miss Channing played in.
Would you really? How sweet.
I doubt very much that you'd like her in The Hairy Ape.
Oh, please don't misunderstand me, Mr. Richards. I think that part of Miss Channing's greatness lies in her ability to pick the best plays. Your new plays for Miss Channing, isn't it?
Well, how'd you hear about it?
There was an item in Addison DeWitt's column. I liked the title, Footsteps on the Ceiling.
Oh. Let's get back to this one. Every performance. Why?
Yes, there are other plays.
Not with you in them. Not by Mr. Richards.
But you must have friends, a home, family.
No.
Tell us about it, Eve.
If I only knew how.
Try.
Well, it started with the play before this one.
Remembrance? Did you see it here in New York?
San Francisco. I went one night, the most important night of my life until now. I found myself going the next night, and the next, and the next. Then, when the show went east, I went east.
Eve, why don't you start at the beginning?
Oh, I couldn't possibly interest you.
Oh, please.
Well, I guess it started back home. Wisconsin, that is. There was just Mom and Dad and me. Farmers were poor in those days. So I quit school, became a secretary in a brewery. It wasn't much fun, but it helped at home. There was a little theater group there, like a drop of rain on the desert. That's where I met Eddie. We played Lithium 3 times. I was awful. Then the war came and we got married. Eddie was in the Air Force. They sent him to the South Pacific. You were with the OWI, weren't you, Mr. Richards?
And how did you know that?
I looked you up in Who's Who. Then came a letter from Eddie. He had a leave coming up. And I went to San Francisco to meet him. Eddie wasn't there. They forwarded the telegram, the one from Washington, to say that Eddie wasn't coming at all. That Eddie was dead. I decided to stay in San Francisco. I found a job, and his insurance helped. And there were theaters in San Francisco. And then one night, Margot Channing came to play in Remembrance. And, well, here I am.
What a story. Everything but the bloodhound snapping at her rear end.
Bertie, there are some human experiences that do not take place in a vaudeville house, and that even an ex-fifth-rate vaudevillian should understand and respect. I want to apologize for Bertie.
Sorry, it's just my way of talking.
Oh, you didn't hurt my feelings, Miss Coonan.
Call me Bertie. Oh, hiya, Mr. Sampson.
Hi, Bertie. For your information, Margot, my plane takes off in 47 minutes. And how do I find you? Not ready yet and looking like a junkyard.
Thank you so much.
Does my career mean nothing to you? Have you no human consideration?
Show me a human, and I might have.
Oh, Bill.
The airlines have clocks even if you haven't. I start shooting a week from Monday.
Bill.
I'm a junkyard.
Bill, this is Eve Harrington.
Hi. My wonderful junkyard. The mystery and dreams you find in a junkyard.
Heaven help me, I love a psychotic.
Oh, hello. What's your name?
Eve Harrington.
You've already met.
Where?
Oh, Eve, you're not going.
I think I'd better. It's been... I can hardly find the words to say how it's been. Thank you.
No, don't go.
Well, the four of you must have so much to say to each other with Mr. Sampson leaving.
No, stick around. Tell you what, we'll put Stanislavski on his plane, you and I, and then go somewhere and talk.
Well, if I'm not in the way...
I'll shower and dress. I won't be a minute.
Oh, Lloyd, we've got to go.
Yeah.
Good luck, genius.
Geniuses don't need luck. I do.
Oh, we're not worried about you. Good night, Eve. I hope to see you again soon.
I'll be at the old stand tomorrow matinee.
This time, as a friend.
I'll never forget this night as long as I live, Mrs. Richards. And I'll never forget you for making it possible.
I can't remember why Lloyd and I had to leave, but I do remember that as we left, Eve started talking to Bill.
So you're going to Hollywood, Mr. Sampson?
Just for one picture. Why?
I just wondered.
Just wondered what?
Why you'd want to go out there. I mean, when a man's the best and most successful young director in the theater...
The theater. What book of rules says the theater exists only in New York? Listen, Junior, and learn.
Yes?
You want to know what the theater is? The flea circus. Also opera, rodeos, carnivals, ballets, Indian tribal dances, Punch and Judy, a one-man band. Wherever there's magic and make-believe in an audience, there's theater. From Donald Duck to Eleanor Doozer. All theater. You don't have to understand them all. You don't like them all. Why should you? The theater's for everybody, you included, but not exclusively. So don't approve or disapprove. It may not be your theater, but it's theater for somebody somewhere.
I just asked a simple question.
And I shut my mouth off. Nothing personal, Junior. Margot, I'm leaving here in exactly 3 seconds.
So am I, if I can find my coat.
It's right where you left it.
Oh.
Any messages for Tyrone Power, Bertie?
Just give him my phone number. Kill the people, Mr. Sampson.
Thanks, Bertie.
You got the key, Bertie?
I ain't forgot it yet.
I'll see you at home in an hour. Eve, where are you going, dear?
You don't really want me tagging along?
Oh, now, don't be silly. This way. It's quicker if we cut across the stage. Where is she, Bill? What happened to Eve?
Oh, she's at the desk picking up my tickets. She said we had so little time together that
She's quite a girl, Bill. I'd forgotten they grew that way anymore.
That lack of pretense, that sort of strange directness and understanding.
Isn't it silly? Suddenly I've developed a big protective feeling toward her. A lamb loose in our big stone jungle. Bill, take care of yourself out there.
I understand they have the Indians pretty well in hand.
Don't get stuck on some glamour puss.
I'll try.
You're not such a bargain, you know. You're a setup for some gorgeous, wide-eyed young babe.
How childish are you going to get before you stop it?
I don't want to be childish. I'd settle for just a few years.
And cut that out right now.
Am I going to lose you, Bill? Am I?
As of this moment, you're 6 years old.
Everything's ready, Mr. Sampson.
Huh? Oh, thanks, Eve.
Your tickets, they'd like you to get right on the plane.
Well, you've been very helpful. Good luck.
Goodbye, Mr. Sampson.
Knit me a muffler, Margot.
Kiss me goodbye, Bill. Call me when you get in.
On the hour. Hey, Junior, keep your eye on her. She's a loose lamb in a jungle.
That same night we went for Eve's things, her few pitiful possessions, and she moved into the little guest room. The next few weeks were out of a fairy tale. I was Cinderella in the last act. Eve became my sister, lawyer, mother, friend, psychiatrist, and cop. Her quiet efficiency, her constant anticipation of my wishes drove Bertie crazy, and I loved it. Yes, the honeymoon was on. Early one morning, the telephone awakened me. I was half groggy with sleep, and the operator made no sense at all.
We are ready with your call to Beverly Hills, California.
Where? What call?
We are ready with the call you placed for 12 midnight California time to Mr. William Sampson in Beverly Hills. Go ahead, please.
Margot, what a wonderful surprise. What a thoughtful, ever-loving thing to do.
Bill, have I gone crazy, Bill?
You're my girl, aren't you?
That I am.
Then you're crazy.
Oh. When are you coming back?
In a week. Well, I'm waiting. When are you going to say it?
Oh, now, Bill, you know how much I do, but over a phone. Now, really, that's kid stuff.
Kids stuff or not, it doesn't happen every day, and if you won't say it, then you can sing it.
Sing it?
Sure, like the Western Union boys used to do.
Bill, it's your birthday.
And who remembered it? Who was there on the dot at 12 midnight?
Happy birthday, darling.
Well, the reading could have been better, but you said it. Now, many happy returns of the day.
Many happy returns of the day.
I get a party, don't I?
Of course. Birthday and coming home, who'll I ask?
It's no secret. I know all about the party. Eve wrote me.
Eve? She did?
Sure, she hasn't missed a week since I left. But you know all about that. You probably tell her what to write. Anyway, I sent her a list of the people to ask, so check with her.
Yes, I will.
How is Eve, okay?
Okay.
I love you.
I'll check with Eve. I love you, too. Good night, darling. I thought in lots about that phone call. In the morning when Bertie came in with my breakfast.
That's a silly question to ask me.
I don't think it's silly at all. All I said was you don't like Eve, do you?
You want an argument or an answer?
I'd like an answer.
No.
Why not?
Now you want an argument.
She's loyal and efficient.
Like an agent with only one client.
She thinks only of me, doesn't she?
Well, let's say she thinks only about you anyway.
How do you mean that?
Well, I'll tell you how. Like she's studying you, like you was a book or a play or a set of blueprints. How you walk, talk, eat, think, sleep.
I'm sure that's very flattering, Bertie. And I'm also sure
Good morning.
Oh, good morning, Eve.
I'm going downtown now, Miss Channing. Is there anything else you've thought of?
Well, there's that script to take back to the guild.
I've got it.
Those checks for the income tax man.
Right in this envelope.
It seems I can't think of a thing you haven't thought of.
That's my job, Miss Channing.
Eve, by any chance, did you place a call from me to Bill for midnight, California time?
Golly, I forgot to tell you.
Yes, dear. You forgot all about it.
Well, I was sure you'd want to, of course, being his birthday. And you've been so busy.
It was very thoughtful of you, Eve.
Mr. Sampson's birthday. I couldn't forget that. You'd never forgive me. As a matter of fact, I sent him a telegram myself.
Did you say anything, Bertie?
Who said something?
Well, don't.
Theodore Dreiser's much-discussed novel of the 20s, An American Tragedy, has been made into a distinguished screenplay brought up to date in time and settings by Paramount under the title A Place in the Sun. A superb cast, Montgomery Clift, Elizabeth Taylor, and Shelley Winters. And the critics seem to agree that all three give the best performances of their careers. The story, told with mounting suspense, concerns a poor boy, played by Montgomery Clift, who finds comfort in a lonely factory girl, Shelley Winters. But as he progresses to wealth and success, he falls in love with Elizabeth Taylor and aspires to the social set of which she is a part. His unwillingness to marry Shelley when she needs him involves him in the famous boating accident that leads to his downfall. A Place in the Sun definitely deserves a place on your list of films to see. The cast alone, Bill, is a triple threat.
And Elizabeth Taylor, as a wealthy society girl, wears such gorgeous clothes. For instance, Edith Head, Paramount's well-known designer, created a stunning, luxable costume for the important scene at the lake. It's white organdy with layers of organdy petticoats to give it that doll-waisted look so smart this season. It was luxed again and again and stayed just as lovely as new.
Shelley Winters' wardrobe looks extra drab by comparison.
Well, she plans to make up for it on her trip to Paris. She's counting on a shopping spree, collecting gorgeous handmade slips and nighties and negligees. And if I know Shelley, she took several boxes of Lux in her luggage to make sure her things get the safest possible care.
Scores of famous Hollywood screen stars say there's nothing like new Lux with color freshener. It's perfect for all kinds of lingerie. Silks, rayons, nylons, and fine cottons. Whites stay dazzling white as new. Delicate colors more brilliant than ever before.
No wonder makers of lingerie advise Lux 33-1.
Why don't you get a big box of new Lux tomorrow? Give your nice things that nice as new Lux look. Act 2 of All About Eve, starring Bette Davis as Margot, Ann Baxter as Eve, Reginald Gardner as Addison DeWitt, and Gary Merrill as Bill.
Bill's welcome home birthday party. A night to go down in history. Even before it started, I could smell disaster near. When I went down the stairs, I was surprised to find that Bill had already arrived.
Well, looks like I'm going to have a very fancy party.
I thought you were going to be late. How long have you been here?
No, just a few minutes. I ran into Eve. She wanted to know about Hollywood. She seemed so interested.
She's a girl of so many interests.
It's a pretty rare quality these days.
A girl of so many rare qualities.
And so she seems.
So you've pointed out so often. So many qualities so often. And so young and so fair.
I can't believe you're making this up. It sounds like something out of an old Clyde Fitch play.
Clyde Fitch, though you may not think so, was well before my time.
I've always denied the legend that you were in Our American Cousin the night Lincoln was shot.
I don't think that's funny.
Of course it's funny. This is all too laughable to be anything else. Whipping yourself into a jealous froth because I spent 10 minutes with a stage-struck kid.
20 minutes.
30 minutes, 40, what of it?
Stage-struck kid. She's a young lady of qualities. And I'll have you know I'm fed up with both the young lady and her qualities. Studying me as if I were a play or a blueprint. How I walk, talk, think, act, sleep. As it happens, there are particular aspects of my life to which I would like to maintain sole and exclusive rights and privileges.
For instance, what?
For instance, you.
Darling, this is my cue to take you in my arms and reassure you. But I'm not going to. I'm too mad.
Guilty?
Mad. Darling, there are certain characteristics for which you are famous, on stage and off. I love you for some of them and in spite of others. They're part of your equipment for getting along in what is laughingly called our environment. You have to keep your teeth sharp. All right. But I will not have you sharpen them on me or on Eve.
What about her teeth? What about her fangs?
She hasn't cut them yet, and you know it. Eve Harrington has never indicated anything to me but her adoration for you and her happiness at our being in love. And to intimate anything else doesn't spell jealousy to me. It spells a paranoid insecurity that you should be ashamed of.
Cut, print it. What happens in the next reel? Do I get dragged off screaming to the snake pit?
Excuse me, Miss Channing.
Oh. Yes, Eve.
The hors d'oeuvres are here. Is there anything else I can do?
Thank you, Eve. I'd like a martini. A very dry and very double.
Well, I've been looking for you, Margot. Carrion and I have to run along. It's been a real swell party.
Where's Karen? Upstairs, Lloyd?
Getting her coat, I think.
How's the new play coming along?
Footsteps on the ceiling? All right, I guess.
The girl, is she still 20?
20-ish. It's not important.
Don't you think it's about time it became important?
Margot, you haven't got any age.
Margot Channing is ageless. Spoken like a press agent. Lloyd, I'm not 20-ish. I'm not 30-ish. 3 months ago, I was 40 years old. 40. 4-0. That slipped out. I hadn't quite made up my mind to admit it. Now I suddenly feel as if I had taken all my clothes off.
Week after week, to thousands of people, you're as young as you want.
As young as they want, you mean. And I'm not interested whether thousands of people think I'm 600 or 600.
Just one person, isn't that so? You've had another fight with Bill, right?
Bill's 32. He looks 32. He looked it 5 years ago, and he'll look it 20 years from now. I hate men. Don't worry, Lloyd. I'll play your play. I'll wear rompers and come in rolling a hoop if you like. Now get out of here. Go find your wife.
It's so nice of you to come upstairs with me, Eve.
I just wanted to be sure you'd find your coat, Mrs. Richards.
Tell me, Eve, how are things going? You happy?
There should be a new word for happiness. Being here with Miss Channing, she's been so wonderful, done so much for me.
Well, you've done your share too, Eve. You've worked wonders with Margot. Well, good night.
Mrs. Richards.
Oh, Karen.
Karen. Isn't it awful? I'm about to ask you for another favor. After all you've done already.
Oh, that's nonsense.
It's just that Miss Channing's affairs are in such good shape now, and I heard Mr. Fabian tell Miss Channing that her understudy was going to have a baby, and they'd have to replace her, so I...
You want to be Margot's new understudy?
I don't let myself think about it even. But I do know the part so well, and every bit of the staging. But suppose I had to go on one night, to an audience that came to see Margot Channing. Oh, no, I couldn't possibly.
Well, I wouldn't worry about that. Margot just doesn't miss performances. If she can walk, crawl, or roll, she plays.
The show must go on.
No, dear. Margot must go on. As a matter of fact, I don't see why you shouldn't be her understudy.
Do you think she'd approve?
I think she'd cheer.
But Mr. Richards and Mr. Sampson...
Ah, they'll do as they're told.
Then, would you speak to Mr. Fabian about it? After all, he's the producer, and if he doesn't like me...
Stop worrying.
I seem to be forever thanking you for something, don't I? Good night, Karen.
Good night, dear. So Eve became Margot's understudy. Naturally, I assumed that Margot knew and approved. Then, one Friday afternoon, Margot went to the theater. Someone else was leaving the cast, and Margot had consented to help with an audition. A friend of Addison DeWitt's, a Miss Caswell, was trying out for the part.
Margot, how nice to see you.
Waiting for someone, Addison. I think you'd be in the theater, side of your protégée, lending her moral support.
Oh, but I did. The audition, however, is over.
But it can't be. I came here to read with Miss Caswell.
The audition was called for 2:30. It's now nearly 4.
Is it really? Who read with Miss Caswell? Bill?
No.
Lloyd?
No.
Well, it can't have been Max. Who?
Well, naturally enough, your understudy.
Well, I consider it highly unnatural to allow a girl in an advanced state of pregnancy.
I refer to your new understudy, Miss Eve Harrington.
Eve? My understudy?
But didn't you know?
Of course I knew.
It just slipped your mind.
How was Miss Caswell?
Frankly, I don't remember.
It just slipped your mind.
Completely. Nor can anyone else tell you how Miss Caswell read, or whether Miss Caswell read or rode a pogo stick.
Was she that bad?
Margot, as you know, I have lived in the theater as a Trappist monk lives in his faith. And once in a great while, I experienced that moment of revelation for which all true believers wait and pray. You were one, Eve Harrington is another.
I take it she read well.
It was something made of fire and music, brilliant, vivid, unforgettable.
How nice.
In time, she'll be what you are.
A mass of fire and music. That's me. An old kazoo with some sparklers. Tell me, was Bill swept away too? Or were you too full of revelation to notice?
Bill didn't say, but Lloyd was beside himself. He listened to his play as if it had been written by someone else. He said it sounded so fresh, so new, so full of meaning.
How nice for Lloyd, how nice for Eve, how nice for everyone.
Eve was incredibly modest. She insisted that Lloyd felt as he did only because she read his lines exactly as he'd written them.
The implication being that I have not been reading them as written?
To the best of my recollection, neither your name nor your performance entered the conversation. May I give you a lift somewhere?
No, I came here to help with an audition. I'll just run on in to see, so they'll know I did come after all. I must start wearing a watch. I never have, you know.
Margot, well, how are you, darling?
Terribly sorry I'm late, Max. Lunch was long and I couldn't find a cab. Well, shall we start? Where's Miss Caswell? Oh, hello, Bill. Hello, Lloyd. Oh, hello, Eve.
Hello, Miss Channing.
It's all over, Margot.
What's all over?
The audition. Eve read with Miss Caswell.
Eve? Oh, how enchanting. However did you get the idea of letting Eve read?
Well, she's your understudy.
Eve, my understudy. I had no idea.
Why, I thought you knew. She was put on over a week ago.
Miss Channing, I can't tell you how glad I am that you arrived so late.
Really, Eve? Why?
If you'd been here to begin with, I never would have dared to read. I couldn't have.
What a pity, all that fire and music going to waste.
What fire and music?
You wouldn't understand.
I was dreadful, Miss Channing, believe me.
Oh, I'm sure you underestimate yourself, Eve. You always do.
Oh, you'd have been proud of her, Margot. Eve was a revelation.
Oh, to you too, Lloyd.
What do you mean by that?
Well, I mean, among other things, it must have been a revelation to have a 24-year-old character played by a 24-year-old actress. Also, it must have seemed so new and fresh to you, so exciting to have your lines read just as you wrote them.
Addison. You've seen Addison.
So full of meaning, fire, and music.
You've been talking to that fishwife.
In this case, apparently as trustworthy as the World Almanac.
You knew when you came in here that the audition was over, that Eve was your understudy, playing that childish little game of cat and mouse.
Not mouse, never mouse. If anything, rat.
This genius of yours for making a barroom brawl out of a perfectly innocent misunderstanding at most.
Perfectly innocent. Men have been hanged for less. I'm lied to, attacked behind my back, accused of reading your silly dialogue inaccurately, as if it were the holy gospel.
I never said it was.
When you listen as if someone else has written your play, whom do you have in mind? Arthur Miller, Sherwood, Beaumont, and Fletcher?
What makes you think either Miller or Sherwood would stand for the nonsense I take from you? You better stick to Beaumont and Fletcher. They've been dead for over 300 years.
All playwrights should be dead for 300 years.
That would solve none of their problems, because actresses never die. The stars never die and never change.
Oh, you may change this star any time you want for a new and fresh and exciting one, fully equipped with fire and music, any time you want, starting with tonight's performance.
I shall never understand the weird process by which a body with a voice fancies itself as a mind. Just when exactly does an actress decide they're her words she's saying and her thoughts she's expressing?
Usually at the point when she has to rewrite and rethink them to keep the audience from leaving the theater.
It's about time the piano realized it has not written the concerto.
And you, I take it, Bill, are the Paderewski who plays his concerto on me, the piano? Where is Princess Fire and Music?
Who?
The kid, Junior.
Gone.
I must have frightened her away.
I wouldn't be surprised. Sometimes you frighten me.
Nothing but a body with a voice. No mind.
Oh, what a body. What a voice.
Oh.
Ah, now calm down. The gong rang, the fight's over.
I will not calm down.
Don't calm down.
You're being terribly tolerant, aren't you?
I'm trying terribly hard.
Well, you needn't be. I will not be tolerated, and I will not be plotted against.
Here we go.
Such nonsense. What do you all take me for? Little Nell from the country? She's been my understudy for over a week. Arrives here for an audition when everyone knows I will be here and gives a performance. Out of nowhere, gives a performance.
You've been all through that with Lloyd.
The playwright does not make the performance, and it doesn't just happen, and this one didn't. Full of fire and music and whatnot. Carefully rehearsed, I have no doubt. Full of those Bill Sampson touches.
I'm sick and tired of these paranoid outbursts. I didn't even know Eve Harrington was your understudy until 2:30 this afternoon.
Tell that to Dr. Freud, along with the rest of it.
No, I'll tell it to you. For the last time, I'll tell it to you. I love you. You're a beautiful and an intelligent woman.
Body with a voice.
And a great actress. You have every reason for happiness.
Except happiness.
Every reason. But due to some uncontrollable, unconscious drive, you permit the slightest action of a kid like Eve to turn you into an hysterical, screaming harpy. Now, once and for all, stop it.
Well, it's obvious you're not a woman.
I've been aware of that for some time.
Well, I am.
I'll say.
Don't be condescending.
Now, come on, Margot. Let's get out of here. I'll buy you a drink.
Well, I'll admit I may have seen better days, but I'm still not to be had for the price of a cocktail, like a salted peanut.
Margot, let's make peace.
Terms are too high. Unconditional surrender.
Just being happy? Just stopping all this nonsense about Eve and Eve and me?
Oh, it's not nonsense. I wish it were.
Margot, tell me what's behind all this.
I don't know, Bill. Just a feeling. I don't know.
I think you do know, but you won't or can't tell me. I said before it was going to be my last try, and I meant it. I just can't think of anything else to do. I wish I could. Goodbye, Margot.
Bill, where are you going? To find Eve?
That suddenly makes the whole thing believable.
Oh, Bill. Bill.
Frankly, Lloyd, I don't understand a word you're saying. You're too angry for coherence.
Not only was she 2 hours late, but then that childish, heavy-handed routine about not knowing Eve was her understudy.
Well, it's just possible that Margot didn't know.
Of course she knew. Addison told her. Just tell me one thing, Karen, just one thing. Somebody's got to stop Margot. All right, now who's going to do it? Who's going to give her that boot in the rear that she needs and deserves?
Going to be a very cozy weekend, dear.
What weekend? What are you talking about?
We're driving out to the country tomorrow night, just the four of us. Bill, Margot, you and I.
Well, we've spent weekends before with nobody talking. Just be sure to lock up all the blunt instruments.
Lloyd was right, of course. That boot Margot had coming to her. Heaven knows she deserved it. We'd all felt those size 5s of hers often enough. But how? How to do it? And then it came to me, my big idea. Only 2 people in the whole world would know. Also, the boot would land where it would do the most good for all concerned. After all, it was nothing more than a perfectly harmless joke, which Margot herself would be the first to enjoy, and no reason at all why she herself shouldn't be told about it in time. My big idea required a telephone call. Hello? Oh, this is Mrs. Richards. Will you please call Miss Harrington to the phone? Yes, Miss Eve Harrington.
Before we continue with Act 2 of All About Eve, I'd like to introduce a special guest, Miss Jean Mayberry, the charming daughter of the casting director at 20th Century Fox. I understand, Jean, that your career started with ice skating.
That's right. I joined an ice show troupe and traveled all over. even to Cuba.
A generation ago, ice skating in Cuba would have been as fantastic as an invasion from another planet.
But today such a possibility isn't so fantastic. 20th Century Fox has made a picture about it.
The day the Earth stood still. A very provocative picture. Michael Rennie, as a man from another planet, arrives to warn the Earth that they must maintain peace or be destroyed.
I was fascinated by the huge flying disc that carries him to Earth.
And Patricia Neal was fascinated by Michael. And both Michael and Hugh Marlowe found her fascinating, too.
Well, no wonder. She did look excitingly lovely in that simple wardrobe she wears in The Day the Earth Stood Still. Those magic white touches on her dress and white blouse are just as smart as can be.
You know, while she was making the picture, they were luxed again and again. New Lux with color freshener just worked miracles, keeping them looking white as new, luxing after luxing. Amazing New Lux, you know, keeps white silks and rayons whiter than ever before. And white cottons, from piquets to organdies, look dazzlingly white without bleaching. Colors stay unbelievably vivid and new-looking.
Oh, I'm a Lux fan from way back, Mr. Kennedy. I was born and raised in Hollywood, so I know how the screen stars love Lux. Patricia Neal says New Lux is even better than ever.
Thank you, Jean Mayberry. We were delighted to have you tonight. Women all over the country are excited about wonderful New Lux. Now they're using it for nicer everyday washables, as well as their loveliest dresses and blouses. It's so safe. The perfect way to give all washables that nicest new Lux look. We pause now for station identification. This is the CBS Radio Network. The curtain rises on Act 3 of All About Eve, starring Bette Davis as Margot, Ann Baxter as Eve, Reginald Gardner as Addison DeWitt, and Gary Merrill as Bill.
That was a cold weekend we spent in the country. Bill didn't come at all. Margot didn't know where he was and didn't care, she kept saying. Somehow we staggered through. Late Monday afternoon, Lloyd and I set out to drive Margot to the station, and my big idea went into operation. Its purpose was to make Margot miss her performance so that Eve would have to take her place. All I did was drain the gas tank of the car. My timing was perfect. Margot missed her train, and we sat there, the two of us, while Lloyd, cursing softly, went down the road in search of gasoline.
Cigarette, Karen?
No, thank you, dear.
I haven't been very pleasant this weekend.
Well, we've all been a little tense lately.
Come to think of it, I haven't been pleasant for weeks. For that, I'm truly sorry. More than any two people I know, I don't want you and Lloyd to be angry with me.
Well, how could we? You're Margot.
What is that, besides something spelled out in light bulbs, I mean? Besides something called a temperament, which consists mostly of swooping about on a broomstick and screaming at the top of my voice. Infants behave the way I do, you know. They'd get drunk if they knew how, when they can't have what they want, when they feel unwanted or insecure or unloved.
What about Bill? He's in love with you.
More than anything in this world, I love Bill, and I want Bill, and I want him to want me. But me, not Margot Channing. And if I can't tell them apart, how can he? And Karen, about Eve. I've acted pretty disgracefully toward her, too.
Well,
No. Don't fumble for excuses. Not here and now with my hair down. At best, let's say I've been oversensitive to the fact that she's so young, so feminine and so helpless. To so many things I want to be for Bill.
Margot, I want you to know how sorry I am about this.
About what?
Getting stuck like this. I can't tell you how sorry I am.
Oh, Karen, don't give it a thought. One of Destiny's merry pranks. After all, you didn't personally drain the gasoline tank.
What?
I said you didn't personally drain the gasoline tank.
Oh.
This is Addison DeWitt. It is now my turn to tell you all about Eve. That night, with Margot Channing marooned in the country, Eve Harrington took her place on the stage. Her performance was magnificent. But one thing puzzled me. Why was I invited to that particular performance, along with half a dozen other critics, a performance about which the management knew nothing until curtain time when Margot failed to appear? Afterwards, I went backstage. Her dressing room door was closed, but I had no trouble overhearing a rather interesting conversation. Eve and Bill Sampson.
So you can be very proud of yourself, Eve. That was a wonderful job you did tonight. I'll admit I was worried when Max called me. I had my doubts.
You shouldn't have had any doubts.
Well, your audition the other day was one scene. The woods are full of one-scene sensations. But you did it. With work and patience, you'll be a good actress, if that's what you want to be.
Is that what you want me to be?
Well, I'm talking about you and what you want.
So am I.
Well, what have I got to do with it?
Everything.
The names I've been called, but never Svengali. Good luck, Eve.
Don't go, Bill. Don't run away.
From what would I be running?
You're always after the truth, on stage. What about off?
I'm for it.
Then face it. Ever since that first night here in this theater.
When I told you what every young actress should know?
When you told me that whatever I became, it would be because of you.
Your makeup's a little heavy.
And for you.
You're quite a girl.
You think?
I'm in love with Margot. Hadn't you heard?
You hear all kinds of things.
I'm only human. Rumors to the contrary. And I'm as curious as the next man.
Find out.
One thing. What I go after, I want to go after. I don't want it to come after me. Just score it as an incomplete forward pass.
I waited a reasonable length of time after Bill left, and then I, too, had a chat with Eve Harrington. I wanted to write a column about Eve. There were many questions to ask.
It's so kind of you to stop by, Mr. DeWitt. I'm glad you like me tonight. But it's still Miss Channing's performance. I'm just the carbon copy you read when you can't find the original.
I've heard about your modesty, Miss Harrington, but I think the time has come for you to shed some of your humility. It's just as false not to blow your horn at all as to blow it too loudly.
I don't think I've done anything to sound off about. One pretty good performance by an understudy. It'll be forgotten tomorrow.
It needn't be.
Why not? I'm a nobody.
I am somebody.
You certainly are.
After you change, if you're not busy, we could have supper.
I'd love to. Or should I pretend I'm busy?
Well, let's have a minimum of pretending. I shall want to do a column about you.
I'm not even enough for a paragraph.
There's so much I want to know. I've heard your story in bits and pieces, your home in Wisconsin, your tragic marriage, your fanatical attachment to Margot. It started in San Francisco, didn't it?
Yes, that's right.
And that memorable night when Margot first dazzled you, what theater in San Francisco was that, Eve? Was it the Schubert?
Yes, the Schubert.
Ah, fine old theater, the Schubert, full of dignity and traditions. Tell me, what was your husband's name?
Eddie.
Eddie what?
Really, if I'm ever going to change, I'll only be a moment, Mr. DeWitt.
Where would you like to go, Eve? We must make this a special night.
You take charge.
Thank you. I believe I will. I learned a lot about Eve that night. After I brought her home, I went to my office to write my column. What I wrote pleased me exceedingly.
Stop saying you can't believe it, Karen. It's right here in print, isn't it? Listen to this. Miss Harrington had much to tell about the lamentable practice of permitting, shall we say, mature actresses to play roles requiring a youth and vigor of which they retain but a dim memory.
I still can't believe that
About the understandable reluctance on the part of our entrenched first ladies of the stage to encourage younger actresses. About Miss Harrington's own long, unsupported struggle for the opportunity.
But Eve couldn't have said anything like that.
What gets me is how all the papers in town just happened to catch that particular performance last night. The little witch must have sent out Indian runners. Well, she won't get away with it. Nor will Addison DeWitt and his poison pen. And don't try to tell me
I came as soon as I read that piece of filth.
Oh, Bill, thank goodness.
Oh, Bill.
Margot,
Bill.
I ran all the way. Bill's here, baby. Everything's all right now.
I guess at this point you and Margot might rather be alone.
Yeah, do you mind, Karen? Margot, baby. Thanks, Karen. We'll phone you later.
That very night, Eve and I were having a bit of supper in the cub room when they walked in. Margot, Bill, Lloyd, and Karen. They seemed unusually happy and gay.
In brief, our big news is simply this. Margot and I are going to get married.
Glory, hallelujah.
Well,
Margot, when? When are you going to do it?
tomorrow we meet at City Hall at 10. And you, Margot, are going to be on time for once.
Yes, sir.
City Hall, that's for prize fighters and reporters.
It's only for the license. There's a 3-day wait for blood tests.
I'll marry you if it turns out you have no blood at all.
What are you going to wear?
Oh, something simple, a fur coat over a nightgown.
The point is, we want you two beside us as our nearest and dearest friends.
Which we are. Which we'll always be.
Excuse me, Mrs. Richards.
Oh, yes, Maynard.
This note, it's for you.
Oh, thank you.
Very indiscreet, Karen. Next time, tell your lover to blow smoke rings or tap a glass.
The world is full of love tonight, Lloyd. No woman is safe.
Well, this beats all world's records for running, jumping, or standing gall. Margot, here, read this.
Please forgive me for butting into what seems such a happy occasion, but it's most important that I speak with you. Please. And that's underlined. Meet me in the ladies' room. Eve.
I understand she's now the understudy in there.
Well, after all, maybe Eve just wants to apologize.
I have no possible interest in anything she'd have to say.
But what could she say? That's what fascinates me.
Go on, Karen, find out.
Karen, during all the years of our friendship, I have never let you go into the ladies' room alone. Now I must. I am busting to find out what's going on in that feverish little brain waiting in there.
Well, all right.
Thank you for coming, Karen. I just had to speak to you.
I don't know what you have to tell me, Eve, but I won't believe a word of it.
Why should you? It's about Mr. DeWitt's column.
Oh, are you going to tell me you didn't really say any of those things?
All I know is that, well, you find yourself trying to say what you mean. But somehow the words change. They become his words. And suddenly you're not saying what you mean, but what he means. I just wanted you to know the responsibility is mine. And the disgrace.
Oh, now, let's not get over-dramatic.
You really have a low opinion of me, haven't you? You'll be glad to know I've been told off in no uncertain terms all over town. Miss Channing should be happy to hear that.
Now, Eve, don't cry.
I'm not crying.
After all, you still have a powerful friend left in Addison DeWitt.
He's not my friend. You were my friends. I wish I'd never met him. I'll never get over this. Never.
Oh, yes, you will. You're very young and very talented, and believe it or not, if there's anything I can do...
There is something.
Yes. I think I know.
Something most important you can do.
Lloyd's new play. You want to play the lead. You want me to tell Lloyd I think you should play Cora.
If you told him to, he'd give me the part. He said he would.
Don't you know that part was written for Margot?
It might have been 15 years ago. It's my part now. You've got to tell Lloyd it's for me.
I don't think anything in the world would make me say that.
Addison wants me to play it.
Over my dead body.
That won't be necessary, Karen. Eve, Addison knows how Margot happened to miss that performance last night. And how I happened to know she'd miss it in time to call him and notify every paper in town. Oh, you better sit down, Karen. You look a bit wobbly. If I play Cora, Addison will never tell what happened, in or out of print. A simple exchange of favors. I'm so happy I can do something for you at long last. Your friendship with Margot, your deep, close friendship. What would happen to it, do you think, if she knew the cheap trick you'd played on her for my benefit? No. It'd be so much easier for everyone concerned if I were to play Cora. So much better theater, too.
You do all that just for a part in a play.
I'd do much more for a part that good. Excuse me, Karen. Addison's waiting.
Care to look at a menu, Eve? But you can't be very hungry after all that humble pie.
Oh, nothing of the kind. Karen and I had a nice talk.
Including a casual reference to the part of Cora and your hopes of playing it.
I discussed it very openly.
And Karen mentioned, of course, that Margot expects to play the part.
Oddly enough, she didn't say a word about Margot. Just that she'll be happy to do what she can to see that I play the part.
And just like that, huh?
Just like that.
You know, Eve, sometimes I think you keep things from me.
I don't think that's funny.
Wasn't meant to be.
I confide in you and rely on you more than anyone I've ever known. To say a thing like that now, without any reason, When I need you more than ever.
I hope you mean what you say. I intend to hold you to it. We have a great deal in common, it seems to me.
Well, what happened, Karen?
Oh, nothing much. She apologized.
With tears.
With tears.
Very classy stuff. Lots of technique. Groom, may I have a wedding present?
What would you like? Texas?
I want everybody to shut up about Eve. Just shut up about Eve. That's all I want. Never have I been so happy. So happy and so forgiving. I forgive Eve. Do you know why I forgive Eve? She left good behind, the four of us here together. It's Eve's fault. I forgive her. And Bill, especially Bill. She did that too.
You know, she probably means well after all.
She is a louse.
Never try to outguess Margot.
Correct. Which brings me to you, Lloyd. Lloyd, promise not to be angry with me.
Well, that depends.
I'd better just come right out and say it. I don't want to play Cora.
You... what?
Now, wait a minute, Karen. You've always been so touchy about his plays. It isn't the part. It's a great part and a fine play. But not for me anymore. Not for a four-square, upright, downright, forthright married lady.
What's your being married got to do with it?
Oh, it means I finally got a life to live. I don't have to play parts I'm too old for just because I've got nothing to do with my nights. Oh, Lloyd, I know you've made plans, but please understand. Please.
What's so funny?
Oh, nothing.
Nothing.
Everything's so funny. Everything.
In due time, they were wed, Margot and Bill. Also in due time, rehearsals started for the new play, starring Eve Harrington. Occasionally, I dropped by the theater, not only to admire Eve, but to be amused at the increasing tension developing because of Eve between those two old friends, Lloyd the writer and Bill the director. Something was in the air. The play was now ready for its out-of-town opening in New Haven. That afternoon, I saw Eve at her hotel.
Isn't it strange, Addison? I thought I'd be panic-stricken. Want to run away or something. Instead, I can't wait for tonight to come. To come and go.
Are you sure of tonight?
Aren't you?
Frankly, yes.
It'll bring me everything I've ever wanted. The end of an old road, the beginning of a new one.
All paved with diamonds and gold?
You know me better than that.
And paved with what, then?
Stars. What time is it?
Almost 4.
Oh, good. Plenty of time for a nice long nap.
You could sleep now, couldn't you?
Why not?
The mark of a true killer. Sleep tight, rest easy, and come out fighting.
Why did you call me a killer?
Did I say killer? I meant champion. I get my boxing terms mixed.
Oh, by the way, there'll be a party here tonight. You'll come, won't you? We're having everyone up after the performance.
We are?
Lloyd and I.
I find it odd that Karen isn't here for the opening, don't you? She's always been so fanatically devoted to Lloyd.
Addison, a few moments ago, I said this would be a night to remember. I didn't mean just the theater.
What else?
Lloyd. He's going to leave Karen. We're going to be married.
So that's it. Still just the theater after all.
It's nothing of the kind. Lloyd loves me.
I know nothing of Lloyd and his loves. I leave those to Louisa May Alcott, but I know you.
I'm in love with Lloyd. Oh, Addison, won't it be just perfect? There's no telling how far we can go. He'll write great plays for me. I'll make them great. You're the only one I've told, the only one who knows, except Lloyd and me.
And Karen?
She doesn't know.
She knows enough not to be here.
But not all of it. Not that Lloyd and I are going to be married. Well, say something. Anything. Congratulations. Skoll. Good work, Eve.
What do you take me for? Is it possible, even conceivable, that you've confused me with that gang of backward children you've played tricks on? That you've the same contempt for me you have for them?
I'm sure you mean something by that, Addison. I don't know what.
I'm nobody's fool, Eve. Least of all yours.
I never intended you to be.
Yes, you did, and you still do.
I still don't know what you're getting at.
You know it as well as I do. That Lloyd may leave Karen, but he will not leave her for you.
What do you mean by that?
I have not come to New Haven to see the play, discuss your dreams, or climb the ivy walls of Eli Yale. I have come here to tell you that you will not marry Lloyd Richards, or anyone else for that matter, because I will not permit it.
Will not permit it? That sounds medieval, something out of an old melodrama.
So does the history of the world for the past 20 years. Frankly, I had hoped that somehow you would have known. that you'd have taken it for granted that you and I...
You and I?
Now remember, as long as you live, never to laugh at me. At anything or anybody else, but never at me. Now to begin with, your name is not Eve Harrington. It's Gertrude Schlesinski.
Get out.
It's true that you worked in a brewery, but life among the malt and hops was apparently not as dull as you pictured it. In fact, it got less and less dull until your boss's wife had your boss followed by detectives.
She never proved anything, not a thing.
But the $500 you were paid to get out of town brought you straight to New York, didn't it?
She was a liar. She was a liar.
There was no Eddie, no pilot. You've never been married. That was not only a lie, but it was an insult to dead heroes and to women who loved them. San Francisco has no Schubert Theater. You've never been to San Francisco. That was a stupid lie and not worthy of you.
I had to meet Margot. I had to say something, be somebody, make her like me.
But she did like you. She helped you and trusted you. You paid her back by trying to take Bill away.
That's not true.
After you failed with Bill, you used my name and my column to blackmail Karen into getting you the part of Cora, and you lied to me about it.
No.
Sweetie, I had lunch with Karen not 3 hours ago. As always with women, she told me more than she learned. That I should want you at all suddenly strikes me as the height of improbability, but that in itself is probably the reason. You're an improbable person, Eve, and so am I. We have that in common. Also, an inability to love, insatiable ambition, and talent. We deserve each other. Are you listening to me?
Yes, Addison.
And you realize and you agree how completely you belong to me?
Yes, Addison.
Then take your nap. And good luck for tonight.
I won't go on tonight. I couldn't, not possibly. I couldn't go on.
You'll give the performance of your life.
I won't. I can't.
But of course she did. And ever since, her triumph has endured. That is why she's here tonight, here at the Sarah Siddons Society. Eve is now on the dais, so gracious and modest, telling the honored members and distinguished guests that the award belongs not to her, but to those who made it possible, Margot and Karen, Bill and Lloyd. Let's listen in.
For without their confidence in me, their kindness and friendship and faith, this night could never have been. How can I ever repay them? Although I'm going to Hollywood next week, do not think for a moment that I'm leaving you. My heart is here in the theater. I'll be back to claim it, and soon. That is, if you want me back.
She's coming toward me now, to our table. It'll take a while, all those photographers, and then, of course, she'll have to pause for a moment at their table. Margot's and Bill's, Lloyd's and Karen's.
Congratulations, Eve.
Thank you, Karen.
Nice speech, Eve. But I wouldn't worry too much about your heart. That little statue they gave you. You can always put it where your heart ought to be.
Oh, Mr. DeWitt.
Why, Miss Caswell. How nice to see you again.
Isn't she wonderful, Mr. DeWitt?
There's no one like her, Miss Caswell. No one in the world. Tell me, Miss Caswell, do you want someday to have an award like that of your own?
Oh, more than anything.
Then you must ask Miss Harrington how to get one. Miss Harrington knows all about it.
We hope you enjoyed our show as much as our stars enjoyed doing it for you. Of course, you know what a reputation screen stars have for beautiful clothes. Well, you can give your washables the very same care the stars insist on for their own gorgeous things. It's New Lux with Color Freshener, the most wonderful improvement ever made in a wonderful product. Don't take my word for it. Try it yourself, and you'll agree you've never seen anything like the magic it works on colors. It actually keeps white things white as new, makes colors sparkle like jewels, and keeps your prints sharp and brilliantly clear. No other soap, no other type of suds is safer for your nice things. Your washable silks, rayons, nylons, and fine cottons. Once you've tried New Lux with Color Freshener, you'll never again put up with anything else. Get a big box of New Lux with Color Freshener tomorrow. Use it for all your washables. You'll be thrilled with their nicest new Lux look. And here they are, an outstanding cast to take a bow for outstanding performances. Bette Davis, Ann Baxter, Reginald Gardner, and Gary Merrill. Ann, how nice to have you back again. We haven't seen you here since the arrival of little Katrina.
You know how I love appearing on the Lux Radio Theater.
Love appearing indeed. Quite a way to get some more Lux Flakes, Anne.
Betty, when you have a new baby, you need all the Lux you can get.
Watch this girl remember as Eve. She'll want all our Lux Flakes in a minute.
Now, girls, the play is over. There's plenty in the wings for all.
Lux Flakes really are a must in our house, even before Katrina.
All this talk of young children. Why didn't anyone ask me to be a godfather?
Do you think you're quite the type? After listening to you for the last hour, I thought you relished little children as part of your diet.
Well, don't be silly. I just finished a picture of 20th Century Fox starring Clifton Webb called Elopement, in which I played a godfather. Now I'm at RKO in Androcles on the Lion.
Typecasting again.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Bette Davis, Herbert Marshall, and Vincent Price in The Letter. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Some stars are born to fame. Others have fame thrust upon them. Then there's a third kind, like Bette Davis. All the honors in Hollywood have come to her at one time or another. Those who judge stars by box office value place her among the leaders. Those who judge by purely artistic standards accord her the same position. She's won the Academy Award twice, and yet I doubt whether Bette has ever been completely satisfied with one of her performances. Like most great artists, she always found some detail that might be improved, but neither the box office nor the critic judge as harshly as her own instinct. Tonight, we present Bette Davis in The Letter by Somerset Maugham. She gave one of her finest performances in the Warner Brothers picture, and that was only fitting, because it was in another Maugham story called Of Human Bondage that Bette really came of age as an actress. The Letter packs the drama of a lifetime into a few weeks of love and violence and death. It's a great play for a great actress. But you'll hear more than one star performance, because Herbert Marshall will play opposite Bette in the same part he had in the picture. And our third star is Vincent Price, who makes his first appearance here tonight. When I was first connected with the theater, the audience which enjoyed a production like this was limited to the few hundred people who could crowd into a Broadway playhouse. You can picture the riot there'd be if tonight's stars were appearing on Broadway for one night only. But today, Lux Flakes has made it possible for 30 or 35 million people to hear the play at the same time, and every one of you has the best seat in the house. The soldier in New Guinea is in the third row center, right beside the banker who is listening from his Park Avenue apartment. And Lux Flakes is at work in both places, in millions of American homes and abroad, where a steel helmet may do double duty as a washtub. Here's the curtain now for the first act of The Letter, starring Bette Davis as Leslie, Herbert Marshall as Robert Crosby, and Vincent Price as Howard Joyce. All of this happened a few years ago on the Malay Peninsula, in the days before the war. Just north of Singapore lay the great rubber plantations, kingdoms of commerce, built by natives and white men. On this particular night, in the main bungalow of one of these plantations, a light burns dimly through a shaded window. The night is hot and humid, the soft breeze heavy with the scent of flowers. A clouded moon hangs low in the sky, filtering slowly through the trees, making patterns of shimmering silver on the ground. There is deep silence. Suddenly, the door of the bungalow is flung open.
Missy, I hear a gunfire. Missy Crosby, I hear. That man, that is Mr. Hammond.
Is he dead?
I think him dead. You see him, Missy Crosby?
Do you know where the new district officer lives?
Yes, Missy.
Send someone for him at once. Say there's been an accident and Mr. Hammond's dead.
Yes, Missy.
And get word to my husband. He's out somewhere on the number 4 plantation.
Yes, Missy, I try.
Leslie, where are you? Leslie, I'm here.
Mr. Crosby?
Yeah?
I'm John Withers, the new district officer.
Where's Mrs. Crosby?
She locked herself in her room. She wouldn't see me until you came.
Huh? Excuse me. Leslie, let me in. Leslie, darling, it's Robert. Leslie, what happened?
Didn't they tell you?
They said Hammond was killed.
Is he still out there?
I had your head boy remove the body to a shed.
Leslie, what happened? Tell me.
He tried to make love to me, and I shot him.
Leslie.
Oh, Robert, I'm so glad
There,
you come.
darling, there.
Hold me tight. I'm so frightened.
There's nothing to be frightened about. It'll be all right. Oh, there, now, that's better.
I'll try not to do that again. Mr. Withers, I hope you'll understand. I didn't want to see anyone until my husband came.
Yes, of course, I understand, Mrs. Crosby.
Oh, Howard, come in.
I got your message in Singapore.
Howard, how nice of you to come.
Naturally, I want to be here if I can help.
Oh, you will help me. Us.
In every way I can, as your lawyer and your friend.
You're a dear.
Mr. Withers, this is Mr. Howard Joyce, my attorney.
How do you do?
How do you do?
How's Dorothy, Howard?
Oh, she's very well and anxious to see you.
Has her sister arrived from England?
Adele? Oh, yes, she came last week.
Oh.
Oh, here now. Leslie, you better be rested.
Oh, I do feel dreadfully faint.
Come and lie down, darling. I'll get you a drink.
I'm sorry to be so tired.
Nonsense. You're being very brave.
How long have you been here, Mr. Withers?
About an hour. One of the Crosby houseboys came to fetch me.
Was Hammond dead?
Oh, yes. He was just riddled with bullets.
What?
Well, here's the revolver. All 6 chambers are empty.
Here, you two. You better have a drink yourselves.
Thanks, but I'm afraid I shouldn't. I'm on duty of a sort, you know.
Well, I'll have one, Bob. You feeling any better, Leslie?
Much better, thank you.
Mrs. Crosby, I'm afraid it's my duty to ask you some questions.
Well, I think that can wait, Mr. Withers, until my wife...
Oh, it's all right, Robert, really. I feel perfectly well now.
Then suppose you tell us, Leslie, in your own words, exactly what happened.
I'll try.
And take your time, Mrs. Crosby. Remember, we're all friends here.
You've been so patient. Well, as you know, Robert was spending the night at number 4 plantation. Oh, I never mind being alone. A planter's wife gets used to that.
Oh, my
I
dear.
had dinner rather late, and I started working on my lace. Oh, I don't know how long I'd been working, when suddenly I heard footsteps outside, and someone came up on the veranda and said, "Good evening, can I come in?" I was startled because I hadn't heard a car drive up. "Who is it?" I asked. "Jeff Hammond." "Oh, of course," I said. "Come in and have a drink."
Were you surprised to see him?
Well, I was, rather. He hadn't been in the house for ages, had he, Robert?
3 months at least.
I told him Robert was over at the number 4 plantation getting out a shipment or something. Wasn't that it, darling?
What did he say to that?
He said, "Oh, I'm sorry. I felt rather lonely tonight, so I thought I'd just come over and see how you were getting on." Well, I put on my spectacles again and went on with my work. We chatted about one thing and another. He asked me if Robert had heard that a tiger had been seen on the road 2 or 3 days ago. He said he thought he'd try to get it over the weekend.
Oh, yes, I know about that. Don't you remember I spoke to you about it yesterday?
Did you? Oh, yes, I believe you did. Well, we went on chatting until... Well, suddenly he said something rather silly.
What?
It's hardly worth repeating. He paid me a little compliment.
I think perhaps you'd better tell us exactly what he said, Leslie.
He said, "You've got very pretty eyes. It's too bad to hide them under those ugly spectacles."
Has he ever said anything of the sort to you before?
Oh, no, never, and I thought it impertinent.
I don't wonder.
Did you answer him?
I said I didn't care a row of beans what he thought about me, but he only laughed and said, "I'm going to tell you all the same. I think you're the prettiest thing I've ever seen."
Leslie.
Let her finish, Bob.
Well, in that case, I said, "I can only think you half-witted." He laughed again and moved his chair up closer.
But, Mrs. Crosby, I wonder you didn't throw him out there and then.
Well, I didn't want to make a fuss. I think a woman only makes a perfect fool of herself if she makes a scene every time a man pays her a compliment.
When did you first suspect that Hammond was serious?
The next thing he said. He looked at me straight in the face, and he said, "Don't you know that I'm awfully in love with you?"
Swine.
Were you surprised?
Of course I was surprised. Why, we've known him for 7 years, Robert, and he's never paid me the smallest attention. Why, I didn't suppose he even knew what color my eyes were.
We haven't seen very much of him the last few years.
Yes. Go on, Leslie.
Well, he helped himself to another whiskey and soda. I began to wonder if he'd been drinking before. I wouldn't drink any more if I were you, I said. He emptied his glass and asked me in a funny, abrupt way, "You think I'm talking to you like this because I'm drunk?" I said, "That's the most obvious explanation, isn't it?" Oh, it's awful having to tell you all this. I'm so ashamed.
I wish there was some way we could spare you, Mrs. Crosby.
Leslie, it's for your own good that we know the facts, all you can remember of them.
Very well. I'll tell you the rest. I got up from my chair. I was standing in front of the table about here. He rose and stood in front of me. "Good night," I said. But he just looked at me, and his eyes were all funny. "I'm not going," he said. Well, then I began to lose my temper. "You poor fool. Don't you know I've never loved anyone but Robert? And even if I didn't love Robert, you're the last man I should care for." He answered, "Robert's away." Well, that was the last straw. Oh, I wasn't frightened, just angry. "If you don't go away this minute," I told him, "I'll call the boys and have you thrown out." I walked past him to call the boys, and he took hold of my arm and swung me back. Oh, I screamed as loud as I could. He flung his arms about me and began to kiss me. I struggled to tear myself away from him. Oh, he seemed like a madman. He kept talking and talking, saying he loved me. Oh, it's horrible. I can't go on.
I'm very sorry, Leslie, but we'll have to know the rest.
Well, he lifted me in his arms. I struggled to get free, but he was too strong. He started to carry me, and then he stumbled on those steps, and I got away from him. Suddenly, I remembered Robert's revolver in the drawer of that chest. He got up, but I reached it before he caught me. Oh, it was all instinctive. I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't even know I'd fired. I heard a report and saw him lurch toward the door. I followed him out to the veranda. He staggered across the porch and fell down the steps. I don't remember anything more, just the reports, one after another, until there was a funny little click, and the revolver was empty. And suddenly I looked down and saw him lying there, lying in the moonlight. It was only then that I knew what I'd done.
My poor darling.
Mrs. Crosby, may I say I think you've behaved magnificently? I'm terribly sorry we had to put you to the ordeal of telling us all this.
Well, you were all very kind.
It's quite obvious the man only got what he deserved.
Withers, if you'll come with me, I'd like to see the body for a minute.
Oh, yes. Yes, I'll take you to the shed.
We'll only be a few minutes.
My poor child.
Oh, Robert, what have I done?
You've done what any woman would have done in your place. Only 9/10 of them wouldn't have had the courage.
And yet I'd give almost anything if I could bring him back to life. It's so horrible to think that I killed him.
Leslie, why, there isn't a man or a woman in the colony who won't be proud to know you.
Darling, we have been happy, haven't we?
You've been the best wife a man could have. I'm grateful for all the time we've been together.
Oh, Robert, don't say it that way. It sounds so in the past.
Oh, nonsense. We've got most of our lives ahead of us. Oh, if only there was something I could do to help you right now.
You can love me. That's all I need.
I've always loved you.
Yes, but now.
Leslie, darling, if I could love you any more, I would now.
Robert. You have to be very indulgent towards my cooking, gentlemen. I can't vouch for it.
Well, I can and will.
Funny. The head boy running off tonight.
Yeah, it is odd.
Well, he couldn't have done any better than this, my dear. It's delicious.
It certainly is.
Thank you, gentlemen.
I think we should start for Singapore as soon as we're finished.
Right away?
It's still dark, Howard.
It'll be 8 o'clock by the time we get there. We'll ring the Attorney General and find out when we can see him. I think that's the first thing to do, don't you, Withers?
Yes, I think that's the best thing to do.
Would I have to be arrested?
Well, you see, Mrs. Crosby, as a matter of fact,
I think you're by way of being under arrest now.
It's purely a matter of form, Mrs. Crosby.
Shall I be imprisoned?
Well, that's up to the Attorney General. But it's quite possible he'll be able to accept bail.
He's a very good fellow. I'm sure he'll do everything he can.
How do you mean, be able to accept bail?
Well, my dear, it depends on what the charge is.
What do you mean by that?
I think it not unlikely that he'll say that only one charge is possible, and In that case, well, I'm afraid that an application for bail would be useless.
What charge?
Murder.
Leslie.
Oh, I'm quite all right. More coffee, dear.
No. As a matter of fact, if we're going to leave, I'd better put a few things together. I won't be long.
Let me do it, Robert.
No, don't bother, dear.
Oh, Leslie,
Yes?
there's just one question I'd like to ask you.
Yes, what is it, Howard?
Just before, when I was looking at Hammond's body,
Oh, yes?
it seemed to me that some of the shots must have been fired after he was lying on the ground.
I'm afraid it sounds very cold-blooded. But I was so terrified I didn't know what I was doing. Everything was confused and blurred.
Well, there, Leslie, I shouldn't even have brought it up tonight. Put it out of your mind. Come in. Well, Longchi?
Mr. Crosby to see you, sir.
Oh, ask him to come in.
Mr. Crosby.
Thanks.
Hello, Bob.
How is she? Have you seen her?
If I can be of any assistance, sir, I shall remain within call.
Not at the moment, Ong, thanks. Ong has been a great help on the case. He finds out everything. He's the perfect confidential clerk.
I tried to catch her at the house. I had to see you, Howard.
You needn't hesitate about coming to the office, Bob. You know you're always welcome.
How is everything?
Everything's fine. In fact, Leslie's much better than you. She hasn't turned a hair.
She's worth 10 of me. I don't mind confessing I'm all in. The first time we've been separated for more than a day since we were married.
Oh, you mustn't let yourself go to pieces, old man.
I've tried to work, but it's no good. The estate can go to blazes for all I care. I hate the house and every tree on the place.
But then why not stay in town with us? Dorothy's for it, and so am I.
Thanks, I think I will. I won't be so lonely.
Oh, you'd better get some sleep before you see Leslie. You don't want her to have to cheer you up.
She's a plucky woman. It's monstrous they should have to keep her in that filthy prison all this time.
They have no choice. Anyway, it's only a week now before the trial.
Well, the whole thing's a farce. Why subject her to the ordeal of a trial?
Because she admitted killing a man. A trial is inevitable.
She shot him as she would have shot a mad dog.
You don't have to convince me, Robert. You know, it's curious Hammond was able to keep his life so hidden. That gambling house he owned, and especially the Eurasian woman.
Will she be one of the witnesses?
Well, I shan't call her. I'll just produce evidence that Hammond was married to her.
He managed to keep that manager's secret, too. Oh, I know you're busy, Howard. I can't tell you how grateful I am.
Oh, nonsense. Now, stop worrying. That's your lawyer's job.
All right, thanks, old man. I'll see you up at the house.
Yes?
Mr. Joyce.
Well, Long?
If you are not too busy, sir, may I trouble you for a few words in private conversation?
No trouble at all.
It has to do with the case of the Crown versus Crosby.
Yes?
A friend has brought me information, sir, that there is a letter from the defendant to the unfortunate victim of the tragedy.
Well, that's not surprising. In the course of 7 years, I have no doubt that Mrs. Crosby often had occasion to write to Mr. Hammond.
But the letter, sir, was written on the day of his death.
Well?
You will recall that Mrs. Crosby had stated that until the fatal night, she had had no communication with the deceased for several weeks. This letter indicates that her statement is not in every respect accurate.
Have you seen the letter?
I have with me a copy, sir. The original is in the possession of a woman who happens to be the widow of Mr. Hammond, deceased.
May I read it?
Oh, certainly, sir. Of course, as I said, this is but a copy. Can you understand it, sir?
Perfectly. Ong, it's inconceivable that Mrs. Crosby should have written such a letter.
May I suggest, sir, that it would be well to make sure, since my friend is of the opinion that the letter would be of some interest to the prosecutor.
I'm obliged to you, Ong. I'll give the matter my consideration.
Very good, sir. Do you wish me to communicate that to my friend?
It might be well if you kept in touch with him.
Yes, sir. It might be very well.
You may stay in the visiting room as long as you want, Mrs. Crosby. The warden's orders.
That's very nice of him, thank you. Howard, how good of you to come. I wasn't expecting you today.
Good morning, Leslie. You're looking very well.
Thank you, Howard.
Well, the trial's only 5 days off now.
I know. Each morning when I awake, I say to myself, 1 day less. Just like I used to at school with the holidays coming.
Oh, Leslie.
Oh, don't feel sorry for me, Howard. The time has really passed quite quickly. I've read a great deal and worked on my lace. But I will confess something to you, Howard. I'm not looking forward to testifying in court.
Leslie, one of the things that it's impressed me is that each time you've told your story, you've told it in exactly the same words. You've never varied a hair's breadth.
And what does that suggest to your legal mind?
Well, it suggests either that you have an extraordinary memory or that you're telling the plain, unvarnished truth.
I'm afraid I have a very poor memory.
Leslie, I suppose I'm right in thinking that you had no communication with Hammond for several weeks before the catastrophe.
Oh, quite. I'm positive of that. Let's see. Well, the last time we met was at a tennis party at the McFarrans'. I don't think I said more than 2 words to him.
And you hadn't written to him?
Oh, no.
At one time, you'd been on fairly intimate terms with him. How did it happen that you stopped asking him to anything?
Well, we hadn't anything much in common. He was very popular, you know, and, well, there didn't seem to be any need to shower him with invitations.
Are you quite certain that was all?
Well, I may as well tell you. We heard about his wife. And once, just by chance, I actually saw her.
Oh, well, you never mentioned that. What was she like?
Horrible. Covered with gold chains and bangles and bracelets. And a face like a mask.
And it was after you knew about her that you stopped having anything to do with Hammond.
Yes.
Leslie, I think I should tell you that there is in existence a letter in your handwriting from you to Jeff Hammond.
Well, I've often sent him little notes to ask him something or other.
This letter asked him to come and see you because Robert was going to be away.
Oh, but that's impossible. I never did anything of the kind.
Here, you'd better read it for yourself.
This is not my handwriting.
I know that. It's said to be an exact copy of one written on the day of Hammond's death. Well, Leslie?
What does it mean?
That's for you to say, Leslie.
I didn't write it. I swear I didn't write
it. The original is in your handwriting. It would be useless to deny it.
But it could be a forgery.
It would be difficult to prove that, Leslie. It would be very easy to prove that it was genuine.
Well, it's not dated. It might have been written years ago. Oh, if you'll just give me a little time, I'll try to remember.
Leslie, the prosecution could cross-examine your houseboys. They would soon find out whether someone took a letter to Hammond on the day of his death.
I swear to you, I did not write this letter.
Very well. And there's nothing further to talk about. I'll be going.
Howard! Howard, wait a minute. I did write it. But you see, I was afraid to mention it. I thought none of you'd believe my story if I admitted that he'd come there at my invitation.
Go on.
You see, I was preparing a surprise for Robert's birthday. I knew he wanted a new gun, and, I'm so dreadfully stupid about sporting things. I thought I'd talk to Jeff about it and get him to order it for me.
Perhaps you've forgotten what's in the letter. Will you have another look at it?
No, I don't want to.
Then let me read it to you. Robert will be away. I absolutely must see you. I'm desperate, and if you don't come, I won't answer for the consequences. Don't drive up to the door. Leslie, I'll have to talk to you very plainly. I told Robert today that I was certain of your acquittal. And I didn't say that just to cheer him up. I don't believe the jury would have retired at all. But this letter alters the case completely. I won't tell you what I personally thought when I read the letter. The duty of counsel is to defend his client and not to convict her, even in his own mind. I don't want you to tell me anything but what is needed to save your neck.
Oh.
They can prove Hammond came to your house at your urgent invitation. I don't know what else they can prove, Leslie, but if the jury comes to the conclusion that you didn't kill Hammond in self-defense...
I know that...
Leslie! Matron, quickly!
Yes, sir?
Call the nurse. Mrs. Crosby is ill.
While we wait for Betty Davis, Herbert Marshall, and Vincent Price to return with Mr. DeMille for Act 2 of The Letter, do you remember this tune?
It's a song I've always liked. Remember? Night and day, you're the one. Only you beneath the moon and under the sun. Isn't that what every woman would like to hear? And she can hear it if she's the charming person she's meant to be. And don't think you must be a great beauty to be charming. Don't you know women who aren't beautiful or even pretty, yet their whole being draws you to them. They're warm and gay. Yes, aren't they always very dainty, flower fresh and immaculate? And isn't that the picture in your mind when I speak of Lux girls? They go together, Lux and daintiness. Yes, because these gentle Lux flakes make this appealing quality so very, very easy to have. We women are busy. Oh, yes, there's so much to do these days. But all the more reason to remember Lux. It's so quick. That dainty habit of dipping under things daily in Lux, a little thing seemingly, but a major part of charm. So let's never be too busy to use Lux Fake Flakes for undies each day. The ABC of charm is Lux. Then you're sure to hear from the one you want most to hear it from. Night and day, you are the one. Only you beneath the moon and under the sun.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Act 2 of The Letter, starring Bette Davis as Leslie, Herbert Marshall as Robert Crosby, and Vincent Price as Howard Joyce. In that split fraction of a moment, before her mind slipped into blackness, Leslie Crosby realized that the letter she had written to Jeff Hammond was damning evidence. Evidence enough to hang her. Now, a few minutes later, in the first aid room of the prison hospital, she leans wearily back in a chair, her eyes half closed.
I'm afraid I've made rather a mess of things.
I'm sorry.
For Robert, not for me. You've distrusted me from the beginning, Howard.
That's neither here nor there, Leslie.
Who's got the letter now?
The Eurasian woman who was Hammond's wife.
Oh. Howard, are you going to let me be hanged?
What do you mean by that, Leslie?
You could get hold of the letter.
Do you think it's so easy to do away with unwelcome evidence?
But surely nothing would have been said to you if the owner wasn't prepared to sell it.
That's quite true. But I'm not prepared to buy it.
Oh, but it wouldn't be your money. Robert has saved some.
I wasn't thinking of the money. I don't know if you will understand this, Leslie, but I've always thought of myself as an honest man. You're asking me to do something which is no different from suborning a witness.
Do you mean to say that you can save me and you won't? What harm have I ever done you? You can't be so cruel.
I want to do my best for you, Leslie. But a lawyer has a duty to his profession and to himself. I can't do what you ask.
Oh, poor Robert. He doesn't deserve it. He's never hurt anyone in his life. He's so kind and simple and good. And he trusts me so. I mean everything to him, everything in the world. And this will ruin his life. Oh, I know what you're thinking. You despise me. You think he's well rid of me if they do hang me.
It isn't important what I feel about you. Do you understand? But I'm going to do what I can.
Oh, Howard.
Bob will want to know what the money's for.
Will it be a very large sum?
Well, I imagine this woman has a pretty shrewd idea of the letter's value.
You won't have to show Robert the letter, will you?
I'll do everything possible to prevent it. He'll be an important witness, and he should be as firmly convinced of your innocence as he is now.
And after the trial?
I'm going to try to save your life.
Oh, if Robert loses his trust in me, he loses everything.
It's strange that a man can live with a woman for 10 years and not know the first thing about her. You say your friend could be induced to part with the letter?
I believe so, sir. But my friend has not got the letter, sir. The woman has it. She did not know the value of it till my friend told her.
What value did he put on it?
$10,000, sir.
Only 10,000? Well, why not 50 or 100?
For the reason, sir, that Mr. Crosby has in the bank a savings account in the amount of only $10,450.
$10,000 is a good deal of money, Ong. Well, I'll speak to Mr. Crosby. Have the woman come to my office.
I was about to mention, sir. She made 2 conditions. She insists that the money shall be brought to her. I can take you to the house whenever you are ready.
What is the other condition?
That Mrs. Crosby shall bring it to her personally.
Why, you must be mad. Great heavens, man. Do you suppose Mrs. Crosby can just walk out of a prison cell whenever she feels like it?
My friend thinks you could arrange to have her stay at your house until the trial. I believe the judge will permit it if you are responsible for her, sir.
Very well. Ong, tell me something.
Yes, sir.
What are you getting out of this?
$2,000, sir, and the satisfaction of being of service to you and our client.
Sit down, Howard. I've taken the liberty of ordering for you.
Oh, thanks. You're looking more cheerful, Bob.
I feel better since this morning. I guess you're finally convinced that we have nothing to worry about.
Well, as a matter of fact, Bob, something has come up. Oh, it's nothing very much, but I thought I'd better have a talk with you about it.
Yes?
Well, it seems Leslie wrote a letter to Hammond asking him to come to the bungalow on the night he was killed.
Why, that's impossible. You heard her say she'd had no communication with him for weeks before it happened.
Nevertheless, she did write the letter. She wanted his advice on something she was buying you for your birthday. Your birthday was about then, wasn't it?
Yes, it was the end of April.
In the excitement, she forgot the letter at the time and then later was afraid to say she'd made a mistake.
But that's not like Leslie. She isn't afraid of anything.
This was a pretty serious mistake, and she realized it.
Who has the letter?
Hammond's widow. She threatens to turn it over to the prosecution.
Well, what if she does? Leslie can explain it in court just as she explained it to you.
Yes, but don't you see, it might alter things a good deal in the minds of the jury if Hammond came to your home by invitation.
Well, what's to be done about it?
I think we must get hold of that letter. I want you to authorize me to buy it.
I'll do whatever you think is right. All right, buy the letter. I'll pay you back whatever it costs.
Good. Now put the matter out of your mind. Oh, by the way, Leslie will be at the house tonight. I've arranged to have her released pending trial.
Leslie, don't tell me that's the same lace I saw you working on at the McFerrins. How can you go so fast?
Well, I hadn't anything much else to do this past month.
What's it going to be? It's too fine for a tablecloth, surely.
It's a coverlet for our bed.
Oh, Dorothy, Leslie and I have some work to do this evening. Look here, Robert. Why don't you take the girls to a picture?
Well, it won't take all evening, will it, Howard?
Well, there's a lot to go over. No use you 3 hanging around. You'd much better see a good film.
Yes, go ahead, darling. It'll take your mind off tomorrow. I want you to.
All right, then. I'll bring the car around.
Come on, Adele. I can see the legal mind is anxious to get rid of us.
Good night, Leslie.
Good night. Where do we have to go?
The Chinese Quarter. Some sort of shop, I believe.
I've always wanted to see the Chinese Quarter. I hear it's a bit creepy. Of course, I'd have chosen other circumstances for a visit.
Be flippant about your own crimes if you like, but don't be flippant about mine.
Oh, I'm sorry, Howard. I didn't mean to be flippant. Really, I didn't.
Maybe it's my own sense of guilt. I have an unpleasant feeling that I'll have to pay the piper for what I'm doing tonight. I'm jeopardizing my whole career, and I have to rely on your discretion.
Whatever else I am, I'm not ungrateful.
Please forget what I said. Leslie, when did you first start doing that lace work?
Oh, a few years ago.
How did you happen to take it up?
I wanted something to do, and it appealed to me.
But it must take enormous concentration and patience.
I find it soothing.
You mean it takes your mind off other things?
Is that a legal question?
You're not an ordinary client, Leslie.
You've been watching me, Howard. I felt it all evening. Trying to read my thoughts.
I'm trying to understand you.
Why? Because I'm so evil. That's it, isn't it?
Some time ago, I saw a volcano erupt. An island south of here, Guade. It had been dormant for years. And then suddenly the crest blew off. It was terrifying and beautiful. Fire turned the sky and the sea crimson. And 3 villages melted into ashes. Well, it's time we were starting. Ong Chi will be waiting for us.
Come in, please. Come in. This is the shop of my friend. If you will wait here, I shall return in just a moment.
And let's not be too long about it, Ong.
I will speak to the lady at once, sir.
They seem to have a little of everything to sell here.
Yes, most of these shops do.
That looks like good jade. And this dagger. See the workmanship on the ivory handle? Imagine all that on a knife.
He who kills with an unworthy tool commits 2 crimes, one against himself. Will you follow me, please? The lady will see you now.
Now, where is she? You said she'd be here.
She is coming, sir.
Well, what is she standing there for? Ask her if she has the letter.
Yes, sir. Nego feng su he sama function.
Gilgen nuyen chui kuigamo.
How mun koi?
Gil kui chuigamo.
Mrs. Crosby, I regret, but the veil that you wear over your head, Mrs. Hammond requests that you remove it.
Of course. Gil kui hang lai nishi.
Mrs. Crosby, Mrs. Hammond has a further request. She wishes you to walk over to her.
Now, look here. Tell her this is enough.
Howard, it's all right. I don't mind.
Ne seng oi fangsun. Ne nung gim hega. Heyunga deha.
What does she say?
Mrs. Hammond say you may have the letter if you will pick it up at her feet.
Thank you.
Gentlemen of the jury, have you agreed upon a verdict?
We have, Your Honor.
The prisoner will please rise and look upon the jury. You find the prisoner at the bar, Leslie Crosby, guilty or not guilty?
We find the defendant not guilty.
And from that day on, I made a solemn vow that I wouldn't make another cocktail until Leslie was acquitted. So if these aren't up to my usual high standards, remember, I'm out of practice.
Oh, Dorothy, darling, they're wonderful and never been better.
Robert Crosby, right now you wouldn't know what you were drinking.
I guess that's right. I can't taste or think or feel. All I can do is keep saying to myself over and over, Leslie's safe.
Darling. Well, ladies and gentlemen, anyone planning to bathe, shower, or sponge before dinner should be getting at it.
Well, a shower for me.
Oh, I've laid out some things for you, Leslie.
Thank you. Darling, I'm going to tidy myself up a bit.
No, don't go, Leslie.
I shan't be a minute.
Well, there's something I particularly want to talk to you about. And, Howard, I want to see you, too. I want your legal opinion.
Oh, you do? Oh, what's up?
Well, I want to get Leslie away from here as quickly as possible.
Well, I think a bit of a holiday would do you both good.
No, I mean for good.
But how could we?
Well, you can't very well throw up your job.
Well, I've got something in view that's much better. It's in Sumatra. We'd be away from everybody, and the only people around us would be Dutch. We'd start a new life. The only thing is that you'll be awfully lonely, darling, at the start.
Oh, I wouldn't mind that. I'd like to go, Robert. I don't want to stay here.
That settles it, then. I'll go straight ahead and we can fix things up at once.
Is the money as good as here?
Well, I hope it'll be better. At all events, I'll be working for myself and not for a company in London.
What do you mean?
Why should I go on sweating my life out for other people? This plantation belongs to a Malacca Chinese planter who's in financial difficulties, and he's willing to let it go for $30,000 if he can get the money the day after tomorrow.
Well, how on earth are you going to raise $30,000, Bob?
Well, I've saved about 10, and the bank is willing to let me have the balance on mortgage.
Robert, darling, I shouldn't like you to take such a risk on my account. I'll be perfectly all right here. Really, I shall.
Nonsense, darling. You just said you wanted to go.
But I'm not sure it wouldn't be a mistake to run away. Everyone's been so kind, and they'll all help to make it easy for us. I do think the thing to do is to stick it out here.
Anyhow, Bob, it's not a thing you want to rush into. Let's wait and see.
Why should I wait? It's a good thing, and I don't want to lose it. Look, I've got all the papers in my briefcase. I'll go and get them, and you can see for yourself. And I have a couple of photographs of the bungalow to show Leslie.
I don't want to see them. Please, Robert.
Oh, now, come, darling. That's just nerves. That shows how necessary it is for you to get away.
But, Robert,
Leslie, darling, in this case, you must let me have my own way. I won't be a minute.
Howard, what are you going to do?
What can I do?
Oh, don't tell him now. I can't bear any more.
You heard what he said, Leslie. He wants the money at once to buy the estate. He can't. He hasn't got it.
Oh, give me a little time. I'll pay it back.
Leslie, I can't afford to let you have a sum like that. I've mortgaged everything I own. I was glad to advance it, but I
Where is the letter?
have it in my pocket.
Oh, it will break his heart. What shall I do?
I don't know, Leslie. If I tell him, he'll want to see the letter, of course.
Here we are.
Well, he's coming. It's up to you, Leslie.
Oh, tell him. Tell him and have done with it.
Mr. DeMille presents Bette Davis, Herbert Marshall, and Vincent Price in the final act of The Letter in a moment. Right now, we have a special guest to tell you not about Lux Flakes, but about our boys who have been dishing it out to the Japs, and taking it, too. She's Lieutenant Leda Jelinek, an Army nurse stationed at Birmingham General Hospital at Van Nuys, California. I suppose you're quite busy these days, Lieutenant Jelinek.
Yes. Many of the casualties from our Pacific campaigns come back here. Boys who've been in tough battles. But they're on the road to recovery now. You know, about 97% of our wounded men live to tell the stories of their adventures.
That's certainly a high percentage.
Thanks to the quick treatment they get. Drugs administered right on the field give a man a fighting chance even before he gets to the hospital. And that's why I'm here tonight. I want to say thank you to you women of America for the used fats you saved. Fats that help make many of those medicines. Things like sulfa ointments, opiates, and tannic acid for burns. Your used kitchen fats are made into hundreds of military medicines we use every day. We need them desperately now, and will continue to need even more as we carry the attack to the enemy. So, please, keep right on saving used fats and turning them in. The medicines they make will help bring these boys back alive.
Thank you, Lieutenant Leda Jelinek. Yes, ladies, every drop of grease from your frying pan or broiler will help make more of those life-saving medicines. So put aside a tin can of any size or shape, never use glass, and pour in every drop of used fat. Don't throw out even a spoonful, no matter how burned or black or smelly it is. Just a tablespoonful a day will add up to a pound a month. And your butcher will give you 2 meat ration points for each pound, as well as 4 cents when you turn it in. Within 3 weeks, it will be ready to be made into life-saving drugs. Remember, your used kitchen fats may save a wounded man's life. Now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
After the play, we'll ask Bette Davis about a certain special hobby of hers. But now here's the curtain for the third act of The Letter, starring Bette Davis, Herbert Marshall, and Vincent Price. Robert Crosby has returned to the room, his thoughts full of plans for the purchase of the new plantation. In silence, Leslie and Joyce watch Robert, who is brimming over with enthusiasm as he arranges the papers on his desk.
This is really a handsome estate. We'll be stealing it for $30,000.
Bob, I don't like to throw cold water on your plans, but hasn't it struck you that the costs of what we've been through will be pretty heavy?
Costs? Oh, yes, the legal expenses.
Oh, no, I'm not going to charge you anything for my own services. But there are certain out-of-pocket expenses.
Well, that's awfully decent of you. I'm not sure I can accept that. But what do these other expenses amount to?
Well, the principal item is that letter of Leslie's I mentioned to you.
Oh, yes, I'd almost forgotten. You were going to...
I had to pay a great deal of money for it.
Well, if you thought it necessary, I'm not going to grouse. How much was it?
$10,000.
$10,000? Why, you must have been mad.
You may be quite sure, Bob, I wouldn't have given that if I could have got it for less.
But that's every cent I have in the world. Why didn't you let them bring the letter in and explain it to the jury?
I didn't dare.
Do you mean it was absolutely necessary to suppress it?
If you wanted Leslie acquitted.
But what was there in the letter?
I told you at the time.
It was very stupid of me, Robert.
I remember now. You wrote to Hammond to ask him to come to the bungalow.
Yes.
You wanted to get something for me, didn't you?
Yes, I wanted to get you a gun. He knew all about that sort of thing, and you know how ignorant I am.
Buying that letter was a criminal offense, wasn't it?
Well, it's not the sort of thing a respectable lawyer does in the ordinary way of business.
It was a criminal offense.
Yes, it was. I might be disbarred for it.
Then why did you do it? You of all people. What were you trying to save me from? Leslie, you knew I was buying a gun from Cameron. Why did you want to make me a present of another?
Well, how should I know you were going to buy a gun?
Because I told you.
Well, I'd forgotten. I can't remember everything.
You hadn't forgotten that.
What do you mean, Robert? Why are you talking to me like this?
Who has the letter now?
I have.
Where is it?
Bob, it's not your letter or mine.
I've got to pay $10,000 for that letter. I'm going to see it.
Let him see it.
Thank you. Robert will be away. I absolutely must see you. What does this mean?
It means that I was in love with Jeff Hammond.
No, you couldn't.
We'd been in love for years.
It's not true.
I used to meet him constantly, once or twice a week. Every time we met, I hated myself for it. It was horrible. I loathed myself. I was like a person who was ill. Then came a time about a year ago when he began to change toward me. Oh, I didn't know what was the matter. I was frantic. I made scenes. I threw myself at his feet.
Leslie.
Then I heard about that native woman. Oh, I couldn't believe it. I wouldn't believe it. At last I saw her. I saw her walking in the village with those hideous spangles and that chalky face and her eyes like a cobra's eyes. I couldn't give him up. I sent for him. You've read the letter. Oh, we'd always been so careful about writing before, but this time I didn't care. I hadn't seen him for 10 days. He came and I told him I knew about his marriage. Oh, at first he denied it. I was frantic. I don't know what I said to him. I hated him because he'd made me despise myself. I insulted him. I cursed him. At last he turned on me. He told me he was sick and tired of me, that it was true about the other woman, that she was the only one who really meant anything to him. He said he was glad I knew, because now I'd leave him alone. I knew that if he went out that door, I'd never see him again. I hardly know what happened. I seized the revolver and fired. He gave a cry, and I saw it hit him. I ran after him, and I fired and fired and fired until there were no more cartridges. That's what happened. And I have no excuse for myself. I don't deserve to live.
How could you do this? How could you? I'm sorry, I shouldn't let myself go. I've got to think.
Leslie.
Well?
He's going to forgive you.
Yes. He's going to forgive me.
And the fifth couple are the Prescotts.
Oh, yes, Robert's told me about them.
Oh, you'll adore them, Leslie. Well, now, both of you get a good sleep because it'll be a late party. Good night.
Good night, Dorothy.
Good night.
It's lucky you brought your dinner coat, Robert. You hardly fit in one of Howard's. Now, let's see what else you'll need. Oh, well, how about your studs? They're probably still in the bureau at home.
Home.
Robert, it's no use, is it? We can't make it go, can we?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Robert, you're so kind and so generous. You should have had the sort of wife you really deserve. Through no fault of yours, I've failed you, wrecked your life. I can't ask you to forgive me.
If you love a person, you can forgive anything. But what about you? Can you go on?
I'll try. I'll really try.
That's not what I'm asking.
I'll do everything to make you happy, everything in my power.
That isn't enough. Unless... Leslie, now, this minute, do you love me?
Yes, I do.
Kiss me, then. Kiss me as if...
Robert. No. No, I can't. I can't.
Leslie,
I can't.
tell me, Leslie, what is it?
With all my heart, I still love the man I killed.
Leslie, let me in.
My dear, they're all waiting for you. This is your party, you know.
I'm sorry, Dorothy. I took rather long to dress.
Why, Leslie, isn't that your lace work?
Yes.
Were you working on it just now?
A little. I'm anxious to finish it.
Oh, Leslie, please come downstairs.
Of course, dear. In a few minutes.
Very well.
When did you first start doing that lace work, Leslie?
I find it soothing.
You mean it takes your mind off other things?
I couldn't give him up. I sent for him. At last he turned on me. He was sick and tired of me. She was the only one who meant anything to him. She was the only one. I hardly know what happened. I seized the revolver and fired. Fired and fired and fired until there were no more cartridges. I have no excuse for myself. I don't deserve to live. I don't deserve to. Who's up there? Who is it? You, I see you there.
Mrs. Crosby.
Come here. What are you doing out there?
I no want to come. She make me come. She tell me I come here.
She?
Missy Hammond, she tell me I come here. Bring dagger. Leave it outside window.
Of course. Mrs. Hammond.
Dagger, Missy. She say bring dagger to you.
She's here, then?
Yes, Missy Hammond on path by gate. You no go in garden, Missy Crosby. She kill you. She wait there. That is what dagger mean. She kill you, you go in garden. Missy, you no tell police I come? Missy, you no tell police I come?
Dagger, see the workmanship on the ivory handle. Imagine all that on a knife.
He who kills with an unworthy tool commits 2 crimes, one against himself.
I don't deserve to live. I don't deserve to live. I don't deserve to live.
Leslie. Leslie.
Yes?
Leslie, you've got to do something about Robert. He's acting very strangely.
What is it?
I don't know. At first I thought he was drunk, but it's worse than that.
I'll be right down.
But where will you ship from, Crosby?
Oh, it's near a good harbor, only 5-6 miles away. And I can ship my rubber for less money, or to get ahead fast. In 10-15 years, I can live in London, travel, do anything I please.
Robert, will you come with me, darling, please?
Not now, darling. Maybe later. I'm telling the boys about my new plantation.
Sounds like quite a place.
Of course, we'll miss Singapore. Our friends are here, and we've had some mighty fine times. No English people in that part of Sumatra, only Dutch and natives. Going to be a little lonely at first, maybe, but we'll get used to it.
Robert.
There'll just be the 2 of us. But my wife's a good sport. Always can count on her. She's not afraid of anything. And we'll have each other. That's the important thing.
Stop it. I can't stand anymore. I can't stand it.
Give me a drink. I want a drink.
Where is Leslie?
She ran out into the garden.
Garden. Oh, I'll find her.
No, let her alone. There's nothing you can do for her.
You no go in garden. She kill you. You go in garden, Missy.
See the workmanship on the ivory handle.
She kill you.
I couldn't give him up. I sent for him.
Robert will be away. I absolutely must see you.
I couldn't give him up.
What does this mean?
It means that I was in love with Jeff Hammond.
That's not true.
It means I was in love with Jeff Hammond.
No.
We'd been in love for years. Been in love for years. We'd been in love for years.
Mr. Crosby, go back. Go back.
Oh!
You killed her. You killed her.
Kui Ying say.
Who is that? Don't move.
The police. The police.
Don't move. I will shoot. What do you do here?
I do nothing. I tell her no go into garden. I tell her.
This woman, she is dead.
Kui Ying say. Ingadas se kui.
She kill her. It was right. She die.
Leslie! Leslie! Leslie!
Our stars will return for a curtain call in just a moment. Meantime, we take you to a home, almost anywhere, and a mother who might be almost anyone. Mrs. Thompson is in her kitchen, and she's getting ready to do her dinner dishes.
There. All scraped and rinsed. Now, why, that's funny. I know it was here when I did the luncheon dishes. Now, where did I put it? Not on the table. The closet. I know I haven't used it all. A box lasts me practically a month. Well, I suppose I could use the laundry soap, but it takes forever to make suds. Besides, it's hard on my hands. Alice! Oh, Alice! Do you know what happened to the box of Lux Flakes I keep here on the drain board? Oh, well, you bring it right down this minute. I need it for the dishes. Well, do your sweater later, dear. I have to have it now. Yes, I'll have to get a box for the bathroom when I go to the store tomorrow. The man said he expected more this week. I hate to be caught without Lux. I know what those strong soaps do to my hands.
Women everywhere say that once you've used Lux for dishes, you'll never want to use a strong soap again. Lux leaves hands so soft and lovely. Even if they're red and rough from using harsh soaps, just changing to gentle Lux Flakes will take away that dishpan look, make them smooth and attractive again. And Lux is thrifty. You can change dishpan hands to Lux hands for less than a penny a day. Now, here's Mr. DeMille with our stars.
A curtain call is one of the oldest traditions in the theater. I don't believe it's ever been better earned than tonight. And coming back to the footlights now are Bette Davis, Herbert Marshall, and Vincent Price.
It's a pleasure to be back, Mr. DeMille. I'd like to thank all the people in the cast for their excellent work tonight.
Now, to most of us, Betty, your name stands for fine artistry in the theater. But I think that when this war is over, many, many thousands of soldiers will remember you for another reason.
That being the Hollywood canteen which Betty started.
I've seen the canteen in action, and it's a very fine thing to be remembered for.
So that we can keep the record straight, let's give credit to the right people. There were really more than 6,000 who worked together in a team to make the canteen possible.
I still say you coached that team, Betty. How many boys have visited the canteen, Betty?
Well, I believe about 1.5 million, Vincent, many of whom greatly admired Bart Marshall's work as a busboy.
You know, I've often wondered what the fellows talk about when they wander over to the snack bar to see you or Irene Dunn or Eddie Lamar.
Well, I remember one boy who paid me a very nice compliment. Hiya, Rosie, he said. I can't stand you on the screen, but you're certainly sweetness and light around here.
Well, that's quite a tribute to your acting, Betty.
Have you picked a play for next week yet, Mr. DeMille?
Yes. And it's a roaring drama of the West. Republic's current screen hit, In Old Oklahoma. And our stars will be Roy Rogers, Martha Scott, and Albert Decker. It's the story of a girl and a cowboy who discover romance as well as oil in the rich land of Oklahoma. And besides a thrilling drama, we'll also have the songs of Hollywood's great cowboy star, Roy Rogers.
Very exciting evening, C.B. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Good night. Any theater should be thankful for players like you three. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Martha Scott, Roy Rogers, and Albert Decker in Old Oklahoma. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
This week, all America salutes those women who are working in war-useful jobs. Women must get into the war with their hands as well as their hearts, until victory is finally won. Bette Davis has just finished the picture Mrs. Skeffington at Warner Brothers, and is currently seen in Old Acquaintance. Herbert Marshall appeared through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. Vincent Price is currently seen in the 20th Century Fox picture, The Song of Bernadette. The Warner Brothers screenplay of The Letter was written by Howard Koch. Heard in tonight's play were Charlie Lung as Ong Chi, Bea Benaderet as Chinese Woman, Richard Davis as Withers, and Frederick Warlock, Alex Havier, Regina Wallace, Paula Winslow, Joe Gilbert, Eric Snowden, and Charles Seal. This program is broadcast to our fighting forces overseas through cooperation with the Armed Forces Radio Service. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. And this is your announcer, John M. Kennedy, reminding you to tune in again next Monday night to hear Martha Scott, Roy Rogers, and Albert Decker in the play In Old Oklahoma.
Listen, everybody. Free vitamins for you and every member of your family. Your druggist will hand you a regular 50-cent package of famous Vims free with every large economy-size Vims you buy. A $2.25 value for $1.69. Remember, Vims are vitamin complete, have vitally needed minerals, too. Complete satisfaction with Vims or your money back. The offer is limited, so hurry to your druggist. Don't wait. Get your free Vims. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
It's summer, a late afternoon. At a wharf on Cape Cod, a young man in a small cabin cruiser is about to cast off for an island several miles offshore.
I beg your pardon. I beg your pardon, but are you going to the island tonight? I missed the steamer.
Well, that'll teach you not to be late. Besides, you don't take passengers. This is a government boat.
Oh, I'd be very indebted to you. My cousin's expecting me. I promise I won't be any trouble.
Can't you see I'm full up with supplies?
Well, I'm not very large.
Well, all right, come on.
Oh, thank you.
Hey, just put your bags over there.
Thank you. I've never been to the island before. How long a trip is it?
Oh, about 2 hours.
I love the sea. I come by it naturally, I guess. All my ancestors were whalers from Portland.
Maine or Oregon?
To a Yankee, there's only one Portland. Maine.
Welcome to New England, Yankee.
Thank you.
What have you been doing? Sure been awful quiet.
I've been making a sketch of you.
Me? Where? Huh. Hey, that's good. You going to the island to paint?
Yes.
The island's a regular hangout for artists. They're always wanting to paint the lighthouse. Eben won't let them near the place.
Eben?
Eben Folger, he's the lighthouse keeper on Dragonhead. I'm, what you might call his temporary assistant.
Oh.
Well, there's the island. Have you ashore in 10 minutes. I hope your cousin's still there.
Am I glad to see you? Oh, you certainly gave me a scare, Kate. Steamer came in and not a sign of you.
Oh, I'm sorry, Freddie. I missed it by 1 minute.
Well, car's down here. Oh, incidentally, who was that who brought you across?
His name's Bill.
Oh?
Had arrived yet?
Yes.
Freddie, where's Dragonhead?
Dragonhead? Well, it's a lighthouse about a mile offshore. Why do you ask that?
The Dragonhead launch brought me over. Do you know the keeper? His name's Folger.
No, dear, I'm sure I don't. Now, tell me what you'd like to do tomorrow, Kate. You can paint.
Does he come to the mainland every day?
He? Who are you talking about?
The lighthouse keeper.
Well, of course he does. Oh, I don't know. How do I know what he does? Now, come on, Katie. Come on.
Hello? Hello, Mr. Folger?
Doggone it, ain't you got no ears? No visitors, I said. This here's government property. No visitors.
If you'd let me explain, Mr. Folger.
You get back in your sailboat and get out of here.
But there's something in this package that may interest you.
Huh? Now, wait a minute. You're the one that stopped me in town yesterday, ain't you?
Yes, in Granby's antique shop.
Yeah, you're the one who wanted to paint my picture. And I told you if you was to pay me $50,000, I wouldn't be found dead sitting for no tomfool portrait.
I know you did. And when you left, I bought this. It's a ship model, Mr. Folger. Miss Granby told me you're an expert on ship models.
Tell her from me to mind her own business.
Oh, it's a great imposition, I know. But you see, I know so little about ship models, and I don't like the idea that I may have been rooked. Won't you look at it, Mr. Folger?
Maybe.
Hey, Eben, do you want me to... Well, hello.
Why, hello.
Say, you the one he brung over in the launch from the mainland?
Yes. Now, about that model.
Oh, you're pretty smart for a woman. You knowed I wanted this ship model, didn't you?
I want to strike a bargain with you.
Watch out, Eben. She's a Yankee.
You found out I tried to buy this here model. That old lady Granby. $150, she said. By Godfrey, that's highway robbery.
You can have it for nothing if you'll pose for me.
No.
Only an hour a day for 2 weeks.
No.
You set the time yourself.
He who hesitates is lost, Eben.
You're getting too big for your britches, son. All right. You be here each day at 4, but no Sundays.
Sundays, too.
Oh, Sundays then, doggone it.
He's a tough customer.
You're pretty slippery yourself.
I know. Well, I guess I'd better go. You must be busy.
Yes, I have a little work to do here.
Well, I'll see you tomorrow. Goodbye, Bill.
Goodbye, Kate. What's happened to Eben?
He's gone into the lighthouse.
And you let him?
He says he can't pose if there's a fog, and he can't control the axe of God. Oh, I haven't any complaints. We've had such wonderful weather all week.
Well, let me see the painting. Oh, my, that looks fine, Katie.
Oh, thank you.
Hey, that fog's rolling in fast. You're not going to try to sail back in it, are you?
Well,
You better stay here for a while.
Oh, I'd like that, but... Well, Mr. Folger's never been very hospitable.
Oh, that's nonsense. He's got a heart as big as a house. Come on.
I've never been at the top of a lighthouse before.
Does the fog frighten you?
A little. There's something so terribly lonely about it. I don't mind being alone, but I don't like to feel lonely.
There's a difference, isn't there? You know, I don't mind being alone either. Fact is, I deliberately took this job to get away from people.
I can understand that.
But you know, you wouldn't be afraid of that fog if you went right out into it. Come on, let's go down. I'll show you what I mean. I'll take you to a favorite cove of mine.
It's like the end of the world.
It could end like this.
I don't think I'd be frightened, even if it were.
Or lonely either.
No.
You know, I knew you'd get over it out here.
I wonder what people would do if the world should end like this. Then they'd have time to say all the things they'd always wanted to say. Then they'd have the courage to say them.
For instance?
Honest things.
Such as?
Such as telling you that I didn't particularly want to paint Eben's portrait.
Then why have you gone to all this trouble?
Because I wanted to see you again. Lonely people want friends, but they have to search very hard for them. It's difficult for them to find...
Other lonely people.
Yes.
The fog's lifting.
It wasn't the end of the world after all.
You're the first person I ever brought here. And you know, the one time that I wish I could paint is when I'm here. Katie, do you suppose that you could catch all this?
Oh, no. No, I'm not nearly a good enough painter. Oh, Bill, you were made for all this.
Was I? You know, I went to a class reunion this spring. Some of the fellas, they were ribbing me about being stuck way off down here. One of them even offered me a job. Guess he felt kind of sorry for me. Oh, if he only knew how I felt for him.
You found your place in the world. I envy you.
You know, you're the first person that's understood that.
Don't ever give it up.
I don't ever want to. I'm through at Dragonhead for a while, Katie.
You're going away?
Yes, I have to go up to Boston tomorrow to see the superintendent.
Oh. Well, it's been lots of fun these past few days. I know I've had a wonderful time. I'll miss you, Bill.
Oh, Katie.
Oh, Bill.
Come on, I'll take you over to the island in the speedboat.
Thanks for bringing me across, Bill. I can go the rest of the way myself.
No, but I'd like to walk you home.
Oh, no, it's late, and I have a lot of things to do.
What's the matter? What's the matter? You ashamed of me?
Oh, no.
Huh?
No, it isn't that at all.
You wouldn't be holding out on me now. You haven't got a husband or anything like that, huh?
Oh, of course
Huh?
not. What an idea. Well, good night, Bill.
I'll sail your boat back in the morning.
Thanks.
We could have lunch, maybe, huh?
If you'd like.
I'll pick you up at the wharf at 12 o'clock. And, oh, Katie, when I go away, it won't be for long.
I'm glad, Bill. Good night.
Good night, Katie.
Hello, sis. Pat. I thought I'd wait up for you, Katie. We haven't had a talk for a long time. I've been busy, Pat. Tell me the truth, Katie. That lighthouse keeper isn't old, is he? Yes, he is. He has a beard down to his ankles. Having fun these days, Pat? Bored stiff, frankly. Why don't you go to Hyannis? Your gang's all there. Not trying to get rid of me, are you, Katie? Don't be silly. You know, darling, you're not a very good liar. Now, who is he? Who's what? Pat, you have a one-track mind. All right, don't tell me. What'd you do tonight? I know something's happened to you. You were singing like mad in the shower this morning. And for an elderly lighthouse keeper with a beard down to his ankles, you spend an awfully long time in front of the mirror. I saw the hunky-dory offshore. Does that mean Tom Fraser's in town? Oh, Tom's getting to be a bit of a nuisance. He's a good catch, Pat. Want him? Oh, no. I know my limitations, Pat. I'm dead. I'm going to bed. He must be wonderful. Bet you $10 I get it out of you. $10 you don't. Such a divine night. No kind of night to be stuck in a house all by yourself. You should have gone out. It's been warm enough to go without a coat. Painting in the dark, dear. Oh, I wish now I'd double that bet. Darling, just so you'll feel better, I will be seeing Tom for the next few days. Lunch on the yacht tomorrow, and heaven knows what from then on. Good night. Night, Pat.
Hey, Katie, where you going? Hey, Katie.
Well, good morning.
Hey, what's the matter? Didn't you see me? Huh?
I couldn't have looked very closely, could I?
For a second there, I thought you'd forgotten all about our luncheon date.
Date? Oh, no. No, I didn't forget.
You were walking right past me.
Oh, how could you think I'd forget? I'll be right back. I want to speak to that sailor at the end of the wharf.
Oh, sure. Sure, go ahead.
Morning, Phil.
Morning, Miss Pat.
Phil, will you please tell Mr. Fraser I can't possibly come out for lunch today?
Yes, Miss Pat, I'll tell him.
Thank you. Tell him I'm dreadfully sorry.
You really dolled yourself up today.
I always doll myself up when I have a luncheon engagement. I have a wonderful idea. Let's go to the cottage for lunch.
Oh, now, wait a minute. You know how you've been about keeping me away from there.
It's a woman's privilege to change her mind.
Well, that's just fine.
Good. More coffee?
No, thanks, Katie. I'm just right.
It was a divine night last night, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
Unusual to have it warm enough to go without a coat.
That's right. Oh, Katie, you got me going around in circles. You know, I don't know if I can quite explain it. But look, you're a swell person. I always knew that. But, well, it just seems that there was something lacking. Now, maybe I can explain it this way. It's like you were a cake.
A cake?
Uh-huh. Yeah, a cake without any frosting, and I guess most guys are kind of like the frosting, you know what I mean?
And today you think I'm well frosted.
I'll say. No, I was never more fooled in my life. Katie, I guess you know that I think you're something special.
I'm afraid I think you're something special, too.
Well, what I really want to say is...
Well, what was it you wanted to... Oh, hello, Katie. You're not seeing things, Bill. It's true.
Well, I'll be.
Hello, Bill. I see you did keep our date for lunch.
Well, I thought I did.
Look at him, Katie. Bill, if you could only see your face.
That's very clever. Which one of you think these things up?
I'm always the one. Katie, I swear I was going to confess, but you came home just a second too soon.
Oh, it's lucky for you she did. You were just about to be kissed by a perfect stranger.
As you can see, it's very easy to confuse us.
Yes. Katie, your sister here is a very dangerous woman. Well, I better be on my way. I have to catch the 4:00 boat. Will you walk to the gate with me, Katie?
Going away?
Yes, I'm going to Boston overnight on business. Oh, thanks for the lunch.
Patricia.
Patricia.
Bill, Pat's apt to do crazy things.
Oh, that's all right, Katie. Oh, the Lippincots are giving an old-fashioned barn dance tomorrow night, and I'll be back in time. Would you like to go with me?
I'd love to.
All right, I'll pick you up at 8:00.
I'll be ready.
So long, Katie.
So long, Bill. Have a good trip.
I'd like to buy a paper bill, but I don't seem to have any change.
Well, hello.
Hello.
Which one is it?
You know.
Yes, I know. How'd you get here, Pat?
Flew over. Lots of people have to go to Boston, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess they do.
I haven't done a square dance, Bill, since I was a kid. Hope you don't mind if I step all over your feet.
No, we'll step on each other's feet, Katie. If you are Katie.
I swear by my honor it's Kate.
I just wanted to make sure. Well, here we go.
Bill, there's Pat.
Well, so it is.
I wonder how she knew about this.
Maybe the Lippincott's invited her.
But she doesn't know the Lippincotts.
Well, maybe I mentioned it to her in Boston.
Boston?
Yes, I didn't you know that Pat went to Boston yesterday?
No, I didn't.
Well, good evening, Kate, dear.
Hello, Freddie. Freddie, this is Bill Emerson, my cousin, Mr. Lindley.
Well, how do you do, Mr. Emerson?
Pat come with you, Freddie?
Yes, she did. She asked me to bring her. This sudden passion for the bucolic life. Hardly her type of thing, is it?
Well, Bill, aren't you going to ask me to dance?
Well, sure, Pat, sure. I'll be right back, Katie. Well, that was quick work. Katie, let's you and I have a nice cool drink of Applejack, shall we?
No, thanks, Freddie.
Katie, tell me something. Just where does Pat fit into this jigsaw puzzle?
It's a long story, Freddie, and I don't feel like telling it. Excuse me, I think I'll go out and have a cigarette.
Katie?
Freddie, don't bother about me.
Hey, would you like to take a drive, Katie, huh? It's a fine night. Can I get you some coffee, then? You can drink it out here. Oh, for heaven's sake, say something. Katie, if that Bill Emerson means so much to you, fight for him.
I can't.
Why must you always let that sister of yours get ahead of you?
Freddie, take me home. Why, Katie, I thought you'd be asleep. We missed you. Bill looked everywhere for you. Pat, you know I've never been very good at mincing words. What does Bill mean to you? I might as well admit it, Katie. I'm mad about him. And he feels the same way. I'm sorry. Don't be sorry. It isn't anybody's fault. Bill's so fond of you, Katie. Over and over he said what a swell person you are and what fun you'd had together. Oh, skip it. Pat, do you know Bill? Do you understand the kind of things he likes? The kind of life he likes? You've never known anybody like him before. When Bill's kind fall in love, they mean it. I know the kind of person Bill is, Katie, and I am mad about him. You must believe me. I believe you. And I wish you all the happiness in the world. You said yourself a minute ago that it wasn't anyone's fault. Go to bed, Pat. Go on before I make a fool of myself. Please.
It was just one of those things, Kate's twin sister Pat and Bill Emerson. Their meeting, their falling in love, and now, in the sisters' spacious home in New York, their marriage. Cousin Freddie has just observed that Kate has slipped away from the wedding guests and gone upstairs to her studio.
I thought you were probably in here.
I wanted to get away for a few minutes, Freddie. You should go back to the guests.
Kate, you've got to forget. Forget Pat, Bill, everything. There's nothing you can do about it.
I know. I know there's nothing I can do about it.
Have you made any plans?
I'm going to work to paint.
Now you're talking. That's my girl.
Hello? Long distance. I was talking...
Hello, Kate. Are you still there?
Yes, we were cut off, Freddie.
But you were saying something about an exhibition.
Yes, the Gruen Gallery on Madison Avenue. My oils and watercolors. Are you proud of me?
Kate, that's just wonderful. When?
2 weeks from tomorrow. Oh, good evening.
Good evening.
There's one nice feature about art exhibits.
What?
The buffet table. When the paintings bore you, try the hors d'oeuvres.
I intend to fill up before I'm thrown out.
Who's going to throw you out?
Don't be funny. Look at me, I'm a bum.
By any chance, are you also an artist?
Enough of one to have an opinion of this exhibition.
Oh, then you're a critic as well.
You don't have to be a critic to recognize an amateur.
Well, most of the people here don't seem to share your opinion.
These people? What do you expect them to say?
Well, I think I may as well tell you. I painted this collection.
I was wondering when you'd confess.
How'd you get in?
I walked in. I was hungry.
What do you do?
I paint. But I never had an exhibition, if that's what you're driving at.
If you had the opportunity, what would you do?
You making me an offer?
I think I'd like to see some of your work. Find out whether you're a phony or not.
Well, let's get out of here. I'll show you.
Now?
Now or never.
I'll get my coat and meet you outside.
Ah, Miss Bosworth, don't you like my room? Don't you like my paintings? Your kind never does.
If you'd stop being class-conscious for a minute, I'd like to say something.
Go ahead.
I owe you an apology. You most certainly are not a phony.
What shall I do now? Bow from the waist?
What's your name?
Karnak. Now that you've done me the great honor of praising my canvases, I suppose I'll have to start praising yours.
Tell me what's wrong with my painting.
Everything. Chiefly because you're what you are, stiff, ingrown, afraid. I bet you're not even a woman. I know your kind, a checkbook in one hand and a paintbrush in the other, while someone like me can't even afford a decent pad of drawing paper or a tube of paint.
What did you mean? I'm not even a woman.
Yeah, that always gets him. You can criticize a woman's work, but when you suggest she's not a ball of fire, oh boy.
What are you talking about?
Come here, I'll show you.
I think I'd better be going.
Okay, go. But you're not a hopeless case, you know.
How encouraging. Good night, Mr. Connor. All right, Connor. What happened this time? Why did Deirdre quit? She's the best model we've had.
Because I happen to speak my mind about you and about the way you paint.
Connor, I think it's time we settled a few things. You're most welcome to use this studio, you know that. But not if you continually upset everything and everybody in my home. First the servants, now Deirdre.
Okay, go on with your smug little life if you want to, but you can count me out.
Oh, stop being such a pig-headed bore. I'm perfectly willing to allow you to humiliate me as regards my work. I want it that way, but not as a person. Nor will I allow you to humiliate anybody else as long as you're in this house.
Oh, go soak your head. Come on, let's get to work. Go and get your things.
Hello, yes? Oh, Bill. Well, how are you? Oh, I'm fine. Pat with you? Oh, I see. Why, yes, of course I can. Oh, don't be silly. You're not interfering with anything. No, I can be there in no time, Bill. Yes, I will. Goodbye, Bill.
You can be where in no time?
McCall's department store.
I thought we were going to work.
Tomorrow, Connor. Tomorrow. Bill, it seems forever since I've seen you.
It has been a long time, hasn't it?
How's Pat?
Oh, she's fine.
Why'd you want to meet me here?
Well, I had so little time, and I want to get a birthday present for Pat. I thought you might be able to help me.
Oh, I see. Well, what about lingerie or a negligee?
Oh, sure, that's fine.
They're over this way, Bill. What are you doing in New York?
Making arrangements to take a trip to Chile.
Oh, for a Yankee, that's a far cry, New England to Chile.
That's right.
A new job?
Uh-huh.
Pat going with you?
Yes, yes, she is. You remember my telling you about a job my college friend offered me?
Yes. Yes, I remember very well.
Well, I finally took it. It's even more money than I thought.
I can't think of you away from the island somehow.
Well, I had to do something to make more dough. I can't let Pat go on spending her own money.
Oh. Here's a negligee, Bill. It looks like Pat.
May I help you, madam?
Hold it up to you, will you, Katie?
Oh, it's a wonderful style for you, madam.
Well, am I a prize dope?
What's the matter?
Well, if it's Pat's birthday tomorrow, it's yours, too.
Of course.
Well, I'd like to get you something, Katie.
Oh, that's sweet of you, Bill. No, thank you.
Oh, but there must be something here you'd like.
No. Thank you very much.
Are you taking the negligee, sir?
Yes. Wrap it as a gift, eh?
Yes, sir.
You know, I'm surprising Pat. She doesn't expect me till Thursday, but I want to be there for her birthday.
Oh, Bill, how stupid of me. I completely forgot I have an engagement. I must run along.
Wouldn't you have time for a drink before I catch the train?
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I really haven't.
Well, It's been wonderful seeing you again, Katie.
Wonderful to see you.
And thanks a lot for helping me out.
Oh, it was fun. Goodbye, Bill. Give my love to Pat. Carnock, haven't you gone home yet?
Where have you been? Kind of late.
Oh, I went to a newsreel and I walked around the lake in the park.
Who's this guy, Bill? Where is he?
Gone.
You look awful. Can I fix your drink?
No, thanks, Connor.
You know, I've been doing a lot of thinking. All this art stuff's been a substitute for something, hasn't it?
You'll be glad to know, Carnock, I've come to a decision.
Hmm?
I'm a third-rate artist. I always will be. So you won't have to bother with me anymore.
What are you going to do?
I don't know. I haven't decided.
Always running away. No wonder you lost him.
We won't discuss it, Carnock.
You'll never land a guy all closed up inside like this.
But I wasn't always like this. People change.
Remember what I said when I first met you?
I most certainly do.
You kind of went for me then, only you got cold feet.
Carnock, your conceit really amazes me at times.
Man needs woman. Woman needs man. That's basic. Everything else starts from that. Art, music, the whole works. Only women like you want to make something important out of it. You want a guy to stifle himself for you, the grand passion, all of that baloney.
Yes, we do.
Now, don't go female on me. Get wise to yourself.
Oh, leave me alone.
Sure you're not running away from me now?
Really?
That's better. What's the matter? Don't you like being kissed?
I'm sorry, Carnock. I guess it is the grand passion or nothing. Carnock, I think I'll go to the island in the morning and try and figure things out. Hello?
This is Western Union. We have a telegram for Frederick Lindley.
I'm sorry, but Mr. Lindley isn't here. May I take the message, please?
It's from New York City. Arriving this evening. Don't bother to meet me. Love. It's signed Kate.
Oh, thank you very much. Pat, what are you doing on the island? I thought you and Bill were on your way to Chile. I wasn't able to go. He went alone. Where's Freddie? He got my wire, didn't he? Freddie had to go to Providence for a few days. Oh, I didn't know. You look tired, Katie. Anything wrong? Nothing in particular. Pat, why couldn't you go to Chile? Oh, I had a perfectly dreadful cold, something like the flu. What a shame. Bill was so excited about your going. Bill's so naive about a lot of things. But that's Bill. Naivete is a bit trying to live with all the time. Katie, you haven't said a word about my dungarees. I'm getting to be a big outdoors girl now, learning to sail, all that sort of nonsense. That I want to see. I'll prove it to you tomorrow. We can sail out towards Dragon Head, your old stamping ground. Take off your hat, Katie, and stay a while. I'm coming about, Katie. Well, what do you think of your new skipper? She's all right. Pat, whatever possessed you to come down here? Oh, I wanted to see the gang again. Pat, it looks as if we were going into some heavy weather. That's wonderful. Hey, look out, Katie, I'm going to jive. Pat, it looks really nasty. We better turn back. Not on your life. I've always wanted to sail in a storm. Katie, you were right. We should have gone back. It's too late now. All we can do is hope to get in lee of the lighthouse. Watch it, Pat. Oh, I should have insisted we go back. You manage the rudder, Pat. I'll handle the sail. Hang on, Pat. Katie! We're heading straight for the reef! I know. Pull it back. Leeward and hang on. No, Pat, no. Don't stand up. Get down. Get down to the bottom of the boat.
Hello. Hello, police headquarters. This is Evan Folger, Dragonhead Lighthouse. Better get over here as soon as you can. There's been a drowning. A girl named Kate Bosworth. I pulled her sister out. The other is a goner. Yeah, and bring a doctor with you.
The doctor's still inside with Mrs. Emerson. She'll be coming out of that sedative soon. I'll need all the facts for the police record, so suppose
I told you all the facts. I looked out, and there was the boat heading for the rocks. Sail was all torn to shreds.
Could you see which one of them was handling the boat?
How could I tell in a sea like that? I couldn't tell them apart anyways.
When you got out to them, were you able to see the body of the other one, or was it under the boat?
I never did see the body. Coast Guard ain't found it yet either. They never will.
Mrs. Emerson? Mrs. Emerson. It's all right, Mrs. Emerson. I'm Dr. Knowles from the village. Mrs. Emerson? Mrs. Emerson?
Mrs. Emerson. Mrs. Emerson. Why does he call me Mrs. Emerson? Bill. Bill. Bill.
She's opened her eyes. She's coming around.
Oh.
There, Mrs. Emerson. Everything's all right. We just want you to keep very warm and quiet.
I tried to pull her back. I
We
tried.
know, Mrs. Emerson. Evans saw you. He knows you did everything you could.
No.
I'm the police chief, Mrs. Emerson. Now, your sister came up to visit you yesterday, didn't she?
I don't...
She's confused. Don't you bother her with that stuff now. Mrs. Emerson, ever since it happened, you've been lying here crying for Bill over and over again. You keep saying, I tried to save her. Well, Bill ain't going to blame you, Mrs. Emerson. If the good Lord had wanted to take you instead of her, why, he'd have done it. So you get well and strong now, Mrs. Emerson, and be a good wife to Bill. She'd have wanted it that way.
Eben, Mr. Lindley's come.
Yeah. It's your cousin, Mrs. Emerson. He's come to see you.
Thank you. I won't talk to you very long, dear. I don't want to tire you. Can you understand me, Pat?
Yeah.
Bill is coming home. He just answered my wire. He arrives in New York by plane Friday.
By plane on Friday. Oh, Bill. Bill.
3 days ago, Patricia Emerson was drowned off Dragon Head Lighthouse, and her body never recovered. But as far as the world is concerned, the girl lost in the storm was Kate. Motivated by her love for Bill, overcome by the temptation to be his wife, Kate has assumed her dead sister's identity. At her home in New York, she and Freddie have just returned from the airport. With them is Bill Emerson.
You really shouldn't have bothered going to the airport, Pat.
Oh, of course I'd meet you, Bill. Don't be silly. You know, you've hardly said a word.
Well, there's not much to say. I'm terribly sorry about Kate.
I hope you don't mind if we stay here a few days so I could, straighten out some of her things.
Oh, I prefer to stay. I've got some work to do here in New York.
I think we could all do with a drink. Freddie?
No, not for me, Pat. I have an appointment.
Oh, but you simply can't leave us.
I'll drop around tomorrow.
You're being frightfully unsocial, Freddie.
Goodbye, Bill. Call me if there's anything I can do. Thanks a lot for your help, Freddie. This really hit him, didn't it?
I know just how it feels. It's very strange for me without Kate. Would you like a scotch?
You know I drink bourbon, Pat.
Oh, yes, of course.
Kate is gone, but, somehow I just can't believe it.
I didn't know she meant so much to you.
We were very good friends. That doesn't mean that I was in love with her.
She knew that.
How do you know?
Oh, well, she told me just before the wedding. Bill, I'm so glad you're back.
There's nothing any different between us, Pat. I came back only because of Kate's death. As soon as you... Why, the astonishment. Now, don't try to pretend that you've forgotten.
Oh, no. No, of course I haven't forgotten. I only thought that perhaps...
I know you've been through a lot. That's why I didn't go directly to a hotel. It's unfortunate that the accident happened at this time, but I think that just as soon as you get Kate's affairs wound up, you'd better go to Reno and get it over.
Reno?
Pat, it was your idea as much as mine.
Oh, yes, of course. It's just... Bill, would you mind very much if I went to Boston tonight? I could come back later and straighten out Kate's things.
If you'd prefer.
And Bill?
Yes?
Could we let this divorce business ride for a while? I can't seem to think about it right now.
What's there left to think about?
I want another chance.
Do you think you deserve one?
Oh, maybe not, but I want it.
Well, that's the first honest thing you've said in months.
Let me try.
All right, Pat. You'll probably change your mind when you get to Boston, but in the meantime, we'll let it go at that.
Thank you, Bill. How long will you stay in New York?
Oh, I don't know, 2-3 days.
Be sure and wire me when you're coming. I'd like to have everything ready for you.
Yes. Yes, I'll wire you.
What?
Your ticket, miss.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Tickets, please. Tickets.
Boston. I'm going to Boston. To Pat's home. How will I know? Little things, what rooms there are. What Pat used to do. And the servants. I don't even know their names. I must be out of my mind. And for what? Bill's going to leave me. What did Pat do to me? What did she do? Hello? Hello?
Is that you, Mrs. Emerson?
Yes, who is this, please?
Why, Lucy, ma'am.
Lucy, oh, I'm sorry, Lucy, I didn't recognize your voice. I'm in Boston, Lucy. I just got in and I'm at the station.
Yes, ma'am. Are you coming straight home?
Yes, I'll take a cab. I thought I'd call you first.
Mr. Talbot phoned.
Oh, well, thank you, Lucy. I'll be home in a few minutes.
I certainly didn't expect you back so soon, Mrs. Emerson.
Mr. Emerson will be home by the end of the week.
Oh, for heaven's sake. I thought he'd be in Chile for 3 months.
Lucy, I think I'll go right to my room. I have a headache. Oh, you'd better take my bag up. What are you waiting for, Lucy?
I thought you said you were going up.
Well, I am. I just want to see what this mail is.
Yes, ma'am.
I wouldn't bother about unpacking tonight, Lucy. Just put the bag on the bed. Well, I guess the mail can wait.
Mr. and Mrs. Devereaux called.
Oh?
They're leaving tomorrow.
Well, I'll call them later.
You're looking things over, aren't you, Mrs. Emerson? I'm sure glad I kept everything dusted.
The house looks very nice, Lucy.
Those roses on your dressing table. I thought you might like them there. Mr. Talbot sent them.
Thank you, Lucy.
He's been calling every day. I didn't think you'd mind if I told him you were coming home.
That'll be all, Lucy.
Don't you want me to call him?
What?
Mr. Talbot. He said he'd be there all evening.
Well, I'll attend to it later.
But he's moved. He said to tell you he finally found an apartment. The Empire House. Apartment 326.
Thank you.
What about Alma? I better let Alma know you're home.
Well, couldn't that wait, too?
Well, it can if you want, Mrs. Emerson. But if you knew my cooking as well as I do, you'd tell Alma to be here first thing tomorrow morning.
Of course, tell her to be here.
Yes, ma'am. Good night, Mrs. Emerson.
Good night, Lucy. Oh, Bill. Who is this Talbot? Is that what Pat did to me?
Who's the telegram from, ma'am? Mr. Talbot? I just figured since you won't talk to him on the phone, maybe wired.
Lucy, Mr. Emerson will be home this afternoon. Here's your coffee, Bill. Oh, help yourself to cream and sugar.
Thank you.
And here, your tobacco. Isn't Alma the world's best cook? We're lucky to have her.
Look, Pat, I know all this is as difficult for you as it is for me.
Oh, but it isn't, Bill. I love being here with you. You do believe that, don't you?
I want to. You know that. What about Talbot? Have you seen him?
No.
Surely you must realize that that's the most important thing to get straight between us.
I don't want to see him.
Don't you think you owe it to him to tell him that it's all over? Oh, perhaps it isn't over.
Oh, yes, it is, Bill. I swear it. He's telephoned and sent me flowers, but I haven't acknowledged them. I thought that was the very best way to handle it.
Pat, until you get this Talbot thing straightened out once and for all, there isn't anything more we can say to each other.
Oh, Bill. Empire House. Apartment 326.
Pat.
Hello, Jim.
Well, come in, darling, come in. Martini?
No, thank you. I don't believe I feel like one. Jim, I know I should have called you.
Yes, Lucy told me Bill was back. I must say I was surprised, considering everything.
He came back today.
And just where does that put me?
I have something to tell you, Jim. I find out I'm still in love with Bill. I'm sorry.
That's perfect.
You mess up my life and you say you're sorry. I happen to have arranged to divorce my wife for your sake. I suppose it never occurred to you that someone could say a thing and mean it. There's something behind all this, Pat. What is it?
No, there isn't. You must believe that. I'm in love with Bill. I always will be.
But you can't mean this after all we've meant to each other. So it was just an interlude with you.
Yes, that's what it was.
You dirty little double-crosser. You're doing to me what you did with all the others, aren't you?
The others?
You didn't think I knew about them, but things get around, Pat. You're not a very discreet person.
Oh, I wish.
Get out. Get out!
Why the suitcase?
I'm leaving, Bill.
May I ask why?
You were right. It wouldn't have worked out. I should have known it wouldn't.
You've seen Talbot. And you're still in love with him, is that it?
Oh, no, it isn't.
Well, if you're not still in love with him, then why are you leaving?
Bill, you can't want me to stay, can you? Not after... You said the only thing to be straightened out between us was the Talbot business. But what about the others? Much worse. Surely you knew about them. If you didn't, you were a fool. Don't you know you've been the laughing stock of this whole town?
I don't understand. I don't understand. The room all right, my dear? As soon as I got you...
Freddie, I hope I won't be a nuisance.
Don't talk like that, ever. Now, sit down. While you were unpacking, I made some tea. You look as if you needed it.
Freddie, I don't know what to say. I had so many things to tell you. You see, I've left Bill. Oh, that isn't what I wanted to say at all. Freddie, if I were to tell you...
Wait a minute. I think I know what you want to tell me, Kate.
How long have you known?
Well, I suspected just after the accident, but I tried to put such thoughts out of my mind. And then when you called and said you were coming here to the island, of course I knew. It's absolutely unbelievable that you would do such a thing.
But it seemed my only chance for happiness.
But you were never a liar, Kate. How could you think you could live a lie?
I didn't think. I just let it happen. Oh, it was so simple at first. It wasn't going to hurt anybody. But after I'd found out how Pat had treated Bill, I couldn't go through with it. She'd hurt him so terribly that he'll never forget. And no matter what I try to do, it will always be there.
What are you going to do?
I don't know. I want to do what will hurt Bill the least.
To a man like Bill, the truth is the only way.
Freddie, would you forgive me if I went out for a while?
Certainly.
You see, Freddie, Bill never loved me. Bill.
I've never brought anyone here before, Katie.
Oh, tell me what to do. Tell me.
The one time that I wish I could paint is when I'm here. Oh, Katie, do you suppose that you could catch this?
What should I do? What should I do?
Katie. Oh, I knew I'd find you here, Katie.
Bill, and you know.
Yes, I know.
I can't even ask you to forgive me.
I don't want you to ask me anything. I don't want you to tell me anything.
Oh, Bill.
I'm the one who needs forgiveness, Katie. Oh, yes, I fell in love with Pat, but it was never right. Not the way we were always right for each other. I've known that for so long.
Oh, but all that's happened...
We'll forget it, Katie. We'll forget everything that happened as though we never left the island. Can you do that?
Yes.
Oh, Katie, I love you so. I love you so much.
They came to me about a play for commercial radio, dangling a lady star and a big bag of gold. But the war in Europe was at its bloody height, so I wrote a very special play, but the commercial people said, oh no, But the great actress Bette Davis said, oh, yes, and so she did the play for no fee on another network.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Plays for Americans by Arch Obler. For these past 20 weeks, the National Broadcasting Company has been bringing you a special series of new plays by Arch Obler, dedicated to men and women of goodwill everywhere who believe in the inherent dignity of all men, who fight together now for a better world for all. Today, we bring you the final broadcast of the special series. The star, Miss Bette Davis. The play, Adolf and Miss Runyon. The scene, an automobile headed from New York toward New England on the Boston Post Road. There's one person in the car, Mary Runyon. And as she drives, her hands are tight on the steering wheel, and her lips are moving. She's not talking to anyone in the car. She's quite alone. She's saying the things that she'd been unable to say just a short while before when she'd seen her husband off on a train. A train taking him away to an army camp. Listen to Mary Runyon.
There was a young lady from Maine who saw her husband off on a train. And then she drove home and vowed not to roam until the war and her husband. Oh, Michael, it's no use. I know I promised, but I tell you it's no use. 20 minutes since the train left, and I'm already crying. Oh, Michael. All right, Michael. All right, I know what you'd say, darling. Chin up. Michael, I'm going to keep my chin up so high I'll have to wear my hat on it. But, Michael, I'm going to be so lonely. I don't think... No, I've got to stop thinking about that. Think about, yes, your uniform. Mike, how will you look in a uniform? Like that picture we have of Napoleon? Oh, no, you're much too tall. Like the postman? Oh, Michael, if you don't send me letters every day, I'm going all the way down to Texas and sit on your doorstep. I mean, your 10th step. I mean, Michael, why did it have to happen? That Hitler. Mother in heaven, if I only had him here. Why, what's the engine? Why, oh, gas. I forgot to buy gas. Oh, Mike, and I told you I could take care of myself. Now take it easy, Jenny. Keep rolling. Keep rolling. There's a nice gas station right up ahead, and you can make it if you just try hard. Nice, Jenny. Keep rolling. Keep rolling. Jenny, pay no attention to your engine. Just keep your wheels turning. Just 20 more feet. 10. 5. Now, up the driveway. Nice girl. Jenny, you made it. You're a lady and a scholar and a darn good automobile.
Did
even
you
if you're
say something, ma'am?
What? Oh, no, I was talking to the car. 5 gallons regular, please.
5, ma'am?
Oh, that's right. I mean 3.
Yes.
Money, I don't think I have any. Where's my purse? Where is it? Oh, here it is. Checkbook. Oh, no, he won't. Oh, 50, 60. Michael, remember, I was the one who made speeches how well I could get along without a boss man around the house. And the moment you're gone, I lose...
Did you say something, ma'am?
No, I'm still talking to myself.
Sure, I know how it is, ma'am. I do lots of talking to myself these days. That'll be 60 cents even, ma'am.
Yes, here you are.
Thank you.
Why do you say you talk to yourself these days?
Well, you see, ma'am, for the last couple of years, I've had a helper here at the station, and for the last couple of weeks, I haven't had him anymore. He went and joined the Navy.
Oh.
Even though Joe ain't here, I kind of keep talking to him as if he was here.
Yes, I know.
Ma'am?
Nothing. Do you mind wiping off the windshield while I see if the engine starts?
Oh, sure. I keep talking, and I don't mind my business.
Now, Jenny, be a lady. Thank you, Jenny.
All set, ma'am.
Thank you. It's getting dark. I better turn the lights. Michael, you'll be having your dinner on the train. On our honeymoon. Remember, No. I've got to stop feeling so darn sorry for myself. You're doing what you want to do, Michael, and I'll do what you want me to. Tomorrow morning, school again. Children, on this, my very first day as your teacher, I'm going to tell you a few simple truths. This geography book I'm going to teach you out of is a fraud. It's as out of date as your Aunt Minnie's bustle. Get out of the road, you crazy hitchhiker, you. Go ahead, wave at me. I wouldn't pick you up, not even if... Oh, uniform. Come ahead, soldier. Got to be good to the army now, haven't I, Michael?
Dumme Person. Sie sahen mich, ja? Warum blieben Sie nicht stehen?
All right, so just hop the double talk and get in. Where to, soldier? I said, where to? Look, soldier, I'm talking to you and I...
Sprechen Sie Deutsch.
Oh, no, it can't be.
Sprechen Sie Deutsch.
Oh, no.
Sind Sie verrückt? Oh. Warum bleiben Sie nicht stehen? Ich befehle Ihnen weiterzufahren. Du dummes Weib. Haben Sie mich nicht gehört? Ich habe Ihnen befohlen, weiterzufahren.
Soldier, you actually had me going for a few minutes. That phony little moustache and that phony German you're speaking. Why, believe it or not, for a minute I actually thought you were Hitler.
Hi, Hitler.
Hi, you, mister. That's a terrific act you put on. Now tell me where you want to go and what's it all about.
Sprich Deutsch, sprich Deutsch, sprich Deutsch.
Soldier, I've already told you I appreciate the gag, but enough's enough.
Fräulein, do you not speak German?
No, I do not speak German. Why don't you drop that phony accent?
English. Are you English?
Only on my great-grandmother's side.
What are you doing here? Answer me.
Look here, don't you use that tone of voice to me. I don't like
Antworte mir!
Dear God.
What are you doing here?
But it can't be.
What cannot be? Answer me!
You are him.
My English, I do not know what you are saying.
You are Hitler.
Hi, Hitler.
I'm either dreaming or crazy.
Crazy? Yeah, crazy. I know that word. You are crazy. An Englishwoman here, you are crazy. Why have you come here? No matter. To Berchtesgaden. Drive me back to Berchtesgaden.
Berchtesgaden?
The guard of mine. What I'll do with them. My elite guard, my own elite guard. Every man will be shot. I'm walking along the path. Sudden dizziness in my head. I close my eyes. I open my eyes. I'm on a strange road. And my guard? Gone. Gone where? Shot. Every one of them will be shot.
I wish to God that Hitler was here. And now he is.
I know it is a plot against me. Himmler, too. He will be shot. All of them. Faster. Drive me faster.
Drive you where?
Dumme Engländer, in Berchtesgaden. I told you, Berchtesgaden.
You don't know where you are, do you?
Do not ask me questions to Berchtesgaden.
I'm afraid I can't drive you there.
What?
I can't drive you there.
What is your name? Answer me.
Mary Runyon.
Mary? That is verboten. Your husband?
In the army.
So? There's a plot. One of my guardsmen with an Engländerin wife, huh? Oh, no, you don't. Back. Turn back. Back, or I shoot.
It won't do any good to shove that gun against me.
Back. For the last time, I order you to turn back.
It wouldn't do any good to turn back.
I cannot drive a motor car. You must drive me. What were the words you say?
I said it wouldn't do any good to turn back.
Sie sind verrückt.
I don't know what that means, but there's no turning back. You are not where you think you are.
Stop saying that. Where am I?
America.
America? And why am I in America, crazy one?
Because I wish to God I had you here. And somehow God did it.
Ich bin der Führer. Ich bin der Führer. Der Führer, der Führer, der Führer, der Führer, der Führer.
I don't know what you said, but it doesn't make any difference. God did it, and you're in America. I'll prove it to you. I'll stop and show you.
No, do not stop.
Well, I'll prove it to you anyway. Turn on the spotlight and look at that sign.
Sign? Sign? What is sign?
Advertisement alongside of the road. There, we're passing it. You seem to know English. Can't you read?
The words? I do not know. All right. You will keep driving the motor car ahead. At the next patrol, you will stop. They will take care of you, you crazy Englander.
You still don't believe this isn't Germany. All right, it's the crossroads ahead. I'll prove it to you.
No, go.
Stop poking that gun at me. There's the crossroads sign. Look at it.
You give orders to me?
Look at the sign. Read.
New York, 55. Boston, New York. New York?
I told you. Look at the car you're driving in. Can't you see it's American? And look at me. Can't you see I'm an American?
It cannot be. No. America? I, the Führer in America? That cannot be.
Is that any more impossible than the fact that almost all the people of Europe in just a few months have become slaves? And is it any more impossible that an ignorant Austrian house painter, you, has become their slaver?
Who are you?
I told you. Mary Runyon. An American. I just saw my husband off on a train. He's on his way to an army camp. I was so unhappy I started to think about you and the misery you brought to me, and I cried out to God. And here you are. That's all there seems to be to it. America. So it's really happened.
A plot?
I suppose you've always been afraid of a plot against you. But this time, God,
close your mouth, woman. Hitler. I am Hitler, the chosen one, the Führer of the world, Führer of the new order.
When I used to hear you on the radio, I thought you were a very funny little man.
I told you to close your mouth. I order it.
I don't think you're funny anymore. You've caused too many tears. No, you aren't funny at all, are you?
I will have you shot.
That's your usual solution, isn't it?
A plot. Himmler. Yeah, Himmler. He had me drugged, brought to America.
Why are you laughing? Don't you believe you're in America?
Fools. All of them fools. They think they can get rid of me in America. You will drive me someplace. I will sit. I will hide. I will wait. And soon my army will be here. And I, their Führer, will come forth and confound the enemy.
As simple as that, is it?
Why do you talk? Listen to me. Plan. Everything is with plan. If I'm in America, so I will wait in America. My army, my Luftwaffe, they will be here. It is in the plan. You will put me someplace where I will be quite safe. I will wait.
Will I, really?
Oh, it will be your honor. In the new order, perhaps there will be a small place for you if it fits the great plan.
You aren't frightened at all, are you?
Frightened? Afraid? You simple woman, you. Have you not ears to hear the words I say? What have I to fear? America, South America, Canada? All will be part of my new order. All I must do is wait. It's in my geopolitic bureau's plans. The conquest of the world for the Deutsche Gesellschaft. Nothing has been forgotten.
Oh, that's where you're wrong.
What?
Oh, you have forgotten something. You and your planning bureau.
Nothing has been forgotten.
Oh, yes, it has.
What?
Look, Adolf, they're ahead.
What?
Those lights. That's a factory working all night. That's part of the anger of America. Look at those lights. They're the lights of your doom.
Stop it. Do not say that word. Let them work. Let them work day, let them work night. I tell you, it is too late.
Oh, no, it isn't.
You, woman, by what right do you disagree?
By what right? By every right.
Stop! I order
you. Stop ordering me and listen.
What?
You heard me. Listen. You said we were too late, and I suppose that was part of your plan to keep us from doing anything until it was too late. But I tell you, you're wrong. Look at those factories. The men and the women working there, they know they're not too late. Oh, you and your generals and your planning boards. One thing, that Americans are people who don't get going until they're angry. As all America is angry now. As I am angry now. A month ago tonight, I was married. You hear that? Married. Do you know what marriage means? A man and a woman, a life together. A life together. We're not going to have that life together, Michael and I. Oh, I'm not fooling myself. I know it. We're being cheated out of what's everybody's right. Living together and growing together and having children and why? Why? You and your gangsters. I pray to God that you were here, and now I pray to God that you will die.
You will be shot. So, you're not so brave, huh?
I just realized. Yes, that's why he did it.
What?
That's why he did it. That's why he put you here.
Who is he?
God, that's why he did it.
Oh, who cares about your God? What are you saying? What are you thinking? Why is your face? What do you think you're going to do?
You're not so brave now.
Answer me!
I'm going to kill you.
What did you say?
I'm going to kill you.
Stop the motor. Stop the motor!
No.
Rick, stop the motor! Gun. I shoot you. Stop the motor. For the last time.
Wait a minute. Look.
Look at what?
The speedometer. Speed. Look at the speed we're going.
Stop. You crazy woman. You stop. I will shoot. I swear it. I will shoot.
At this speed? Oh, no, you won't.
I will shoot you for the last time.
All right, go ahead. Shoot. Shoot. The steering wheel will go out of my hands and we'll both die. I want you to die.
Slow up the motor. Listen to me. The motor's slowing up. I order you.
No.
Rick the Person, listen to me. I am ordering you. I, the Führer.
You'll be the Führer of the worms.
I will pull you to pieces, my soldiers. One more chance. Listen to my order. Stop this car.
No.
Oh, you are a woman of one mind, huh? I understand you. Such a woman I can understand. I, too, have always been of one mind.
Have you really?
Yeah. To know what one has to do and to do it. You think you must kill me. But even as the whole world, you have a great, what is the word, admiration for me, no?
No.
The speed is so great. If you could slow down so I could talk to you.
No.
But it's not of myself I'm thinking. It's of you.
Really?
Yeah, you can believe me on my honor. I'm thinking of your safety. If you would just slow down a little. Whatever your plan is to kill me, I do not know. But if you will slow down just a little so that I can explain certain matters to you, I swear that I will take no advantage. I assure you, Fräulein, as a gentleman
stop.
and as an officer...
Stop it, I tell you.
What?
You're wasting your breath. I heard you the first time.
When?
Just before you march into the Sudetenland. Czechoslovakians, I am thinking of your safety. If you will give me Sudetenland, I swear to you I will take no advantage. You can believe me on my honor. Remember?
Those were different times.
Yes, you were in the driver's seat.
Fräulein, woman, I do not know what your plan is to kill me, but you must slow down. You must listen to me. I told you, you are a woman I can understand and admire, and so I can talk to you and explain. You and I have no quarrel. We must stand shoulder to shoulder against our common enemies.
Really?
Oh, yeah. They persecute us. They want to take away what you have. Their long fingers reach to all the nations. I alone stand between them and you. I alone will save you from the pure Bolshevism.
Stop.
What?
I've heard that line before, too.
Huh?
At Munich. Appease me, brothers, and I'll save you from the menace of the Russians.
Oh, yeah. You do not understand me.
No?
Yeah, that is the difficulty. America does not understand me. I am a good, simple man. I think only of the people. If you could understand me, you could explain me to America. You could be the hero of all America.
Mrs. Quisling?
Do not talk. Listen to me. I told you, I admire you. I admire few women. I give you great honor. I do not know how you intend to kill me, but if you would slow down and stop the motor, I could work out some great, how you say, advantage to you.
Do tell me.
You are a wise woman. Huh? I interest you, huh? You could have money, beautiful houses, jewelry. We have only the best.
The best that you could steal.
Woman, will you listen? Why should you kill me? Soon I will no longer be the leader. Why then kill me?
What do you say?
Oh, it is the truth. Peace is coming. Peace. A glorious peace. And I will step down from my high place to bring this peace. Well, why do you just look ahead? Slow down the car, woman.
I know of that peace. Phony peace. What? Yes, the phony peace that will come when you and your gangsters think you are beaten. You will go back to Berchtesgaden and they will say, look, we have thrown over Hitler. Peace, it's wonderful. But it won't be wonderful. The minute we believe and put down our guns, you will start a new war, a more terrible one. You won't fool us with your phony peace, Adolf. Believe me.
Stop it! Stop the motor! My nerves! I cannot endure the speed! Tell me. You must tell me, where are you driving? What are you going to do to me?
Keep on driving straight ahead.
And then?
A few miles ahead, the road turns to the right. But we won't turn to the right. We'll keep going straight ahead into a concrete wall. A concrete wall.
No. No, you won't. You cannot. If I die, you die. You would not do that. I know it. You would not.
You're so positive I won't die to kill you, aren't you? Oh, well, you're wrong. As wrong as you've always been about Americans. I'll die to kill you gladly. Any one of us would die to put an end to you. Oh, you'd better start believing that, Adolf Hitler. Because in a few minutes you're going to die. You're going to die.
Nein.
You do believe.
No, you will not kill me. Ich darf nicht sterben. I am the leader of the world. Ich bin der Herr der Welt, der Meister, der Führer. Es ist mein Schicksal. It was my destiny. I'm afraid to die. Lieber Gott, I'm afraid to die. Ich fürchte den Tod, mörder mich nicht. Do not kill me. Do not.
Michael, listen, he's crying. Michael, I started this trip talking to you as if you were here, and I'm ending it that way. If you could hear him, Michael. He's crying. Tears from such a creature aren't the same as tears from other people, are they? I never could stand tears, Michael, could I? But his tears are unclean. Yes, Michael, that's what it is. He's something unclean. Something out of a part of mankind's... Yes, out of a part of mankind's past history. The brutality, the cruelty we thought would never come back into the world. I'm going to kill him, Michael. In just a few seconds more. Kill him and rid the world of him. Oh, I know. I know that killing him won't solve the whole problem, Michael. But when he's gone, the symbol of the terrible thing he stands for will be gone. And the blinded people on his side will be frightened. And the people on our side will fight harder, and we'll win faster. Oh, we'll win faster. And then there'll be a peace, a real peace. And the little people all over the world will make sure this time that it's a peace with wisdom. A peace where everyone in the world has what he needs. And then there'll never be Hitlers again. Never, never.
Bitte, nein! Stop!
Michael, listen to him. He's so frightened he can't talk. And I'm frightened, too. I see it up ahead. The wall where the road turns. I'm not going to turn, Michael. Straight ahead. Straight ahead. He's got to die. God wants him to die.
Easy now. Easy. Put her down here.
Watch out for her.
Put her down gentle.
See.
Now the flashlight. Turn it on her face. I want to see. Oh, no.
She's dead, huh?
No.
Huh?
Look, her eyes. She's opening her eyes. No, lady. No, don't try to sit up.
No, she shouldn't sit up.
Now, quiet, everybody. She's trying to say something. What is it, miss?
I hear.
Miss, please, don't try to sit up. You'll hurt. You'll...
No, I'm all right.
But you can't be. That crash, that
I'm
car...
all right, I tell you. Where is he?
He? Oh, who are you talking about?
The man in the car with me. Where is he? Don't just look at me. Tell me where he is.
Lady, I don't get it. A crack up like that. You ain't even scratched.
Tell me where he is. Somebody tell me, where is that man?
Lady, there wasn't anybody in the car with you.
What?
I tell you, there wasn't anybody in the car with you. Was there?
No, I saw her. She was alone in the car.
Lady, don't look at me like that. I'm telling you, I was by your car a minute after you smashed up. I give you my word, there was nobody in the car with you.
I prayed to God that he was here, and he was.
Huh?
And then I prayed to God that he was dead. Maybe. Officer, help me up. Quickly.
But, lady, you shouldn't...
Quickly, I tell you. I've got to get into town. I've got to see tomorrow morning's newspaper.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have just heard Miss Bette Davis in Adolph and Ms. Runyon. With Miss Davis was Hans Conried. This is Arch Obler speaking, and the reason I'm talking directly to you this afternoon is that this play with Bette Davis was the final of this special series of wartime plays I've been writing and producing for the National Broadcasting Company these 20 weeks. I want to publicly thank Bette Davis, as well as the many other artists, great and small, who have contributed their efforts in these plays. Plays written for one purpose only, to help you and ourselves understand more clearly the enemy we are fighting against and the peace we are fighting for.
Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Peters. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. On Demand, starring Bette Davis as Joyce and Barry Sullivan as David. It's early evening. The Ramsey home in one of the more exclusive suburbs of San Francisco.
So before you get too comfortable, darling, you better run upstairs and get dressed. We're going to the Fosters for dinner.
Oh, must we, Joyce? I don't feel like going to a party tonight.
But we're expected, David.
Where are the kids?
Dee just left you and called for us. We see them at the Fosters.
And Martha?
She's not home yet. Drink your drink, dear. We can't be late.
I can.
Ah, but you won't be. The Magasons are going to be there.
I don't know the Magasons.
You should. He owns about 6 railroads.
Joyce, don't you ever stop.
Looking after you, never. David, about Martha. I'm certainly going to have to tighten the reins. She brought that boy to the house this afternoon.
What boy?
Oh, the one from college, the one she's been seeing.
Oh.
Oh, David, he's impossible. His name is Polanski. Martha's 4 times as much trouble as Dee is. Of course, Dee has more instinct for the right thing and the right people in the first place. She's your daughter, too, David.
Dee'll do all right.
I was talking about Martha.
I'm sorry. What's the matter with Martha?
Nothing at all.
Good.
David, you're the one I'm really worried about.
You are?
What's wrong? Is it your work?
No, it's not my work. And it's nothing to talk about anyway, not now.
Don't you think I know when something's troubling you? You can't hide anything from me.
Who said I was trying to hide anything?
You need a vacation. I think I shall insist that you go away for a while.
You'll do nothing of the sort.
Darling, what I'm suggesting is for your own good. You don't have to snap my head off, you know.
I'm sorry.
I just thought it would help. You're getting stale.
Did it ever occur to you that maybe everything else is getting stale?
You are in a bad way.
The kind of a life I'm living is stale. The parties every night, the job, the whole meaningless mess.
David, you'd better see a doctor.
The whole thing is wrong, and all your platitudes aren't going to make it right. Joyce, I'm sick and tired of it. I want a divorce.
David, are you serious?
Maybe this isn't a good way or a good time to tell you.
Is there a good time to tell a wife that you're through with her?
Yes, when a marriage has lost everything it's supposed to have. When two people get as bored with each other as you and I are.
I'm sorry. Oh, David, I thought we had a good marriage.
We did. What we had is gone. Joyce, if I thought there was any hope for us together, I wouldn't suggest a divorce. That's the truth.
You haven't held me in your arms lately, have you, David? You never will again, will you? Think I'm being distasteful, don't you? I look at you and I try to find the husband I've spent my life with. And all I see is a man trying very hard to be true.
Joyce, we're both adults. We can be reasonable about this, I hope. I won't go on living this way, and you won't change.
Oh, what is it you want, David? What is it you want that you haven't got?
I don't know.
Well, we have position, we have a family, we have success.
Success is the answer to everything for you, isn't it?
Yes, doing what you start out to do. That's what we've done, David.
I'm leaving here tonight. I'm sorry, George, but I think it's best.
It can't happen like this. It can't. A man walks out of a room, a door closes, and 20 years of marriage is destroyed in 20 seconds. How can a human being dismiss 20 years by telling you he's poor? I married you, David. It didn't matter that the whole country was in the depths of a depression. If you were a small-town lawyer without a single client, it didn't matter because we loved each other. Because we knew what we could do together. 20 years. 20 years.
Mr. Townsend, lawyer. My name's Swanson.
Mr. Townsend isn't in just now, Mr. Swanson. If it's important I should get him, he's over at the courthouse.
It's important.
Will you tell me what it's about? I'm his secretary, Mr. Ramsey's and Mr. Townsend.
I've got a new process for making fine steel. I want him to set up a corporation for me. I want him to get me some patents, too. I'm going to make this Townsend a lot of money.
Patents, you say? Do you know Mr. Townsend personally?
No, but they tell me he's smart, young, and honest. That's the kind of a man I want.
Well, the patents are more in Mr. Ramsey's line. Mr. Ramsey, you know, is Mr. Townsend's partner. He's an expert.
Well, if he's an expert, maybe he's the man I want. Look, I've got just $20 in cash. I'm going to have to owe him the rest, or give it to him in stock.
Oh, Mr. Ramsey wouldn't mind that.
Well, tell him I'm here.
If you just take a seat, Mr. Swanson, I'll have him here in 5 minutes. He's at the courthouse, too. 5 minutes, Mr. Swanson. I could have told Mr. Swanson that David Ramsey is my husband, but I didn't. I could have told him that Townsend and Ramsey were now working for the WPA. A new courthouse was being built, and they needed day laborers. Anyway, few hours late.
Joyce, look, $20. $20, my first fee. But you know, it just doesn't make sense. Why did Swanson come to me? How did he happen to pick me?
Because you know so much about patents.
Patents? Who told him that?
I don't know, but you can study up on them. And he said he'd heard that you were honest and brilliant and hard-working and...
I don't know whether to kiss you or this $20 bill.
Don't give it a second thought. I've never kissed a corporation lawyer before.
Swanson Steel Products Company. You like that name?
David Ramsey, Jr. Do you like that name?
Why Junior?
Because in September, that's what our son is going to be called.
Joyce.
Dr. Nelson told me this morning.
But we can't, not the way things are.
Oh, but things are wonderful. Your first client, our first child, both on the same day.
But Joyce, we can't afford a family.
Oh, you afford a family just fine. Oh, you're going to make money, David, lots of it. Oh, darling, don't sing the blues today. It's the biggest day of our lives.
Look at you. There's nobody like you, Joyce. Here I am. I'm scared to death, and you're as happy as a jaybird.
The baby is going to be a boy. Turned out to be a girl. We named her Diana. And to help save money for all concerned, Robert Townsend had moved in with us. One night after dinner, I heard him talking to David.
No, I'm not kidding, Dave. I'm fed up. You got a client to keep you busy. You're a lawyer.
And what are you?
Pick and shovel, man, as long as the WPA will have me. I'm giving up the office.
No, Bob, you're kidding. Now, look, I can carry you over. This Swanson account is good.
You've carried me long enough. I'm quitting practice and getting a job.
Well, you don't have to make up your mind tonight.
Anybody home?
Oh, come on in, Mr. Swanson.
Hello, Dave. How are you, Townsend? Dave, take a look at these papers. 2 steel mills in Detroit using my process to make steel. You've got to stop them right away.
Send him a telegram to these 50. He'll take action.
I'll take action right now. Dave, you're leaving for Detroit tonight. Tell them we'll sue them right down to their pants.
Who's going to Detroit tonight?
He is. Oh, hi, Joyce. How's the baby?
It's wonderful.
Just understand one thing, Dave. We're a small outfit right now, but we'll fight like a giant. Anybody tries to rob us of our rights.
That costs money, Mr. Swanson.
All right, we'll spend money. Here. Let me know if you need more.
I'll tell them we'll sue for everything they've got.
That's the kind of a lawyer I want. No telegrams, no letters. Just go and fight.
You've got the right man, Mr. Swanson.
You bet your life I've got the right man, and I don't mind saying she's the little lady that got him for me. She didn't say he was her husband. She just said he was an expert on corporations and patents. So I played a hunch. I said, never mind, Townsend, give me Ramsey. Well, here's all the dope you need, Dave. Go and sell those danders off. Night, Joyce. Nice seeing you, Townsend.
Oh, I'd better see if the baby...
Wait a minute.
Yes?
Joyce, can you explain what Swanson just said?
What is there to explain?
Did he ask for Bob that day he came into the office?
Yes, he did, but as neither of you knew about patents, I came over and got you. Oh, stop looking at me as if I were a thief. David, that was the day I found out I was going to have a baby.
Never mind, forget it.
Robert, I just couldn't tell David that we were going to have a baby the way things were. I had to tell him something hopeful. I wanted him to want the baby.
Bob, look, we can work this out somehow. We can split Swanson's work between us. We can manage, Bob. We can straighten it out.
When I practice law again, I'll do it alone.
Bob, if you don't come in on this, I'll tell Swanson to get another lawyer.
You tell him anything you like.
Robert, I didn't do it to hurt
I'll come back for my clothes tomorrow.
Bob, no, you can't just walk out of here.
Can't I? I don't want to talk about it anymore.
How could you do a thing like that to Bob? I'm going to call Swanson and tell him to get another lawyer. I'll tell him to get Bob.
He won't take him, you know that.
Then he can hire someone else.
David, I meant no harm to Robert, but giving up the job won't do him any good. And it won't do you any good. It won't help anybody.
How do you think I can justify keeping it?
Because you need it? Because you get along with Swanson, Robert doesn't? Or you can make it up to Robert some way?
Joyce, you just don't do things like this to your best friend.
All right, David. All right. If you think Swanson will take Robert, give up the job. Oh, but if you don't, please keep it. Keep it so we can have hope for our future. Oh, I've never complained about washing and ironing and doing overall clothes and trying to manage and keep the baby looking nice. But one day is just like the next one to me. I'd like to look forward to something better for us. Maybe what I did was wrong, but I didn't mean it to be.
I know, honey, I know. I know things haven't always been what we'd like.
I just can't stand you thinking that
I'm sorry, Joyce. I'm sorry I got sore. Everything you say makes sense. Swanson and I do click, but... Well, don't worry, honey. I'll square it with Bob as soon as I get back.
Okay. 20 years. 20 years of making good, decent lives for each other and our children. And now David says he doesn't want me anymore. That our marriage has lost everything it's supposed to.
Mother, is anything the matter?
Oh, no, Diane. I didn't hear you come in, dear. I must have been dozing.
Mother, why didn't you and Dad come to the Fosters?
Well, I should have phoned. I suppose if something came up at the last minute, dear. Your father couldn't go. Did you have a good time?
It was a lovely party. Everyone asked for you. You will call Mrs. Foster, won't you?
Yes, I will, dear, in the morning. Go to bed, dear.
Good night, Mother. I hope you feel better. Get a good night, please.
Yes. Maybe that's what I need. A good night.
Mother, your breakfast getting cold.
Please don't shout, Martha. I'm coming.
Isn't it a little early for the phone to be ringing?
Yes, it was a Mr. Drake from the newspaper.
You mean the man who writes the gossip column?
I don't quite know what he writes, Martha.
But what did he want?
Well, I wasn't going to tell you this, but as long as it will probably be in the newspaper, I might as well. Your father wants you to divorce him.
Mother, but why?
I don't know why.
What are you going to do?
Nothing.
Don't you have to do something? See him or...
Oh, I am not going to see him until he has time to come to his senses. This sudden impulse of your father's is not going to disturb our lives. He'll get over it, and the less we talk about it or think about it, the better it will be.
But if it's in the paper, people are going to ask questions. Jim will want to know.
Tell Jim or anybody else there's nothing to it. And now, if you'll excuse me, I think I'll go downtown and do some shopping. Oh, Martha, tell Anna I won't be back for lunch, dear.
Yes, Mother. You mean you're going to have lunch with Mrs. Brandon and Mrs. Gates?
And Mrs. Garrett, dear. You know, we always have lunch on Thursday.
But, Mother...
Don't look as if the world's collapsed. I told you before. It's nothing but a sudden impulse.
But why would Father want a divorce? Mother's been a perfect wife. Everybody knows that. She's never even thought of anyone but him. I just can't believe it. Not Dad and Mother. Mother won't divorce him. I know she won't. But she makes things of his at lunch. That's all they want to talk about. You don't have to worry about Mother. You know what you're doing.
Oh, no, dear, we're just going. Sit down, I ordered you a martini. I need one. You gathered that after reading Mr. Drake's column. Welcome to the sisterhood, dear. Oh, I hope you get a good rally, dear.
We're not at that stage yet.
I'll recommend a very able man. Fantastic. I'll take you in. This is a David Payne and David.
Good pay.
But don't get a divorce. You'll get a separation. He pays your expenses and you're still Mrs. David Ramsey and not hold for life. Look, it's better to get it over. Don't think I'll be that sorry. David gets some money with me. He's becoming taxable on our future. And I say it. With you and your friends maybe, but very amiable outside your own circle.
Yeah, don't be looking for scandal, Edna. There is no other woman involved.
Really? Well, he's been seen with one quite often.
By who?
Pat for one, Elsie here for another. Well, tell her, Elsie.
Joyce, I don't know if it was anything at all. I just happened to mention it to Edna.
Yeah, we're all Joyce's friends, aren't we? Joyce.
Almost all men do things like this.
We tried it over last month. Then you all know them.
What's
The kind of little women like this. You know, you've got a good look at her, dear. I can pay attention.
Besides, George told me it was none of my business.
You know, they stick together, these men. David isn't any better than the others.
But David couldn't be seriously interested in
another woman. Well, why did he move into the athletic club? To build up his muscles? Don't be a fool, dear.
Honey, what did she look like? I don't know. Quite nice. Well, I wouldn't say beautiful. She wasn't very young.
If you'll excuse me, I have many things to do. I really must go. Now, George, speak Ted Prescott about this. Tell him I sent you.
I'll come with you if you want company.
No, thank you, Edna.
I've
just want to find out if there is another woman and who she is.
Yes, of course, Mrs. Ramsey. That's why I asked Mr. Pinkham to join us. Well, Mr. Pinkham, what's his first name?
It's just that I want to find out if there is any truth to all
His
the
first name, please. Mr. Pinkham, you understand, is an investigator.
David Anderson Ramsey. Anderson is a
His
family.
business.
He's vice president of Quantity Steel Products Company.
His club?
We'll check on it, Mrs. Ramsey. The bills for services will be sent to Mr. Preston. Miss Satisfactory?
I haven't had any
Good
experience.
day, Mrs. Ramsey. I'll bring the report here.
Thank you, Pinkham. He's really very capable.
Yes, I'm sure he is.
But whatever you may find, I still believe that reconciliation is far more satisfactory than divorce.
Mr. Prescott, last evening my husband said he wanted to end our marriage. He doesn't want to be married to a man who doesn't want me. Of course, I still don't believe there's another woman.
Well, don't talk about it, then. Meantime, I'll call you as soon as I hear from Mr. Pinkham.
Thank you. Hello? Yes?
Mr. Pinkham has a report into us.
But what could he find out in 2 days' time?
Established. I'm afraid the rumors you heard are correct.
That there is another woman?
Last night, Mr. Ramsey was in the home of Miss Eileen Benson. You know her.
No.
Well, while he had no right to be there, still there was nothing untoward in his conduct, but he was there.
Just who is your client, Mr. Preston?
Mrs. Ramsey, please. Well, I would allow Mr. Pinkham to continue his investigation. Perhaps it
I want you to get near the divorce.
was that I do.
I said I want a divorce.
Very well, then. Give me a week. I'll try it.
I'll be quite ready when you are, Mr. Preston. Thank you.
Payment on Demand, starring Bette Davis as Joyce and Barry Sullivan as David. It's a moment later. Stressed and bewildered by the news her lawyer has just given her, Joyce Ramsey sits in her room staring blankly out the window. A man going back to the early years of her marriage, to the day her second child was born.
She's a real beauty.
David, let's call her Martha.
All right, darling, Martha. And thank you for being Martha's mother. If Alex was a boy, you'd call him Adam. First man on the family.
You have a full-size job right now supporting 2 women.
I like kids, and you're so wonderful with them.
We better start making plans right now for the 2 we have.
I have plans, honey, big plans. First, Swanson Steel has closed the deal for the new plant at Homedale.
Why didn't you tell me?
You've been kind of busy the last couple of days, remember? Second, our home offices will be in San Francisco.
Then we'll be moving there.
That's third and most important. Between Homedale and San Francisco are some nice little farms. We Ramsey are going to live in the country.
David, that's an impractical idea.
Why? Lots of people drive that far to work.
But I don't want to. I don't want to be stuck in some faraway patch in the woods. Never seeing anybody, never knowing anybody.
Jake, I'm not talking about pioneering. You get a nice little place, it'll be good for the kids, honey.
What's good about it? Who would their friends be? Farmhands' children? Those storekeepers' daughters? Where would they go to school? The things they make in private are important.
And they'll get a better idea of the values of life.
Better values. Our children are going to have all the good things in life, all the things that you and I didn't have.
Well, we had enough. We turned out all right.
Oh, David, we have a chance to leave this place and move to a big city, and you don't see that it's important.
Well, the farm was just an idea.
A stupid idea, an imbecilic idea.
There's no need to get abusive about it, Jake. Yeah, I guess we're both a little on edge. You know, I worried about you a lot, just as much as when Diana was gone.
Trust you, Henry, because I know what a big man you're going to be. And I know you have much more of a chance to be brilliant if you're living among people who are doing big things themselves.
I'm just a hook at heart, honey. And the idea of a little place in the country seems kind of good to me.
Oh, David, later on we'll have a house in the country. But we're too young to bury ourselves now. We have a lot of living to do, David.
Sure, honey.
So we
we came to San Francisco, you, David, and we made friends. People like you who would dream things, the big things in life. Oh, I remember how proud I was that night when we were invited to the... Sit down, Mrs. Ramsey. I've been wanting to talk to you all evening. I've just been wondering what happened to David, Mrs. Hedges. He's in good hands, my dear. He's with my husband. Well, are you satisfied now? Satisfied? I don't understand. Oh, yes, you do. You've been angling for months to be invited here. Did you think I didn't know? Well, I'm sorry. Oh, you've done all the proper things. Let me teach you a drink, chatted me about my clothes, laughed at my jokes. You're smarter than I thought you were, Mrs. Hedges. Oh, I'm less fussy than I thought I was. Your clothes are good, but you're a dull display. I wanted my husband to meet you. Well, they've done that. What's next? If David may need finances, he may need business advice. If your husband likes you, your husband... You are a ruthless climber, aren't you? You won't be a nobody. You'll connive, manage, maneuver. Do whatever's necessary. And that's what I'm interested in my husband's career. Would you like to see me, Mrs. Hedges? Oh, you know, Joyce, I can't help thinking how you remind me of myself at your age. No wonder you recognize my technique. Recognize it? My dear, I invented it.
Hey, how about letting me in on the joke?
Oh, dear me, no, Mr. Ramsey. It would spoil the whole thing. Hardly a word about the party.
It was all right, I guess,
Except what, Doc?
I don't like snooty people.
David, I am simple, so what do you think about me? The important thing is that they like you, and when the whole thing that means something.
It doesn't mean anything to me.
It will.
You're the only one who means anything to me. You and me.
Oh, Dave, why you have such a good laugh?
Yeah, you're lucky, Joe. We have everything in the world.
Not quite, darling. It's 20 years since old. 2 weeks ago, we had a visit.
Robert Townsend?
Robert, well, how nice to see you.
Didn't mean to barge in like this, but is there any place I can find David?
Oh, David is in this house. Well, I don't know where I can reach him. Is anything wrong?
Well, just a business matter. Joyce, I know I haven't seen you or David in almost 20 years. I've been foolish about David. He tried to throw legal work my way. I've named him Darwin. Pride, I don't know.
Yes, he told me. What kind of trouble are you in, Robert?
I started a building and loan association. I made some loans recently that, well, the examiners come in Monday, and I'm short about $15,000.
You don't know what to tell you. David's out of town, as I said, and I don't really know where he is.
Well, that's I'm sorry I troubled you, Joyce. Tell him I said hello when he gets back.
I will, Robert, and him, Mother. Hello, darling. Run up and change your clothes, Daddy. Maybe go on a trip. Where are you, Master?
Looks like David, doesn't she?
Yes, he does. I'm awfully sorry, Robert. I can't do it anyway.
Oh, that's all right, Joyce.
But who was he, Mother? That man you were talking to before. Oh, just someone your father used to know. But you said Daddy was away on a trip. I didn't mean a long trip. I just meant a trip to the country.
How about a welcome home kiss?
Hi, Daddy. Have a good game.
Terrible. Now, what's it all about?
Completely unimportant. Except that he said I looked like you.
Who insulted you in that satisfaction?
It was no insult. He was nice.
Oh, who's she rattling about this time?
Robert Townsend came to see him.
Bob? Why didn't you phone me, Joyce?
Well, I didn't want him to annoy you. Darling, please take your feet off that chair.
What did he say?
Oh, some tale of woe. He wanted to lend him some money. Oh, I don't know. David, he has to have a lot of money by
Must
Monday.
be in a bad jam.
Well, he might be in less of a jam if he hasn't turned down every chance you offered him.
Joyce, I think I'll drive up to Santa Rosa and see him.
David, have you lost your mind?
No, my memory.
You can't go tonight. We're going to the Clyde tonight.
You go to the Clyde.
David! I'll be back as soon as I see you. Oh, David, 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 David,
David went to Santa Rosa. He was on all night. I was awake when he came in.
I'm pretty tired, Joyce. Why don't I talk about it now?
You might at least have the decency to phone and say you'd be out now. I didn't know if your car had gone off the road or what had happened. What did happen?
Nothing.
Well, I suppose you saw Robert.
Yes, I gave him the money. I promised him more if he needed.
Yeah, and you're supposed to see it. You're a fool, David. Your responsibility is not to Robert Townsend. It's between me and your family. Our marriage is a partnership.
It was a partnership, and we cheated Bob, too. Now we've paid him back.
Oh, then it was constant money you gave him.
Call it whatever you like.
I'd rather call it what it is, exhibitionism, being a savior of mankind. There's no sense in trying to save a man like that, David. There's nothing to him. There never was anything to him.
You hate people who are strong and successful, don't you?
I hate seeing you make an idiot of yourself with what I've had to do. Well, he steps away without meaning nothing, and then you would have created your order, or conscience, or to help your slithering, whining friends, so-called.
When are you going to come to your senses? When are you going to find out that there's something to life besides getting things?
David, I have never done anything in my life that wasn't for you and your good.
Get away from me before I tell you the truth about yourself.
David, maybe you should tell me the truth.
Joyce. I'm too tired. Besides, there's no use talking.
What did he mean that night he makes you go? The truth about me. What truth about me? That's all I like I've ever done is to try to... Mother, come in. Come in.
I didn't even know you were home till Anna told us.
But you're all alone.
Just with us. Jim wants to take us all out to dinner.
Well, it's very sweet of Jim, dear, but I don't think so.
He's coming too, Mother. You and he could get to know each other.
No, I'm afraid I'll be tired, Martha. Besides, I can't stand the sort of faces people.
Oh, no one paid any attention to a paragraph in Drake's class.
So your father thinks I'm a fool.
You mustn't say that, Mother.
I wouldn't say it unless I knew what I was talking about.
Mother, don't upset yourself like this. You've had quarrels before.
This is not a mere quarrel, Dee.
Perhaps it is, Mother.
Martha, what do you mean by that remark? I think people who love each other understand each other. I understand your father. But don't make me so different to see. No, I was simply proud that it was all beautiful how it lasted. Am I supposed to be one of those people who say, of course we're divorced, we're still very good friends? I won't do that. I won't be a hypocrite as well as a fool.
You'd rather be alone now, wouldn't you?
Yes. Yes, see, I would. Thank you. I'm sorry, Mother. Yes, I'm going to see Dad. Sure, what? I'm going to see Dad. Right now. I'm fine, Dad. I don't mean to bother you at your office, but I...
Forget it. There's never know you're here.
No, not exactly. I guess he thinks I'm his friend. Dad, I don't want you to think I'm interfering or taking sides.
But please don't ask me to talk about it. Going into it with you, well, I don't think it would be helpful.
I don't want you to, Dad. All I want you to try and do is tell us you should hear from Mother. If she writes you a letter or something, don't be too critical of what she says. Don't get to hate each other.
No, we won't hate each other. Maybe this is just a solution to a problem. The only solution.
Mother doesn't realize that. It's as if the floor's fallen out from under her. She's all mixed up now. Just don't get so sad each other that I can't see you both whenever I want to.
You won't ever do that, though, baby. Not if I can help it.
Thank you. Well, goodbye, Dad.
Goodbye, honey. And don't forget, if there's anything you need, you know where to find me.
I won't forget you. Bye.
Yes?
Look, Eileen,
Miss Jensen, thank you. Put her on. Eileen? Good. I'm glad you can make it. I'll take you up at 7 o'clock.
What time is it, David?
Oh, a little after 10. You want me to go, Eileen?
Thank you. You sure you like me sitting there listening to music?
That's exactly what I like.
Does music like that ever make you feel lonely?
When it's over, it does.
Me? Well, it's hard to say what I mean, or even how I feel right now.
No one explains what music is. Nobody should tell it. It's individual.
You like it, leave it alone, huh? I'll try to find out why.
That's me. But maybe I'm just too lazy to worry about it.
You know something? You're very good for me, Irene.
I like being with you, David.
I like you. I like your pictures, your books, the things you're interested in. The way you talk about things. I don't know. I just like it.
See? Or is it just because right now you need something? David, look, there's a man at the window. No, don't. Let him go.
But he got a camera. He took a picture of it. Look, he's running down the fire escape. Eileen, I've got to get that camera.
You'll never catch him.
Moses, man, she'd have a private detective following. Eileen, I'm sorry. I shouldn't be here.
We both knew that.
But don't you know what this means? If it gets out, it'll cost you your job at the university. It'll cost you more than that with the schools. I can't let that happen.
I'm sorry it happened, David, but what can we do?
We can get married. After the divorce, we can get married.
Would you have asked me that?
I'm asking you now.
That's sweet you thought to me. But I don't think I'd want you to marry me just because of my secret.
You will have to stand this alone when those secrets.
No, they won't. You may try, but they won't. You don't really want to marry me. I know you do. I'm sorry it's been the David. What it is. Good night, David. Goodbye.
On Demand, starring Bette Davis as Joyce and Barry Sullivan as David. 10 days have gone by. Joyce and David Ramsey are face to face again, both in an atmosphere of bitterness and discrimination. As the two lawyers politely argue the terms under which a marriage will be destroyed. Now then, Mr. Barton, you said you had a definite proposal as to a property settlement.
Each of us has a list of all things of value owned by the contestants. Mr. Ramsey's proposal that out of his contract list, the trust fund be set up for the minor child Martha.
Martha alone?
Well, the oldest girl, I understand, is about to be married. That would seem to assure her security, Mrs. Ramsey.
Obviously, marriage is not providing dramatic security to anybody. The trust fund has to be large enough to cover both children.
Do you agree, Mr. Ramsey?
I can insist on it.
I think Mrs. Ramsey's point is well taken, gentlemen.
Very well, make it a joint trust. Mrs. Ramsey, my client feels that he wants, of his own free will and without court order, to give you one half of all his possessions. Security, land, and property. A very generous offer.
I resist that offer.
But why?
It is not enough.
Well, I think that even Mr. Prescott will tell you that no court will possibly award you this generous proposal. It is customary, Mrs. Ramsey.
I'm not interested in what is customary or what the court will award me. I'm only interested in myself and my children.
Will you make a counter proposal?
Yes, if you will leave me alone with Mr. Ramsey. I will.
Very well. Mr. Prescott, shall we withdraw?
Just pause when you're ready. Well,
I'm prepared to file suit and to name Eileen Benson as correspondent. I have all the evidence I need.
I thought I knew you, Joyce, but I guess I didn't.
You know me now.
I didn't expect you to blackmail me.
I didn't expect you have to, David.
I just can't believe this is you. You're a civilized, decent...
Civilized? I'm being as primitive as you do.
You want everything?
You set the price for not having your new love dragged to the muck of a sensational divorce. You set the price for not having her family, her friends, know what she is. You tell me what it's worth to me to be civilized. Or I'll show you how uncivilized I can be with her.
Any gentlemen. Give her anything she wants, Barton. All of it or any part of it. Now, is there anything more, or can I do to you?
The custody of Martha, I'll get her.
Martha, will you come here, please?
Hello, my friend.
Hello.
A young lady of your age, is entitled to select the parents of whom she wishes to live. You must know that you are rented by both your mother and your father. The decision is up to you.
I want to live with the one I think will need me. I've thought a lot about you.
Yes, sir.
I live with my mother.
Yeah, I do.
And say goodbye to Diana.
Does this mean it's all over, Mother? Yes, Master. It's all over. Mr. Prescott, I should like to go away. I'd like to leave town and see if it's been advisable. Long cruise, perhaps. I'll count on you to get through such a picture.
Yes, I'll be happy to make any arrangements that I...
Thank you. It doesn't matter. Yes, indeed, perhaps. Only so I doesn't matter.
Well, what did she say? I don't know. I'm just reading it. Not much, really. The weather's been pleasant. The people aboard ship are rather dull. Jamaica was terribly hot, and she thinks she'll call on Mrs. Hedges when the ship gets to Port-au-Prince. Who's Mrs. Hedges? Hedges? Oh, yes, I think she's someone she used to know. Oh, they have that big house. Wait a minute. There's a very charming Englishman who boarded this ship in Nigeria. Yeah, evidently. He's rather attentive, and it does have to have some junior company now and then at dinner or good. Mm-hmm. His name is Anthony Cunliffe. However, I'm sure no one finds me very sociable these days. I'm just not in the mood. Please tell me that the next
The ship will be here at Port-au-Prince for 6 hours. The captain suggests all passengers be back by about 4 o'clock. And there's a carriage waiting for us at the end of the dock. Now, what else can we do for you?
How early after you make me so completely happy?
Oh, exactly my plan. Well, shall we go strong?
Are you sure you want to come with me? You're not just being nasty.
Oh, of course I want to go. Who is she? What's her name?
Mrs. She sounded so eager when I telephoned, I just couldn't get out of it.
Old friend?
Yes, a gay kind of old lady I knew years ago. She came here and quickly decided to stay. I couldn't understand.
So there's a little prayer academic here, I think.
I'm afraid there is.
Joyce, after we dock in New York, then what happens to you?
I don't know. I may stay there for a while.
Well, that sounds promising. I shall be there at least a month.
But you'll be involved, business friends.
Not too involved.
Involved. Let's call on Mrs. Hicks.
Ramsey, my dear.
Emily, it's so good to see you. You're looking well. Very well. You're the first to meet with you. Emily, this is Mr. Cunliffe. Mr. Cunliffe? Yes.
I'm so happy to meet you, Mrs. Hedges.
Really? Oh, now, where's Arthur?
Oh, I'm here. I'm getting the drink for your friend.
Thank you, dear. Arthur's a poet. He says the history of the island, and I am distressed. Don't worry. I won't let him read any of it to you. Well, how's the cruise? Very restful. What a pity. Rest is a surrender to boredom, I think. A shameful surrender. What a charming place you have, Emily. Oh, wonderful. You don't have to go outdoors. You know the course, Mr. Cunliffe?
I've been here a few times on business.
Mr. Cunliffe is also in business, Emily, in England. You don't say. I've never been up in Rome. Arthur, Mr. Cunliffe is in the airplane business. €7 Arthur €7 with photographs. But all airplanes, it is, Arthur?
Oh, yes, in the ceiling part. Would you like to see it? Yes, I would. Thank you. Excuse me?
Of course. Now we can have a chat. I don't want to hear a thing about home, not one word. I'm going to hear divorce become final. The 12th of this month. 14th? Have I changed much? Not at all. Thank you. I know I have. What do you think about her? Oh, I think it's very well. Fantastic, isn't it? Is that what you want, Mrs. Hale? That's the fact. It's handsome.
Arthur's my protege. Without me, he'd have to stand or go to work. It's good to have someone around who can be graceful to me and help me up the stairs when I think too much. Emily, don't trust Arthur. Frightened, yes. It's a bad thing to be lonely until you do something about it. First I had a dog, then I had a lady companion. Now I have Arthur. I don't know what I'll have next. Emily, why didn't you marry again? 12 years ago I thought I might, but nobody asked me. And the ones I asked, oh yes, I did that too. They never came back. Be careful, Joyce. When a woman starts getting old, time can mean an avalanche and loneliness at a disaster. I think this is what ever happened to me. That one, musician, very nice, very nice. He's right on top of the Christmas tree. Please sit down. I only sent you out so the choice and I could start. Emily, do you have to go along? I have to stop over doing Mr. Henry. Has some people to see. Oh, Mother. I'm afraid so, dear. I can drive them into town. They have a carriage, dear boy. You can fetch me a picture. Can you read your poetry to me? Goodbye, Joe. Pleasant journey.
How about some tea?
I'd love it.
I'll make it myself. I had a special dinner. So you had it in my cabin.
Fine, I just got some tea then.
Now, what's it going to? I have a radio going for you.
Thank you. Phil and I to be married on the 10th, and you be here. Love, Mom.
Will there be any time in?
Oh, no, not Coffee's my specialty. You could stick to that, too.
Yeah, there's a picture. Everything is done that well. What are you looking at?
The model on the table is lovely. One of your clothes?
No, that's my son. He flies one like that almost every day. What is that sort of ship? She's my daughter.
And your daughter flies too.
Well, when her mother lets her. See? But fine, that is funny a good part of the time, and her mother doesn't like it. Do you take sugar?
One, thank you. Then both children live with their mother.
Well, they do when I'm away, but when I get home, they usually leave the place to my wife and me. That way, it gives us a chance to become acquainted again.
I had no idea you were such a family man.
Well, I am in my way, but I don't talk about them much when I'm driving. It makes you rather lonely when you think of home and you're not there.
Yes, it's fine.
So I think of other things and do other things to keep from being lonely. You lead two lives, one at home and one away from home.
That's hard to do, isn't it?
Oh, not terribly hard. As a matter of fact, it becomes rather pleasant if you have to live that way.
Thank you so much for the tea.
Oh, change of plans?
Yes, I have to talk. I'm leaving the ship before it sails. I had a radiogram from one of my daughters after I to Florida and then on home.
Oh, nothing serious, has it?
It's serious enough to make me have to leave it right.
And you won't be in New York anymore?
No, I'm afraid not.
Oh, well, that's not New York. I'm sorry.
Goodbye. Oh, darling. You're the last person in the world I expected to see. You didn't have to know radio again. You did, my dear. I'm sorry. But here I am. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Now, come on upstairs. I'm right in the midst of parties. We're taking the plane at 6 o'clock. Where are you going on your honeymoon? Nebraska. Phil has a job there. Department of Agriculture. We'll live in Omaha, of course. I don't know where yet. It's a shopping appointment last night. Oh. Is it to be home, Reverend? No, it's to be home. But the wedding party will be here, and then we'll all go out to the airport. Did you notice the decorations? Yes. I didn't know if I were in the White House or not. I'm so sorry. You nearly died, but they were having so much fun. Phil's mother was family. You are happy as you did. If God that happiness, keep it safe. Make sure that it's forever. Marriage. Oh, Mother, I want you to be happy today, too. Yeah. You're not much like me, Martha. You never will. That's one thing in your favor. You adore Phyllis, he is. Oh, yes, I do. Don't try to make him into something else. You love a man and you lose him. You may think it will make you an individual again. You may think that being alone will make you a person. It doesn't. It makes you a lover. Mother. No, don't bloom up, dear. Mother just has to tell her daughter something on her wedding day. Mother, Dad's coming today. Will that make it awkward? I didn't expect him. No, Mom. I do think perhaps you should phone him, though. He's living in Santa Rosa now. Living there? He's back in his old office with Mr. Townsend. Living there? No. Have you seen him? Oh, yes, and he's fine. Wonderful place. Phil and I went up to see him last week, and he took us on a tour of the town. Sightseeing trip. And there wasn't much to see, if I remember. What there is, we say. Oh, Santa Rosa, 6248.
Help you, George? Would you like me to drive you home? I can get by one of you. All right, I'm not driving you. Come on. There's no need to cry over Martha's life.
I'm tired because I've been so miserable since the last time I saw you. I never knew how much a part of you I was. You must. I know how badly I've acted. I was headed to tell you. And later on, I was more headed to speak.
What do you consider the truth?
It would lost everything in our marriage. And it was my fault that we lost it.
When did you find that out, sir?
When I realized that he had told me the truth, that it wasn't someone else. Another woman.
Joyce. Joyce, could we find what we had in the beginning if we tried again? I want you back.
I've never wanted anything so much. Oh, you suck. You sure you're not saying this because you keep it? Don't decide tonight, dear. If you still feel the same way tomorrow, or the day after, or any time, I'll be with you.
Light brings you Everything for the Boys, the Command Theater of the Air starring Mr. Ronald Coleman. His guest, Miss Bette Davis. Everything for the Boys is presented by the Electric Autolite Company and its 22 great manufacturing plants. Builders of precision equipment for 35 years. World famous for Autolite spark plugs, batteries, wire, cable, and electrical systems for automotive, aviation, and marine use. Your host, Mr. Ronald Coleman.
Thank you and good evening. Yes, I think we may say a very good evening, for we have a famous guest, a great play, and a shortwave conversation to a very remote place on this globe. We were delighted when Bette Davis said she would be here with us tonight, and particularly in a reunion with Somerset Maugham's great emotional story of human bondage. Arch Obler has written an exciting radio dramatization of that novel. After the play is over, Betty and I are going to talk by shortwave to some American soldiers in Reykjavik, Iceland. We're going to talk of life, love, and the absence of trees in the Arctic. So to them and their comrades stationed in the far north, we dedicate this global half hour.
Before our play begins, a simple question. How many hands is a pilot? 2, you say? In our 4-engine bombers, they are multiplied many times electrically. These electrical helpers are called aircraft relays. I'd like to tell you about them, how they help the pilot, the bombardier, the flight engineer, but I'm sorry this information must be withheld. I can tell you that they are a type of remote-controlled switch precision device that must obey commands with split-second speed. Aircraft electrical relays have greatly contributed to modern airplane design and production. Autolite men and women, backed by their 35 years of experience in precision manufacturing, have designed, engineered, and are now building such aircraft relays in volume. New types of materials, plus Autolite's manufacturing know-how, have resulted in an aircraft relay weighing less than half its original weight. At the same time, Autolite engineers increased its load capacity, with contact life outperforming test requirements as much as 300%. Knowing how to build such dependable equipment is proof again that the name Autolite means precision manufacturing. The play of Human Bondage. The players, Mr. Ronald Coleman and his guest, Miss Bette Davis. A priest sits in the quiet of his study. These are the thoughts in his mind.
I am a minister of God. Tonight I sat at the bedside of one who was very ill. Her thin face was a heavy mask of powder, a death's head with a twisting mouth. She had a strange story of hate to tell me. Hate for a man named Philip Carey. How he had cheated her, and he a gentleman. She told me many things. How one night the man had come into the tea shop where she worked. He had told her he was from the medical school nearby, and so she had been pleasant to him. But as the woman talked, strangely, somehow, I could sense the untruth behind her words.
What you want? Tea and muffins.
Well, I'd rather just talk to you. Really is filthy weather outside, isn't it?
It makes no difference to me. I'm in here all day.
Oh, that's true, of course, isn't it? Yeah.
I'm here to take orders and wait on customers. I've got nothing to say to them, and I don't want them to say anything to me.
Well, I beg your pardon. I do indeed.
Her name, she told me, was Mildred Rogers. And she said that since this man, Philip Carey, was a cripple, a clubfoot, she began to be particularly nice to him out of simple decency. And again, somehow, through her words, I sensed the lie and the truth.
You don't mind my walking home with you?
Why should I mind? If you can keep up with me.
Oh, you mean my...
If the shoe fits, wear it.
I don't know why I tolerate you.
You don't have to talk with me, you know.
When I'm away from you, I think it's impossible. When I'm with you...
I don't know what you're talking about. If you don't take me out, some other fellow will. I come from good family, you know. Was your father a professional man?
He was a doctor.
I knew it. The minute you came into the shop, I saw you was a gentleman in every sense of the word.
Look here. May I call you Mildred?
You may if you like. I don't mind.
Call me Philip, won't you?
I will if I can think of it.
You might go as far as to say you'd like to.
Why?
Why, it doesn't matter. Would you come and see a play with me?
Why?
Because I want you to, because I want to be with you.
Well, I'd better go in now. This is where I live.
Oh. Mildred,
What are you trying to do?
won't you kiss me goodnight?
Impudent.
I want to kiss your thin, pale mouth.
Oh, you can go to the devil. You go to the devil.
She went on telling me how nice she had been to the man. How very nice.
Why are you waiting for me?
Well, Mildred, have you forgotten? You said you'd go out with me.
No. Me aunt's ill. Got to go and stay with her.
You're going out with somebody else. You are, aren't you? That man Miller that always comes into the shop, isn't it?
You've been spying on me, and I thought you was a gentleman.
It is Miller.
Well, I'd rather wait for him than have to wait for you. Put that in your pipe and smoke it.
Mildred, Mildred, don't be beastly with me. I'm awfully fond of you. I can't help it. Please dine with me. We'll go anywhere you want.
No.
You keep looking around for him. I'm standing here and you're looking for him. Mildred, I can't go on like this. It's too degrading. If I go for good. Unless you come with me tonight, you'll never see me again.
Good riddance to bad rubbish.
You. All right. Goodbye.
Are you back again? Do you want to order some tea?
Don't you remember that I said I'd never see you again?
Oh, did you? Then what you doing here now?
Wish I knew why I came back. I don't.
Do you want to order some tea?
Mildred, don't be beastly to me.
You're a funny fellow.
I'm very simple. I'm a blasted fool who's in love with you with all my heart and soul. Well, I've said it. I know you don't care tuppence for me, but I've said it. Mildred, I can't endure this anymore. I've tried to get over you and I can't. I never shall. Marry me. Do you hear me? Marry me.
She told me that Philip's talk of marriage made her begin to think of marriage for the first time. There was a nice elderly gentleman who came into the shop, a commercial traveler by the name of Miller, a good, substantial citizen. And so, she had gone away with this Mr. Miller. Philip was to blame, she said. And so when Mr. Miller left her, she had come back to await the birth of Miller's baby.
What are you talking? Oh, you mean Griffith? He's an unpunctual devil. He's probably making love to one of his girls somewhere along the line.
That's not the way to talk in front of me.
Oh, come now. The facts of life are the facts, after all. Oh, Griffith! Griffith, over here!
I see. He's a handsome gentleman.
Right. Oh, Philip, do forgive me. I'm terribly sorry to be so late. Well, as long as you're here. Mrs. Miller, may I present my best friend, Harry Griffith.
How'd you do?
Well, this is indeed a pleasure, Mrs. Miller. I've heard a great deal about you.
Really? Not so much as I've heard about you.
What's this? Has Philip been blackening my character?
Oh, no, he's just been saying the nicest things about you.
Hmm?
I've been so looking forward to meeting you. Why don't you sit down here, Mr. Griffith?
Well.
Isn't the sea wonderful today, Mr. Griffith? Blue light. Like the promise of heaven. Isn't it now?
What did you want to tell me, Mildred?
Philip, I might as well tell you and have done with it. I can't marry you at all.
Griffith,
Yes. I don't know what's come over me. Well, say something.
I will. I paid out the money to keep you until your baby was born. I paid for your doctor. I paid for you to go to the seashore. I paid for the keep of your baby. I paid then, I'm paying now. Haven't you any loyalty in you?
If you was a gentleman, you wouldn't throw what you've done for me in the face.
Oh, for heaven's sake, shut up. If I were a gentleman, I wouldn't waste my time with a creature like you. I'm crazy, I tell you. Crazy, wanting to be with you. You're coming with me to Paris, and you're going to marry me on Saturday, and take the consequences.
All right.
You'll go?
Don't make me laugh. I wouldn't let you touch me now if I was starving. I'm through with you. Oh, Philip, before I go, there's these bills.
Bills? For what?
The dress you said I should have, and the baby's treat with Mrs. Cleary, and my rent that's due on Saturday.
What of it?
I need the money very much.
Do you?
I should think you'd want to give it to me.
I won't.
Well, I'll ask Harry Griffith.
Will you? He owes me £7 at the moment. Goodbye, Mildred. Oh, here, take the money. Take it.
Well, you might at least be civil about it. If you want, I'll kiss you goodbye.
Don't touch me. Goodbye.
Good riddance. Hello? Hello, could I speak to Mr. Griffith, please? Oh, it's you, Harry. I didn't recognize your voice. Harry, listen. I got the money. We can go away, like you said now. We can go away now.
She said Philip Carey left her then, walked out on her. And then she said that after a few weeks his conscience began to hurt him because he looked her up at the apartment of the relative where she was staying. But the lie was clearer than ever before.
Mildred.
Well, fancy seeing you.
What are you doing out here?
What do you think?
Uh-oh.
Leave me alone.
I have a few problems with your broke.
I was just walking along here on my way back to my lodging. I expect to meet one of the girls from where I work.
Don't lie. For God's sake, don't lie now.
Oh, Philip.
Come on. Come on, get into the cab. Come ahead. Everything will be all right. Believe me.
She told me he began to plead with her to come back to him. And finally she agreed. Only for the baby's sake, she said.
How are you? The baby all right?
The baby's sleeping.
Oh. Well, I think I'll go back to my own room.
Philip, what do you want to go to bed so early for?
Well, it's nearly 1. I'm not used to late hours these days.
Philip.
Yes?
Philip, it's almost 2 weeks now since you asked me to come and stay here. I didn't mean what you thought I meant when you said you didn't want me to do anything for you except just to cook and take care of the flat and that sort of thing.
Didn't you? I did.
Oh, don't be such an old silly.
Well, I meant it quite seriously. I shouldn't have asked you to stay here under any other condition.
Why not?
Well, I can't explain it. I feel differently, that's all.
Very well. Just as you choose. You're a fool. Good night.
She told me she did everything to make life easier for the man. Wash for him, cook for him, sew for him. But his treatment of her became worse and worse until she couldn't endure his cruelty any longer. But as her thin lips said the hateful words, in my own mind I saw the truth.
You're home late, Philip.
Oh, why aren't you in bed?
I waited up for you. Sit here by me.
All right.
Philip.
Yes?
I do love you.
Please don't talk rot. Why don't you go to bed?
Philip, I can't live without you. I want to make up for all the harm I did you. Philip.
Mildred, please, your arms are...
Philip. Oh, Philip.
No.
I need you, Philip. Philip, now.
Mildred, stop it. It's too late. I loved you too much. There's nothing left now. I can't look at you now without thinking of Edmund Miller and Griffith. Mildred, I can't help it. That's the way it is.
You old silly. I believe you're nervous.
You disgust me.
What?
You heard me. You disgust me.
Me? I disgust. Well, you disgust. You kissed me and we laughed at you, Griffith and me. And at you because you were such a mug. And you want to know why? A cripple.
Where I was so very nice to him. To me, I had to go away. He said, I'm telling you the truth.
Oh, keep quiet, you brat, you. We'll be out of here soon enough. I've got work to do. The night is beautiful picture. There's the first one. Oh, stop it. I'll smash it over you. Now the second one. That will show him the knife now, his favorite hair. Red. Now his books. Oh, no. First the mirror. Now his books. Thinking books. There. That'll show him. That'll show him.
The words came slower now as she told me how she went away quietly, determined never to see him again. And then she was ill, and since she had nothing, she called him back to look after her, as a doctor looks after a woman.
Mildred!
Won't you follow me?
Mildred, you shouldn't be out. You're sick. I warned you weeks ago.
I'll hold the door.
Oh, for heaven's sake, come along.
Let go of me.
Let me take you home. Please listen to me, Mildred.
No, let go of
Mildred.
me. I'll do as I please.
Please,
let go of me. I'll do as I please.
And then her last words. I don't believe I will ever forget them.
I haven't seen him now for a long time. I hear he's a regular doctor now. And there's a girl. Good girl. And he's going to marry her. Marry her. You hear that, Father? Marry her. I hate it. And tell him that I hate it. He's got to know that. Tell him Mildred sent him. That she never wanted him. Never will want him. Tell him that, Father. Tell him Mildred says it.
I will tell him. I will tell him you are sorry for what you did to him.
What? What did you say?
I will tell him you are sorry for what you did to him. And ask his forgiveness.
No. No, that isn't true. Oh, yes. Yes, it is. He was so good to me. Brushing my hair like he used to. Making me feel like a lady. When I was nothing. Nothing but dirt under his feet. Nothing.
nothing. Oh, Pillar. Pillar, I'm sick and I'm scared. You were so good to me. The only one that ever was. Why did I let you go?
You have just heard Miss Bette Davis and Mr. Ronald Coleman with Hans Conried in Of Human Bondage, as dramatized for radio by Arch Oboler. The original score was written and conducted by Gordon Jenkins. While the two-way shortwave radio circuit is being set up between Hollywood and Iceland, a thought about one of your problems. Do you know how important the distributor in your car is to efficient engine performance and economy? It's very important, because it distributes high-voltage electrical current to the spark plugs at the proper instant. In a six-cylinder automobile engine running at 35 miles an hour, the spark must occur every 1/80th of a second. Imagine, about 5,000 times every minute. No matter how strong the electrical impulse may be or how perfect the wiring, an efficient spark can only arrive at the spark plug through a healthy distributor. During these war days, when your car must last longer than ever before, the life of the distributor should be safeguarded by giving it greater care. Drive into any one of the thousands of Autolite service stations, your local car dealer or serviceman. Have the electrical lifeline in your car checked. This will include the distributor. If any of the parts are worn or out of adjustment, replace them if necessary with original factory parts, Autolite parts. They will help keep your engine operating at top efficiency and economy. Remember, the name Autolite means precision manufacturing.
Well, Mr. Coleman, we'll be ready on your call to Iceland in just a minute. Thank you. That just gives me time to say this to you, ladies and gentlemen. We have a problem. Hundreds of letters have come to me from relatives of men overseas, asking me if I would arrange our shortwave conversation this week or next so that we could talk to their own sons, husbands, and brothers. Well, we'd like nothing better than to be able to grant all these sincere requests and make these dreams come true. But unfortunately, the regulations of the War Department make that impossible. The men on the fighting fronts to whom we speak are chosen by the military authorities. We know of their identity only a matter of hours before broadcast time. Of course, from week to week, it may happen that someone close to you will appear in this program, but as with so many things in life, that's a matter of happy chance. Now, one more thought. To you who long so much for the voice of someone you love, think of the great happiness that comes to the families of the boys who do speak on this program. Then I'm sure you'll be happy with them and for them. You might think of the boys, too, as if they were your own. They are, in a way, aren't they? Yours and mine. And now, engineer, how's the call coming?
Reykjavik, Iceland is standing by, Mr. Coleman.
All right.
Hollywood to Reykjavik. I've never done that before.
You're always wonderful in a new role, Betty. You put on these earphones, grab a fur coat, and let's join the boys up at Reykjavik on the Flaxafloy.
What's the Flaxafloy, Ronnie?
What?
Ben would send her his love.
Oh, I'm sure of that.
Well, just so she'll get the message, you deliver it. Go ahead.
All right. From Ben to Charlotte, I love you.
Ronnie, you're giving that sergeant an awful lot to live up to. But what are the other messages?
Well, there's one from his newest nephew, James. He's only 5 months old, so you haven't seen him yet, Ben. But your mother quotes him as saying, "Dada glub," which literally translated means, "I'm very proud of my Uncle Benny."
In Icelandic, Ben. And your father says he hopes you're keeping up with your music.
That's right. They were all proud when they saw your photo in Life magazine a few weeks ago. You were leading carolers on Christmas Eve.
That was just after you'd gotten through with the services for those of Jewish faith.
Betty, do you know what his mother says Ben misses most of all?
Well, he comes from Milwaukee, so I'd say it's beer.
No, it's trees.
trees.
Yes, they don't have many trees in Iceland. I think we ought to do something about that, Betty.
For instance?
Well, can you make the sound of a tree?
That's one role I've never tried.
Well, how about a little help from the sound department?
All right. Da, 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 da.
You hear that, Ben? Well, we've just brought you a charming maple tree on the Kinnickinnick River.
That's as bad as flax, Floyd. By the way, what is that?
Betty, there's another young man waiting for a message.
Oh, yes, Private Jimmy Jones.
We understand, Jimmy, that your regimental commander calls you the ideal soldier for contributing to Icelandic friendly relations.
Oh, really? I would like to talk to this young man. I've known a few friendly Joneses myself.
Well, he's quite a fellow, Betty. Jimmy, we heard about your risking your own life to rescue a child from the path of an automobile. Just to make you feel at home, we've brought you something from your hometown of Pittsburgh.
Yes, Jimmy Jones, from Hollywood to Iceland to Pittsburgh. Listen.
There you are. How's that, Jimmy?
Now, Ronnie, before we go any further, I want something done about my request.
Oh, yes, I know. About Flaxey, Floyd. Well, Frank Martin, do you know?
Why, yes, it's a bay, of course. Reykjavik is on the Bay of Flaxafloy.
Of course, Betty.
Oh, is that all? You know, boys, I'm ashamed to admit it, but I really thought
Time's up, Miss Davis.
Maybe it's just as well.
Just as well. Good night, Sergeant Cohen and Private Jones. Good luck and God bless.
Good night, boys.
Good night. Ladies and gentlemen, those boys so far from home bring to mind a young lad who might have been from your town before he enlisted. He married his high school sweetheart. A year later, he went overseas. It was rather like the end of the world for both of them, especially because he wouldn't be around for their baby's arrival. He saw plenty of action, but one thing that worried him was that the mail was not getting through regularly, and the lad began to worry. The baby, perhaps his wife, was sick. So he went to the Red Cross field director. A cable was dispatched to a Red Cross chapter back home. Not long after, these reassuring words arrived. Son born last week, wife writing regularly, both are well. Now, the Red Cross needs your help now to carry on this and many other services here and overseas. The Red Cross is your hand and your heart.
Next week, Autolite cordially invites you to another program of Everything for the Boys, your new global half hour uniting the home front and the fighting front. Your host, Ronald Coleman, in a dual role, will have as his guest Miss Ann Baxter in Arch Obler's dramatization of the very amusing comedy, The Ghost Goes West, dedicated to a pair of our fighting men who will speak directly from their distant base in Chongqing, China.
Our thanks to Betty Davis for being with us tonight. Until next week, when Ann Baxter is our guest, this is Ronald Coleman saying good night to you and the boys, and God be with you.
Betty Davis, whose latest film is Old Acquaintance, appeared through courtesy of Warner Brothers Pictures. This program has come to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Betty Davis, Herbert Marshall, and James Stevenson in The Letter. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know which is more exciting to a producer, a play by Somerset Maugham or a performance by Bette Davis. But we have both in the Lux Radio Theater tonight. And the pulse of this producer is beating double time. For Miss Davis again proves her genius in one of Mr. Maugham's most powerful dramas, The Letter. And you'll hear more than one star performance. For with Miss Davis, we have Herbert Marshall and James Stevenson, who share honors with her in Warner Brothers' film production of this play. The Letter's the story of a beautiful woman fighting the heat and privations of a jungle backcountry, who tears to shreds the lives of two men. It's a great part for a great actress, and we had no trouble in persuading Bette Davis to return from an Eastern vacation to play it at this microphone. The result of her gracious gesture is the kind of bill that would mean standing room only in any ordinary theater. But of course, this theater always has enough seats to go round, all the way around, the whole country. That's one reason it's a national theater. Tonight's performance comes to you with the best wishes of Lux Flakes. And just as you have made this theater a weekly custom in so many American homes, you've made Lux Flakes a daily custom in your homes, too. And that adds up to an all-American rating for both plays and product. And now get ready for a dramatic experience you'll never forget. The curtain rises on The Letter, starring Bette Davis as Leslie Crosby, Herbert Marshall as Robert Crosby, and James Stevenson as Howard Joyce, with Sen Young as the lawyer's assistant. Just north of Singapore, on the Malay Peninsula, lie the great rubber plantations, kingdoms of commerce worked by native labor, ruled by a handful of white men. In the main bungalow on one of these plantations, a light burns dimly through shaded windows. The night is hot and humid. The soft breeze heavy with the scent of flowers. A clouded moon hangs low in the sky, filtering slowly through the trees, making patterns of shimmering silver on the ground. There is deep silence. Suddenly, the door of the bungalow is flung open.
Missy, I hear gunfire. Mr. Crosby, I hear... That man, that is Mr. Hammond.
Is he dead?
I think him dead. You shoot him, Miss Crosby?
Do you know where the new district officer lives?
Yes, Missy.
Send someone for him at once. Say there's been an accident and Mr. Hammond's dead.
Yes, Missy.
And get word to my husband. He's out somewhere on the number 4 plantation.
Yes, Missy. I try.
Leslie, where are you? Leslie, I'm here.
Mr. Crosby?
Huh?
I'm John Withers, the new district officer.
Where's Mrs. Crosby?
She locked herself in the room. She wouldn't see me until you came.
Excuse me. Leslie, let me in. Leslie, darling, it's Robert. Leslie, what's happened?
Didn't they tell you?
They said Hammond was killed.
Is he still out there?
I had your head boy remove the body to a shed.
Leslie, what happened? Tell me.
He tried to make love to me, and I shot him.
Leslie.
Oh, Robert, I'm so glad you've come.
Well, darling.
Hold me tight. I'm so frightened.
There's nothing to be frightened about. It'll be all right. There, now, that's better.
I'll try not to do that again. Mr. Withers, I hope you'll understand. I didn't want to see anyone until my husband came.
Of course, I understand, Mrs. Crosby.
Howard, come in.
I got your message in Singapore.
Howard, how nice of you to come.
Well, naturally, I'd want to be here if I can help.
Oh, you will help, then.
Of course I will, in every way I can.
You're a dear.
Mr. Withers, this is Mr. Howard Joyce, my attorney.
How do you do?
How do you do?
How's Dorothy, Howard?
Oh, she's very well and anxious to see you.
Has her sister arrived from England?
Adele? Yes. Charming girl. She came last week.
Oh.
Here. Here, you better be resting.
I do feel dreadfully faint.
Come and lie down, darling. I'll get you a drink.
I'm sorry to be so tiresome.
Nonsense. You're being very brave.
She's bearing up wonderfully, Mr. Joyce.
Yes. Yes, she is. How long have you been here?
About an hour. One of the Crosby houseboys came to fetch me.
Was Hammond dead?
Oh, yes. He was just riddled with bullets.
What?
Here's the revolver. All 6 chambers are empty.
Here, you two. You better have a drink yourselves.
Thanks, but I'm afraid I shouldn't. I'm on sort of a duty, you know.
I'll have one, Bob. Well, you feeling any better, Leslie?
Oh, much better, thanks.
Mrs. Crosby, I know it seems brutal, but I'm afraid it's my duty to ask you some questions.
I think that can wait, Mr. Withers, until my
wife...
wife...
it's all right, Robert, really. I feel perfectly well now.
Then suppose you tell us exactly what happened, Leslie.
I'll try.
And take your time, Mrs. Crosby. Remember, we're all friends here.
You've been so patient. Well, as you know, Robert was spending the night at number 4 plantation. Well, I never mind being alone. A planter's wife gets used to that.
My dear.
I had dinner rather late, and I started working on my lace. I don't know how long I'd been working when
Suddenly I heard footsteps outside, and someone came up on the veranda and said, "Good evening, can I come in?" Well, I was startled because I hadn't heard a car drive up. "Who is it?" I asked. "Jeff Hammond." Oh, of course, I said, "Come in and have a drink."
Were you surprised to see him?
Well, I was rather. He hadn't been in the house for ages, had he, Robert?
3 months at least.
I told him Robert was over at the number 4 plantation getting out a shipment or something. Wasn't that it, darling?
What did he say to that?
He said, "Oh, I'm sorry. I felt rather lonely tonight, so I thought I'd just come over and see how you were getting on." Well, I put on my spectacles again and went on with my work. We chatted about one thing and another. He asked me if Robert had heard that a tiger had been seen on the road 2 or 3 days ago. He said he thought he'd try to get it over the weekend.
Oh, yes, I know about that. Don't you remember I spoke to you about it yesterday?
Did you? Oh, yes, I believe you did. Well, we went on chatting until... Well, suddenly he said something rather silly.
What?
It's hardly worth repeating. He paid me a little compliment.
I think perhaps you'd better tell us exactly what he said.
He said, "You've got very pretty eyes. It's too bad to hide them under those ugly spectacles."
Has he ever said anything of the sort to you before?
Oh, no, never, and I thought it impertinent.
I don't wonder.
And did you answer him?
Yes, I said, "I don't care a row of beans what you think about me." But he only laughed and said, "I'm going to tell you all the same. I think you're the prettiest thing I've ever seen."
Leslie.
Let her finish, Bob.
"In that case," I said, "I can only think you half-witted." He laughed again and moved his chair up closer.
But, Mrs. Crosby, I wonder you didn't throw him out there and then.
Well, I didn't want to make a fuss. I think a woman makes a perfect fool of herself if she makes a scene every time a man pays her a compliment.
When did you first suspect that Hammond was serious?
The next thing he said. He looked at me straight in the face and he said, "Don't you know that I'm awfully in love with you?"
Swine.
Were you surprised?
Of course I was surprised. Well, we've known him for 7 years, Robert, and he's never paid me the smallest attention. I didn't suppose he even knew what color my eyes were.
We hadn't seen very much of him the last few years.
Yes. Go on, Leslie.
Well, he helped himself to another whiskey and soda. I began to wonder if he'd been drinking before. "I wouldn't drink any more if I were you," I said. He emptied his glass and asked me in a funny, abrupt way, "Do you think I'm talking to you like this because I'm drunk?" I said, "That's the most obvious explanation, isn't it?" Oh, it's awful having to tell you all this. I'm so ashamed.
I wish there were some way we could spare you, Mrs. Crosby.
Leslie, it's for your own good that we know the facts, all you can remember of them.
Very well. I'll tell you the rest. I got up from my chair. I was standing in front of the table, about here. He rose and stood in front of me. I held out my hand. "Good night," I said. But he just stood and looked at me, and his eyes were all funny. "I'm not going," he said. Well, then I began to lose my temper. "You poor fool, don't you know I've never loved anyone but Robert? And even if I didn't love Robert, you're the last man I should care for." He answered, "Robert's away." Well, that was the last straw. I wasn't frightened, just angry. "If you don't go away this minute," I told him, "I'll call the boys and have you thrown out." I walked past him to call the boys from the veranda, and he took hold of my arm and swung me back. But I screamed as loud as I could. He flung his arms about me and began to kiss me. I struggled to tear myself away from him. Oh, he seemed like a madman. He kept talking and talking and saying he loved me and he loved me. And oh, it's horrible. I can't go on.
I'm sorry, Leslie, but we'll have to know the rest.
Well, he lifted me in his arms. I struggled to get free, but he was too strong for me. He started to carry me, and then, well, he stumbled on those steps. I got away from him. Suddenly, I remembered Robert's revolver in the drawer of that chest. He got up and ran after me, but I reached it before he caught me. Oh, it was all instinctive. I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't even know I'd fired. I heard a report and saw him lurch toward the door. I followed him out to the veranda. He staggered across the porch, grabbed the railing, and slipped through his hand as he fell down the steps. I don't remember anything more, just the reports, one after another, until there was a funny little click and the revolver was empty. And suddenly I looked down and saw him lying there, lying in the moonlight. It was only then that I knew what I'd done.
My poor darling.
Mrs. Crosby, may I say that I think you behaved magnificently? I'm terribly sorry that we had to put you to the ordeal of telling us all this.
You were all very kind.
It's quite obvious the man only got what he deserved.
Withers, if you'll come with me, I'd like to see the body.
Oh, yes, I'll take you to the shed.
We'll only be a few minutes.
poor child.
Oh, Robert. What have I done?
You've done what any woman would have done in your place. Only 9/10 on them wouldn't have had the courage.
And yet I'd give almost anything if I could bring him back to life. It's so horrible to think that I killed him.
Leslie. Why, there isn't a man or a woman in the colony who won't be proud to know you.
Darling, we have been happy, haven't we?
You've been the best wife a man could have. I'm grateful for all the time we've been together.
Don't say it that way, darling. It sounds so in the past.
Nonsense. We've got most of our lives ahead of us. Oh, if only there was something I could do to help you right now.
You can love me. That's all I need.
I've always loved you.
Yes, but now.
Leslie, darling, if I could love you any more, I would now.
Robert. You have to be very indulgent towards my cooking, gentlemen. I can't vouch for it.
But I can and will.
Funny, the head boy running off tonight.
Yes, it is odd.
Well, he couldn't have done better than this, my dear. It's delicious.
It certainly is.
Thank you, gentlemen.
I think we should start for Singapore as soon as we've finished.
Right away.
Why, it's still dark, Howard.
It'll be 8 o'clock by the time we get there. We'll ring the Attorney General and find out when we can see him. I think that's the first thing to do, don't you, Withers?
Yes, I think that's the best thing to do.
Would I have to be arrested?
Well, you see, Mrs. Crosby, as a matter of fact,
I think you're by way of being under arrest now.
It's purely a matter of form, Mrs. Crosby.
Shall I be imprisoned?
That's up to the Attorney General. It's possible that after you've told him your story, he'll be able to accept bail.
He's a very good fellow. I'm sure he'll do everything he can.
How do you mean, be able to accept bail?
Well, my dear, it depends on what the charge is.
What? What do you mean by that?
I think it not unlikely that he'll say that only one charge is possible. And in that case, well, I'm afraid an application for bail would be useless.
What charge?
Murder.
Leslie?
Oh, I'm quite all right. More coffee, darling.
No. As a matter of fact, if we're going to leave, I better put a few things together. Won't be long.
Let me do it, Robert.
Don't bother, dear.
Oh, Leslie.
Yes?
There's just one question I'd like to ask you.
Yes, what is it, Howard?
When I was looking at Hammond's body...
Oh. Yes?
It seemed to me that some of the shots must have been fired after he was lying on the ground.
I'm afraid it sounds very cold-blooded. But I was so terrified. I didn't know what I was doing. Everything was confused and blurred.
Well, there, Leslie, I shouldn't have brought it up tonight. Put it out of your mind. Come in. Well, long she saying?
Mr. Crosby to see you, sir.
Oh, ask him to come in.
Mr. Crosby?
Thanks.
Hello, Bob.
Howard, how is she?
Sit down, Bob.
Have you seen her?
If I can be of any assistance, sir, I shall remain within call.
Not at the moment, Ong, thanks. Ong's been of great help on the case. He finds out everything. The perfect confidential clerk.
I tried to catch you at the house. I had to see you, Howard.
Well, you needn't hesitate about coming to the office, Bob. You know you're always welcome.
How is everything?
Everything's fine. In fact, Leslie's much better than you. She hasn't turned a hair.
She's worth 10 of me. I don't mind confessing I'm all in. It's the first time we've been separated for more than a day since we were married.
Oh, you mustn't let yourself go to pieces, Bob.
I've tried to work, but it's no good. The estate can go to blazes for all I care. I hate the house and every tree on the place.
And why not stay in town with us? Dorothy's for it, and so am I.
Thanks. I think I will. I won't be so lonely.
Oh, you better get some sleep and after your plant is closed before you see Leslie. You don't want her to have to cheer you up.
She's a plucky woman. It's monstrous they should have kept her in that filthy prison all this time.
They had no choice. Anyway, it's only a week now before the trial.
The whole thing's a farce. Why subject her to the ordeal of a trial?
Because she admitted killing a man in a civilized community. A trial's inevitable.
She shot him as she would have shot a mad dog.
You don't have to convince me, Bob. It's curious that Hammond was able to keep his life so hidden. That gambling house he owned, and especially the Eurasian woman.
Could she be one of the witnesses?
I shan't call her. I'll just produce evidence that Hammond was married to her.
You managed to keep that marriage a secret, too. Oh, I know you're busy, Howard. I can't tell you how grateful I am.
Oh, nonsense. Now, stop worrying about the trial. That's your lawyer's job.
Thanks, old man. I'll see you up at the house.
Yes?
Mr. Joyce,
Well, on.
if you are not too busy, sir, might I trouble you for a few words in private conversation?
No trouble at all, on.
It has to do with the case of the Crown versus Crosby.
Yes?
A friend has brought me information, sir, that there is in existence a letter from the defendant to the unfortunate victim of the tragedy.
Well, that's not surprising. In the course of 7 years, I've no doubt Mrs. Crosby often had occasion to write to Mr. Hammond.
But the letter, sir, was written on the day of the late Mr. Hammond's death.
Well?
You will no doubt recall that Mrs. Crosby has stated that until the fatal night, she had had no communication with the deceased for several weeks. In my opinion, this letter indicates that her statement is not, in every respect, accurate.
Have you seen the letter?
I have with me a copy, sir. The original is in possession of a woman who happens to be the widow of Mr. Hammond, deceased.
May I read it?
Oh, certainly, sir. Of course, as I said, this is but a copy in my handwriting. You can understand it, sir?
Perfectly. Ong, it's inconceivable that Mrs. Crosby should have written such a letter.
May I suggest, sir, that it would be well to make sure, since my friend is of the opinion that the letter might be of some interest to the prosecutor.
I'm obliged to, Ong. I'll give the matter my consideration.
Very good, sir. Do you wish me to communicate that to my friend?
Might be well if you kept in touch with him.
Yes, sir. It might be very well.
You may stay in the visiting room as long as you want, Mrs. Crosby. The warden's orders.
That's very nice of him. Thank you. Howard, how good of you to come. I wasn't expecting you today.
Good morning, Leslie. You're looking very well.
Thank you, Howard.
Well, the trial's only 5 days off now.
I know. Each morning when I awake, I say to myself, one less. Just like I used to at school with the holidays coming.
Leslie.
Oh, don't feel sorry for me, Howard. Time has really passed quite quickly. I've read a great deal and worked on my lace. But I'll confess something to you, Howard. I'm not looking forward to testifying in court.
Leslie, one of the things that's impressed me is that each time you told your story, you've told it in exactly the same words. You've never varied a hair's breadth.
And what does that suggest to your legal mind?
Well, it suggests either that you have an extraordinary memory or that you're telling the plain, unvarnished truth.
I'm afraid I have a very poor memory.
I suppose I'm right in thinking that you had no communication with Hammond for several weeks before the catastrophe?
Oh, quite. I'm positive of that. Let's see, the last time we met was at a tennis party at the McFarlanes. I don't think I said more than 2 words to him.
And you hadn't written to him?
Oh, no.
Well, at one time you've been on fairly intimate terms with him. How did it happen that you stopped asking him to anything?
Well, we hadn't anything much in common, and he was very popular, you know. Had a good many calls on his time, and, well, there didn't seem to be any need to shower him with invitations.
Are you quite certain that was all?
Well, I may as well tell you. We heard about his wife, and once, just by chance, I actually saw her.
Oh, you never mentioned that. What was she like?
Horrible. Covered with gold chains and bangles and bracelets. And a face like a mask.
And it was after you knew about her that you stopped having anything to do with Hammond?
Yes.
Leslie, I think I should tell you that there is in existence a letter in your handwriting from you to Jeff Hammond.
Oh, well, I've often sent him little notes to ask him something or other.
This letter asks him to come and see you because Robert was going to be away.
Oh, but that's impossible. I never did anything of the kind.
You better read it for yourself.
This is not my handwriting.
I know. It's said to be an exact copy of one written on the day of Hammond's death. Well, Leslie?
What does it mean?
That's for you to say, Leslie.
I didn't write it. I swear I didn't write it.
If the original is in your handwriting, it'd be no use denying it.
It could be a forgery.
It'd be difficult to prove that. It would be easy to prove it was genuine.
Well, it's not dated. It might have been written years ago. Oh, if you give me a little time, I'll try to remember.
Leslie, the prosecution could cross-examine your houseboys. They would soon find out whether someone took a letter to Hammond on the day of his death.
I swear to you that I did not write this letter.
Very well. And there's nothing more to talk about. I'll be going.
Howard, wait a minute. I did write it, but I was afraid to mention it. I thought none of you would believe my story if I admitted that he'd come there at my invitation.
Go on.
You see, I I was preparing a surprise for Robert's birthday. I knew he wanted a new gun, and I'm so dreadfully stupid about sporting things. I thought I'd talk to Jeff about it and get him to order it for me.
Perhaps you've forgotten what's in the letter. Will you have another look at it?
No, I don't want to.
Then let me read it to you. Robert will be away. I absolutely must see you. I'm desperate, and if you don't come, I won't answer for the consequences. Don't drive up to the door. Leslie, I shall have to talk to you very plainly. I told Bob today that I was certain of your acquittal. And I didn't say that just to cheer him up. I don't believe the jury would have retired at all. But this letter alters the case completely. I won't tell you what I personally thought when I read the letter. The duty of counsel is to defend his client, not to convict her, even in his own mind. I don't want you to tell me anything but what is needed to save your neck.
Oh.
They can prove that Hammond came to your house at your urgent invitation. I don't know what else they can prove, but if the jury comes to the conclusion that you didn't kill Hammond in self-defense...
Oh, no, they'll...
Leslie! Matron, quickly!
Yes, sir?
Call nurse. Mrs. Crosby's ill.
Mr. DeMille will return in just a moment with our stars, Bette Davis, Herbert Marshall, and James Stevenson, for Act 2 of The Letter. Well, Sally here looks as if she wanted to say something first. What is it, Sally?
I just want to look into the future for a moment, Mr. Ruick.
Yes? What do you see there, Sally?
Good news. 100 years from now, there won't be any spring house cleaning.
You don't say. Why not?
Because everything in the house will be waterproof. You just hose down a room, and presto, it's clean.
Very simple indeed. But it won't help women who are doing their spring house cleaning right now.
Oh, but I know something that'll make things awfully easy for them.
So do I. New Quick Lux Flakes.
Right. And I've heard loads of women say they've never seen anything like it. They love the way it bursts into suds at the touch of water.
Yes, and it's amazing how rich those suds are, too. All fine, pure soap. No harmful alkali of any kind.
And New Quick Lux goes so far.
Yes, and it gives more suds, ounce for ounce, than any of 10 other soaps tested. And that's true even in hard water. It's thrifty. It's so safe, too. There's nothing to hurt any color or fabric. That's safe in water alone.
It's wonderful how nice curtains and blankets and bedspreads look after a dip in New Quick Lux.
And that goes for dozens of other things, too. Everything safe in water alone. Ladies, now that you're busy with your spring house cleaning, get the fast, easy help New Quick Lux gives. Ask your grocer for a thrifty big box of New Quick Lux Flakes tomorrow. It comes in the same familiar package at no extra cost.
And here's more news. Right now, thousands of grocers are featuring New Quick Lux Flakes in their spring house cleaning sales. It's a grand time to stock up.
Use New Quick Lux for all your soap and water tasks. To help keep your things new-looking longer, to save your hands. We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Act 2 of The Letter, starring Bette Davis as Leslie Crosby, Herbert Marshall as Robert Crosby, and James Stevenson as Howard Joyce. In that split fraction of a moment, before her mind slipped into the blackness, Leslie Crosby realized that the letter she had written to Jeff Hammond was damning evidence, enough to hang her. Now, a few minutes later, in the first aid room of the prison hospital, she leans wearily back in her chair, her eyes half closed.
I'm afraid I've made rather a mess of things.
I'm sorry.
For Robert, not for me. You've distrusted me from the beginning, Howard.
That's neither here nor there, Leslie.
Who's got the letter now?
The Eurasian woman who was Hammond's wife?
Oh. Howard, are you going to let me be hanged?
What do you mean by that, Leslie?
You could get hold of the letter.
Do you think it's so easy to do away with unwelcome evidence?
But surely nothing would have been said to you if the owner wasn't quite prepared to sell it.
That's quite true. But I'm not prepared to buy it.
Oh, but it wouldn't be your money. Robert has saved some.
I wasn't thinking of the money. I don't know if you'll understand this, Leslie, but I've always thought of myself as an honest man. You're asking me to do something which is no better than suborning a witness.
Do you mean to say you can save me and you won't? What harm have I ever done you? You can't be so cruel.
I want to do my best for you, Leslie, but a lawyer has a duty to his profession and to himself. I can't do what you ask.
Oh, poor Robert. He doesn't deserve it. He's never hurt anyone in his life. He's so kind and simple and good, and he trusts me so. I mean everything to him, everything in the world. And this will ruin his life. Oh, I know what you're thinking. You despise me. You think he's well rid of me if they do hang me.
I don't despise you. It isn't important what I feel about you. Do you understand? I'm going to do what I can.
Oh.
Bob will want to know what the money's for.
Will it be a very large sum?
I imagine this woman has a pretty shrewd idea of the letter's value.
You won't have to show Robert the letter, will you?
I'll do everything possible to prevent him from seeing it. He'll be an important witness, and he should be as firmly convinced of your innocence as he is now.
And after the trial?
I'm going to try and save your life.
Oh, if Robert loses his trust in me, he loses everything.
It's strange that a man can live with a woman for 10 years and not know the first thing about her. Do you think your friend could be induced to part with the letter?
I believe so, sir. But my friend has not got the letter. The woman has it. She did not know its value until my friend told her.
What value did he put on it?
$10,000, sir.
Only 10,000? Why not 50 or 100?
For the reason, sir, that Mr. Crosby has in the bank of the British Malaya Company a savings account in the amount of only $10,450.
$10,000 is a good deal of money, Ong.
Yes, it is a good deal of money.
Well, I'll speak to Mr. Crosby. Have the woman come to my office.
I was about to mention, sir, she made 2 conditions. She insists that the money shall be brought to her. I can take you to the house whenever you are ready, sir.
What's the other condition?
That Mrs. Crosby shall bring it to her personally.
You must be mad. Good heavens, man. Do you suppose Mrs. Crosby can just walk out of a prison cell whenever she feels like it?
My friend thinks you could arrange to have her stay at your house until the trial. I believe the judge will permit it if you are responsible for her, sir.
Ong Chi Seng.
Yes, sir.
What are you getting out of this?
$2,000, sir. And the satisfaction of being of service to you and our client.
Sit down, Howard. I've taken the liberty of ordering for you.
Oh, thanks. Well, you're looking more cheerful, Bob.
I feel better since this morning. I guess you finally convinced me we've nothing to worry about.
Well, as a matter of fact, Bob, something's come up. It's nothing very much, but I thought I'd better have a talk with you about it.
Yeah?
It seems that Leslie wrote a letter to Hammond asking him to come to the bungalow on the night he was killed.
Why, that's impossible. You heard her say she'd had no communication with him for weeks before it happened.
Nevertheless, she did write the letter. She wanted his advice on something she was buying you for your birthday. Your birthday was about then, wasn't it?
Yes, end of April.
In the excitement, she forgot the letter at the time, and then later was afraid to say she'd made a mistake.
But that's not like Leslie. She isn't afraid of anything.
Well, this was a pretty serious mistake, and she realized it.
Who has the letter?
Hammond's widow, and she threatens to turn it over to the prosecution.
Well, what if she does? Leslie can explain it in court just as she explained it to you.
Yes, but don't you see, it might alter things a good deal in the minds of the jury if Hammond came to your house by invitation.
Well, what's to be done about it?
I think we must get hold of that letter. I want you to authorize me to buy it.
I'll do whatever you think is right. Buy the letter. I'll pay you back whatever it costs.
Good. Now I'll put the matter out of your mind. Oh, by the way, Leslie will be at the house tonight. I arranged to have her released pending trial.
Leslie, don't tell me that's the same lace I saw you working on at the McFarrins'. How can you go so fast?
Well, I haven't had anything else much to do this past month.
What's it going to be? It's too fine for a tablecloth, surely.
It's a coverlet for our bed.
Oh, Dorothy, Leslie and I have some work to do this evening. Look here, Bob, why don't you take the girls to a picture?
Well, it won't take all evening, will it, Ron?
Well, there's a lot to go over. There's no use you three hanging around. You'd much better see a good film.
Yes, darling, go ahead. It'll take your mind off tomorrow. I want you to.
All right, then. I'll bring the car around.
Come on, Adele. I can see the legal mind is anxious to get rid of us.
Night, Leslie.
Good night. Where do we have to go?
Chinese Quarter. Some sort of a shop, I believe.
Well, I've always wanted to see the Chinese Quarter. I hear it's a bit creepy. Of course, I'd have chosen other circumstances for a visit.
Be flippant about your own crimes if you want to, but don't be flippant about mine.
Oh, I'm sorry, Howard. I didn't mean to be flippant. Really, I didn't.
Maybe it's my own sense of guilt, but I have an unpleasant feeling that I'll have to pay the piper for what I'm doing tonight. I'm jeopardizing my whole career, and I have to rely on your discretion.
Whatever else I am, I'm not ungrateful.
Oh, forget what I said. When did you first start doing that lace work, Leslie?
Oh, a few years ago.
How did you happen to take it up?
Well, I wanted something to do, and it appealed to me.
But it must take enormous concentration and patience.
I find it soothing.
You mean it takes your mind off other things?
Is that a legal question?
You're not an ordinary client, Leslie.
You've been watching me, Howard. I felt it all evening. Trying to read my thoughts.
I'm trying to understand you.
Why? Because I'm so evil. That's it, isn't it?
Some time ago, I saw a volcano erupt. An island south of here, Guadi. It had been dormant for years, and then suddenly the crest blew off. It was terrifying and beautiful. Fire turned the sea and sky crimson, and 3 villages melted into ashes. It's time we were starting. Aung Chi Seng will be waiting for us.
Come in. Please come in. This is the shop of my friend. If you will wait here, I will return in just a moment.
Let's not be too long about it, Ong.
I will speak to the lady at once, sir.
Well, they seem to have a little of everything to sell here.
Most of these shops do.
That looks like good jade. And this dagger. See the workmanship and the ivory handle. Imagine all that on a knife.
He who kills with an unworthy tool commits 2 crimes, one against himself.
Will you follow me, please? The lady will see you now.
Where is she? You said she'd be here.
She is coming, sir.
Well, what's she standing there for? Ask her if she has the letter.
Yes, sir. 你嗰封信喺處嘛？封信我信得過唔好咧。Mrs. Crosby, I regret, but the veil that you wear over your head, Mrs. Hammond requests that you remove it.
Of course.
Mrs. Crosby, Mrs. Hammond has a further request. She wishes you to walk over to her.
Now, look here. Tell her this is enough.
It's all right, Howard. I don't mind. What does she say?
Mrs. Hammond, you may have the letter if you will pick it up at her feet.
Thank you.
Gentlemen of the jury, have you agreed upon a verdict?
We have, Your Honor.
The prisoner will please rise and look upon the jury. You find the prisoner at the bar, Leslie Crosby, guilty or not guilty?
We find the defendant not guilty.
And from that day on, I made a solemn vow that I wouldn't make another cocktail until Leslie was acquitted. So if these aren't up to my usual high standard, remember, I'm out of practice.
Dorothy, darling, they're wonderful. Never been better.
Robert Crosby, right now you wouldn't know what you were drinking.
I guess that's right. I can't taste or think or feel. All I can do is keep saying to myself over and over, Leslie's safe.
Darling.
Well, anyone planning to bathe, shower, or sponge before dinner should be getting at it.
A shower for me.
I've laid out some things for you, Leslie.
Thank you. Darling, I'm going to tidy myself up a bit.
No, don't go, Leslie.
Why shan't be a minute?
There's something I particularly want to talk to you about. And, Howard, I want to see you, too. I want your legal opinion.
Oh, you do? What's up?
Well, I want to get Leslie away from here as quickly as possible.
I think a bit of a holiday do you both good.
No, I mean for good.
But how could we?
Can't very well throw up your job.
But I've got something in view that's much better. It's in Sumatra. We'd be away from everybody, and the only people around us would be Dutch. We'd start a new life. The only thing is that you'll be awfully lonely, darling, at the start.
Oh, I wouldn't mind that. I'd like to go, Robert. I don't want to stay here.
That settles it, then. I'll go straight ahead and we can fix things up at once.
Is the money as good as here?
I hope it'll be better. At all events, I'll be working for myself and not for a company in London.
What do you mean?
Why should I go on sweating my life out for other people? This plantation belongs to a Malacca Chinese planter who's in financial difficulties, and he's willing to let it go for $30,000. If you can get the money the day after tomorrow.
How on earth are you going to raise $30,000?
Well, I've saved about 10, and the bank is willing to let me have the balance on mortgage.
Robert, darling, I shouldn't like you to take such a risk on my account. I'll be perfectly all right here. Really, I shall.
Nonsense, darling. You just said you wanted to go.
No, but I'm not sure it wouldn't be a mistake to run away. Everyone's been so kind, and they'll all help to make it easy for us. I think the thing to do is to stick it out here.
Well, anyhow, it's not a thing you want to rush into. Let's wait and see.
Why should I wait? It's a good thing. I don't want to lose it. Look, I've got all the papers in my briefcase. I'll go and get them, and you can see for yourself. And I have a couple of photographs of the bungalow to show Leslie.
I don't want to see them. Please, Robert.
Oh, come, darling. That's just nerves. That shows how necessary it is for you to get away.
But, Robert...
Leslie, darling, in this case, you must let me have my own way. I won't be a minute.
Howard, what are you going to do?
What can I do?
Oh, don't tell him now. I can't bear any more.
You heard what he said? Wants the money at once to buy the estate. He can't. He hasn't got it.
Give me a little time. I can pay it back.
Leslie, I can't afford to let you have a sum like that. I've mortgaged everything I own. I was glad to advance it, but I can't.
Where is the letter?
I have it in my pocket.
Oh, it will break his heart. What shall I do?
I don't know, Leslie. If I tell him, he'll want to see the letter, of course.
Here we are.
He's coming. What shall I do, Leslie? It's up to you. Well?
Tell him. Tell him and have done with it.
The lights come up in the Lux Radio Theater as the curtain falls on Act 2 of The Letter, starring Bette Davis, Herbert Marshall, and James Stevenson. Will everyone remain very quiet, please? Because in this brief intermission, I've asked one of our audience to help me in a little test. Here she comes to the microphone now. Her name is Mrs. Lee Millar. And your home, Mrs. Millar, is...
Oakland, California.
Well, we are delighted to have you with us, Mrs. Millar. Now, do you see what I have in my hand?
Why, 2 rubber bands.
Yes. Will you take this one and stretch it as far as it will go? That's right. It stretches, then snaps right back, doesn't it?
Yes, Mr. Ruick.
Well, now do the same with the other.
Why, it's broken in 2.
Yes, because the second rubber band was all dried out, had lost all its elasticity, so it broke under strain. Now, the reason I asked Mrs. Millar to make this test was because the very same thing can happen to stockings. You see, when stockings are new and live and supple, they have great elasticity. They can stretch as you walk or run or stoop down, then spring back into shape with each motion of your leg.
Yes, that's true.
But if the threads get all dried out and lifeless, why then...
They break when they stretch.
Right. Now, one way to weaken elasticity is to use a soap that contains harmful alkali. This dries out the fibers. Another way is to rub with cake soap. This weakens the fibers, makes them less elastic, and more apt to break under strain. And you have a run.
Well, I always Lux my stockings, Mr. Ruick.
Good, because Lux saves elasticity. New Quick Lux Flakes have no harmful alkali. And with Lux, there's no rubbing. That's why Lux keeps silk elastic and cuts down runs. No wonder it's America's favorite stocking care. and recommended by over 90% of the makers of both silk and nylon stockings in the United States. Why not save your stockings by washing them every night with new Quick Lux Flakes? Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
The curtain rises on the third act of The Letter. Robert Crosby has returned to the room, his thoughts full of plans for the purchase of the new plantation. In silence, Leslie and Joyce watch Robert, brimming over with enthusiasm, arrange his papers on the desk.
This is really a handsome estate. We'll be stealing it for $30,000.
Bob, I don't like to throw cold water on your plans, but hasn't it struck you that the costs of what we've just been through will be pretty heavy?
Costs? Oh, yes, the legal expenses.
Oh, you know, I couldn't charge you anything for my services, but there are certain out-of-pocket expenses.
That's awfully decent of you. I'm not sure I could accept that. But what do these other expenses amount to?
Well, the principal item is that letter of Leslie's I mentioned to you.
Oh, yes, I'd almost forgotten. You see, you were going to...
I had to pay a great deal of money for it.
Well, if you thought it necessary, I'm not going to grouse. How much was it?
$10,000.
$10,000? Well, you must have been mad.
You may be quite sure I wouldn't have given that if I could have got it for less.
Oh, that's every cent I have in the world. Why didn't you let them bring the letter in and explain it to the jury?
I didn't dare.
Well, you mean it was absolutely necessary to suppress it?
If you wanted Leslie acquitted.
What was there in the letter?
I told you at the time.
It was very stupid of me, Robert.
I remember now. You wrote to Hammond to ask him to come to the bungalow.
Yes.
You wanted to get something for me, didn't you?
Yes, I wanted to get you a gun. He knew all about that sort of thing, and you know how ignorant I am.
Buying that letter was a criminal offense, wasn't it?
Well, not the sort of thing a respectable lawyer does in the ordinary way of business.
It was a criminal offense.
Yes, it was. I might be disbarred for it.
Then why did you do it, you of all people? What were you trying to save me from? Leslie, you knew I was buying a gun from Cameron. Why did you want to make me a present of another?
But how should I know you're going to buy a gun?
Well, because I told you.
Well, I've forgotten. I can't remember everything.
You hadn't forgotten that.
What do you mean, Robert? Why are you talking to me like
this? Who has the letter now?
I have.
Where is it?
Bob, it's not your letter or mine.
I've got to pay $10,000 for that letter. I'm going to see it.
Let him see it.
Thank you. Robert will be away. I absolutely must see you. What does this mean?
Means that I was in love with Jeff Hammond.
No, you couldn't.
We've been in love for years.
It's not true.
I used to meet him constantly, once or twice a week. Every time we met, I hated myself for it. It was horrible. I loathed myself. I was like a person who was ill. Then came a time about a year ago when he began to change toward me. I didn't know what was the matter. I was frantic. I made scenes. I threw myself at his feet.
Leslie!
Then I heard about that native woman. Oh, I couldn't believe it. I wouldn't believe it. At last I saw her. I saw her walking in the village with those hideous spangles and that chalky face and eyes like a cobra's eyes. But I couldn't give him up. I sent for him. You've read the letter. Oh, I'd always been so careful about writing before. But this time I didn't care. I hadn't seen him for 10 days. He came and I told him I knew about his marriage. Oh, at first he denied it. I was frantic. I don't know what I said to him. I hated him because he'd made me despise myself. I insulted him. I cursed him. At last he turned on me. He told me he was sick and tired of me, that it was true about the other woman, that she was the only one who really meant anything to him. He said he was glad I knew because now I'd leave him alone. I knew if he went out that door, I'd never see him again. I seized the revolver and fired. He gave a cry and I saw I'd hit him. I ran after him and I fired and fired and fired until there were no more cartridges. That's what happened. And I have no excuse for myself. I don't deserve to live.
How could you do this? To me, Leslie. How could you? I'm sorry. I shouldn't have let myself go. I've got to think.
Leslie.
Well,
He's going to forgive you.
Yes. He's going to forgive me.
And the fifth couple are the Prescotts.
Oh, yes. Robert's told me about them.
You'll adore them, Leslie. Now, both of you get a good sleep because it'll be a late party. Good night.
Good night, Dorothy.
Good night.
Robert, it's lucky you brought your dinner coat. You'd hardly fit in one of Howard's. Now, let's see what else you'll need. Oh, how about your studs? They're probably still in the bureau at home.
Home.
Robert, it's no use, is it? We can't make it go, can we?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Robert, you're so kind and so generous. You should have had the sort of wife you really deserve. And through no fault of yours, I've failed you. Wrecked your life. I can't ask you to forgive me.
If you love a person, you can forgive anything. But what about you? Can you go on?
Oh, I'll try. I'll really try.
That's not what I was asking.
I'll do everything to make you happy, everything in my power.
That isn't enough. Unless, Leslie, now, this minute, do you love me?
Yes, I do.
Kiss me then. Kiss me. As if...
Robert. No, I can't.
Leslie, tell me, Leslie, what is it?
With all my heart, I still love the man I killed.
Leslie, let me in. My dear, they're all waiting for you. This is your party, you know.
I'm sorry, Dorothy. I took rather long to dress.
Leslie, isn't that your lace work?
Yes.
Were you working on it just now?
A little. I'm anxious to finish it.
Leslie, please come downstairs.
Of course, dear. In a few minutes.
Very well.
When did you first start doing that lace work, Leslie?
I find it soothing.
You mean it takes your mind off other things?
I couldn't give him up. I sent for him. At last he turned on me. He was sick and tired of me. She was the only one who meant anything to him. She was the only one. I hardly know what happened. I seized the revolver and fired until there were no more cartridges. I have no excuse for myself. I don't deserve to live. I don't deserve to... Who's out there? Who is it? You, I see you there.
Mr. Crosby!
Come here. What are you doing out there?
I don't want to come. She make me come. She tell me I come here.
She? Mrs. Hammond.
Yo, Mrs. Hammond. She tell me I come here. Bling dagger. Leave it outside window.
Yes.
Dagger, Missy. She say bling dagger to you.
She's here, then.
Miss Hammond on path by gate. You no go in garden, Miss Crosby. She kill you. She wait there. That is what dagger mean. She kill you, you go in garden. Missy, you know tell police I come. You know tell police I come. You know tell police I come.
This dagger, see the workmanship on the ivory handle. Imagine all that on a knife.
He who kills with an unworthy tool commits two crimes. One against himself.
I don't deserve to live. I don't deserve to live. I don't deserve to live.
Leslie! Leslie!
Yes?
You've got to do something about Bob. He's behaving very strangely.
What is it?
I don't know. First I thought he was drunk, but it's worse than that.
I'll be right down.
But where will you ship from, Crosby?
Oh, it's near a good harbor, only 5-6 miles away. And I can ship my rubber for less money. I want to get ahead fast. In 10-15 years, I can live in London, travel, do anything I please.
Robert, will you come outside with me, darling, please?
Not now, darling. Maybe later. I'm telling the boys about my new plantation.
Sounds like quite a place.
Of course, we'll miss Singapore. Our friends are here. We've had some mighty fine times. No English people in that part of Sumatra, only Dutch and natives. Going to be a little lonely at first, maybe. But we'll get used to it.
Robert,
There'll be just the two of us. But my wife's a good sport. Always can count on her. She's not afraid of anything. And we'll have each other. That's the important thing.
Stop it! Stop it! I can't stand anymore. I can't stand it.
Give me a drink. I want a drink.
What's the matter, old boy? Howard, where is Leslie? Where did she go?
She ran out into the garden.
The garden. I'll find her.
No, let her alone. There's nothing you can do for her.
You no go in garden. She kill you. You no go in garden, Missy.
See the workmanship on the ivory handle.
She kill you.
I couldn't give him up. I sent for him.
Robert will be away. I absolutely must see you.
I couldn't give him up.
What does this mean?
It means that I was in love with Jeff Hammond.
That's not true.
It means I was in love with Jeff Hammond.
No.
We've been in love for years. We've been in love for years. We've been in love for years.
Miss Crosby, go back. Go back.
Oh.
You kill her. You kill her.
Heard I say.
Who is that? Don't move. Oh, police. Police. Don't move. I will shoot.
What you do here?
I do nothing. I tell her not go into garden. I tell her.
Oh, this woman. She's dead.
Herr John had I sella. What the sick?
She say she kill her. It was right. She died. Leslie! Leslie! Leslie!
We bring to a close tonight's performance of The Letter. In a moment, our stars return for their curtain calls. But while we're waiting, listen to this. Hear that clock? Morning, noon, and night. 3 times a day, 7 days a week, the dishes have to be washed. You can't get around it. But you can make it pleasanter, the way thousands of women have. That's with new, quick Lux Flakes. It helps do away with one of the things women hate most about dishwashing, the red, rough housework look it gives your hands. Yes, new quick Lux is kind to hands. This was recently proved by hundreds of dramatic one-hand tests made in a laboratory under conditions similar to home dishwashing. 5 different soaps frequently used for dishwashing, including Lux, were tested. 3 times a day, for weeks, hundreds of women dipped one hand in Lux suds, the other in suds from another soap. The results were amazing. The Lux hands looked so much softer and smoother than the other hands. Now you know that lovely hands are such an important part of a woman's charm. You want yours to stay soft and smooth, of course. So why not try new Quick Lux Flakes in your dishpan tomorrow? Will you do that? It's in the same familiar box, and it costs you no more. It's fast, thrifty, and so kind to your hands. Here's Mr. DeMille with our stars.
Back for a curtain call come the stars of The Letter. Bette Davis, Herbert Marshall, and James Stevenson.
Mr. DeMille, I know Herbert Marshall and James Stevenson join me in thanking every member of the fine cast which appeared with us tonight.
And so do we. Tell me, how was your vacation, Betty?
Oh, I always have a wonderful time in New Hampshire.
We've been reading about the big celebration they had at the premiere of your new picture, The Great Lie, at Littleton.
Your birthday, too, wasn't it, Betty?
Yes, Jimmy. We were trying to raise some money for a local charity, and Warner Brothers very kindly came through with the premiere of The Great Lie to help us raise the money.
After that birthday party, Hollywood must seem like a ghost town.
Well, it seems restful for the first time. I've enjoyed very much coming back to the Lux Radio Theater tonight, Mr. DeMille, and I'd like to know what you plan for next week.
Next week's play, Betty, is the delightful comedy, Wife, Husband, and Friend.
And who's in the cast, Mr. DeMille?
We're going to have George Brent, Priscilla Lane, and Gail Patrick. You'll hear George Brent as a perfectly normal businessman whose wife, played by Priscilla Lane, is ambitious to become an opera singer. The solution to this domestic problem comes in a surprise twist that made the 20th Century Fox picture a hit on the screen and gives us a gay and exciting prospect for next Monday night.
That's a show I certainly don't want to miss, TB. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. You've written your names in red letters here tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, we have just learned that the Lux Radio Theater has again been selected by the readers of the Movie Radio Guide magazine as the best dramatic program on the air. It's the third consecutive year that this theater has received the Movie Radio Guide Award. And to all who participated in the poll, we express the gratitude of our sponsors and of the entire staff of this theater. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents George Brent, Priscilla Lane, and Gail Patrick in Wife, Husband, and Friend. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Herbert Marshall will soon be seen in the Columbia picture Adventure in Washington. James Stevenson appeared through the courtesy of Warner Brothers Studio and will soon be seen in their production of Shining Victory. Now, an important announcement. As you know, many localities switch to daylight saving time next Sunday. If your community is one of those changing to daylight saving time, you will hear this program at the usual hour. If your community remains on standard time, tune in 1 hour earlier. Check your newspaper or radio magazine for the correct time. Included in tonight's play were Richard Davis as Withers, Charlie Lung as head boy, Gloria Holden as the woman, and Suzanne Caron, Wally Mayer, Eleanor Stewart, Eric Snowden, and Leela Hyams McIntyre. Our music is directed by Louis Silvers. Our Lux Radio Theater production of The Letter has come to you with the good wishes of the makers of new Quick Lux Flakes, the tissue-thin soap flakes used by smart housewives everywhere and by the great picture studios here in Hollywood to protect the $1 million wardrobes that you see on the screen. Your announcer has been Melville Ruick, and this is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Bette Davis and Gregory Peck in Now Voyager. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. The title of tonight's play comes from 2 lines by Walt Whitman, suggesting that to find life's riches, one must often have the courage to search far afield. To little Bette Davis, when I first knew her in New York, Hollywood must have seemed a distant and unlikely destination. But Bette had spunk as well as talent. She came, she saw, she conquered. And in Warner Brothers' great dramatic hit, Now Voyager, she conquered not only Hollywood, but the hearts of all America. Bette appears tonight in her original screen role as the woman who sacrifices everything for love. And co-starred with her is another favorite of ours, and yours, Gregory Peck, whose early reappearance was requested, I might say demanded, in so many welcome letters. letters which have been so helpful in our selection of plays and casts. One letter from our audience tells us a story that I'd like to pass along to you. It's from Mrs. Edith Park of San Antonio, who says, I am 68 years old today, and 54 years ago I started crocheting an Afghan. I worked on it off and on and finally finished it, and it was in constant use for years. When it finally stretched out of shape, I couldn't bear to destroy it. So I unraveled the yarn, wound it on skeins, and washed it in Lux Flakes. It came out soft and beautiful, so nice you'd almost think I bought it today. I'm so delighted, I wanted to let everybody know about it. Thanks so much for Lux Flakes. Thanks so much to you, Mrs. Park. And may I offer our belated but happiest birthday wishes. The lights of our theater are dimmed, and here's the first act of Now Voyager, starring Bette Davis as Charlotte Vale and Gregory Peck as Jerry Durrance, with Joseph Kearns as Dr. Jackwith and Janet Scott as Mrs. Vale.
Untold want by life and land ne'er granted, now voyager, sail thou forth to seek and find. I heard those words for the first time over a year ago from Dr. Jackwith in my room at his sanitarium. I knew what he meant. I had been there 3 months, and now I was ready to leave. I seemed to be well again, but how could he be sure? How could I be sure? I wonder what Dr. Jackwith thought of me the day Lisa, my sister, brought him to our house. I remember the way he stood in the drawing room, smiling at me so gently. I, in my low-heeled shoes and my glasses, fat and dull and sullen, not trusting myself to speak, and my mother. It was not Mother's idea to bring Dr. Jackwith to see me. Mother believed only in strength, never in weakness. What was it she said that day? Oh, yes. She said, I'm ashamed of you, Charlotte.
I'm ashamed of you, Charlotte. It was Lisa's suggestion to bring Dr. Jackwith here, not mine. Your sister says that your recent peculiarities, your fits of crying, indicate that you're on the verge of a nervous breakdown. Is that what you're trying to achieve? Well, Charlotte, has the cat got your tongue?
Mother, please.
Be quiet, Lisa. Charlotte, Dr. Jackwith has a sanatorium in Vermont, I believe. Probably one of those places with a high wire fence and yowling inmates.
Oh, Mrs. Vale, I wouldn't want anyone to have that mistaken notion. A Cascade is just a place in the country. People come there when they're tired.
The very word, psychiatry. Charlotte, doesn't it fill you with shame?
There's nothing shameful in my work, Mrs. Vale, or frightening, or anything else. You see, Miss Charlotte, people walk along a road. They come to a fork in the road. They're confused. They don't know which way to take. I just put up a signpost saying, not that way, this way.
Well, Charlotte, would you like Dr. Jackwith to point the way for you?
I'm going upstairs.
Charlotte, come back here at once.
Please don't. I'd like to speak to her alone. Excuse me. Oh, Miss Charlotte, will you wait, please?
Yes, Dr. Jackwith.
Miss Charlotte, I wonder if I might ask you a favor. Will you be nice enough to show me around this house? One doesn't often get a chance to view the Vale residence.
Very well, Dr. Jackwith.
Thank you.
Here is the room in which I was born. My mother's room.
It's a fine room. But I'd rather see what your room is like.
I'm not your patient yet, Doctor.
Well, nobody thinks you ever will be. But, of course, if you'd rather not.
It's on the floor above. When I was 17, I stayed out once until after midnight. That creaky step hasn't been fixed since.
I'm not sure I know what you mean.
My mother heard it. This way, Doctor. I keep my door locked. Make a note of it, Doctor. Significant, isn't it?
Well, it signifies it's your door. I've never heard it said that a woman's home is not her castle.
My castle, Doctor.
Well, you're comfortable here, aren't you?
I try to be. I'm here a good part of the time.
Mm-hmm. Hello, what's this over here? A work table?
Yes.
Ivory carving. Did you make this cigarette box?
Why shouldn't I?
The point is how you could. I have a very real admiration for people who are clever with their hands.
I was always very clumsy with my own.
I would say that you're one of the least clumsy persons I've ever known.
Oh, you wouldn't happen to have a cigarette hidden away someplace, would you?
Do you think I hide cigarettes in my room?
Oh, no. I meant...
Where do I hide them, Doctor? On the shelves behind the books? Cigarettes and medicated sherry and novels my mother would never allow me to read?
Oh, please, it was only the box that reminded me.
Oh, how very perceiving you are. How very right you are. You see, I was about to hide this album. You really should look at it, though. It wouldn't do for you to come all the way up here and miss your amusement. Look at it, Doctor. The intimate journal of Miss Charlotte Vale, spinster.
Oh, dear. Won't anything convince you that I don't wish to pry?
Oh, but you must pry. I insist that you do. Here's the record of my last trip abroad with my mother. You wouldn't have known me then. I was 20 then, and I was in love.
Oh, Miss Vale.
Oh, don't be embarrassed. I'm not. Here's his picture. I'd never met a man like Leslie before. I'd hardly ever met a man. Mother saw to that. Leslie loved me. He wanted to marry me. But he wasn't suitable, my mother said. What man is suitable, Doctor? She's never found one. What man would ever say to me, I want you? Look at me. I'm fat. My mother disapproves of the foul derousals of diet. Look at my shoes. My mother approves of sensible shoes. Look at my glasses. You'll never get another pair of eyes, my mother says. Look at the books on my shelves. My mother approves of good, solid books. I am my mother's well-loved daughter. I am my mother's companion. I am my mother's servant. My mother says, my mother.
Yeah, now. Look up here. You'll never get another pair of eyes, as your mother says, if you spoil them with tears.
Oh, Dr. Jackworth, when you were talking downstairs, when you talked about the fork in the road, there are other forks further along the road. So many.
Yes. Put away your book and come downstairs. I'll go ahead.
Well, Doctor, it's just as I said, isn't it? Just nonsense.
Mrs. Vale.
Charlotte's no more ill than a molting canary. Of course, she's my youngest, you know. The child of my age. My ugly duckling. I suppose it's true that all late children are marked.
Often such children are not wanted. That can mark them.
Dr. Jackworth, are you telling
I've
me
been
that
trying to tell you that your daughter is seriously ill, thanks to you.
Thanks to me?
If you had deliberately and maliciously planned to destroy your daughter's life, you couldn't have done it more completely.
How? By having exercised a mother's rights.
Oh, a mother's rights, twaddle. A child has rights. To discover her own mistakes, to make her own way, to grow and blossom in her own particular soil.
Are you getting into botany, Doctor? Are we flowers?
I'm trying to help your daughter. I suggest a few weeks at Cascade.
I spent 3 months at Cascade. Outwardly, Dr. Jackworth worked a miracle. I had lost weight. I was looking better. My hands were steady. Inwardly, I didn't know. And then came that morning when Dr. Jackworth told me I could leave.
Well, the time has come for you to get out of the nest, Charlotte. Try your own wings.
You mean go home?
No. Go out and take a good look at the world. On your own. Forget you're a hidebound New Englander. Meet people. Talk to them.
I'd be afraid.
Charlotte, the other day I referred to a quotation. Do you remember?
Yes. You said it was from Walt Whitman.
That's right. Well, I've had it looked up. He's put into words what I'd like to say to you, and far better than I could ever express it. He says, untold want by life and land ne'er granted. Now, voyager, sail thou forth to seek and find.
I sailed in 3 days, a pleasure cruise to South America. Lisa had secured space aboard ship because a girl she knew, Renee Beauchamp, decided suddenly to go to Arizona instead. It was too late for my name to go on the passenger list, and so I was known to the deck stewards and to the head waiter as Miss Beauchamp. I dreaded the embarrassment to explain this to the passengers, so I simply avoided them and stayed in my cabin. When we reached Campos, I decided to go ashore. Renee had helped me with my wardrobe, insisted, in fact, that I take half a trunk full of her own clothes. As I came down the steps to the tender, I knew people were looking at me. I was panic-stricken. My plucked eyebrows, my new hairdo, the lipstick I wore, my borrowed clothes. At the bottom of the ladder, a man was smiling at me.
Excuse me, Miss Beauchamp. My name's Jerry Durrance. It seems you've got the only shore carriage left, and the steward suggested that you might be willing to share it with someone.
Well, really...
I know it's an inconvenience. If it's too much, just say so.
Well, if you can stand it, I should be able to.
Oh, thank you. I've enjoyed myself today. Have you? You know, Miss Beauchamp, haven't I read about you in the newspapers, the girl who jumps horses so well? Or is it tennis?
You've never read about me in a newspaper.
Oh, well, I'm sorry. I guess I'm mistaken. Nevertheless, you're quite different from what I expected.
Please listen. Renee Beauchamp is in Arizona. I took her space at the last moment. I don't know why I'm telling you this, a stranger.
No, you're the stranger. You know who I am.
My name is Vale. If it ever appears on the passenger list, it will be C. Vale, Boston.
One of the Vales of Boston?
One of the lesser ones.
Well, which one, Miss or Mrs.?
It's Aunt. Every family has one, you know.
But Aunt what?
My name is Charlotte Vale. Miss Charlotte Vale. Do you mind if we go?
Well, Miss Vale, I hope I didn't offend you. You know, it's like me to blunder just when I was going to ask you for a favor. I've got some shopping to do for my daughters, and, well, I need a woman's help.
Of course. A spinster aunt is an ideal person to select presents for young girls.
Miss Vale, I wish I understood you.
He wishes he understood me. He wishes.
You know, I think we did very well. The jewelry's just right for Beatrice and the sweater for Tina.
How old is Tina?
Here, I've got a picture. This is my harem, all girls.
Who is that knitting?
Oh, that's Isabel, my wife. Picture isn't very good of her. She'd only looked up and smiled. And that's Beatrice next to her.
Then that must be Tina sitting cross-legged on the grass.
Yes. We hope she won't have to wear glasses all her life. Tina wouldn't smile for me either. She's convinced she's an ugly duckling.
Does Tina know she wasn't wanted?
Now, there's an odd remark.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know why I made it.
Well, I mean odd because it's so close to the truth. Even before she was born, her mother... Well, never mind that. Here's a slight offering for being my guide today. It's a mixture of several kinds of flowers. It's called Jolie Fleur.
Oh, thank you very much. I'll put some on my handkerchief tonight.
Will you? Good. Let's meet in the lounge for a cocktail before.
All right. In my hand as I walked away was the bottle of perfume. My heart was beating wildly like a schoolgirl's. It was the first gift any man had ever given me.
Hello.
Hello.
Sit down, Miss Vale. You know, you made a striking impression over there as you stood in the doorway looking for me.
Probably put on too much lipstick.
No, not that I noticed. I did notice that wrap at once. What's that?
What's what?
There's something on your wrap. Pinned on. It's a note. Well, somebody's playing a joke on you, I guess.
Unpin it and read it.
This cape always makes an impression. I hope it'll do the same for you. What's it mean?
It means that this cape belongs to Renee Beauchamp. She lent it to me.
Oh, I see. Your wings are borrowed. Well, they suit you just the same.
No, they don't. They don't suit me at all. In fact, they're perfectly ridiculous. You're quite right. Someone is playing a joke on me. Only it's far funnier than you realize.
You aren't going, are you?
Yes, please.
Well, Jerry.
Mac and Deb, too. Well, how are you?
Hi, Jerry. We're joining your ship.
Oh, wonderful. Oh, these are my old friends, Deb McIntyre and Frank. And my new friend, Miss, Beauchamp.
How do you do? Is this Renee Beauchamp?
No, another one altogether. This is, Camille Beauchamp.
Excuse me, please. Good night.
Good night.
Oh, wait, Miss Beauchamp. I'll see you later, Deb.
Oh, sure.
Wait a minute, please. Now, why did you run out on me?
Did you have to introduce me like that?
Well, it wasn't up to me to let the cat out of the bag. Did I do wrong?
Why did you call me Camille?
Well, the only French name I could think of besides Fifi.
I suppose that's meant to be funny.
My wife calls my lighter moments trying to be funny. I intended a compliment. In that dress, you're rather like a chameleon.
Likely.
You haven't a very high opinion of yourself, have you?
Perhaps this will help you know why. You showed me a photograph. Now I'll show you one. A picture of my family.
Family is right. Who's this, your grandmother?
No, my mother.
Oh, a very strong character, I'd say. And these?
My brothers and their wives.
Oh, they're so much older. Who's the fat lady with the heavy brows and all the hair?
A spinster aunt.
Oh, where are you taking the picture?
I'm the fat lady with the heavy brows and all the hair. I'm poor Aunt Charlotte, and I've been ill. I've been in a sanitarium for 3 months, and I'm not well yet. And I... Forgive me.
Of course. Feeling better?
Much. Thanks to you. Oh, many, many thanks to you.
Thanks for what?
Oh, for sharing my carriage today, and for walking my legs off sightseeing, and for helping me feel that there were a few moments when I almost felt alive. Thank you.
Thank you, who?
Thank you, Jerry. Good night.
Good night, Camille. Sleep well.
In the next few days, I learned about Jerry Durrance. His friend Deb told me. Deb talked a great deal.
Charlotte, how much has Jerry told you about his life at home?
Oh, that he was married. In fact, he showed me a snapshot of his family. He seemed very proud of them.
He would. He's right out of the age of chivalry, that boy.
If you mean thoughtful and considerate.
Oh, dishwater. You don't know what I'm talking about.
I'm afraid I don't.
I'm talking about his home, his marriage. Honestly, when I see what a woman like Isabel can do to a man like Jerry, it makes me boil.
He doesn't have to stand for it, does he?
Oh, yes, he does. His kind always do. The weak have a great strength, you know, when they're clinging to something decent and fine. He's been cursed from the very first day he met Isabel by a ruling passion not to hurt her. She's not too well, you know.
There must be something more. He married her.
Yes, he married her. Isabel was a girl who believed that a kiss required a proposal. She's been draped around his neck ever since. Well, he struggled with his architecture till she made him give it up. He wasn't making enough money. The only thing he ever loved. Isabel kept reminding him that he was now a married man with responsibilities. When they had their first child, she considered herself a great martyr. And she's played the martyr ever since. That's her grasp on him. Her martyrdom, her jealousy, and when they fail, her weak heart.
She can't have reason to be jealous.
Oh, if you mean, does Jerry have flings with other women? No. She's jealous mostly of Tina, the child she never wanted. And yet, if you could hear her sanctimonious maternal tone when she lets it leak out what a self-sacrificing mother she's been. No, Jerry doesn't know. Or if he knows, he refuses to understand and do something about it. He only insists on enduring.
And so I found out that Jerry was unhappy, too. Then one evening in Rio, our car broke down on the mountainside. We talked all night, Jerry and I. Toward dawn, I lay down beside the fire he had built. And when he thought I was sleeping, he leaned over quietly and kissed my cheek. My boat sailed without me. The next night, back at the hotel, we stood on the balcony looking over the harbor.
You can rejoin your cruise in Buenos Aires. There's a plane going down first thing in the morning. Then there's another plane going down in 5 days. It'll get you there the same day as your ship.
Oh?
You know anybody in Buenos Aires?
No.
Oh, it seems a shame to rush down there to spend 5 days alone.
But you'll be busy here.
Oh, my business can wait. And we did start off for a tour.
We started off for somewhere.
If I promise to sit at a different table in the dining room and say, "Good morning, Miss Vale. I hope you slept well," so people will hear me and never guess that I'm head over heels in love with you. Will you stay? Now, don't say no, Camille. Say, "I'll see."
I'll see. I must go in now.
No, not yet. Look at the harbor. Isn't it beautiful? Do you believe in immortality?
I don't know, do you?
Oh, I want to believe that there's a chance for such happiness to be carried on somehow, somewhere.
Are you happy then?
Close to it. Getting warmer and warmer, as we used to say as kids. Remember?
Look out or you'll get burned, we used to say.
Are you afraid of getting burned if you get too close to happiness?
I'm immune to happiness and therefore to burns.
You weren't immune last night on the mountain.
Do you call that happiness?
Oh, small part. There are other kinds.
Such as?
Having fun together. Getting a kick out of simple little things, out of beauty like this. Sharing confidences we wouldn't share with anybody else in all the world. Charlotte, won't you be honest and tell me that you're happy, too? Since that night on the boat when you told me about your illness, I can't get you out of my mind, or out of my heart either. If I were free, there'd be only one thing I'd want to do. Prove you're not immune to happiness. Oh, darling, you're crying.
Oh, I'm such a fool. Such an old fool. These are only tears of gratitude. An old maid's gratitude.
Oh, don't talk like
You
that.
see, no one ever called me darling before.
Depressa, senores. Depressa, senores.
Well, there's my plane.
Yeah.
I hate goodbyes.
Oh, they don't matter. It's what's gone before.
No, it's what can't go after.
But we'll see each other sometime.
No, we promised we're both to go home.
Will it help you to know I'll miss you every moment?
So will I, Jerry. So will I.
Depressa, senores. Depressa, senores.
Goodbye, darling.
Darling.
Goodbye. Goodbye, Jerry.
Our stars, Bette Davis and Gregory Peck, will return in Act Two of Now Voyager in a moment. Psychologists say that they can tell a great deal about what we've been doing by the way we associate words. For instance, if I say three, what other word do you think of, Libby?
3? Why, 3 strangers.
How did you arrive at that?
Well, I've just seen a preview of Warner Brothers' new picture by that name. It's a real thriller. I can still feel the chills going down my spine.
Suppose I said 3 again.
Oh, since we've been talking about the picture, I think of 2 times 3, which is 6.
What has 6 to do with 3 strangers?
6 is the number of glamorous outfits Geraldine Fitzgerald wears in the picture. I counted them. Milo Anderson designed a blue negligee for her that's really the ultimate in luxury.
And if I still persist in saying 3?
Well, since we've been talking about a negligee, I'd recall that pretty underthings stay lovely 3 times as long when they're given gentle Lux care.
Yes, there are 3 things to watch out for: strong soap, hot water, and rough handling. Washing tests prove that these things make colors look faded and drab much too soon.
All sorts of misfortunes can follow if slips and nighties get harsh wash day treatment. Of course, not as harrowing as the things Peter Lorre and Sidney Greenstreet experience in the picture. But frayed straps and burst-out seams can be a personal tragedy if it's a favorite slip. Especially now when nice ones are so hard to buy.
A tragedy you can avoid with Lux Care. Washing tests proved that underthings washed the Lux way stayed lovely 3 times as long.
Yes, Lux Care is certainly thrifty.
Lux is thrifty in another way, too. A little Lux goes a long way. Use all the Lux you need to get rich suds, but don't use more than you need. Soap is too precious these days to be wasted. Back now to William Keeley, our producer.
Our curtain rises on the second act of Now Voyager, starring Bette Davis as Charlotte Vale and Gregory Peck as Jerry Durrance, with Joseph Kearns as Dr. Jackworth.
Early in May, I returned to New York and went at once to see Dr. Jackworth. He was delighted with the change he saw in me, but even he didn't know how much I had changed or why. The final test was still to come when I went home to see Mother. I stood there outside her room, my heart beating wildly. In my mind, I kept hearing Dr. Jackworth's words.
Just remember that honoring one's parents is still a pretty good idea. You're going to be a shock to her. I advise you to soften the blow. Give her time to get used to you. Give her time.
Hello, Mother.
So, you've decided to come back?
You're looking very well, Mother. Lisa told me you'd been ill.
Lisa knows nothing about me. Step over there where I can see you. Now turn around. It's worse than Lisa led me to suppose. Much worse. I shall be wearing my white lace gown tonight. I'd like you to wear your black and white foulard.
But, Mother, I've lost over 25 pounds. It won't fit.
There's something else I want to say to you. Now that you have come home to take up your duties as a daughter again, I'm dismissing the last nurse. After having a room occupied on the same floor with me, and in view of my heart, I agree it's a wise precaution. You will occupy your father's room from now on. I had William move down all your things yesterday.
Mother, you had no right to move my things.
No right in my own house to move what I see fit? I think if you wear your glasses tonight, you'll be less of a shock to the others. And take off whatever you've got on your face. As to your hair and eyebrows, you can say that often after a severe illness one loses one's hair, but you're letting yours grow as quickly as possible.
Mother, if you will excuse me, I'll go to my room. As I walked from the room, I knew the illusion was over. This was my life, this was my mother. This was my home, and the bars of reality were unbending. That evening, some flowers arrived. His flowers. A box of camellias. And with them, a renewal of my courage.
Charlotte?
Yes, Mother.
What are you doing in your old room?
I had my things moved back. I'm going to sleep here.
Didn't you understand I wished someone to sleep in the room next to mine?
We can get one of the maids, Mother. Perhaps Hilda.
As long as I pay the bills, I'm running this house. Please remember you're a guest, Charlotte.
Well, if I am one, then please treat me like one, Mother. Your guest prefers to sleep in this room, if you don't mind.
This is no time for humor. Where did those flowers come from?
From New York.
Who sent them?
I've forgotten the name of the florist.
In other words, you don't intend to tell me.
Mother, I don't want to be disagreeable or unkind. I've come home to live with you again here in the same house, but it can't be in the same way. I've been living my own life, making my own decisions for a long while now. It's impossible to go back to being treated like a child again.
Where did you get that dress?
I bought it in New York today.
It's outrageous. Where's the black and white foulard?
I gave it to Hilda. She was so grateful. Mother, please be fair and meet me halfway.
They told me before you were born that my recompense for having a late child was the comfort the child would be to me in my old age, especially if she were a girl. And on your first day home after 6 months' absence, you behave like this.
Mother, wait for me. I'll go downstairs with you.
Thank you. I prefer to go alone.
Mother, please. You know you're not supposed to. Mother! Dora, come here quickly. Mother's fallen downstairs. She was not badly hurt, a torn ligament in her ankle, but it was enough to keep her in her bed during the party. I was a great surprise to the family that night, and as they left, one of the guests stayed on to speak to me at the door, Elliot Livingston.
Well, Miss Vale?
Well, Mr. Livingston?
You know, I still can't get over our not having met.
Well, as a matter of fact, we have. Once and almost twice.
Oh, I'm mystified.
Well, the once was when we were children. You were the only boy who danced with me at dancing school. And the almost is when you were supposed to usher at my coming-out party and didn't show up.
I'm covered with shame.
I shouldn't have told you it wasn't nice.
Well, I hope you're going to allow me to make up for my past rudeness. May I telephone you sometime?
Of course, any time. Good night.
Good night.
How's your ankle, Mother?
Extremely painful.
I'm so sorry.
I've been doing some thinking as I've been lying here in pain, listening to you all having a good time downstairs. How much did that dress cost?
It was frightfully expensive. Go to sleep now, Mother. I'll tell you about it in the morning.
To whom did you charge it?
To whom I've always charged my clothes, Mother.
And you expect me to pay for articles charged to me of which I do not approve?
Well, I could pay for it myself. I've saved quite a little money. I have about $5,000.
$5,000 won't last very long, especially if your monthly allowance were to be discontinued.
Oh, I see.
Charlotte, I'm willing you should occupy your old room until I dismiss the nurse. That will give you a chance to think over what I've said. I'm very glad to give a devoted daughter a home under my roof and pay all her expenses, but not if she scorns my authority.
Well, I could earn my own living, Mother. As a matter of fact, I've often thought about it. I'd make a very good head waitress in a restaurant, or I could...
You may think that very funny, but I guess you'd be laughing out of the other side of your face if I did carry out your suggestion.
I don't think I would. You see, Mother, I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid. Summer, winter, and then spring again. Between Mother and me, there was a sort of armed truce. In her own way, I think she respected me for what she called my stubbornness. And then there was the matter of Elliot Livingston.
Why haven't you accepted Elliot? Do you imagine there's a Livingston waiting for you on every corner?
I've been waiting to see how you feel about it, Mother.
You know well as I do. It makes no difference to you how I feel about it. You always do exactly as you please.
I think you're pleased.
I'm nothing of the kind. I'm only so astonished that you, of all the family, should bring such a feather to the family cap.
Then if you really do approve, Mother dear, why...
Keep all that soft talk for Elliot.
Mother, there's no one like you. That night I told Elliot I would marry him. Our wedding was set for June. Mother was pleased and I was too. Then 3 weeks before the wedding, I saw Jerry again. There was a party at George Weston's house. In a room full of people, I saw him, and it was just as if we'd never been apart. George noticed immediately.
Why, what's the matter, Charlotte?
George, I think I know that man over there.
Oh, Jerry Dorrance. He's been doing a job for me since March. Architect for the medical center. Shall I tell him your name or let him guess?
Oh, let him guess.
Right. Come along. Oh, Jerry, here's someone who thinks she's met you before.
Why, yes, of course. You do look familiar. Now, don't tell me your name. I've got it. Beauchamp, isn't it? Camille Beauchamp?
I'm sorry, Jerry, but you're wrong.
My name is Vale. I met you on a pleasure cruise once.
Oh, yes, Miss Vale. I hope you'll forgive me.
I'll leave you two alone to make your own peace.
George tells me you've been in Boston quite often, Mr. Dorrance. And I didn't know.
Oh, yes, several times. You look simply glorious.
An architect. Oh, Jerry, I could cry with pride.
I wanted horribly to call you up. I walked by your house on Marlborough Street. Once I almost rang the bell.
Oh, why didn't you? Tell me about Deb and Mac. You introduced me to them on the pleasure cruise, remember?
Oh, they're all fine.
And how is Tina?
Well, Tina, we're having quite a bad time with Tina.
Tell me about it.
I'm afraid we've got to send her away somewhere. Doctor thinks she shouldn't be with her mother. I took her to see Dr. Jackwith. He was highly recommended to me by this Camille Beauchamp I mistook for you. Charlotte, I've got to see you. May I come to your house tonight? I won't stay but 10 minutes. I must talk to you.
Yes, I'll be waiting. Hello.
Hello, Charlotte.
Jerry, why haven't you come? I've been home for hours.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm leaving tonight on the midnight.
But why?
Well, I've got to get back on business. I heard the news. You're going to marry Elliot Livingston.
Oh, I wanted to tell you.
I just wanted to say I think he's a fine person and...
Jerry, where are you now? I've got to see you.
Charlotte, I think it's best that we don't.
Are you at the station?
Goodbye.
Jerry. Jerry, wait.
Charlotte, you shouldn't have come.
I had to. I want to talk to you about Elliot.
Why are you marrying him? Are you in love with him?
No, not like we are, not like us. I thought it might grow to be something like it. I thought I was getting over you, Jerry. I didn't think I'd ever see you again. You're not angry with me.
Oh, no, only with myself. It was rotten of me to make you care, and then because of some noble sense of duty to leave you to get over it the best way you could. And there isn't a thing in the world I can do about it. Isabel depends on me more and more. She's ill and getting worse. Then there's Tina. Even if I could chuck everything,
I wouldn't
Charlotte...
let you, Jerry. I knew you were married, and I walked right in with my eyes wide open. But you said it would make you happy.
It has. I've got back my work, and that's due to you.
Oh, I'd been hoping you'd say that.
I'm more understanding for Tina. I'm kinder to Isabel, so don't blame yourself.
Well, then don't you.
It's different.
It's not. Shall I tell you what you did for me? You made me feel important. You were my first friend. And then when you fell in love with me, I was so proud. And when I came home, I needed something to make me feel proud. And then your camellias arrived, and I knew you were thinking about me. Oh, I could have walked into a den of lions. As a matter of fact, I did. And the lions didn't hurt me. Please take back what you said.
If you marry Elliot Livingston and have a full and happy life, I will.
I'll try.
I'll look for you around every corner. Goodbye, darling.
Goodbye, darling. I did try. I wanted to marry Elliot, but it was of no use. We broke it off by mutual consent. And I knew then I would never have a home of my own, or a man of my own, or a child of my own.
Why did you break the engagement?
Because I don't love him, Mother.
Have you no sense of obligation to your family? Or to me? Here you have the chance to join our name, Vale, with one of the finest families in the city. And you tell me you're not in love. You're behaving like a romantic girl of 18.
I don't doubt it.
And what do you intend to do with your life?
Oh, get a cat and a parrot and live alone in single blessedness.
You've never done anything to make your mother proud. Nor to make yourself proud, either. Why, I should think you'd be ashamed to be born and live all your life as Charlotte Vale. Miss Charlotte Vale.
Dr. Jackworth says that tyranny is sometimes an expression of the maternal instinct. If that's a mother's love, I don't want any part of it. I didn't want to be born. You didn't want me either. It's been a calamity on both sides. Oh, Mother, let's not quarrel. We've been getting along together so well lately. It was a horrid thing to say. Forgive me. Mother. Mother! Dora, she was sitting there and we quarreled. We quarreled. I did it.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Act 3 of Now Voyager, starring Bette Davis and Gregory Peck, will follow in a moment. Meanwhile, I want to introduce our guest of the evening, the #1 smoother of wheels at the David O. Selznick Studio, Miss Lydia Schiller, who bears the title of scenario assistant. Reading scripts is one of your chores, isn't it, Miss Schiller?
Yes, and I work on scenarios, too. I sit in on story conferences and then follow through on production details.
What are you working on now, Lydia?
Duel in the Sun. It has over 1,000 people in the cast.
And stars, I understand, Jennifer Jones, Joseph Cotton, Gregory Peck, and a host of others.
That's right, Mr. Keeley. It was 2 years in preparation, 1 year shooting, and cost over $5 million.
With a Technicolor picture of that scope, you must have had many problems.
We certainly did, Mr. Keeley. Now take the costumes, for example. Mr. Kennedy will be interested in how we kept them looking so lovely and fresh.
How was that, Miss Schiller?
We used Lux, naturally. We luxed all the blouses, lingerie, washable gowns, and, of course, stockings.
That helped keep down the stocking bills, didn't it?
You're perfectly right, Mr. Kennedy. We had very little run trouble because stockings were luxed after every day's shooting.
You found out by experience what has been proved by actual test. Strain tests made by a famous laboratory proved Lux cuts down runs amazingly. A strong soap and rubbing with cake soap made runs come quickly. Stockings actually lasted twice as long with Lux.
Yes, we're luckier than the girls who lived in the days of Duel in the Sun. It takes place in the 80s, you know, in Texas.
Before Lux was invented.
And a wonderful invention it was, Mr. Kennedy.
Thank you, Miss Schiller. And now, a suggestion. Don't get discouraged if you don't find Lux the first time you try. Your dealer will have more soon, and Lux is worth waiting for. Here's your producer, Mr. William Keeley.
We continue with the third act of Now Voyager, after which I hope you'll come backstage with us to meet tonight's stars. Bette Davis appearing now as Charlotte, and Gregory Peck as Jerry Durrance, with Joseph Kearns as Dr. Jaquith.
My mother was dead. I had quarreled with her, and I couldn't shake off the feeling of guilt. It grew worse and worse until at last I had to get away. I went back to the only refuge I had ever known, back to Cascade.
How are you, Miss Vale? Dr. Jackworth wired you were coming.
Hello, Trask.
Well, for goodness sake, I hardly know you.
Oh, of course.
I expected you hours ago.
It's been a long drive. I'm tired. You suppose I could go to my room right away?
Certainly. I put you in 18. Your old room, remember? I thought it would make you feel more at home.
Oh, thank you.
How was Dr. Jackworth?
Same as ever, handing out common sense instead of sympathy. Trask, that child over there at the table, who's she?
A problem if I ever saw one. Her name is Christine Durrance. Oh, excuse me a second. I'd better see about your bags.
Tina Durrance, Jerry's child. She sat alone over a picture puzzle, her eyes dull and staring behind her glasses, Her plain little face tightened into an expressionless mask. I went and stood beside her chair. She turned away from me. Hello. What's the picture supposed to be?
I don't know.
Do you mind if I join you? I'll collect all of the pink pieces.
I know who you are.
You do?
You're my new nurse.
No, I'm not.
Oh, you can't fool me. And I know why you've come here. To make sure I don't run away from this place again.
Oh, did you run away from here once? I didn't know. What's your name?
You know my name. That's why you stood there and stared at me.
Oh, that was very rude of me. But you see, you reminded me of somebody.
Who?
Well, if you must know, myself. Of course, at your age.
Oh, Christine, your schedule calls for you to spend the evening with the young people next door.
They don't want me.
Oh, nonsense. Of course they want you. I've got a fine ping-pong game all fixed up for you. Barbara and Betty against you and Bob.
But he's the best player here. And I'll be the worst one. I'll die. I'll just die.
Now you'll do nothing of the sort.
Please, 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 don't make me. Don't make me. Oh, don't make me.
Now,
Don't make her trust.
But the doctor wants Christine to have exercise in the evening.
I'll see that she has some exercise. I have to take my car down to the town and leave it at the garage to be washed. Christine could go with me.
Oh, yes.
I'm sorry, Christine, but
please let me go with this lady. I'll drink all my cocoa tonight if you will.
For goodness sake, Christine, don't carry on. Go get your coat.
Thank you, thank you.
I'm sorry, Trask. I couldn't help it.
I thought you were too tired to do anything but just crawl into bed.
I suppose Cascade has performed another miracle on me. Tina's room was next to mine. Late that night, I heard her. She was crying. Tina, what's the matter? Don't be afraid. What is it, Tina?
Oh, don't leave me. Don't leave me.
I won't till you're asleep. Tell me what's the matter.
I'm ugly and mean and nobody likes me.
Tina, you?
I'm not pretty in the least. And they hate me. They all hate me.
Who are they?
Everybody. All the kids at school, Miss Trask and the nurses and the doctors. Oh, there must be something terribly wrong with me.
Do you like them, Tina?
Oh, no, I hate them.
That's the trouble. If you want people to like you, you've got to like people.
I bet you're only fooling me.
You try it and see. And in the meantime, if it'll help you any, I like you. And I think you're very pretty and very sweet.
You do? Really?
Really. Now don't cry anymore.
Oh, why are you so good to me?
Because somebody was good to me once when I needed somebody. Now, come on, go to sleep. Close your eyes and let your muscles go all limp. There, that's better. Much better. Jerry's child was in my arms. Jerry's child was clinging to me. Jerry's child.
Well, Charles, I hear you're running Cascade now, giving orders to Miss Trask, to my doctor.
You mean about that child?
Don't try to appear innocent.
But I didn't give any orders. I only requested.
I thought you came up here to have a nervous breakdown.
Well, I've decided not to have one, if it's all the same to you.
Well, go on.
I just think Tina is so unhappy here. I haven't anything to do with my time. Mightn't I be the nurse instead? I promise not to do anything again without first asking your permission. If only...
Well, just go ahead and tell me what you'd do.
I'd stay with her, pay attention to her, make her feel wanted and important. I'd take her camping in the woods. She adores camping.
Sounds like a wonderful break for her.
Of course, I couldn't do it without her parents' permission. I wouldn't. What would her mother say, do you suppose?
Oh, she'd accept any plan that would relieve her of the child who's always been a thorn in her side, though the lady would loudly protest if she heard me say so.
And her father, what would his attitude be?
Sympathetic and protective, possibly too protective for Christine's good. Result, resentment felt by the mother. See, the child's absence from home became desirable for all concerned, so I brought her here. I was highly recommended to the father by a friend of his, but he placed her in my care, not yours.
I suppose I'd better ask you something. How much do you remember about my trip to South America?
Well, you sent some beautiful postcards.
No, that's not what I mean. About an automobile trip I made and the man who was with me.
I never knew the gentleman's name. You never told me.
I'd better tell you now. It was Tina's father.
Tina's father?
Mm-hmm. Does that alter the situation?
Of course it does. I don't know anything about your relationship with Dorrance. I don't know how emotionally involved you are with him. I can't work in the dark.
Well, I'll tell you everything. It's over. That's it in 2 words. And Tina needs me, and I've never been needed before.
Well, I'm crazy, but if you promise to behave yourself...
Oh, thanks.
But you're only on probation. Remember what it says in the Bible. The Lord giveth, and the Lord taketh away.
How does it feel to be the Lord?
Oh, no.
Jerry had to be told, of course, and though we never saw him, he sent a message through Tina. He asked her to thank me. And then came the time when we returned to Boston, and the house was filled with young people. There was laughter and fun, and Tina coming down the stairs in a new dress and her hair all curled, and Jerry standing there.
Tina.
Daddy, oh, Daddy.
Well, can this be Tina?
Do I look nice? It's my first party dress.
You look lovely.
Do you really like me?
Oh, I love you, darling.
Tina, don't you think it'd be nice to show your father your room and your studio and everything?
Would you like to see my room, Daddy?
Oh, very much, if Miss Vale will pardon us.
How long are you going to call her Miss Vale?
What should I call her?
I don't know. Would it sound too funny if you called her my name for her?
Now, what name is that?
We decided it on the camping trip. I call her Camille.
Camille. I think it would sound very nice indeed.
Jerry, what are you doing here all alone? Come and join the party.
I want to speak to you, Charlotte.
What about?
To take Tina home.
Take her home? But you can't. Dr. Jackwith says it'll be the worst possible thing.
I don't care what he says. Charlotte, I've accomplished very little with my life, but oddly enough, I've always managed to keep my self-respect.
How am I to interpret that?
By recognizing the sacrifice you're making and admitting it. I can't let you do it, Charlotte. I can't go on forever taking from you and giving nothing.
Jerry, that's the most conventional, pious speech I've ever heard. Oh, forgive me. I know it's your pride, isn't it? Let me explain. You will be giving. Don't you know that to take is sometimes a way to give? The most beautiful way in the world if 2 people love each other. You'll be giving me Tina. Every single day I'll be taking and you'll be giving.
That's very kind of you to put it that way.
Then is it something that Tina has said? Don't you think she's happy here?
Happy? She told me upstairs she loved you almost as much as she loves me.
Well, what is the reason? Is it something about us?
Well, of course it's about us. Why didn't you marry Livingston? I'll tell you why. Because I came along and ruined him for you. And now my child comes along and claims all your attention and takes your whole life when you should be trying to find some man who'll make you happy.
Some man who will make me happy. Oh, so that's it. Here I've been laboring under the illusion that you and I were so in sympathy, so one, that you'd know without being asked what would make me happy. And you come up here to talk about some man. Jerry, you haven't the slightest conception of what torture it is to love a man and be shut out, to be always an outsider and an extra.
Charlotte.
When Tina said she'd come and stay with me, it was like a miracle, like having my own child, a part of you. I thought you'd understand, but evidently you don't. Again, I've been just a sentimental fool. It's a tendency I have.
Oh, wait a minute. I thought... I was afraid you were keeping Tina out of pity.
Pity?
But there wasn't any pity in your voice just now. I feel very small, Charlotte, and very much ashamed. I'll never doubt you again.
Thank you.
Come here. Come here, Charlotte.
No, Jerry, please. Let me go. Listen, darling, Dr. Jackwith knows about us. When he said I could take Tina, he said, you're on probation. Do you know what that means? He allowed you to come here as a test. And if I can't stand the test, I'll lose Tina, and we'll lose each other. Jerry, please help me.
Shall we have a cigarette on?
Yes, please.
May I sometimes come here?
Oh, whenever you like. There are people here who love you.